Alrighty, everybody, welcome back here to Lindenwood Esports. We are here for a brand new season in the great academic school year of 2025, and of course, to continuing later on to 26. But that's not the problem for now. The problem for now is that we have some Lindenwood Overwatch back in the saddle once again here, starting off a new season. We've got a similar team lineup to what we saw last year. Got the same 5 players, but this year they'll be joined by a 6th man on the roster in Viral, another support player. So gonna be a lot of fun to see how Lindenwood's able to navigate having an extra player on that lineup. But regardless, for the moment, once again, as always, I'm Colonel Cast, and joining me today is Dr. Crocodile. How's it going, my friend?
Good. Yeah, I'm new to this. I'm gonna do my best.
So definitely going to be exciting. And in the world of Overwatch, I do think there are a couple of things worth noting. Before we get to the league play, let's talk a little bit more about our current change in the form of our newest in-game character. We have a man by the name of Wu Yang. He is an additional character in our support pool. You can definitely expect to potentially see some play. Maybe not today. He's not like the most broken character ever, but get a quick run through of his kit in case we do see him. His basic weapon, the Zhanwu staff, will fire a damaging water orb. Doesn't do anything too fancy unless we go in to hold the button down, at which case we can control the trajectory, empower the damage, and move it around corners. So expect to see those flying around. He has another one, Restorative Stream. This is his main healing ability. Puts a little ring on teammates that will heal over time, or he can hold the button down to consume his resource bar to manually heal at an improved rate. He then has Rushing Torrent, where he can ride water to move faster and jump higher. So a little bit of self-peel on his kit to get in, get out, whatever he needs. Guardian Wave, it'll send a water wave forward. Later on with perks, it can come back as well, but it'll increase the amount of healing received by allies and knock back enemies. So potentially a little bit more self-peel, a little bit more healing as well. And finally, his ultimate, Tidal Blast, will put a massive shield on himself or an ally, and after a couple of seconds, anybody nearby the person it was cast on gets exploded, they get knocked down, and heals the host target. So very strong ultimate, especially with characters who want to get into the middle of the entire enemy team. Think about those characters like Ramatra, like JQ, that just want to get in. They are going to absolutely love having this massive support ult on them. And yeah, we are back in for another fun season here, starting things off today, as you see above, over there. Academy of Art going to be the opponent for match show up 1, the Urban Knights, I believe. And heading on over, we do have another piece of a little bit of changes, and we can take a peek over to our map pool here for NACE. They're moving it over to a system that we've seen before. The first start, as always, we are going to have a coin flip. Coin flip's always a classic. The winner of the coin flip must pick a map on the control tile set, Ilios, Lijiang Tower, or Samoa. For this map set, Lindenwood won today. They opted for Lijiang Tower, so that's what we'll be seeing to start out our series. Then after that, instead of moving straight into hybrid, the losing team can pick any of those other 10 maps from the hybrid flashpoint, push, or escort categories. So the losing team can jump around to what their strong suit is. They don't have to just play left to right, and I think that'll definitely be something to keep an eye on once we get further into the series and start seeing some of these really good, really close matchups. Is teams have to consider when do they want to play what game mode so that they can make sure they get the map that they want. So yeah, we're waiting for just a moment here, making sure everybody can get in the lobby and get ready. But are you excited for some collegiate Overwatch action, Mr. Crocodile?
Oh, yeah, I'm really excited for this year. We get to have a very good match on actually one of my favorite maps, which is Lijiang Tower. I always find this map extremely fun to play on, and there's always some good comps and compositions and plays that can be made here that can just completely make the game drastically difficult for one team or completely winnable for the other.
And yeah, obviously thinking about some of the Lijiang maps, there are a lot of things we could potentially expect to see. Obviously, I know a lot of people are big fans of booping some people off some of the maps on some of the bridges, but aside from potentially some of those slightly more gimmicky comps, what would you potentially expect to see, or what would you want to see either of our teams running?
I know from my perspective, a really good attacker would be Symmetra, because her turrets are always great on the walls. Tor maybe too, because his turrets can now go on walls with one of his perks. Reaper is predictable because he can teleport onto the wall and dive in and press his ult. I won't be surprised seeing like maybe a Venture or something to boop out people off the sides, like you said earlier.
And yeah, that's just something that I feel almost every Overwatch player, especially the DPS players, really love going for, whether it's on the Venture, whether it's Pharah with that concussion blast. Knocking people off the map is a fan favorite. Obviously, maybe expect to see something like a Doomfist. Maybe not. He's maybe not in the best state he's ever been, but I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see what types of compositions we are going to run. As again, Lindenwood obviously going to be running the same 5 roster. Again, going to have Finn playing tank for the moment. It's what we expect to see him on for the majority of the season. Felius and Zippy, the duo DPS, Ether and Kellen, once again, the same lineup of 5 that we saw earlier on in the season. And then again, well, I don't believe they're available today. Viral going to be the 6th player on the roster, another support player there. So potentially later in the season, once they figure some things out, get a little bit more experience, and of course have everybody available, potentially we'll be expecting to see that come in. As again, not exactly sure what our full delay is for the exact moment, as we're taking just a moment to make sure, again, everybody gets in the lobby. Looks like there might be a little bit of problems getting things set up, but should be good in a moment. But again, I gotta ask, is there anything that you want to see? Obviously, there's some strong picks you talked about, but on your own personal side, what do you personally like to play? What do you personally want to see today?
I would love to see just a sim portal go up on that top little shelf area at the tower map. Just send in a diva and bomb it.
A little bit of Diva Bomb action, always good to see. I think Diva is definitely a character that we could expect to see. Maybe not the most standard when it comes to exactly what some of these teams are wanting to look for in their tanks, but obviously Defense Matrix, very, very, very strong ability. So we'll have to wait and see if any teams do want to opt for that, as we don't necessarily know too much about what the Academy of Art are looking to play. Obviously, again, start of the season, a lot of new characters, a lot of changes have come to Overwatch in the vaguely recent time. You think back to last season, last collegiate season, I suppose I should say, where we got all of our perks and we got all of that chaos. A lot of changes to the game, and obviously, start of a new season. We don't even know what Lindenwood's gonna play. We've heard some rumors about potentially a couple comps that they're cooking up, but we'll wait for them to show us their surprises. So for the moment, I suppose we still will just have to wait. It appears everybody is in the lobby for the moment, but I suppose someone not quite ready yet. So we're gonna bounce things back over to a little bit of a break. Apologies, don't go anywhere. We should be back with some Lindenwood Overwatch in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back here, Lindenwood Overwatch, and we'll get into some of the more nuances. I know that we missed on talking about the bans, but for the moment, the one thing you need to know, Cassidy and Mercy are unplayable this game. We'll talk more about the bans later, as we're getting things into the first fight already. Ball gonna be the comp that Lindenwood looking to run. Finn already deep on the backline here. Zen trying to keep that harassment up. His first kill, Felius takes down the Pharah on the ground very quickly here. Now they get down on Specs. That's gonna be another support gun. Kiriko dead. Bearded boy, the Wu Yang, not long for this world, and Winston might be the sole survivor. We'll see if he can even get out for the moment. Cap Genius trying to stand here for the moment, gets that cooldown back, goes up top. Sombra not going to be able to get that hack, but it does not matter, as Linden would take first point.
Yeah, that was a really good little push there with all the spacing he did with Winston and how they pushed them all back. Sombra should have got that hack off, but it really didn't get. Oh, there's a hack right there now, and it would work, but nah, they got pushed back by recall and people just being in the right place at the right time.
As yeah, we're potentially getting a notice of potentially a setting set up wrong in the game, but until they stop the game, we'll wait for it and assume that everything is all good. For the moment, is Felius going back in. Somber hack on the monkey. We'll see if they can take down Cap Genius's Winston here. Felius trying to keep the harassment going in. Cap Genius will go down as the point about to get taken by enemy Sombra, but Lindenwood able to come back, as we'll see the rest of the team trying to rotate out. Wu Yang, Sombra both gonna go down. Zippy and Spawn able to take down the Kiriko, but a little bit more delay deliberation in chat. They think there's potentially arcade health pools on right now, so some of the players, if not all of the players, actually do not have the correct amount of health. A little bit of an error setting up the lobby, so apologies, of course, for that. And while Lindenwood certainly look good in these opening fights, unfortunately, a little bit of that lobby setup error there going to lead to us having to give everything a restart. So while what we saw isn't necessarily valid, I do think the one thing worth noting is that those compositions are very likely what we're going to see the teams running.
Yeah, I agree. There were some major misplays there, though. Like for example, like you just saw right there at the end, Tracer popped its ult and just completely missed the Kiriko. And the Kiriko, well, yes, it did die. It went all the way back to its spawn, and they had to go and get a health pack right in the enemy spawn because they missed ult and hit themselves.
And yeah, then the one other thing that I do think is worth noting that I suppose we get a little bit of time to go over is going to be our ban system. As some of you may well know of a competitive Overwatch, adding bans in not only in-game rank, not only pro play, but here in collegiate as well. So the basic system of the bans, we won't get into necessarily every single specific and meta about it, but essentially the team that bans first can ban any character in the game, whether that be a tank, a DPS, or a support. So for example, in this instance, the first ban was by Art. They banned the Cassidy, so they ban a DPS, which is important. Lindenwood, then on the second ban, they cannot, of course, ban Cassidy as he's been banned, but alongside Cassidy, he actually locks down the entire DPS pool. So Lindenwood, since the Cassidy ban is already in place, they actually can't ban another DPS in this game. They can ban any tank or they can ban any support. Of course, in this instance, they chose to ban Mercy, so Mercy going to be unavailable for this map as well. Then once we go into a new map, so whatever map we end up going to second, whether it's by RU or Lindenwood, they will both once again ban new characters with the note that they cannot ban the same character. So Art cannot ban Cassidy, Lindenwood could not ban Mercy. If they wanted, Lindenwood could ban Cass, then Art could ban Mercy, so they can still see the same characters banned. But in our game, we have two bans. The first ban can be any character that team has not banned already. The second ban is any character that team has not banned already, while also being in a different category. So there's the priority of trying to ban away a strong character that you don't want to play against, such as that Cassidy, and B, if you have that first ban, protective banning. Say, for instance, just to throw out a random character, you really want to play Sigma, you could potentially ban Orisa or Winston, maybe a counter matchup in that tank pool, and because you banned a tank, the other team can no longer ban a tank for that map. So a lot of metagaming to keep in mind, especially again once we get into a lot of those closer matchups. But fortunately for us, we are going to be getting the lobby back up and running. We got the permissions swapped over, got everything updated, so this time, fingers crossed, everything goes well. We should be able to truly see our first game of the series. Of course, apologies for the delays. We'll get everything going once again, and we'll see if these comps get any swaps to them, as again, shouldn't be anything barring them from making some swaps. RU, of course, lost those first two fights, and while they were on arcade health, potentially no big deal. We'll see if they do want to swap some things up as we do get back into game, and it does potentially look like a couple characters going to get swapped out. Brig Echo coming in here, Symmetra Orisa as well, so potentially going to see a little bit of those swaps.
Yeah, I wonder why truly though they swapped with some of these characters because they were having a lead. Because let's see, yeah, the comp was roughly the same, and it seems they all went well for the other team, but still, just like, let's see, I guess for this map it makes some like sort of sense, but there's still a bunch of these things that they had going for them, and a swap wasn't really just a standard choice that should have been done here, because yeah, they already had push. Let's see. I get Echo makes sense because of the height of this map, so the backline's right there with the potions, and like right up there above us, and it can get some good pokes, but there's no true reason why they should have swapped their DPS there.
As yeah, we'll see the first kill go down. Felia's gonna get taken out by the Orisa, but Finn on the backline here trying to harass Wu Yang. That's a bearded boy of Art Academy or Art U. We'll see if they can manage for the moment. No, he's gonna take him down. It's a first support down. Tracer back here, 5v4 for Lindenwood. They lost the first player, but the rotations and resets are quicker. Big Specs goes down. They're without a support, and as we've seen many many times in the past here on Lindenwood. Once your supports are gone, 3v5, there's almost no chance, and Lindenwood gonna clean that fight up pretty well. Ronan able to get a pair of kills there at the end, as 17% for Lindenwood and counting up against RU's 10%. They were able to force with that first Tracer kill, as we'll see here on the reset. Zippy taking a bit of harassment, but on the Sombra, gonna have no problem getting out, as Finn takes down Infer, the Echo, and his solo kill on the side room, as we'll see now 5v4 again. Bearded Boy, the Wu Yang, gonna go down. Finn able to take that one as well. Hacks coming out here from the Sombra. Pulse Bomb not gonna connect, but it doesn't matter. Cap Genius goes down to Felius. Brig gonna follow pretty soon as that shield breaks, and Caro, the Sombra of RU. We'll see if they're able to get out, pulled back in. The Translocator gets them out, but again, another disaster fight without ults.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the swap was not truly the play there, because like Brig has like no good, like it heals, but it does not heal as well as they had originally with other characters, and by losing that healing, they sure they get stunned to some DPS, but that's not like a comp where DPS is truly necessary. You want healing in this right now because this is A, control, and B, you have a bunch of people who just do a bunch of burst damage.
And yeah, this is where we see those leads really start to bite back against RU. Sombra Hat comes up, 3 other ultimates on the team as well. Of course, that Pulse Bomb being used already. And just now we're RU finally getting their first ultimates. They have Orisa, they have Sombra, then the Echo and Brig, both 90 to 95. But look at that percent at the top of your screen, 10 to almost 90 now. They have to get to the point. Lindenwood trying to hold them back. We'll see Cap Genius here try and make their way over. 92, 93, Sombra moving over. Zen full charge. Almost. No, they do take down the Cap. They take down Orisa. 3 go down. 4 go down. Mine's on point. Caro has to 1v5. He tries to pop the EMP. Goes down before it. And it's a team kill. Lindenwood take point 1, 100 to 10.
Yeah, that was a really good play there with the Brig. Baptiste up on the top part right there. Just shredded all their enemies down with Zenyatta and Bap. And they didn't really stand a solid chance there once their Echo and the rest died.
Yeah, we'll see now moving over to the second point. A couple of swaps are going to come out here from the RU side. You see the Ashe and the Moira coming on screen. So while I definitely am at least somewhat on the same page that Brig maybe not been the best character, I definitely don't know that big spec swap to the Moira here is exactly what I would have opted to go for. But I suppose we'll have to see if it ends up working. Ronan going to swap over to the Wu Yang as well. Get a little bit of a mirror on some of that new character. As a little bit of tempo there, as we'll see Wu Yang v Wu Yang here, as no, actually, sorry, Bearded Boy swapped over to the Junos, so a lot of swaps coming out for them. Winston back on the team as well, as Cap Genius here, taking a lot of pressure early, has to drop that bubble to keep himself alive, but he can get healed up and get back to his team, as Finn on that ball once again, harassing this backline deeply. On point here, Tracer as well, they are throwing so much chaos. Pile drivers too. Bearded Boy's Juno goes down quick as Felius gets the tag on it. Full healing coming out for Lindenwood, and Berg gonna go down. That's Ashe. Cap Genius on the Winston has to jump away and leave his team on point. Sim TP not going to get them anywhere. Either takes down Caro. Now it's just Moira and Winston still alive, trying to stall for that fade to get out. Is not going to get them anywhere. Cap Genius, big specs go down, and once again, Lindenwood power.
Yeah, I agree with you on the Moira play there. There's really no true reason for Moira here, just because there's 2 people on the opposing team who have technically teleports. Like, you have a good right click to get the damage done, but if you move and you're just out of the way, you're just gone.
Finn is currently hanging off of the side of the map. He is still not moved. Finally, now he makes his first movement and has to jump the gap while his team loses point. Pile drivers 3. He'll need a little bit of value here to make up for the almost AFK portion, waiting for the flank, but Lindenwood, unsurprisingly, able to recover there after losing the point. They'll get the team kill once again. They do lose about, I think, 17% of point, but it doesn't matter. They reclaim at 23.
Yeah, I was saying earlier before that happened. Oh, yeah, just hanging there like a wrecking ball with my Cyrus apparently though. But yeah, the play with Moira there was definitely not the best, and we just seen here that this little burst damage and teleportation of Tracer, and we got Sombra is just too much to really take account of the Moira pick. And Ashe, it's a decent pick, But once again, we're inside. There's an enclosed building that you need to be sniping into, and that's not the best point because you're always going to be seen from that side. And there's a tracer to just go after you as a sniper.
And yeah, Felius 1v4 harassing backline while Finn holds the contest from the Winston. Sim gonna jump over. Window comes out. They take down Infer. They take down Caro. EMP on point. Goodbye, Specs. Goodbye, Cap. Lindenwood take down 4. Bearded Boy will get chased down toward his spawn. Another team kill for Lindenwood as they pass that third quarter of the point here. 25% to go before they take this first point on Li Zhang as Cap Genius back on the respawn here. It's gonna be ults coming out here. Gonna drop that tidal wave, and they are spawn camping, rushing them deep in. 1 goes off the map, 3 go down. The mine's getting some value. Finn gets a triple kill. Infer again took himself off the map. Another team kill for the Lions here. 92% to 17. The spawns come in, and even a Tracer might struggle to get the point in time. Primal Winston, though, gonna have an attempt. He gets through the window. He barely gets the OT touch. Able to make it happen for the moment. Cap Genius did have to burn his ultimate to prolong the map, but if he didn't, the map was over on the spot. So a fair play regardless. Pile Driver coming in. The rest of the team able to get in with the Sim window. Nitrix comes down right now. The Photon Barrier comes down as Monkey trying to help stall with the rest of his team here, trying to take some of the Lions down as the ball. Look at him going around a circle. Finn absolutely spinning. Pile Driver on the head of Caro. He goes down. Cap Genius falls after, and Lindenwood 2-0 Li Zhang.
Yeah, that was a really well played map there. There's actually a great comeback they try to do there, the other team, where they sim pull up in the window, but it was just not enough with the damage and the momentum our team had, and the agility we had too with our characters. Because while they had some great picks, that window there at the end, but yeah, that, and also not to mention the fact that, like I said earlier, Moira, it's a great character, honestly, for that thing, but that map, but those characters, this pool is not good against it. We have Ball, which could just pretty much murder it with the stun. Ball also is just able to hog up the entire space that it needed.
And yeah, it's one of the tricky things playing against a ball that is so effective at harassing backline, trying to figure out how to disable him, whether you try and go for Sombra hacks, stuns with something, or if you just try and ignore him and win the backline fight. But unfortunately for ArtU's side, not really able to get any of those value pieces there, not able to stop that ball, and unfortunately with Finn done doing nothing but spinning around some of those fights, they just can't handle it over time. The DPS from the rest of the Lions a little bit too oppressive for them to make anything happen. Again, they're 200 to 27, I believe it should be, on that scorecard for Li Zhang, as Lindenwood do take map 1, as once again, we can take a peek over at our map pool just to see some of our potential options for where we are going to go for our next map. Hybrid, Flashpoint, Push, or Escort. I won't bother listing out every single map, but after game 1 for ArtU, after seeing what we saw of their preferred characters and compositions, what game mode and or map would you personally want to go here?
Honestly, if I was RU, I would not want to go King's Row. From what we saw so far, I don't know about their Reinhardt play, but that is a Reinhardt map. Eichenwald, I could probably see it as we saw him earlier playing Orisa and Winston. Same with Hollywood, although it's less likely. So Eichenwald may be their pick. Uh, I doubt they're going to go for Flashpoint. If they do, Suravaza would probably be their pick. New Queen Street, though, is probably the best pick, really, if they want to keep going Winston into this. Although I doubt that's a great choice, as we saw what happened in the last few games.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see. I think the one thing that is definitely going to make this season a lot different from our last season is going to be that map pool. As again, last season, not only did we have to go left to right, but some of those maps very, very different. Kings Row and Eichenwald both remaking that map pool, but we lose Noombani and Blizzard World for the addition of Hollywood. On Flashpoint, we lose out on NJC for the side of Atlas, a map that I've actually still not seen. I have played a handful of games, very, very large amount, and I have not been able to win a map vote on Atlas, so would be interesting to see it. But we do get the confirmation coming in here. You are going to opt to send us over to the push column, and they don't want to head to Europe. They're going to keep things up here in NA. New Queen Street going to be their choice.
Just called it.
As yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see. I'm definitely curious if they're going to look for playing a similar type of comp, or if after the honestly not great game for them. Obviously, they were able to win a couple of moments and get some point captures at the start of game one. They got a nice pick on the Tracer at the midpoint there in the second round. They were able to rat in as Finn was hiding off of a bridge, truthfully, but not going to be too much of a problem for the moment. As New Queen Street going to be the map we head to, is we're going to give the teams a moment, let them get the map bans in order. We're going to send things over. Very short break. Don't go anywhere. Should be back 2 or 3 minutes with our next game.
Behind. Bigger is next. Next. I'm not a psychopath. It's never boring around me. Boom.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Objective unlocks in
Coming for you.
Remember what we've learned. I can protect you.
Going to be able to try and stay alive as Tracer on the backside. Ronan all the way above. Reaper going to go straight in here as Lindenwood. Reaper has to go into Wraith form immediately, pretty low on HP, but it won't be too big of a problem for the moment as Tracer backline trying to get Infer taken down. They get him out. Goodbye, Cass as Finn. Gonna get retraded out here. Nice hook by Cap Genius as Big Specs now gonna be the target of Zippy. Charging in, stomps on. Not gonna get the kill immediately, but still going to go down before anything too serious happens. As Malga walking forward here, trying to keep the pressure up as the point being pushed forward. Bearded Demon gonna get taken down. That was a support last game. That's actually gonna be another role swap here for the side of RU, as Bearded Boy gonna be on the Reaper. Inferno to take down Felius, but he should go down before too long to Zippy, as the tanks now gonna get into a bit of a clash, but one of them have teammates, one of them have no HP as Zippy takes down Cap Genius. The return of Brig now is Specs staggers himself a little bit longer, but still Lindenwood have kept one on point the whole time. Their Brig Ether has not stopped pushing, and they're already barely a minute and a half in, about to take this first checkpoint.
Yeah, there is definitely some misplays here with the Roadhog pick. While it definitely was a read on our part here at Lindenwood, it is not a good thing to keep a Malga versus a Roadhog. It is not good. Roadhog does not do well against this composition here that we have, and it would just be better if the other team switches if you want a true chance of pushing forward, because we're in the spawn right now.
And yeah, Lindenwood, they are playing very aggressively, and they know they're playing very aggressively. It's not really a question or surprise. Finally, for the first time in minutes, Ether will stop pushing the point immediately, as Malga gonna get pushed back with a whole hog of Cap Genius here, who can't really get value off of it. Nobody's pushed into a corner, so while he DPLs a couple of players, it's not going to mean too much. Malga immediately goes in, cage fight comes out. We are gonna straight back into it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everybody dead of RU, as Lindenwood gonna immediately get Ether back on the pushing game, where he sits on a robot and goes AFK, and then the rest of the team spreading out around this spawn area. They are trying to keep them trapped in here, but Ronan, will he be spotted? No, the Hog can't find him as Finn takes down Sojourn. Zippy trying to force this issue onto the Roadhog here. Kitsu comes out from the Kiri, as it's gonna get blocked up immediately. Not the longest route it's ever taken, but already starting to push the spawn. Ronan takes down one, takes down two, stomp to the Hog. He goes down. Cap Genius here is Bearded Boy now gonna try and back away, but he's not getting out. Lindenwood, they're only 3 minutes into the map as of, not even yet. They win the map in under 3 minutes. Lindenwood, I think 2:57 there on the clock, and they have full capped New Queen Street.
Yeah, Lindenwood hit them really aggressive here and pushed them all the way back to spawn almost immediately. Malga just dominated when it came down to the tank battle. Its ult there, get with cage lock, trapped practically like at least half the team in it, which got a great. And then we also saw, also I noticed earlier, was Brig, while a good anti-dive, could only stop realistically one or two of the people diving, and we had a Reaper and a Tracer straight on the spawn exit points. There was not much that could be done there once that Brig was out of the picture, or at least when the DPS were just immediately picked off.
And yeah, I mean, I think that round definitely just shows a little bit of what we expected going into this series, as Lindenwood definitely showcasing themselves to be the stronger team with a sub 3-minute cap there, as game not quite over yet, getting that map pick call. So it is going to, of course, be that BO5 here. First to 3 is Lindenwood definitely starting to take this very, very strong lead. As I suppose once again, while it only feels like a few minutes since we've last been there, have to take another peek at our map pool just to keep an eye on what we could potentially look to see. We've already played Control, we've already played Push, so Hybrid, Flashpoint, and Escort are going to be our main options here. Not entirely sure what art you are going to look for. Could opt for something simple, something standard, try and go KR and or Icon, potentially go somewhere very out there, try and pick a map that potentially Lindenwood not the most confident on, not the most comfortable with, just trying to find something that maybe they haven't played too much of. Hollywood, Atlas, Rialto, potentially some options for the 3 remaining categories of something that potentially not as common, not as popular of a map pick. As again, we'll have to wait and see exactly what they want. They're going to send it straight to Scrim's Row, and in the entire remaining map pool, potentially the entire map pool, this is probably Lindenwood's most competent map, or most comfortable map at least. Again, obviously one of the standard Scrim maps, so while Lindenwood gonna have to take a second to get some of their stats. King's Row here, you mentioned it earlier, potentially expecting to see Lindenwood run a bit of the for fun Reinhardt, but I mean, this is just an absolute classic map that almost every Overwatch player is familiar with.
Oh yeah, this map is one of my all-time favorites besides Eichenwald. It's just great for every sort of pool you can have. It's great for poke, it's great for brawl, it's great for dive. No matter what you do, it's going to be a good old fun time. And I do assume there's going to be a Reinhardt at least on one team. I'm interested to see what AU does here because we see them do a not meta or full on what you're used to seeing on some maps, like on Lijiang on the first map. You do not tend to see a Winston there. You do not tend to because it's a push. You can push these people off constantly on Lijiang. And while Winston does have that with his ult, there's just better picks for that when it comes down to other tanks like Diva, which can also create space better than Winston with its ult at times, and also Reinhardt, which just knock you off the map.
And yeah, Ryan, definitely a very, very classic. You think back to the GOATS era, every big clip I remember, all set to King's Row. But we'll have to wait. Obviously, not necessarily going to be the ability to play GOATS in a 5v5 setting. Potentially, we though will see some of those characters make an appearance once again. Try and get maybe dive, maybe rush, maybe brawl. We'll have to wait again, of course, and see exactly what the map choice, or not map choice, comp choice is going to be for these two teams. As the side of RU, definitely going to be a little bit of a tricky one. Obviously, again, gonna have to wait to see exactly what the bans are. We're still waiting for the teams to lock those in. Again, it should be the side of, I believe, RU, maybe LU. I'm not exactly sure who gets the first ban, but we'll wait and see which side does go ahead and take that first ban. Of course, both of them get a ban regardless. But speaking of the bans, we've seen Cass banned, we've seen Mercy banned, then we saw Sigma and Sombra get banned away. Any predictions for what you think these teams might want to ban away on King's Row?
If I was RU, I would most definitely ban off the things that have been screwing them over the most, which has been the 2 dive characters in the back lines with Reaper and Tracer. Get rid of those, and you can have a poke comp or a great comp if you want to that can work well against Reinhardt. If a Reinhardt is played it, for example, because it's pretty much Reinhardt's map King Row. But like if I was RU, I will have at least one sniper, like Widow, Ash, something on this map on the upside part, so you can get some good pokes and good picks beforehand. And the thing that can really push them apart and consolidate a lead is if they get rid of the dive characters that have been screwing them over as Reaper and Tracer.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they actually aren't going to get the option to, as the first ban comes from Lindenwood. It's going to be a Symmetra ban, so definitely, while not necessarily a completely useless character, a little bit of a tricky one in some situations, it's definitely going to be a protection ban for some of those characters you're talking about. Tracer, not bannable. Reaper, not bannable. Any of those other DPS. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to see a little bit of Zippy Bloom Widowmaker. That's something that we've seen on offense do very, very well. A full commit, first point, if not whole map Widowmaker. So definitely keep an eye for that if it comes out. But with the ban of Symmetra from the side of the Lindenwood crew, it is going to be a Lucio ban from RU. So not necessarily the most scary character in the world, but of course not the opposite as well. Lucio Shield with the B, very, very strong ability. As we get the ready checks coming in here, everybody should be good to go. And yeah, we're going to make things on over here. Kings Row for what may be our final game of the day. Lindenwood again, pretty dominant on a Lijiang, 200 to, I believe it was 27 in that first round. Then in the second round, of course, a sub 3 minute new Queen Street capture. And now we're heading things on over. Kings Row, going to be our third map of choice. RU do or die, must win this map to keep their hope alive in this series. But again, just going to have to wait and see how they do here as we get things ready for our first round.
I actually really like the Symmetric ban right there, actually, because it is a great character to ban off if you are going to go for like some sort of range poke approach, especially with how also Symmetric can be good against Ryan with how it charges against the shield.
Okay, Lindenwood really swapping things around a little bit here, throwing a wrench in my prediction of who we'll see on the Widowmaker. Elias is going to be on the tank by all means, but the Ether Ronin support duo and the Finn Zippy DPS duo are going to be swapping around. So it's actually Ether and Ronin piloting DPS with Finn and Zippy on the support end. As on the other side here, for the Art U side, Bearded Boy going to be on support with Big Specs, and for Encaro on Cass and Ash with the double sniper. And then they're actually going to be running a Hazard here with Cap Genius as Lindenwood setting things out here. They're playing Genji Widow here, looking for some early picks with Ether. We'll see if they commit the Widow or swap over to something else, as Hazard taking a little bit of pressure already, half HP behind Statue. Needs to get back to his supports, barely makes it back alive as Suzu coming out here. Cap Genius trying to use this spike block to stay stable, as we'll see the swap here. Widow over to Cass, as again, first fight not necessarily starting too quickly. Hazard tanking up as much as he can, might have jumped a little bit too far, has to use that spike wall to keep himself safe. But again, for the moment, nobody going down very quickly here. Supports trying to keep everybody alive. Cap Genius here pretty low, but so are a few others. Zippy though going to take down that tank, and with Hazard dead, the rest of the team should not last much longer. Goodbye Infer, goodbye Bearded, goodbye Caro, goodbye Big Specs, and it's a team kill here as Lindenwood going to triple cap first point.
Yes, that was a great play. There was a major mistake there on the other team's end. That Hazard was either A, pushed up too far, or the team was too far back. There's practically no DPSs there to support Hazard during the starting period, and you could see as we pushed in there that it just started collapsing the further we pushed in.
And yeah, it is going to be that full first cap. There's no swaps coming out quite yet, aside from that Widow, of course, swapping over to the cast for Lindenwood is providing forward. Finn able to take down Big Specs here on the Wu Yang. Point is available with nobody pushing, but as Lindenwood sweep 4 in the fight, it won't matter too much. Kiri now going to get taken down. Lindenwood need to go get on the point there. They are okay, guys. We are pushing up past the second checkpoint before we've started moving the point. Zenyatta now finally gonna get back. That's Zippy. He will be AFK for the next 2 full minutes before he can cap here as Cap Genius now on the Hazard. It's the same problem. We're gonna solo grab him to get that kill, and yeah, I mean, the tank goes down early. The rest of the team, they just can't push up. They're facing 4. They have no tank, and Infer still gonna end up walking too far ahead. He'll get taken down by some Zarya right clicks. Not going to be the best value as the particle cannon will find some. Finn takes down Caro. Lindenwood again. They are pushing up now almost to the 3rd checkpoint before they're halfway toward the 2nd. So a little bit aggressive here, but we'll have to see them get punished for it to matter. Bubble on Genji on the high ground. Ronin able to take him down with Felius's help. Ronin does have Blade available, but again, we are in the enemy spawn before capturing 2nd point on King's Row as Felius takes down Infer. They are having a struggle. Bearded Boy taken down by the Wu Yang staff. Big Specs now. We'll see if he can get out. Fade not quite back up, as a little bit more damage pointed out there. Able to get that healing orb on himself. Still, Zippy has not moved. It has now literally been a minute on the clock since Zippy has last actually had to move as Ether takes down Bearded Boy, and this is just a bit tough to watch.
Oh yeah, Genji right there with
Oh.
I've been noticing this a lot as well too. Genji's been also creating a bunch of space practically by itself, as you see right here. That is died all the way into the back line, so he got 2 picks. And it's been, from what I saw, it's been happening practically this entire game, and it's causing the DPS and support from the other team not being able to push up, just causing the tank to be left by itself.
As, yeah, another grab comes out, grabs 3 with a blade here. They're going to all go down to Felius, a triple kill for the current Lindenwood tank. Again, a little bit of role swapping around. Expect to see him on DPS for later portions of the season, but right now, having a little bit of fun with it, playing a King's Row game here, as we'll see Soldier coming out here by Ether on the swap. They're triple pushing right now, trying to grab a 3-0 win, or at least a 3-0 lead. 4 minutes on clock, but here comes the ults. Hazard dropping down the downpour, trying to keep the DPS, but that trans coming out from the side of Zippy. They take 1, they take 2, make it 3. Ronin gonna grab 4, and Infer drops for 5. 3 minutes 55 on the clock, and Lindenwood triple cap KR.
That was a great match for Lindenwood, and quite honestly, it was actually somewhat of a pretty good plan. Like, it's not recommended to go in 4v5, but while it works, and just having Zenyatta sit there on point, just letting its ult go up and never need to use it. As soon as anything remotely dangerous came up that could have probably pushed the game back quite a bit, like a minute or 2, it was just ready.
And yeah, again, definitely a little bit of a gap here, as again, needing now to triple cap for the side of Art U. And not only do they need to triple cap, they need to triple cap with enough time to make a decent attempt in the overtime. But unfortunately for them, before they can worry about triple capping, they have to worry about getting the second checkpoint, which means they're going to need to take this first point, which of course we'll have to see if they can even get this first check on it, as we'll see the comp coming out from Lindenwood. Zarya, of course, the tank once again. Soldier, Tracer for the DPS, and Wu Yang Zen coming out, as a little bit of swapping potentially. Mei might come out here for the attack.
Mei is somewhat of a pretty decent pick on this. I mean, it could definitely work, but the problem is there's not a lot of space that the AU's taking up here. A lot of space is being taken by Lindenwood, and it's not just one thing by itself. The only thing that really can't go in by itself truly is Genji and Tracer, but they can just get out of there faster than anybody can really kill them.
As, yeah, we'll see the round get started up here, as now trying to find forward again. Art U don't have too much time to work with. 4 minutes to get this first point, plus any overtime, I suppose, as Felius now taking a bit of damage blocked off by the Mei wall, but he's not going to take anything past his shield, so the healing from Zen Orb going to keep him alive as Karo goes down. Finn gets that kill after a harassment by the Tracer. Ronin now keeping pressure on the side of the tank here as he'll get away. Finn for 1, Finn for 2, then Cap Genius goes down. Ronin will get dropped on the Tracer, but it just doesn't matter. It's a 1 for 4, and Ronin on Tracer will be able to get back pretty quickly here for the side of Lindenwood. So is going to be onwards, is on a little bit of a reset as Tracer trying to return to point. A little bit of harassment toward the spawn here. Felius on high ground, spike wall. Not quite going to trap him in or out of anything, as he's going to jump over to the double bust, trying to keep this beam harassment with that particle cannon. But again, they have not gotten a real push past this first gate, so I'm not exactly sure what Art U can do here. 2:45 now left on the clock, and again, they need to make something happen soon, as Tracer going to get a bubble Infer. They're going to get Suzu here to keep him alive from the harassment from Ronin here, as ultimates starting to come up for a couple of our players. Finn at 90, Ronin at 80, Felius 80 himself, as Hazard helping out Kiri, able to stay alive for the moment. 1 HP, but Big Spec goes down, trying to heal this Kiri. Felius committing, Spike Wall comes out now to try and keep them safe, as it will for the moment, but again, Ronin killing Infer on the backside. Hazard and Kiri don't seem too safe. Hazard gets out, Kiri goes down, and again, Lindenwood, they actually will lose Ronin again, but still large player advantage for them.
Yeah, I was just talking about earlier there. That was a prime example of what just happened. They are unable to push because of the spacing that's happening here with just the domination at the very start. But also, as we just saw, like, Hazard and Kiriko were just in the back of the map. A Hazard is tank. Hazard being in the back of the map is not going to do good, and you're not going to show presence where it needs to be.
I don't think that Felius needed to do that, but he does go ahead and drop the solo grab to kill Cash, who will swap over promptly toward Ash here, as again, perks starting to come online. Thelius, Finn, and Big Specs, the only three with them at the moment, as Cap Genius getting harassed on this top side. Ronan going to take down Bearded. Boy, that's the Kiriko. A minute 15 left. Big Specs will go down 5v3 with no supports for RU. Lindenwood going to drop that Wu Yang ult as Wu Yang tries to solo kill Cap Genius. He actually is going to get it, I believe, basically on his own, as Finn takes down Karo as well. A minute and 5. There's almost rainbow ults here. We'll see all 5 ultimates available for the side of RU, and we'll have to wait and see if they can try and use them to get onto the point. Downpour waiting for that engage as a swamp comes out here. Infer 36% on towards Bob at the moment. Is now Ronan going to try and make something happen. Karo going to drop this Blizzard out as Aphelios stays safe with the aid of his bubble, as it will be Aphelios taking down Big Specs. Finn and Ronan do both die past the choke point. Cap Genius trying to catch up now, harassing backside. Zippy goes out. Gonna pop the Transcendence here. Discord applied to everybody in range, and that is one of the downpours we've seen today, as Linden would take basically another team kill.
Yes, that was a really good play here by our team. We had 2 people down the sides right at the spawn once again, and they had no true counters to that because it was a Kang counter dive those, not any DPS or anything, which just leaves a big gap in the pushing field because they can't push.
And yeah, overtime about to begin here. They need a touch now. Cole comes in from the Moira, used to touch, but unfortunately dies before they can get the rest of the team there. Takes down 1, down 2, down 3. 2 gonna get caught in the grab, and before they can even touch, that is going to be it. Lindenwood take it 2-0, 1-0, 3-0. Of course, all 3 of those maps combining to another 3-0 across the series, as Finn's Wu Yang gonna take the play of the game here, as deep harassment in enemy spawn here. Take down Cap, and again, Wu Yang definitely been a very strong pick for them here. Definitely excited to see it show up later, and there you see that staff able to curve some of those water projectiles so aggressively around corners, but Lindenwood take the series 3-0.
Oh yeah, that character right there was with the bubbles. When it was going around its spawn, they just kept pushing those bubbles straight through, and it's curving around the train, well, the train bus, and that was just getting all the massive chip damage they needed, and it caused all those DPS and squishies to just not push. And I think that was actually one of the main reasons why the team RU could not get a good push onto the map, because of those characters just always constantly showing presence anywhere you go.
And yeah, definitely going to be a strong game with the Lindenwood side ending up victorious. We're going to bounce things over to a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere, though, because when we get back, we're going to be joined with Mr. Kellen off the Lindenwood roster for his thoughts on the season and, of course, on the series. Don't go anywhere. Back in a few. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. We are here after a pretty successful game of the day with Mr. Kellen Ronan. How are you feeling after that series?
Pretty good. It's about what we expected to happen.
Fair enough. Yeah, may as well as go starting it off. Obviously, start of a new season. It's a nice team, or a nice series, I suppose, to start the season on. But how are you doing? How has your summer been? Getting back in school, getting back into Overwatch competitive?
I never really got out of Overwatch competitive, but it's been fun coming back to school and being able to hang out with the team pretty much all day, every day.
Also, Kellen, we saw some pretty standard, but also some interesting picks during this game today. Is there any pick character that you found interesting or unique for what you saw?
As a character, Wu Yang himself is very unique. In terms of the comps that we played, I would say probably the Lucio Brig backline with Malga would be considered unique.
And yeah, one thing I did definitely want to ask about in terms of that Mauga game. What was the Mauga pick? Did you guys expect them to play Roadhog? As obviously, I'm sure once you saw the Roadhog while playing Mauga, you were a bit happy. Was that something you expected? Was it just a little bit of a happy coincidence, or what was behind that Mauga pick?
Bloom just wanted to play Mauga.
Fair
It was
enough.
happy accident.
What was so far was like your favorite moment there? Because there was a bunch of great moments the team had. There was a bunch of great little skirmishes that happened. So what so far was your favorite in all those 3 matches?
Uh, my favorite moment of the matches was probably just honestly the entirety of King's Row was super fun to me. Um, because we just got to play roles that we don't usually get to play. Nothing outside of that was super like stand out to us.
You think it's going to be a standard thing where you're going to get out of your comfort zone and just swap roles every now and then?
No, I wouldn't say that's gonna be very common. Um, we were feeling pretty good today, and everybody was pretty on point. So we thought, why not? It would just be more fun for the players overall.
Yeah, definitely fair enough. Well, obviously, congratulations on the pretty successful game. Nice start to the season against the Academy of Art here. Any other closing thoughts or comments that you want to throw out there before we let you go?
Not really. I'm just excited for the rest of the season. See how it goes. We have a really strong roster this year.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot of fun, especially if today was any indicator of how the season might go. We'll let you get out of here. We're going to send things back over to a little bit of a break. We'll be back with Finn in just a few moments. Joined this time by Mr. Finn the Human. How is it going after that series?
It's going pretty well. Pretty enjoyable games.
And yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about your performances. I think we definitely want to talk a little bit about the Wu Yang in a moment. But starting off, I asked the same of your friend just before. But how are you doing? Getting back into the school year, the school semester, potentially organized Overwatch as well. How are things going for you?
I'm doing pretty good. Team's doing pretty good. We're cooking up some really good things on the backside. You know, some really interesting comps are going to come out this season. And right now, we're scrimming at a pretty high elo, so I'm feeling good about our chances to make playoffs.
My question for you is, I was talking about this earlier in the stream about how using Wu Yang, you're able to create a bunch of space. Was that the exact desired outcome you wanted, or was there something completely different in mind?
So for Wu Yang, the biggest thing for him is the sheer amount of damage he can output. His healing is decent, especially when paired with his wave and when you get the wave comeback perk for extra heals. But really, like, the damage and the threat of the damage is huge. Because you can't hold on a corner when you're fighting Wu Yang. You have to back up into unexpected places, otherwise you're just going to get popped around the corner.
And then, yeah, we saw notably in the clip that you got the play the game for in that King's Row, you have been hitting some pretty nice turns around some corners with that left click. Are you familiar with any characters who function like this, or have you just played way too much Wu Yang since he came out? Because some of those were some really nice shots around some corners.
I've experienced in other games with projectiles that can ricochet off of different things, but really I think a lot of it comes down to, yeah, play time. But also, I used to play Tracer a ton, so my spatial knowledge of the maps is like phenomenal. And I anticipate that in like a year or so, we're gonna see Wu Yangs who have a perfect 3D mental map and will kill you around 4 corners.
Okay. And also, about Wu Yang, is also a really great character for not just space but damage, but also it has a great just run away tactic and just push away, get out of there. Is there any sort of situation you thought that you truly needed to hit that stun on them fully?
No, we were going pretty hard on the aggression, so I don't think it was absolutely necessary. Like, you'd think of blue as a defensive ultimate if you first saw it, Wu Yang's ult. But really, it's best used in dive. You don't really care about the 400 HP, you care about the explosion and the stun. So really, aggression on Wu Yang is kind of key. If you're on the back foot, you're not really in a great place.
And then, yeah, we've definitely heard a little bit about some of the compositions you guys are cooking. Definitely sounds interesting. We won't spoil anything till you guys let us see it on stream, but we'll let you go for the moment. Any other closing thoughts on the day before we let you out of here?
No, just excited for the season.
Yeah, definitely looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. As I said previously, if this game is any indication of potentially how things are going to look this season, we are in for a lot of fun, especially once we start to see some of those closer matchups, some of those more interesting comps that we've heard about. But thank you, Mr. Finn, for joining us. We'll let you get out of here and go celebrate the win with your team.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, for us here at Lindenwood Esports, that is gonna about do it for the day. Of course, thank you everybody for joining us on this one. Obviously, pretty successful game against the Academy of Art, a 3-0 win. Be sure to keep an eye out on any social channels. We should have some Overwatch games coming up tomorrow, and then of course later on in the school semester, we'll get the start of our Valorant season, our Rainbow Six season. I believe we'll have some more Overwatch. We'll get 2 days of Overwatch a week for a little bit coming up once Thursday gets started. But for the moment, that's going to be about it for us here at Lindenwood Esports. I've been Colonel. That's been Dr. Crocodile. We've been your casters for coveraging this Lindenwood Overwatch game. Thank you all for joining us. Be sure to come back tomorrow, catch some Rocket League. And if you can't make that, I'm sure we'll see you again next week for some more Overwatch. Thank you all for watching. See you then.
Alrighty, welcome everybody back here to Lindenwood, this time in person. Last time you saw us in this room was when you saw both me and Mr. Muffin Man here, myself casting, him playing as he's joining us today from the University of Missouri, St. Louis, where again, last time you saw him was that show match we had sometime, was it last year?
It was last year. It was actually
Early
around
on in
this
last
time.
year. And we had that lovely show match in person. You saw him take a couple kills in a couple of games there. And he is joining us today for our first competitive series, hopefully, in the league. We'll see some close matches today in hopes. Lindenwood taking on the Minnesota State Mavericks. And we are getting ready. Are you excited for some Overwatch?
I can't be more excited for Overwatch. I think I always wake up every day, I log into Overwatch, and I just watch my VODs. I think that's just how I make my daily routine now, ever since playing against Lindenwood. I just bleed Overwatch.
And yeah, we can once again, as always, take a quick little peek over to our lovely map pool, get a quick reminder on where we might be heading today. So as a reminder, we always start our series off with a coin flip. The winner of that coin flip will pick our control map, Helios, Lijiang, or Samoa. Where do you want to go today?
Ooh, being a Lucio player and being just a main support player in general, I love going and starting on Elios. I think it's just a great way to start the mental. But I was in the scrim room just a little while ago, and I saw them playing around on the Lijiang Tower. So I'd be excited to go on either of those maps today. Obviously, both of them are good for also this meta because it's a very dive heavy meta. I'm hoping we see a lot more of diving today. I saw some hog compositions the other day on pro play, and honestly, I'm terrified of that. I don't want to see Roadhog.
And then, yeah, we can take a peek onto the rest of it. There are 4 more game modes to get to. The loser of a map can pick from any of the remaining maps in any of the remaining game modes, at which point that game mode will become unavailable for future rounds. But game 1, getting things ready to go. It looks like we're going to be heading things on over to the world of Samoa. So got another minute or two before we get things going. But you talked a little bit about a certain Roadhog composition you might be a bit scared of. But aside from things you're scared of, is there anything, any characters or comps that you want to see today?
What Okay. So one thing that I really want to see here on Samoa, I want to see some Zarya brawl. I'm seeing a lot of it come up, and I really think Zarya is just a very fun character to see. I mean, those grabs could come in huge. Just the bubbles. I also really want to see some Reaper. I want to see some heavy brawl today. I really like it.
Yeah, definitely would love to see a little bit of Reaper. We've seen a couple of interesting compositions over time here at Lindenwood with the Reaper. I've always been a bit partial to Sombra Reaper from ages old before we had perks and we got some funness. But speaking of mechanics to keep an eye out on is going to be our hero band, something that has come to Overwatch only in the most vaguely recent times. And in competitive, we're going to be having them appear once again, where we'll have both teams getting 1 character ban per game, per map, I should say, where the first team can ban any character that hasn't been banned by their team already in the series. Then the second team can ban any character that A, they have not banned in the series, and be that is not in the same category as that first character. So again, we're gonna have a lot of opportunity to see. We talked about it a bit last series, protection banning some of those categories that we don't want to see bans in, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what it's going to be as we're getting things ready to go here, finalizing some ready checks in the lobby, getting everybody good to go. But Samoa, what do you think about the map here?
Uh, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of Samoa. I wasn't actually the biggest fan of Samoa when it dropped a couple seasons ago. From times on, I've not really liked the map. I think it's a little hard to navigate through, some map geometry issues, mostly on my part as a player, but not necessarily the map in general. But it's more of an unfamiliar ground, and maybe maybe this is what either team wants, just some unfamiliar ground, get some sort of edge over the competition here today.
And yeah, I mean, definitely thinking back to that map, which is the maps that we can go to control, right? Obviously, Lijiang Tower, every team has played on a billion times. Obviously, our second set on that when it comes to the control. You take a peek at the Ilios, another map that has been in the game since all the way back, probably in beta, at least since
Oh,
launch. But as
yeah.
you mentioned, Samoa, it's the most recent map that we have available in our pool. It's definitely, I don't want to say controversial because it's not like it's been bad and naughty or anything,
Yeah,
but
it's nothing like that's been bad about it. Like obviously there are things that happen with it, but like you don't boot up your computer in Overwatch and say, "Oh man, I really want to play me some Samoa today." you know, you're like, "Oh, I can't wait to get this like sick 3 boop on Ilios," or "Oh, I can't wait to get a sick headshot on Junkertown," or maybe like I go on Ball and I boop somebody off the bridge on Eichenwald, or how can you ever forget Kings Row? Kings Row is literally like NA Overwatch in a
yeah.
nutshell.
And then, yeah, one other thing that we did touch on a little bit last week, Lindenwood, despite Overwatch being a 5-player game, the Lindenwood roster actually does consist of a 6th member this season, Viral on the roster. He's currently on the bench for game number 1, but I do definitely just want to keep in mind that should be something to remember. Lindenwood do have the option to change whether they want to play a comp, whether Ronan or Ether are having a break or whatever is going on with that. There is going to be that opportunity to potentially swap over Lindenwood. They decided to pick up a 6th player. They have a player on the bench for that support category intentionally. Obviously, last week we saw some players outside of their intended roles having a little bit of fun there to take home that series. And obviously, we can vaguely talk back over what happened last week against the Arts Academy University. It was not a close one, to be brutally honest. I know you took a peek back at that new Queen Street game where it was basically a 4v5 in their spawn with one guy AFK on point, and we won in about 3 minutes, which is not a very long push map. So hopefully it will get on to a little bit longer maps today, as we do actually get some of our bans coming through. The Mavericks going to opt for the Junker Queen ban first here.
That is not a surprising ban, I will say, especially if you're wanting to play like this Zarya Brawl composition, like I've said, or maybe just you want to play some like Reinhardt of some kind. You don't want to necessarily have JQ on the roster. You don't want it to be a pick viable, especially with Lindenwood. I remember playing against some of your guys' Junker Queen compositions. It was not fun. It was not a good time. So maybe they have done some of their homework. Maybe they have. But yeah, Junker Queen here makes a lot of sense. You want to play something fast, you want to play something hard. You don't want Junker Queen in there.
And yeah, again, we have had some little whisperings of some potential fun compositions, some serious, some good and fun compositions, I should say, that potentially we'll get to see if the game gets a little bit closer. I'll leave those on the bench right now. I'll let the team be the one to reveal that to us if they do at some point choose to pick it. As again, I'm not going to steal away their thunder with their composition, but I'll be sure to keep you guys updated on if they choose to play it. As we do have an update on that second ban from the side of Lindenwood. They're going to opt for the Lucio ban here, so keeping a little bit of harassment there. I know you mentioned you're a bit of a Lucio player. How does that
This
feel for
feels
you?
targeted. This feels targeted in the booth. This feels
To you?
Yeah, this is just a me ban. Like I don't. What? Why? Just why? You get the Lucio player down here from Umsel, and you just ban him outright. Like, but again, this does make a lot of sense. Maybe you want to play some Malga Brigitte a little bit. Maybe we see something a little bit old in this new age of meta. Just seeing the Juno Brig come back, seeing that. Maybe they're playing something with a Wu Yang. That would also be pretty cool. I've seen a lot of Wu Yang, and it's been very fun. I've been playing them too. I'm no longer a one trick.
Well, welcome to the category of playing multiple characters. Nice to meet you, as we're finally getting our last updates here. We're getting the team names updated. Obviously, for those of you that were with us last week, you'll remember the Lijiang Tower map being started a little bit improper, so had to get a reset on that. Making sure nothing of the sort happens once again this week. Not going to be accidentally starting a competitive collegiate series with arcade health bars, as that is not what we want to see here. So we're getting everything ready, checking on prod on both sides, and then we should be good to go here. Samoa for map 1 again. It is a best of 5. Lindenwood currently 1-0 on the season with a perfect 3-0 map record, looking to keep things going well up here against Minnesota State.
It looks like it's going to be a fun map. It's going to be a fun series. I'm happy to dive into this right. Of course.
There we go.
Yeah. Maybe you couldn't hear my voice, but I'm just excited. Man. I as I said, I live and breathe Overwatch. I'm on OBS Sojourn like every day. I rewatch VODs of myself and of pro players, hoping to get better. I hit Diamond 4 actually. It's higher than ever.
Congrats.
Yeah, I know. It's like if you play the game for long enough, you'll just get good eventually, right?
I've definitely been up to a bit of a ranked grind of my own in the recent times, so I can definitely understand the joy of reaching higher peaks and higher ranks, but we're still getting our final ready checks going. Appears somebody somewhere not exactly ready as we're trying to trade over every piece of information available, but again, we'll allow the teams their time. We're in a competitive series, so if they need to wait a little bit longer, we're going to let them wait a little bit longer, get everything set up, as again, don't want to put them into a rush.
Oh, of course. That's the worst thing that could happen ever in a series. You're just like you're trying to like get everything down right, trying to get your strategies, trying to get like pre-game speech all going, trying to get the team huddle, trying to get the blood flowing, blood pumping, and then you just have some like guy off to the side being like, "Can we hurry this up? Can we just hurry this up just a little bit?"
Yeah, there's there's definitely been a couple times I know on the production end that we've had some issues and had to ask for breaks, but since we're given those breaks, we're never going to go on to the opposite side and say, hey, Minnesota State, or if it's our case of Lindenwood, I'm not exactly sure again what the specific problem is. It looks like we're waiting on a final ready check from one of the individuals, so going to make sure that we can get that all ready to go, as again, they offer us the courtesy to give us a tiny break if we need it, so we're of course going to extend the same to them at the start. Getting things ready, again, considering back to the self PTSD from arcade health bars last time, trying to figure out what's happening. They figured out arcade health bars were on, then it took another 2 minutes to actually get the lobby reset. It was a little bit painful to watch, and so I would definitely rather stand here waiting for the map to start. But for the moment, I guess we may as well jump back over, talk about some of the maps, as it's about the only thing we have left that we can talk about. Obviously, we're starting on Control. We have some of those other classic game modes, obviously some of the classic maps like King's Row, some of the newest maps like Atlas over in the Flashpoint category, which I still have personally never managed to get. I vote for it every time it pops up in Quick Play, and I'm the only person who votes for it, so I don't get to play it.
You're not missing much. Primary Atlas hater right now.
And yeah, we may as well, I suppose, we're trying to figure out everything going on as we wait for the teams. We can go ahead and take another little bit of a peek here in a moment to one of our newest characters in the form of Wu Yang. Talked about him a little bit last week, saw a little bit of him last week, but again, just to take a quick little peek at our newest support in the game, Wu Yang with his basic weapon, the Jean Wu staff, fires a damaging water orb. Additionally, he can hold the left click down to aim its trajectory, kind of like a laser pointer around the wall, you know, he can get some nice curves. We saw some really nice curves last week. I think it was Finn playing the Wu Yang, so while I don't think we'll see him playing support again today, as he is our main tank, it's definitely a possibility. Also has Restored Stream, a healing stream on an ally. You can hold to charge resource healing quicker, rushing towards a water wave that will go forward, and potentially with the Ebb and Flow tier 2 perk, you can get it to come back for even more damage and knockback. Or that's Guardian Wave. I'm on the wrong section. Rushing Torrent is his self buff that makes makes him run faster, jump higher to self-heal. Then Guardian Wave with the Ebb and Flow perk is that water wave that can, of course, do a little bit of knockback, a little bit of healing, a little bit of damage, and then his ultimate big on the Tidal Blast there. Big shield on an ally, big shield on a teammate, whichever one person he wants after a little bit. Blows up, does big damage to everybody nearby, and of course a big heal on the host target. So love putting that on tanks that go in, JQs or Matras. And after a little bit of delay, fortunately we are finally getting our first map of the day started as we'll get set to go over to Samoa.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Playing some Wu Yang personally, I know you said something about putting it on a tank. Personally, I'm a big fan of putting it on a DPS, like a tracer, something that's just already quick. That way, whenever they can easy, it makes them able to dive better, in my opinion. You can just dive in, stun a squishy character like Ana or maybe a Kiriko, and then just basically one clip, and while they're on the ground.
And yeah, we are getting things ready to go now as we do have our comps locked in about 15 seconds before we get this game underway. Lindenwood looking to get a nice start to their second series of the season and a Reaper on screen.
Ooh. Righty, I am seeing a lot of things that I am liking. We're going to be seeing maybe some Wu Yang here.
Reaper Ditto.
Ooh.
A full comp Ditto, basically. Baptiste traded out for Kiri and then a cast for the Tracer here. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as we'll see the fight getting started up here. As for the moment, Zarya going to be trying to keep a little bit of zoning here on the front side. For the side of Minnesota State, that's Wind trying to keep a little bit of harassment over towards Zippy. Just trying to tank everything up right now. As for the moment, it will be the side of Minnesota grabbing first possession, but Foos going to go down quickly on the Reaper right now. Everybody trying to stay healed up as Linden will get the first pick. They don't get the first point, but they have the fight going in their favor. Reaper, Shadow Step straight to the back line. Baptiste going to have to throw out that immunity disc, but after only 5%, Minnesota going to lose access to that point, and already they're falling behind.
Oh, yeah. And, that's a very big play there from Zippy Bloom. Gets that first pick off, gets a very quick kill onto the Reaper. and, and then, as I say this, Zippy Bloom just dies to Boost. Cast a curse.
Yeah.
Cast a curse.
You know what? We saw it go the opposite way last time. It'll get flipped around once again here. So Minnesota, they get the nice pick. They're going to get possession back here now. Lindenwood, 25% and stopped. Now it's going to be over to 15% and counting for the side of the Mavericks, who are trying now to defend this push coming in. Finn jumping in. The back window comes down. Lamp going to get burned away immediately. Bap going to go down. That's Ying on the Baptiste, followed shortly by Invictus is Cassidy. 5v3 now for Lindenwood. Win going to get taken down. Topaz Fusco down. It's a team kill here as Minnesota State lose the point, just 29% in, and again, Lindenwood going to strike back immediately, taking the lead.
And that is a very good rush there by Ronan. And then Ying putting down that window was just very, very awkward. I didn't like that placement at all. I think you should have waited a little bit, trying to get just a little bit more of just, and we're seeing a grab here. Big grab. Big grab, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to be complete again for Minnesota. They lose the full damage. See what they have here. Obviously, that Wu Yang holding on to the Tidal Flash grab for, but Death Blossom not there. Fight. So Lindenwood, they get a massive team fight win, and now pushing them for just about 65%. But keep an eye on this Tracer here. Pulse Bomb available, looking for a big target. Invictus finds the good shots on. Big Pulse Bomb here could be crucial for trying to because for the moment, staying safe on the side on them up coming in. Pulse Bomb not getting locked away regardless, as we'll see Lynn is out on a big burst damage, 80% back to Lindenwood backing up, and now Reaper's back here. Shadow Step in, Deathblock. Victus, another. Yes, now it's going to be the grab here. Deadeye going to get dropped by Invictus as well. Get much aiming for the Zarya through a barrier. Again, they win the fight. They hold 80. Regrab.
Yeah. All right. So as you said, like this is a very just I think it's a very like messy fight sometimes, I feel. from time to time. As we see here, Ronan comes in, big rush, Grav comes out, and we're kind of like not collapsing. I think we're being a little bit passive here. I'm not necessarily sure what's changed in play here. Maybe it's one fight. No.
I'm not.
All right. All right. So we're seeing a lot coming in through here. We're Zippy Bloom comes out, gets the Invictus. It's going to be a very good, crucial pickoff. As we see now, Finn just trying to chase any sort of kill that comes his way. The win gets saved by the battlefield that Finn is now taken out of play completely. And now it's just going to be cleanup work, one fight territory. And yeah.
Alrighty, there we go. A little bit of technical difficulties on my end. We've got that sorted out now. Apologies. As Lindenwood take a nice fight there, 100 to 98. They get the first point.
Yeah, no, I was a little scared there. I was like, I have to talk fast. I'm not really good with fast.
Yeah, you know what? Things got a little bit chaotic there, but we think we got everything sorted out now. First time, obviously, in the in-person. Some things always going to go wrong. So unfortunate that on that round. But Lindenwood able to come out on top at the end, and we are going to see an interesting swap here. What do you think about Finn on the ball?
I think I saw in scrims today. There was a fun little thing that happened where he rolled off the map. I was only in there for one map, by the way. I wasn't in there for long. I was in there for one map. But I think it's going to be very interesting going into the Zarya pick. I think you have to play a little bit more passive. Maybe try not to slam into the bubbles, try not to roll into the bubbles. And that Cassie is going to be a pain in the neck for Finn as well.
And yeah, for the moment, nobody in too much pressure right now. Finn jumping onto the backside for the moment, as we will see Zarya for Minnesota trying to hold down, keeping some pressure on this front line here. Tracer, that's Felius, trying to stay safe on the backside is Ronan as well, losing a bit of HP. Minnesota in possession of the point. They will start progressing during this fight as Reaper trying to find a bit of value, but Finn going to go down strong on the backside. Topaz gets that kill for the side of Minnesota. Felius still looking around the backsides of the fight, but not much to work with without their tank. Ball always going to get back quick, but for the moment, a little bit absent here as Minnesota going to pass 15% here as Ball just now returning to the fight. We'll see if they go for a snap fight on the reset. Old starting to come up here. Deadeye at 70, Window at 70, so going to be very, very concerning here if they get those ults finished up here as Ball trying to keep the pressure, but look at some of the ults there. Death Blossom 85, Pulse Bomb the same. Wu Yang Tidal Blast going to be up very soon as well, so Lindenwood trying to keep this fight going for the moment as the Mavericks trying to move forward. Win though, going to get chunked to half HP. Reaper loses Wraith as well, and they are going to have to lose this fight here. Death Blossom comes in. He's going to be able to get one in combination with that Pulse Bomb, but Zippy and Felius both get traded out for it, so definitely not going to end well for them there. Foost for the moment trying to keep some upward pressure, but Lindenwood going to lose out a fight again. His aggressive Tidal Blast going to find almost nothing.
And yeah, no, you see those ultimates come out there. You keep seeing Ying throughout this immortality field, and it's just also being big pain because you see Filius and Zippy both trying to like collapse in on that support line in that like basically weakened backline, and they're just not able to finish the job because Ying's there with a immort field, and it's just so annoying. And that's one of the things that they have to.
As yeah, for the moment, Lindenwood trying to get set up here. They're down 78% to nothing, as we'll see here. Ult's coming out. Kitsu from Ronin now gonna try and get some pressure on the rest of the team, but Ether went down early in the fight. It's solo healing from the side of this Kiri. We'll see if they can keep the pressure up. Wind able to keep everybody alive for the moment. Invictus gets one, Ying another. Finn and Ronin both gonna drop, and Lindenwood gonna get flawless on this point here. Gonna be 100-0 as they're gonna push us to point 3 on Samoa here. We'll see if Lindenwood can make anything happen on the refight. Tidal Blast comes out. Lamp going to counter it from that Baptiste. And again, just a little bit too much shielding, a little bit too much anti-pressure here as Ball drops the minefield here, trying to keep everything as pressured as possible, but he can't tank everything forever. Zarya going to grab in the face of the Reaper. Insta-kills down Zippy as Finn, doing everything he can on the backside to stay alive, with the Deadeye going to take him down. Tracer now on the job of stalling here as Lindenwood fighting for every second, but finally, there we go. 100-0 on the second point as we'll go to the third.
Yeah, as I said, like a little bit in the pre-round, I wouldn't necessarily kept that ball that long. I mean, I probably would have swapped it up a little bit. I think it could have been just a little bit cleaner there. I think you would. There was nothing wrong with Zarya, and as I say that, we're going back to it. So I think that's a very good idea. I wouldn't have ran the ball that much, especially with that Cassidy there. Cassidy's just going to make it a very pain for all of your divers. Even if you have multiple of them, he's still going to make it a threat for any of them. And if your ball's not rolling around fast enough, ball's just going to be a sitting duck.
And yeah, Lindenwood going to return to the composition basically that they were able to take that round on. Unfortunately for them, potentially a bit of a loss of perks there, but not going to be the biggest problem in the world compared to having that ball for another point here. So we'll see how they're able to do with it. Zippy here trying to find some aggressive positioning on the left, a little bit of damage, going to get the bubble from the Zarya, but not able to get too much going right now. Gets jumped on by enemy Reaper. Wraithform going to get forced out by both of them. So not going to be any real advantage right now on the fight. Ult charge going well for several players. Keep an eye on that Baptiste. They're already 40% toward window here. Is jumping in. Reaper trying to keep pressure on his Felius. Looking on the side. Gets tagged by the cast, but not going to go down quite yet. So is going to be stabilizing for the moment. Lindenwood trying to get capture of this first point, but again, nobody going to go down until now. Finn finally going to get dropped by the side of Wind. Zarya battle goes over to the side of Minnesota right now. Cass trying to make something happen. The flashbang not going to help him get this kill on Kiri, trying to stay alive a little bit longer, but Wind, the sole tank in the fight, doing so much work, able to take down Zippy as well as Minnesota once again possessed first.
Yeah, right now it is a battle of whose tank will fall first, and maybe it's a little bit of a mispositioning here, either from Finn or maybe support. But something's happening to where Finn is dying first, and you cannot have that right now. You need him to stay up. You need him to stay healthy, and you just kind of need him just to like be available to you. Use him as a distraction, kind of like Zippy is right now with a little bit of teleporting and wraithing around, being just a little bit of a nuisance just to space out some of those other guys.
And yeah, Lindenwood going to try and get back into the swing of things here, down 30-0 on this point again, as Lindenwood need to figure out what is going on and what to do to solve it. As Reaper putting some decent damage out, but the Wraith form comes out from the side of Foo, so it's not going to get too much going on here, as it will be Wind again, finding that first kill. Deadeye charging now, trying to get something, just going to hold it for a while. Felius trying to keep the pressure on Deadeye, not going to get any kills, as now it's the side of Finn moving forward. They will be able to recap the point here. Lindenwood, their first possession in the past 2 rounds here, 46-7 now. Lindenwood counting up with a lot of pressure, able to force Minnesota back even if they don't win the fight.
And that is a very crucial fight to win right there. As you see, they committed the Deadeye, they committed the Graviton. I think they also committed the window there from the Baptiste. So they're only going to have 2 ultimates here. You still have your Grav, you still have your Blossom. You have the Rush, which is now being popped, as I say it. You can easily take a very quick fight here.
And I mean, yeah, they try and get pressure on the backside, but both DPS just end up going down for it. So Linden would have to back away here. We'll see if anything gets popped. The Death Blossom is going to be used aggressively in a 5v3 there. So don't necessarily love the call there from the side of Foos, but Lindenwood are fighting back with just as much. They drop a grab on the D entry. So while they will be able to tie up the score here at 46 all, they will lose possession on the same. And now it's 50% and counting for Minnesota.
Yeah, no, I think if you're Lindenwood right now, you're very happy with both of their ultimates that were very pesky for you out of their possession. You know they're coming up, and you know you see a lot of these ultimates coming online. You have Ether with the tidal wave coming in. The Blossom gets thrown out, but not much comes to fruition with it. And the Baptiste also now pops ultimate, and you're seeing some trades right now. It's very good. Very happy right now. You traded Reapers, but you really got to find that tank trade. Or you just have to find a way to get that tank gone if you are Lindenwood right now. Deadeye is popped, going through, looking for something, anything at all. Nothing for Invictus. Sorry, buddy. Maybe next time. Tidal Wave popped onto Finn, comes through, gets Cassidy, and the grab comes out.
And yeah, Lindenwood, they are going to win the fight here. A couple of ultimates used there on the defensive. Obviously, that Zarya and Castle gone. BAP window not at basically any charge. So Lindenwood able to force a few ults and win the fight. 99% now to 60. They must hold this point or they will go down round 1, winning their or losing their first map of the season. So we'll see if Lindenwood able to clutch it out here. Another maybe 2 fights to go. It will be the Kitsu up as Grab up soon, Pulse Bomb up soon. So 3 ults to work with right now. 70% in counting for Lindenwood. Feel a bit of damage, not going to go down. Grab thinking about it here. Moving forward, Finn thinking about it. Kitsu going to come out from the side of Ronin, not going to pop it just quite yet here, waiting as long as they can, as now it's going to be the pulse bomb getting burned, but Foos gets caught down. The laser from Finn able to take down two. Ying and Foos both go down, and they're going to get forced back into their drop ship. 85%. Keep an eye on this Grav. Grav can keep them off point if they go a little bit too slowly. They don't have a quick movement, just Reaper to try and get around. 92%, 93 for trying to run around. The Grav going to hold a couple people off. Foos going to go down quickly. 97%. Zarya right click boosting, but they're not going to make the touch happen at 100 to 99. Lindenwood takes Samoa.
Wow. That was a map and a half, my friend. That was crazy good. I don't know where to start. That last fight, those last two fights, beautiful. I think that first fight where you get the first pick on Baptiste, it's just amazing. You force out that you have no way of getting Immort there if you're on the Mavericks, and that's just it. And like that fight was all. That was all it was needed. You just got the bat pick. You can then run freely onto their backline, and then Finn having that beautiful grab that basically just stalls them back for like I think 3 or 5%, and then you have the rest of Lindenwood just body blocking the point, saying, "No, no, 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 please, we're a wall here."
And yeah, I mean, you look back at exactly what happened in that last fight, and that's exactly what it was, right? We're watching the NFL. We have a ton of offensive linemen trying to hold the spot, hold them away. Grav comes out. Zarya is using that grab gun, trying to particle cannon, alt fire their way, be hopping over to the point, but they get held back just a little bit too long. Another 2 seconds, and they'd have gotten the touch. But as you talked about, it really comes down to that second to last fight. They got so many ultimates in that fight, and while it wasn't for free, they spent some of their own. They were able to win the fight, get those ults, and they were very, very crucial. They kept their grab, they kept their pulse bomb, they kept some pressure still with the ults they were able to keep. And while they did spend, they spent well as that grab holds everybody off. Even if they can't win the fight, if the other team can't touch, doesn't matter how many kills they get. So Lindenwood gonna walk away with the first map win of the series, which leads me to the next point. As always, after we complete a map, we have to pick our next one. The Mavericks have map select. Where do you think they're gonna bring us?
You know, they seem like they don't want to really run. So obviously, you're going to be trying to run some brawl here. I don't know exactly what map type they're going to be selecting right now, but if I were a brawl team, where I want to go, Kings Row all day. I want to go Kings. I want to run it back. I want to see a flying Reinhardt from the second story. It was paradise. Chef's kiss. Mwah.
And yeah, I mean, that definitely wouldn't be all too surprising. Kings Row, you mentioned it earlier. That is the heart and soul of Overwatch games. Scrims Row, they call it in the streets. So have to keep an eye out for a map like KR. And then you see the map pool. Hybrid, I think we're both in agreement. Our option is going to be Kings Row. If we go to Flashpoint, I feel like 95% of the teams are going to be looking at Saravasa. I don't think Atlas is real, or do you think it's an option?
It's definitely an option. But after that last point, I don't think you would want to necessarily play
Yeah.
Atlas. It's a very dive heavy map, and you don't want to necessarily lock yourself into dive right on with Atlas right now. If you are like, okay, maybe we can play dive, but like not really. So let's not like force the subject. If you're going to push Esperanza, probably your best bet. And Escort, Rialto's looking real nice.
And yeah, Rialto would definitely be one of the maps of all time. It's probably my personal favorite out of the escort pool, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll be back just a couple of minutes with our next map selection. Our bans will be done, and we'll be heading things on into game number 2. Linden would be Minnesota coming up just a few. Alrighty, we are back once again, getting things ready for map number 2, Lindenwood v Minnesota. And unsurprisingly, we're heading to the map that we really both expected, Kings Row. It's a staple map too. I mean, this is basically where we expect to go. Is it's not Kings Row. I've been lied to. We are going to Escort Watchpoint Gibraltar, my personal least favorite map in the game. What do you think about the Watchpoint?
I think it's not Kings Row, and I'm really disappointed now that I gave all of that like speech before the break about how I thought it was gonna be a brawl map, and then they immediately just like said, you know what, Kenny, your plans out the window. We're going to a dive map. But I love Gibraltar. It's held a special place in my heart. It's like one of those iconic maps, and It's where I first learned how to play Brew.
And yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting game to see. The bans for reference, Hazard banned away. Then the second ban was a Widowmaker ban by the side of Lindenwood. So it's not a protection ban if they banned second. So I suppose somebody on the side of Minnesota has a very, very, very scary hit scan performance available. So Lindenwood say they want no piece of that. They want nothing to do with a sniping spider. So they're going to go ahead, take it off the table here. Obviously, it won't be bannable by them in the future, but getting things ready to go here on Watchpoint. Any compositions you expect from either side?
Well, first, the Widow ban, obviously, without that being in play, there's a lot less of a chance of a one shot happening, which that could be a very big thing that could happen. Like you could just be like, oh, well, I want to like go this way, but I can't because there's a sniper rifle pointing at my head as soon as I cross the street. So that's obviously now off the table. And what was the other ban? What was the other ban again? I forget.
Hazard. We had the Hazard ban.
Hazard ban, and the hazard ban also makes more sense as well. I mean, you don't necessarily want to be playing hazard if you're uncomfortable with it. And I'm seeing something on my screen.
Yeah, I'm a bit intrigued here by one of the character choices that we have. To start, Lindenwood, they're playing pretty simple. They're playing Reinhardt, and this is potentially the composition that we have been alluding to the past few weeks. So we are going to have to keep an eye out for the Roach, the Reinhardt Goats, how it performs on the other side. I saw Freya teased a little bit there, and as a Freya player myself, I was kind of excited. Then it got taken off the screen. So Freya, unfortunately, has been once again taken behind the back barn and shot down dead. So unfortunately, not going to be able to see that going. As we'll see now, Lindenwood keeping it set up here, trying to get the hold on the high ground, and Invictus again, nice shooting, able to take down Felius here. The Tracer going to go down quick, not able to keep that elusive movement. As here we go, the greatest part of the greatest map in the world. We are underground here as first point, waiting for them to get past this second dip. Ryan still holding the hyper high ground here. Fire strike taken away by the Matrix there by the Diva. Now going to jump down. Lindenwood looking to play the rush here. Charge goes in, and Reinhardt takes down Topaz. Lucio going to get dropped quick here to start the round. As we'll see for the moment here, it is going to be Zippy getting taken down by the side of the Diva. Now it's a 4v4 here, a tank for a DPS for a support here. So for the moment, it is going to be Finn looking for a bit of a flank there. Lucio on the reset here is Sim trying to keep pressure here. Lindenwood getting forced over to the side room, but it's kind of fine for the moment as Finn gonna get stunned off of a charge there. A little bit of danger for him. Shield gonna get popped down, and he'll go down quick. Not able to get the supports to him in time. So Lindenwood lose their tank, and it won't be too much of a surprise if they lose the rest of the point here. A couple people trying to harass around, but doesn't look like much gonna go on here. Gronin picked away. Tracer forced to run, and again, Lindenwood will be lucky to get another fight before the cap.
Uh, we are seeing swaps come out, and I am now like at E-ish, but I'm still not over the fact that we saw Reinhardt. Not only Reinhardt, we saw him get a kill. Like, is that allowed? Like, is this allowed? It's like, is somebody joshing me right now?
It's definitely one of the interactions of all time. As here we see Zippy take down Invictus. That cast has been such a problem so far today. Going to be the first one to fall here. Is another kill by Zippy, able to take down Topaz. Ether dies now. Felius going to get the retrade back on Ying. Finn able to take wind out of the mech here. We'll see how long they can stall this Diva. I assume they're going to try and harass a bit. There he goes. Wind not going to get back to a mech or his team. So it is going to be another death there. Minnesota stalled for the moment.
Yeah, no, you see Zippy Bloom getting those two early picks onto, I think, Topaz and Foos there. You're not necessarily going to be winning any fights anymore. So the best thing for Maverick to do is probably just die quick, reset, new point.
Yeah. As one thing I do want to note here, one, we're keeping the Symmetra. It's holding on main team for the moment. Aside from it, it is going to be a Cass Diva coming out here. So it is. Oh! Death Blossom comes in. Nice to find there. The Pulse Bomb able to take another one. And now it's going to be Diva trying to run like hell. And that might be the worst self destruct I've seen in a while.
No, I've seen a
The
bronze
peel?
work.
The self heal, self destruct. He lived. It worked, I guess.
I mean, yeah, yeah, he definitely lived. But you also have a lot of very good ultimates that you just forced out from Maverick. You forced out obviously that Diva ultimate, but you know, after you're looking at Lindenwood, you don't necessarily have a lot in your own tank now. DPS wise, of course, you can always obviously Primal coming in soon. You have this Symmetra ultimate on side of Maverick that could be coming in useful, especially with this high noon. And Zippy's already dead. Found a little bit sneaking around. Invictus said, "Get out of my cookie jar."
And yeah, we'll see if for the moment Lindenwood holding the height. They need to try and get a cap here, 2:45 on the clock, so a little bit of time to play with for the side of Minnesota. But if they bleed too much of it now, that third point going to become much harder. As here we go, Photon Barrier dropped. Monkey trying to keep the harassment here. Spin ready to go Primal. We'll see if he does. Simturt's doing a lot. He's going to have to go Primal to stay alive as that Photon Barrier buying a lot of time. There goes Tracer to start the fight. Felia's going to get dropped first. Wind demeched here might go down quickly. Foos going to get taken down by the Primal. Should be another pick ready for Wind, but Wind gets a melee kill on Ether. Beat comes out from the side of Topaz. They can't ban Lucio again. Win now still trying to stay alive here. Anti comes out here as we'll see again. Finn doing everything he can to try and keep this point stop. 1.14, almost about to lose it here. Ult starting to get thrown out. Ronan just burns his ult. Winston going to go down as well. And Lindenwood going to get pushed off once again here. Team kill against them.
Wow. And as you were talking, we saw Zippy Bloom go over to there. That's that also happened in the middle of all that. But yeah, it was a big ult fight from both teams, and we're going to see, I think, a full comps reset here for Lindenwood. You're basically baking on a Bola and a Pulse Bomb, which, I mean, I've done less with more. So you have those ultimates to work around. This Pulse Bomb, though, it's got to be huge. You got to be sticking either that Cassidy, maybe the Symmetra. Symmetra might be the best bet here for that Pulse Bomb target. Also Topaz, I mean, if you can get him, you can get him. Oh.
Yeah, Lindenwood just getting torn apart in this fight. Finn, Ether both going to go down, and the ult's just not coming up. The Bola not going to find too much from the side of Zippy, and they're just getting spawn camped at this point. At this point, it's not a question of will they 3-cap. It's a question of how long will it take them, and it looks like it won't be too much longer. There we go, 2:31 on the clock. It's not the greatest round in the world for the Lions fans, but still a lot of time to work with, even if you don't come into overtime with a time advantage. Getting there is going to be the most important thing, so need to see how Lindenwood are able to do here. Is they're going to get everything set up to go here, and swapping over to attack. Lindenwood going to need to be ruthless in this push, especially if they do want that time advantage.
Yeah, if you want that time advantage, you got to be really quick. You have to be. I think you have to drop the Reinhardt. Sadly, I know. I'm like the fun person right now. I say no. Yeah, so most unfun guy on the internet right now. I understand, but I don't think you need him right now. I think you need a really big push. You need to be very aggressive here. Ying is becoming a problem. He is keeping all of those backline nice and juicy and alive. We can't have that if we are Lions fans right now. We need him to, take a little break from that. We need to force some aggression onto him, and we are going to probably see the same setup, I think, from Maverick Overwatch, Minnesota. So it's going to be a very similar fight now. We're going to be seeing a lot more dive, which is what we expected coming into this map. I mean, you don't expect the Reinhardt. I will say I was a little bamboozled.
And yeah, we are going to get the round started here. We'll see which way Linden would want to go with it. Looks like they're trying to keep a bit of pressure on this high ground as for the moment. Winston finally going to jump down, join his team on point here. Spin waiting around for something, trying to get past this first corner is an interesting pickup here. Hanzo for Zippy. It's a pick I've liked from him in the past. The few times he brings it out, he's gotten some absolutely beautiful plays with it. Looks like he'll be paired with Ethers. Felius not going to find too much value on the backside here as he'll go down quickly as Foos able to take that pick down on the Symmetra once again. A long-term character here for the side of the Mavericks. So we'll see if they want to stay on, and for the moment don't see a reason not to, as the Mavericks holding low ground here, all sat up in this room, trying to keep a trap hole. Obviously, Sim Turret's going to be painful. You see Felius take one out there. As again, waiting for anything. Matrix coming out. Monkey drop down, pop that barrier over, trying to keep everything safe. He'll have to jump up. Zippy climbs up with him as again, everybody is trapped in this one corner, but it's exactly where the Mavericks want to be. D.Va tanking up anything that can get to them, and it's so hard to fight inward here without sending all five in a psycho push. Finn has to jump away at low HP. He'll get some healing, trying to keep pressure up. Hanzo sending darts in, anything they can do, but unfortunately, it's not going to work as for the moment, Tracer throwing some waves over their way as they are able to force them out of the hole, but again, just able to get straight back in. D.Va going to go across to the other door now. Finn knows it could have been a time to push. D.Va almost going to get demeched there, but gets back into the corner, full healing tempoed. Winston now coming out, the Sim turrets coming out, and Hanzo going to reap through everybody. That's 1, 2, 3. D.Va going to be the next target here as Wind trying to find his way. We'll get to the high ground as Foos going to go down. D.Va D-Meg drop down onto the point. It's going to be a team kill for Lindenwood, and while it took a bit of time, they were able to find Zipmar up that Hanzo ult. Credit to Zippy there, hit the shots that he could, and they will take the first point here.
Yeah, no, that is a lot on Zippy right there. You see him put that dragon, basically back them all into a corner. You can't really. They're either forced in that situation to cross or they are forced to stay. They chose to stay. That was the worst decision they could have made. You have just such a little room, and with characters like Winston, with Tracer, Ana, Brig, you're just going to get forced in there. You're just going to be bursted down. It's not going to be a good time for you specifically. But as we see this now, Finn's coming in with a nano boost, popped the Ying has popped the window, gets the nanoed monkey. It's not what you want to see there.
And yeah, I mean, it's an aggressive attempt from the side of Lindenwood. It completely collapses, unfortunately. So Minnesota are picking up the rest of the fight, rip on it through the rest of the Lions. See if they can get a peep around top of the ship, wait for anybody to show up. But again, Lindenwood sent back once again. And again, they are on and not necessarily a time crunch, but they are going to try and need to keep up the pace here as Sim harassing up top side. Photon barrier available. Deadeye as well. Beat just now coming up. Self-destruct as well. And while the Lindenwood DPS and tank do have that ult Brig soon. So we'll see if they can. Oh, Ying going to go down. Foosh going to go down. That pulse bomb. A lot more damage than it led on. Deadeye going to come out on the point here from Invictus right now trying to stall. But again, Deadeye, this is not a good DPS ability. Zoning or reloading are about its two main uses. And while he stalls a little bit of time, unfortunately, you cannot stall the inevitable. Invictus going to go down here. Primal popped to stay alive. D.Va slept in the backside. Self-destruct coming out. Able to get around some corners, so nobody going to go down. Wind, though, able to get back into that remech here as Winston trying to harass the back line here. Beat going to come out from the side of Topaz here. Able to keep everybody alive for the immediate moment here. Winston jumping back up to the high ground, getting a little bit of healing as Ether able to take down Fus. Symmetra going to get dropped down at the start of this fight. Topaz and Win the next two targets for Lindenwood. Trying to keep the pressure up. Ether going to go down now as Invictus able to take that kill. Lamp going to get broken down. Ult comes out from Hanzo, and the Dragon strikes through the hearts of the Mantoka Mavericks, as we'll see here up on the high ground. Headshot on the sleeper. Invictus is sent away. No more gaming for him, as it will be a kill on the Venture. That's a new one.
Yeah, they are a new one in the game. That's immediately going to be taken away now. They're going to go back to the Reaper, and that is a very good fight there. It's a very strong showing right there from Lindenwood. You get very close. You get again, you just get those two picks from Felius right there. You get that pulse bomb, you get the BAP, you get the Symmetra, and it's basically the green light from the rest of the team that says, all right, we can go to the back line now. It's an open way ticket now.
And yeah, take a look at the top middle of your screens there. 50 seconds left for Lindenwood if they want that advantage. So really looking to win this fight. If not, they still have some more time to work with. But again, if they can get it, the better for them. Win going to get demech now. It's a nice start if they can kill D.Va. Quick melee from Finn here. They are on a timer, though. Only about half a minute left right now. Lindenwood pushing forward here. Finn trying to keep harassment, checking all these spawn doors. And look at this cart turn past this last point here. 4 people on it, pushing on forward here. 20 seconds left to work with, trying to keep them pressure on the spawn. 50% on this grab, but it is going to be the pulse bomb coming out. Going to take down the lamp here. Hanzo going to send that dragon strike in once again. And we'll see if they can keep the tempo. 10 seconds left to get that time advantage. But again, it's not the biggest problem in the world here. Deadeye holding further side of Invictus to get slept out of it, though. The time will officially pass. Lindenwood cannot enter the overtime with a time advantage, but they can still get there in a very, very close fashion here. Reaper of Wraithform going to get forced out as Foost trying to get back to safety. His third character of the round now after playing Symmetra for so long. Topaz holding on that Lucy about 70% back toward that beat. Those two ultimates starting to come back up for them. Before the moment, Lindenwood trying to back away. Finn looking like he might get taken down. A lot of healing being sent over to him. They will keep this Zarya alive for the moment as Minnesota trying to get something going here, but Finn is too damn tanky, too much healing on a Brig, able to keep him alive for so long. And again, Lindenwood have been in this single fight for a minute 15 now, trying to do something. Grab comes out, able to grab so many, and Finn finds a master play on the backside. Rally goes over. Zippy takes 1, takes 2, takes 3. Felius another, Finn another. It's a team kill at a minute 50, 41 seconds gap.
What a grab from Finn right there. Holy, I think I did a lot of things there. There was a lot of emotion. I cried. It was such a beautiful grab. I cried. But this is, that is something that you really want. And if you're going into attack, yeah, you don't have the time advantage if you're Lindenwood here. But you have like this um like immeasurable confidence boost after that fight that went on for so long. And big props right now to Ronin and Ether that fight, because not only did they keep Finn just alive in general, but they also were able to sleep Invictus, big Deadeye if that is not kept dealt with. Uh, they're also on the first point. Ether with a very good rally, stunning up Foost, who was coming back on that Symmetra, and just immediately just shut it down. That's why they were on the Venture, and then they swapped over to the Reaper.
And yeah, we are going to see now on to this side here, Lindenwood. There is a couple of options they can go for here. They presume that the side of Minnesota are going to opt for the same strategy, the same play. So they could counter comp it. My brain immediately jumps to something like a Junkrat to absolutely stream through that corner. You want to hide in a tiny little area? I will send Junkrat autos at you until you are all dead. But it doesn't matter here, as we are going to see the same comp picked up here by the side of Lindenwood. A couple variations around the map, of course, as we see that Symmetra come back out for Foost. But again, Lindenwood gonna get set back up here. Last time they got in this position, they stalled and stalled and stalled until the ultimate came out for Zippy. As Felius now swapping over to the Echo here. A lot of damage coming out on the front side of the fight. Ronin gonna get taken pretty low, but gets healed back up. Self-healing, Ether, everything involved is here we go. Echo in the area now. Felius, we'll see what he can do on the new pick here, trying to find something as Zippy in the same position. 34% to this ultimate. It is such a game changer here for the side of Hanzo, able to completely tear through that entire corner of the map. So Dragon Strike, a big ability if they can get it. Echo trying to do more damage outward. D.Va coming out here, trying to stall up as much as they can, but Echo, good damage kept onwards here. As again, look at the ultimate charge at the top of your screen. 95% on Invictus's Deadeye. He already has Deadeye to work with. Not going to have the best use for it, but here goes Wind. Wind going to get demeched here. If Lindenwood can send this fight right now, they can make this break and get that first cap. So here, have to wait. Big moment coming up here. Hanzo almost up here. Wind gonna go down. Lamp gonna get taken away. Now Lindenwood just need to take them all down. Ray gonna get out. Now it's gonna be the kill onto Cassidy. Invictus goes down. Ying, Foost, both taken down by a biotic grenade. Topaz dropped by Zippy. And here we go, entering the crunch time. 15 seconds. Lindenwood will get CP1.
That's a very crazy fight. And another thing that you really need to remember in these overtime, you get starting with both perks. Zippy knew this. He immediately shot a sonar, hacked away that health pack that keeps everybody up for so long, and not even just their supports anymore. That car wash is then so hard to deal with. Zippy took it out just like that. And that is why we see a little bit less time taken up on that.
Oh, here we go. It's going to be the Echo ult drop down on D.Va here. Felius trying to keep pressure onto that enemy Wind. Tank here is again Lindenwood in overtime. They cannot leave the point for a prolonged period of time or the round will end on the spot. Window comes down from Bappy and going to try and keep the pressure up here as Winston does have the primal to go with. It's going to be the Nano coming out. Dragon Strike. Look at what it can get here. It's able to take down the window or the lamp from the side of Ying. Pressures them away from the window. It didn't get a kill, but the value there, getting them off that corner, absolutely massive here. We'll see if they can continue the fight now. Primal going to get dropped down. Either has Rally to work with. Deadeye going to get dropped. B going to get dropped. Somebody else coming out here. Wind has his available once again here. Now overtime still ticking away as Primal comes to its conclusion here. D.Va Bomb going to come down the projector available for the Winston, but no, it's going to get the kill onto Winston, and it's overtime been ticking for so long that the death of Winston means the immediate expiration of that timer as round 3 comes to a completion. Lindenwood 4 points in, 58 and almost 3/4 meters traveled, and they're going to have 2.5 minutes plus overtime to defend it.
No, that's a tough one right there. You don't really want to see that random kill to self-destruct. Obviously, it does happen from time to time. You can't really always predict those things well, but there it's just in that specific time, in that specific place. That's also just a hard place to dodge bomb if you're there. So nothing really wrong there. But as we're coming back through, I mean, you did get first. And first is the hardest is one of like the 2 hardest points on this map. Third is like the easiest. The first and second point are the hardest things. If you get back towards third, you pretty much got it.
You
And
know, I would tend to agree that any point on a map is one of its easier points.
the first point is never easy. The first point is always the hardest.
I'll put it in the top 3 easiest.
Oh yeah. These are just the top, like, out of these 2 first points, these are top 5 hardest in the game to get.
And here we go. Timer started 2.5 minutes plus overtime. Minnesota, in order to not get sent to series point already, need to make magic happen here. DeVa Comp gonna get dragged out once again for them alongside Cass, Sim, Lucio, and Bap. Lindenwood trying to hold down the same true 5 they found success with so far. Keep an eye on that Hanzo in the kill feed, looking for any headshots, any harassment. Now it's gonna be the point pushing down to the bottom side. Finn, he is stalling for everything he can, every second they can buy. Lamp taken down by Zippy. Pure Wordle going to go up. DELAWARE on the top side. Wind harassing. Finn has to jump back up top. 150 HP. DELAWARE going to try and follow, but he's kept healthy, kept alive. 400 HP. He'll be healed up to full as they look to harass back on the other side now. 1:45 on clock. Ying taking a bit of damage, but he won't go down. Wind doing the same here. Sim TP's back up, trying to fight the high ground. Anna taking a lot of damage here, but the Brig doing everything they can to keep them safe. And Ying gets taken down. Invictus, look at Zippy go! Takes down 2 key people on the side of Minnesota State here. And now it's absolute disaster. Foos joins the pile of dead. DEVA's met gonna go, and they are going to hold DEVA in this back corner for as long as they can. Look at DEVA. DEVA is slept. Wind is being used and abused here. DEVA cannot get anything going. Mech comes down, taken down, and look at that stagger. Masterfully done. You know they'll be happy about that in the post.
Oh, I'm so that made me feel things. That made me feel so much. I love whenever I get to stagger a diva. It's just
Okay, guys, on another stagger.
what are we oh my god, Zippy! Let me finish my color, please.
As here we go, Topaz back alive for the first time in what feels like minutes. It's a 5v5 as they'll get out of the spawn. Wind holding up high ground on the cross. Ultimate starting to come up. Look at that. Dragon Strike on the table. Bap Matrix available as our soundproofing falling off the wall. The intensity of this round. Wind gonna take a little bit of damage, but able to get back on the point here, as we will see on this one. It's gonna be the Winston now taking a bit of damage. Wind going up on the high ground, 50 HP to work with at that point. Inching forward again. They have to cap and go another half the distance. Invictus, Deadeye holding on. Support ults coming up here soon for the side of the Minnesota side. 17 seconds left. Overtime going to begin soon, and they have no errors left to make. Minnesota cannot make a mistake now, or watch point going to be out of their hands once again. It's going to be the support ults. Dragon Strike. Winston coming soon. Zippy going to take a lot of damage here. Finn going to join that pile. Finn might get dropped. He goes down quick here. Beat comes out from the side of the Mavericks. So does that window. They're going to drop 2 ults, but they're able to farm up the rest of them. It's a team kill for Minnesota, and they're going to have to win one more fight here.
And if you are Lindenwood, you are just so excited right now because you just saw them waste both. You just saw them use those ultimates and now you basically have the green light saying, "Yeah, let's go." They have nothing to defend us. They have nothing to defend what we can do to them. It's now time to just go.
And here we go. Same position as it was last time. Overtime to the second point, trying to get to that point. Nano comes out on Finger to try and harass the Lamp. Goes down. Bap goes down. He's dead early. Invictus goes into the Deadeye here. So now it's going to be Ether and Felix going down. Invictus going to get taken down with the Dragon Strike. Finds 2. The point is gone. And Lindenwood go to series point.
Let's go. That's such a great map. I don't know why it was boring for so long. That Symmetra stayed in the room.
I mean, it's what you expect when you see Watch Point, right? One team decides to play high, one team decides to play low, and unfortunately, that is going to be all we see until we get past that second corner. So we see them camp it out, but Lindenwood led, in my opinion, the MVP of that map, Zippy, able to find so many massive plays continuously across the map. Dragon strikes a spot, kills everybody. Dragon strikes, kills everybody. Dragon strikes, gets everybody off point, essentially killing everybody because the map ended. And Lindenwood very thrilled to be moving into map 3, 2-0 series point. We're going to send things back over to a break. Don't go anywhere. Map 3, potentially our final map, coming up in a few. Alrighty, welcome back once again after a very intense back and forth and in a hole on watch point. We have dug ourselves out, gotten out of the grave, and we are here. Game number 3 coming up here, and it's everybody's favorite map. This time we actually are going to Kings Row, and the important ban, Lindenwood are going to ban away that cast from the side of Invictus.
Yeah, we saw it in the pre-game, not pre-game, but like round 1 through round 2. It was all just this Cassie just causing problems. The dive was not necessarily allowed to be doing what they wanted to do, and we just saw the cast being the forefront of that problem. Now we just banned it away. It's all good. It's all good now. It's all good. It's all good, baby.
And yeah, again, there was where you see a potential bit of value in something like a protection ban if the Mavericks had that first ban any other DPS in the game to ensure that Cassidy allowed to be played. So again, anytime we talk about protection bans, have to keep things like that in mind. But this time, Lindenwood, we've seen what their problem has been. We know that this is not a protection ban, and sure, they're happy to have some protection on some picks that they want to play, but they wanted that Cassidy out of the game. And so that's what they go for here, as we'll see it back on the Maverick side, exactly what type of comp they're wanting to run. Cash obviously taken off the table, so we'll have to wait and see what that swap is going to be to, especially for the side of Invictus, who has had a great series so far, and despite the unfortunate results in terms of maps for him, he has been playing out of his mind. So we'll see if he's able to continue that on whatever the next map brings him.
Oh yeah, no, you've been seeing Invictus doing like a really good job on this Cassidy, and it's been such a pain. We saw it with the ball on Samoa. I think we saw it a little bit more on Watchpoint, but then coming out on the side of Minnesota State, we are seeing a Winston ban. So they don't like our monkey. It's sad. I wish I could have seen some bananas being thrown, but I mean it's okay. Everything's good.
And I mean, yeah,
But Lucio's but Lucio's back. We're gonna
Lucio's
actually
back.
Lucio.
I know you were upset when you saw Topaz die. A little bit of you died inside, but we'll see for the moment. In the same way, Linden would have been super annoyed by Cass, obviously the opposition. A little bit annoyed by the Winston. I don't think anyone's surprised by that. If you see how that last round went, primal every 5 seconds, and we are getting things ready to go here. It is going to be on to the map here, and here we go. Still a bit of time to get everything set up here, but our first initial look at the comps, and there's one thing that I am very thrilled to be seeing. Zippy Bloom Hanzo once again, and then one thing worth noting as well, Invictus going to be moving on over to our newest mythic skin, Invictus on the Sojourn here.
Yeah, no, that's a very good skin. I probably wouldn't, pick up that one specifically. I'm a support player, so I have biases and all. But it's a good skin. I like the skin. But yeah, we are seeing Zippy Bloom back on this Hanzo. I was actually surprised we didn't see him match the cast. We know he likes to do that from time to time, go back on forth onto the Cassidy. But today is not the day, I guess. But I'm not opposed to some Zippy Bloom Hanzo.
And yeah, we'll see if he can find that same success he did last time. Obviously, last map, undeniably, outrageously successful. And here we go. Zarya did it once again. We saw this for a bit on Samoa. Finn gonna get caught there by that tidal wave. A little bit of more healing back into him. He'll get reset. Invictus, a little bit of damage. Topaz dropped low. Foosh dropped low. Have to keep an eye on these health bars and that kill feed. Quick kills are expected here. Hanzo Sojourn looking for anything they can. And there we go. Finn takes down Invictus, able to get that nice kill. And that's a key DPS dead here as Phelius harassing the back line. And in standard Kings Row fashion, absolute chaos at the first point. Wraithform out, Bubbles out, Sojourn on the reset. But it doesn't look like the Sojourn going to be near quick enough to get a refight here. We'll see if they go to force it, but I definitely expect them just accept the loss on this one. Concede that triple point is a headshot from Zippy. Going to be just a bit too short. And there we go. Wraithform from Reaper to touch here. They're looking at contesting this. Curie trying to find the damage. Wu Yang with the healing. And the point now still getting pressured. Trying to get on last second. They will contest once again. Reaper going to go down. Zarya trying to walk forward. Gets back on. Bubble on self. They both end up killing themselves in a 2v5. And Lindenwood cap first point.
Yeah, I wouldn't have stalled that long, but obviously every second matters as earned on Kings Row. Not Kings Row. Watch Point Gibraltar. What am I saying today? I'm blind. But every second matters in Overwatch, and if you want to stall for like 3 more seconds, I mean, good. Stalled for 3 more seconds. They have 3 seconds less to work coming through. But we are going to see some very impactful coming through here. We see the pulse bomb coming up from Phileas. We have the dragons coming online for Zippy Bloom. We've seen some Zippy Bloom kills. Pulse is used. I don't know who he's going for.
He was certainly fishing around for something, but unfortunately, nothing biting today. As we'll see Felius harassing on over toward the side of Sojourn, has to hide from that railgun. He is a bit on the back line here, so have to keep a vague eye on Felius where we can. As here we go, Finn moving up forward, trying to keep some pressure, gets a bit of healing, does have grab available, and Felius absolutely ratting. Grab comes in, Dragon Strike as well. Window gonna come down. It's a really nice window, actually, to keep them safe from that Dragon Spike, but unfortunately, a nice window will not overpower it. So Yin goes down, Wind goes down. Couple quick deaths here. Finn able to take the tag on both of those as Felius going to be rushing back out post-mortem here. Ronan takes down the side of Invictus. It'll be Zippy to kill down Foost and one running away. Lucio making it out. No soul of yours lost today.
My kind are very happy about it. But you know, we see coming in here, yes, that lamp was so crucial coming in for the Graviton from Finn, just trying to keep them alive, but it didn't really matter. You're already low, you're already chunked down to basically like a 50% of your, not 50%, but like a smidgen of your HP. So Finn was able to get that down, and now we're going to see a window come out.
Yeah,
This is going to be holding some space here. I like the idea here. It's stalling some time here.
Tidal wave. Oh, here we go. The defensive grab coming out now. Another B going to get dropped here as well. So a lot of ultimates being used right there. But at the end of the day, Finn going to go down through it all. The Wu Yang ult traded through that Lucio ult. So not going to be too much pressure after that here. Invictus jumping back away from the spawn. A little bit more pressure from Minnesota, but they don't really get anything for it. Maybe a couple pieces of ult charge. So not too much of a problem. As yeah, I saw Felius standing still there looking for a swap. He does go on over to the Genji. So we'll see that swap over. Felius trying to find some value on a new pick, but Death Blossom comes in. Finn gonna get dropped. They'll get forced back to their spawn, but honestly, 20-30 seconds for a Death Blossom, not the biggest problem in the world for Lindenwood.
Oh yeah, no. Especially if you're gonna go for a quick fight like that. I mean, on the side of Minnesota, you're really hoping that they popped a rush immediately as soon as they saw you guys standing there. But obviously, you know, you get a kill, you stall some time off clock. There's nothing that. It was a good Death Blossom. But now we have the return, and there are no ultimates online, but Invictus has gone offline as well, as I start to say it.
And yeah, once again, another nice pick there. Zippy finding the hit that gets the momentum. And Zippy takes another one. Ying going to be added to the gray screen. Hanzo finding value after value. Here we go. Can he hit another one? As we'll see it, an eye headshot on the backside there. Almost able to force down the Sojourn once again. Dragon Strike going to go down. Feely's able to finish up on that kill that he had started. Now it's going to be Zarya Wind moving forward here for the side of Minnesota. The Reaper going to get pinned over into the corner here. Trying to get a peep on out. Trying to find something as here we go. Grab on Wind. Dragon Strike involved. Kills the lamp. Kills the Zarya. It's going to be the window up on the top side of the fight here. Lindenwood trying to hide from that line of sight. Look at them taking refuge behind anything they can. A box, a cart, a pipe, a wall. Anything that'll get them away from that window. Hanzo trying to find the shots. Topaz added to the gray screen. And it'll be the entire team dead here. 2:38 on the clock as Lindenwood cap 3.
I will say, that is the first time I think I've ever the Shimada Bros on the same DPS line. It still works. I see it in my rank games. I just want you to
with Kiri. With Kiri. They got the whole lore team.
see, but Kiri's not a problem in my rank games.
Well, unfortunately, it may not be a problem in your ranked games, but it's certainly a problem for Minnesota, who can't figure a way around it in that round. The Tracer not finding the most success in the world. Felius kind of getting left in no man's land behind, ends up going down frequently, so he swaps on over. They pull out the Dragon Strike, pull out the Dragon Blade, and the control of the skies will reign for them. And here is an interesting turn in composition. Soldier for Invictus, and then Ying moving over to the Burning Sun. Ilari coming out.
We are seeing some swaps, and yeah, no, we're seeing a lot of stuff coming around. There's a very I wouldn't say they're playing mystery heroes yet because the round hasn't started, but I have no idea what they're going to go for. There's a Life Weaver being hovered right now. Foost still hasn't even. Okay, he's on Reaper. And we're seeing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we're some spawn room goofs as you do. But we're gonna get this underway here, and yeah, it's gonna be pretty much same old around here. But this is gonna be on the Widow trying to.
Hey.
And now we're gonna go see the May. I like the position a little. It reminds me of some Brawl. I like Brawl.
Yeah, I don't hate the composition by any means, but seeing where we found success from Invictus, I did not expect to see him on May this series, but we'll see if he finds value with it. It's still a character with a lot of skill expression, just not quite in the aim of hit scan. Obviously, right-click icicles can hurt, but you get the point. May there for the zoning, for the map control. So Finn now on the Zarya trying to find a bit of value here. Tracer going to have to use that recall, trying to get back to the team. Ying goes down. Finn and Hanzo find that kill with the help of their Tracer. Invictus going to go down here, and I have to ask if they're going to be looking at a swap. Again, look at that timer here. They have to make something happen. They cannot be allowed to lose out. So it's going to be a lot of continued pressure here. Again, if Minnesota don't triple cap this point and force overtime, they're done. The series is over. Linden would win. So
Yeah.
they really need to find something here, and they're going to keep the comp with the exception of Invictus back to Sojourn.
Yeah, no, I think the Sojourn here is definitely the better pick. You got to get that real like instant kill threat, and that you have for Sojourn. Phileas right now uses the pulse bomb, gets the Immort out. This is a very good sign right now. You can really start to move in, and we're seeing a little
Grabbing
bit of a
three.
take. We're seeing a great take of high ground from Minnesota.
As here we go, grab available now. Lindenwood just stalling their time again. You can't take your eyes off that timer. 2:10 now as Phileas takes down a kill on Topaz for free. Lindenwood able to find a nice pick here on a support, and it's going to be just that much harder now for Minnesota to fight. Reaper runs away. Sojourn has to do the same, and it's so much struggle here.
Wow. Yeah, no. I know we're down to our last like 2 minutes here. We have not really even seen them make a dent towards this point being taken from Minnesota. Lindenwood just being like this very big iron wall like team right now, and it's very nice to see.
Grab strike comes out again, and Linden would find two with it. Topaz able to retrade onto the side of Phileas, but look at the Zarya 100 charge right now. Finn is absolutely tearing through these health bars. Wu Yang the next target. Goodbye. That is one of the Graviton surges I've seen. Wind with another ultimate here, running away on the defensive end, and I just feel like it's not finding the value. I think back to that Diva ult in Watts Point, that Zarya ult right there. You lose such an important tool for, in that case, literally nothing. You didn't even get out.
Yeah, no, there was a plan.
And Foos just dies.
Yeah, no, we're
There were
just seeing.
concepts of a plan.
I've definitely had plans like these before. As Phileas then gets another pulse stick. Oh, this time on
and
Ying.
Sojourn misses the jump. Sojourn going to get picked off. And Minnesota, they are crumbling under the pressure. They know what they need to do right now. And they just keep now making so many minor mistakes. Invictus doesn't get that power slide up. They have one more fight. They need to make this work pretty much. 30 seconds left. Look at the ultimates they have. It is going to be the overclock. It is going to be the shadow step. Now Window comes out here immediately. Lindenwood going to concede the corner. 28 seconds on clock. They can give up some ticks. They can give up some progress. Wait out these ults. Lindenwood now going to strike on the backside here. Ether going to pop down with that tidal wave, trying to pressure onto the backside is Wind. A lot of damage back onto the other Zarya here, trying to keep Finn. DPS down as Finn, looking for the other targets. The DPS is all onto Finn from Wind here, but Wind not able to keep anything permanent, is trying to harass anyone he can as Reaper has to jump back on point. Low HP now, trying to harass Bubble toward him, but there's no Bubble for himself. Able to stall for the cooldown, but Phileas takes down Invictus. First drops to finish. 5v3 for the Lions here. Grab going to come out now. It's going to be Topaz going down. Lamp goes up. Ying goes down. It's 1v5 for Win for the series. They take him down. It's a team kill for the Lions, and they are not making it happen. Lindenwood sweep week 2. And you see the pop off there on the player cams. They are thrilled. They know map 1, round 1 went great. Round 2, it really didn't. Round 3, it was going poor. Then they had a really good 2-fight round to close it out. I don't need to go over the mess that happened on Gibraltar. We were all there. We saw exactly what happened. Absolute chaos. Lindenwood inch out on top at the end of it with the hands of Zippy's Hanzo. And Kings Row, whether it's pressure, whether it's comp or prep, whatever it was, Minnesota did not look like the same team that we had seen in map 1 and 2.
Yeah, no, you have to wonder like what the mental is at that point. You know, you had such a close map. You gotta really imagine like what happened in that like little break.
Yeah,
Uh,
I mean, it's just so much
yeah.
pressure on them as you're talking about. You were so close to winning Samoa. You were so close to winning Watch Point.
Yeah, no, you were inches away from winning Watch Point right there, and it was just so hard. Just general, it could be brutal for any team. I remember many times we went down 0-2, and basically that was it for the team. They've just clocked out. But uh, thankfully I have a lot of other teammates, and thankfully that never happened on them. So we always played our hardest to the very end. But yeah, no, that's just a hard thing to do. You go out down 0-2, especially when you're like that. There's nothing more to do.
And I mean, again, as we talked about there, both of those maps one fight away, 199 on a key Samoa round. Watch Point was obviously within one fight at probably 5 different points of that series, but Linden would close those out. They close out Kings Row rather dominantly. Don't go anywhere though, because while we're heading to a break, we'll be back just another moment with an interview from one of our victorious Lions. Just a few.
All
my
right, so
gosh.
welcome back to the booth here, and it is me, Muffin Man, and today I am joined with Felius.
That is my name.
I hope it is. Or else I've been calling the wrong name. I've been calling the wrong Tracer the entire game.
That's just how it is, man. It's just how it is.
So, how are you feeling going into this? You lost the team last year, and you lost this team last year. Map 5, Watch Point, same strat as last. How do you go into this map?
Well, going into Watch Point was a little difficult, just because we were up, but we didn't know what to do or where to go. So I was like, pick a direction and make something happen. They did end up going with the same strat of walking, hiding in the mega, and it was like, well, what if we just got a bunch of damage and threw it in the room? So that worked out pretty well.
Oh yeah, no. I love. By the way, I loved seeing the Shimada Bros together in one thing on Kings Row. I love seeing the Genji coming out.
Yeah, I've been really putting almost 90% of my time in on the Tracer character because I have to figure that out. But Genji's been a little side project, and both of them being good is it's a good thing for me. They're the two characters I can play.
Oh yeah, no, like having like those two characters being prevalent in like any meta and just having those in your back pocket, like a utility knife, it's great. Speaking of meta, what do you think about this one?
Man, I can't wait for it to not be Wu Young. I cannot wait for that character to get shot with a gun, and then I can play the game and be happy. He needs to be nerfed, Gear needs to be nerfed, and Cass just makes me mad. That's just a skill issue. Everything else needs to not happen.
So the cast was frustrating.
He always is. I find that character very annoying. They took a major perk that was really good, and then we're like, what if instead of reworking it, we put it on the minor slot? So he just has like a major perk as a minor, and it's really annoying. There's a lot of teams that will just have a Cass around and just put him there, and then let him like puppy guard whomever, which is kind of what was happening here. But that's just how it is. Yeah, everything's good.
Yeah, no. I don't really have that many more questions, but mostly about the game. I mean, Watch Point was a very crucial game. What did you guys? What was the mental going like into that third round, especially after such a close map that Watch Point was? Like, was it just like, oh, we can roll these guys?
It was hey, just another day, baby. It was really interesting because going into third round, it was like prior we had understood that like we can pretty comfortably beat them on the thing that they were walking at us with, but we were like still trying to adapt to find something new. So throwing things at the wall, seeing what stuck, and going into extra rounds for Watchpoint. It was after we pushed that far, I felt like we were pretty confident that we could probably take it all the way, and it was all good.
No.
We felt pretty calm and in control.
Right, and I'm gonna ask you a really personal question here. You can answer if you want to. What's your favorite? What's your favorite Pop-Tart flavor?
Favorite Pop-Tart? Oh, why did he tell you to ask me this? Why did he tell you to ask me this? Why? Whatever. Brown sugar cinnamon. You did it.
So we will be back with our MVP, Zippy Bloom. You won't be seeing my beautiful mug, beautiful Xander, right after this.
Alrighty, we are back once again here with our MVP of the match, a Trey I completely agree with. Mr. Zippy Bloom, how are you doing against this on what I suppose you could call a bit of a revenge match after a close series last season?
Feeling really good, actually. We didn't really know what to expect going into this, other than they were going to run a lot of champ. So we tried to account for that. And on Samoa, we ended up playing a bit of champ, which we haven't, full disclosure, have not practiced a whole bunch of champ. So my Reaper on the champ was a little bit, but after that, we decided to just stick with our guns, which what we've been practicing, which is the Hanzo, the Winston, things like that, our classic dive on Gibraltar, which ended up working out really well, and KR was just beautiful.
And then, yeah, I mean, that's a pick that I have been praising for what feels like genuinely years now. Every now and then you'll grace us with the presence of Hanzo in your hands, and it feels like every single time you pull it out, you are hitting some crazy shots. So talk to a little bit more about the ideology behind picking Hanzo there. Obviously, it ended up working out.
Yeah, so the Hanzo is great for just the threat of the one shot. It's also great for the storm arrows because if you would notice on the Gibraltar, the D.Va would push me and she would just get gunned down. Which most of the time the D.Va is not expecting that level of damage to come out, and D.Va's got a massive crit. So I could easily make her back off, especially now with the health pack thing, which I was using the entire time. It really shuts down lanes, but more importantly, it sets up my tracer to be able to utilize that stuff. And then the dragons got massively buffed with being able to destroy Bap's lamp. Single-handedly made dragons one of the best ults in the game when paired with Zarya, which it's just fun to do some classic grab dragon,
And then, yeah, speaking a little bit more about that ult, especially on watch point, there were two key ones that I remember. The first time they were hidden in that hole on CP1, you got the ult from the side, closed the fight out, and then the second time, the very end on a defense, when you got the ult on point, killed the 2 or 3 people to win the round. What is the emotions like there for you on those big ults that are winning you massive fights?
I'm loving it. Specifically when they were holding underneath, we were planning to use dragons, so we were just waiting until I farmed it because it was the easiest thing to dislodge that hold. So that ended up working out really well. We were actually going to do it again, but we ended up demeching the D.Va unexpectedly, so didn't have to use it then. For the defense, we were planning on going into that fight and dragoning the counter. Which I ended up jumping down, and it was the scariest moment of my life because there was a D.Va in front of me, looking away from me, fighting my Brig with a full DM up, and if she 180'd, it was over. But she didn't, so the dragon ended up going through and cleaned up the fight, and yeah, it felt awesome. Great moment.
And then, yeah, again, obviously, as we mentioned last year, you guys played against this team, Map 5. You were on a bit of a familiar face, Watch Point Gibraltar. You lost to this team hiding in the same place. How does it feel to come back, defeat them using a strategy that has bested you before?
It feels really good, a bit of a revenge kind of story. But we were going into this season feeling really good, and this was one of those matches that we were prepared for. We were taking this one really seriously, and yeah, it just feels awesome to get our one back over on them.
And yeah, obviously, congratulations on your guys' win. Anyway, that will be about it for us on this weekend stream, as our Lindenwood Lions now 6-0 on maps here in NACE Varsity after one of the week ones I've ever seen, followed up by a very intense week 2. What was going on in week 1? You guys had a lot of fun, it seems.
Well, as everyone knows, I'm the Maga main, so we put me in, and it ended up going really well. And then I'm also a Zenyatta main. So ended up doing that. Yeah. And just a final little note here. The correct answer was in fact strawberry Pop-Tarts.
Ooh.
I'll put that out there.
I was agreeing with the brown sugar cinnamon.
Look, brown sugar, good second.
I can respect that. But anyway, yeah. Be sure, everybody on stream watching at home, be sure to join us, whether it's later in the week for something like our Rocket League tomorrow, or if you join us back on Monday to watch this guy right here take down some more heads, close out a few more people. And then additionally, for those of you who are interested, Valorant going to be starting up this Wednesday. I'll be back once again. Valorant, we missed it a bit last semester, but we are going to be back with our Valorant team. So whether you're here for Rocket League, Valorant, or you come back in 7 days' time to see this man take more heads, take more maps, and take some more games, we'll see you next time. Thank you all for joining us. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to Lindenwood Overwatch here on a Monday. We are in, once again, a little bit of technical problems. Apologies again, of course, but we are here for week number 4 as we are done with week 1. We're done with week 2. We had a bye week 3, so of course going to be a little bit of alternations there when it comes to the schedules and the tempo, but we are here in week 4 of the season, Lindenwood versus BLINN. Both teams have had their bye already. Lindenwood currently 2-0, undefeated, haven't dropped a map. Their opposition, BLINN, 0-2, haven't picked up a map. And we are here. You excited for some Overwatch?
I'm always excited for some Overwatch. I'm ready to jump right into it, honestly. Feeling so good right now.
As we are already getting things ready to go here for our first game. We'll talk a little bit more about the overall standings in just a moment, but don't go anywhere. Game 1, Lijiang Tower coming up in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back. Here we go. It's going to be Lindenwood on the Mauga going up against this BLINN Ramatra here on this first control point. We'll see who can get this first pick. Hanzo on Sky Sniper. That was the Tracer ban, targeting that one out. Zarya ban from the other side of BLINN to keep that out of Lindenwood's hands. Genji alongside Cassidy trying to make pressure, but Mauga jumping straight in toward the Ram. He's already going to be low, going to have to go into that ult form very soon. As no, he just gets dropped before he can get value. Quick kill onto Joey, and without their tank, that's going to be an early first point loss for the side of BLINN. As Lindenwood take down 3, they'll cap the point early here and force the remaining BLINN players back. As already that Hanzo swapping over to the Cass.
Yeah, no, it's a very good first fight coming through the side of Lindenwood. You see just Finn immediately stomp right on top of it. It's Joey's head. Get a quick engagement. As I'm talking, he's just getting another freaking pick.
And yeah, I mean, it's another early kill here for the side of Lindenwood. We'll see if BLINN want to try and take this fight for the moment. I would imagine not, and it's not going to matter. Their tank is going to get dropped again here on a stagger. Lindenwood now going to rush forward here. They take down Kiri, they take down Cass. Backline able to get a little bit more pressure as well. And BLINN, again, just struggling to find their footing here. Need to get something going for them. Need to stop getting out on some of these staggers. We'll see it for the moment. Lindenwood still trying to hold down onto these doors. Ults starting to come up. Wu Yang has that title burst, their title surge. Zippy with the Deadeye, Ronan with the Kitsu as well. Deadeye gonna come out here trying to buy a little bit of space as they take down Joey with it. Beelies will get traded out by the Cass, but then they'll retrade the Wu Yang out as Pars on the backside here on this venture. He is on an expedition, not quite sure where he's going, trying to get back over to his team, and the drill dash will let him get back, but all it is an escape at the end of the day.
Yeah, no. Very good. Again, another quick fight. You start with a pick from Zippy Blue, and you know they just go in. We're seeing a rush right now. Pick off gets 2 from Sniper, and we're seeing a very big re-engage from the side of BLINN.
You with me?
And yeah, I mean, they had no problem dropping ults there, right? They're down 87% to 0. They need to make something happen. So Kitsu, Deadeye come out. They're able to get some kills with it, pick up the rest of the fight from there. They're still holding on to the Wu Yang and Annihilation ultimates for that Ramatra, but Lindenwood now back with an ult for every class. Cage fight, D-Blade, and the B coming out. D-Blade gonna come out. We'll see where the Genji can get going. Takes down Cass quickly. Annihilation comes out, but they'll be hit by the B. Second kill onto that Wu Yang. Title Surge, not gonna find too much as Didon's Kiri goes down. Lindenwood fighting forward. They'll get Joey here. They'll recap 88 and counting to the BLINN 27%. Venture coming around the right side here, trying to find a way to point. Lucio gonna find the mark here. 95% up top. Venture needs to drop onto the point here. They'll have to jump down. Lucio gonna try and boop him up, but they'll drop just in time. Gets the touch. Unfortunately, the touch is all they'll do. Swap over to the ball here. Didon rushing in. Cage fight the side of the fight to try and pressure them out. Nice sim TP to get around the cage fight. Well, good idea there, but unfortunately an idea is all it's going to be for BLINN. Deadeye comes out, ball has nothing to do. Overtime will end for Lindenwood. 100-27, they'll take the first map.
Wow, what a first map. Personally, I really liked this rush comp style. I really think if you're going to play a rush style comp, it's definitely going to be on the Lijiang or one of these control maps. Rush is such a fun comp to watch. It just is a bunch of running on top of people. And we are going to be seeing some compositional swaps here from BLINN, matching a little bit on the Mauga rush, but not going to go to Lucio. They're going to stick to the Ana. I think that's a very unorthodox approach here. But Anti on a Mauga is crazy good on this one, and we're gonna see Finn on the hog. Yes, please.
And yeah, for those of you with us last week, we don't need to go into too much detail into the hog pick, but we'll have to wait a little bit to see what ideas we can get going. Felius on the far right here is Freya trying to get some value. That Sky Sniper hook comes out, misses Joey by a hair as Mauga gonna get a little bit of pressure. Ronan gonna go down now. Off the side of the map goes Farah, but of course that jetpack not gonna let Felius stay off for too long as Sky Sniper, the new target, but has to go back around this side. HUD is the point. Will unlock currently. It's Ana, that's Zen Death pressuring it pretty heavily as Finn backing away, take a breather, healing coming out here, trying to get the reset as Felius getting pressured up here by this house, trying to get back to the team. He'll get marked by a Freya shot and go down, take aim, getting the value as Sleep comes out here as it will be the death of the hog and into this Ana. I don't imagine they're going to be in a rush to keep the hog on their team for now, but we'll see as they actually do look like they are. No, they're not going to keep the hog. Mauga comes out, Genji comes out.
And yeah, you see a lot of this going straight back to the Mauga. I think it was a little bit of a troll pick there for Lindenwood. I do not see the hog working too long, but I love to see him regardless. I wish we could have seen a hook kill, but we're seeing why just Freya into Farah also didn't really work, so they immediately swapped that out, and Ronan just kills Sky Sniper off the right.
I mean, yeah, Sky Sniper is super aggro fighting the Lindenwood backline, and unfortunately just dies to the Lindenwood backline. There's not really too much of a story to that fight other than Sky Sniper tried to make a proactive play, killed himself on supports, and unfortunately down a key DPS in the fight. Lindenwood were just able to basically W key forward, take the force fight, and obviously their damage output is just so much significantly higher than the side of BLINN. They literally do just walk forward, so we'll see Lindenwood now possess the point for the first time, getting towards 20 against that BLINN's 55 on the first push. As we'll see for the moment, Kitsu coming out here from the side of BLINN. It will be an ult from the Freya here, trying to get some value. Be available, Wu Yang ult available. Felius still going to get the first kill on Sky Sniper again here. The Freya goes down early. Didon goes down on the Kiri. Mauga trying to make value happen for its Joey, but Nano wasted in the 3v5. I'm not sure what we're trying to get done with that one. Mauga almost booped off the map. Instead, Joey will be able to fight for one more before going down. Sky Sniper retrades Felius as well, but we're in a 1v3, and Wu Yang actually going to find it there with the Zhuan Wu staff, so the water ball is able to chase it down the remaining player, get that kill on that mark. So nice finish to the fight there for Lindenwood as they re-even 55 all.
And as you were saying, Sky Sniper is the key pick in most of these fights. Sky Sniper is just getting caught out early, and good job on Lindenwood for recognizing where he's going to be. You're coming up on a big ult fight here. So as we see it, Finn pops the cage fight. Ronan with the Tidal Blast and Beryl with the beat drop.
Yeah, I mean, everybody pressed almost every button on their keyboard with the exception of Blade and, of course, the Freya Bola shot for the side of BLINN. Inside of a 10-man cage fight, I personally feel like you maybe could have gotten a bit of value on that Bola shot, but they decided not to, and unfortunately, whether or not that would have changed the fight, they aren't going to win it out. 93% now for Lindenwood, trying to sweep Lijiang here. Didon goes down early as BLINN have to rush onto point recklessly. Blade takes down the second support. Blade takes down Freya. Zippy takes down Joey. Now it's Cassidy v5. He'll get hit by a Bola shot. He'll get taken down by a quick melee. And 100-55, Lindenwood take the second point on Lijiang Tower, and they're going to sweep map one of the day.
Speed. That was the name of the
Play
game today.
game.
Going into this map, I mean, you see it aggression early here. You just see all of this just like working through. They are just really faster, just engaging. They see the moments that they want to strike and they just do it. They're not waiting around for any sort of like permission from anybody. They're just kind of just going.
And yeah, Lindenwood played a very good first point there. One thing I do think is worth noting, something we haven't seen from Lindenwood either, actually not playing in that round. We had a Viral in for what I believe is the first time this season. I don't think I've noticed him in the past. So gonna get his first rep in with the crew here against BLINN. Went pretty well, obviously, as the team able to take Li Zhang 2-0. So fair play to them, as again, both teams, they've had their bye week already in the season. So both teams have already played 2 games. Apologies for the slight error there. Lindenwood, of course, in week 2 were able to take down the side of Minnesota State, as well, of course, the Academy of Art in week 1. As speaking of standings, we can go ahead and take a look at our overall standings here in the side of the NACE varsity level. Can take a peek there again. Not every team has had their bye, so there are some teams with 2 and some with 3 games. Notably at the top there, Loyola having a perfect set so far. They have 9-2 map score with a 3-1 win over Shawnee, a 3-1 win over Texas Arlington, and a clean sweep over Academy. So not necessarily the toughest schedule in the world so far. Still need to play against a couple of these other top teams, but have been off to a great start, right? 3-0 is the best possible way you could have started the season. So regardless of that strength of schedule, pretty good for them. A&M obviously perfect so far. Lindenwood perfect so far. Minnesota State 2-1 with that loss to Lindenwood. Arlington doing decent as well, 2-1 with their loss to the top leader of Loyola. Obviously, Idaho State 1-2, and the rest of the teams, unfortunately, still looking for their first series win.
Yeah, no, as you say, just seeing this, being on the other side, being on the bottom side of this, whenever I was playing, it is not the crazy, like, it's not like what you want at all. It sets the mental back like 5 weeks. It takes a long time to recover from it mentally. It's just very, very, very hard. But when you start off 2-0 or 3-0, you're great. You're cruising. The mental's there. The mental's all there. You just want to just keep rolling.
And yeah, I definitely think that a team like Loyola, obviously, again, they do have to still go against a lot of these teams on this upper half of the standings. But again, for the other teams that are on the lower half, they've had to go against the current division leaders. So we'll see how Loyola do once they get into a tougher portion of their schedule. But for the moment, we can take a look back where we're focused. Lindenwood's schedule and season so far. They've had a good run so far. Week 1, a 3-0 versus the Academy of Art. Li Zhang Tower sweep, New Queen Street. I think it was a sub 3-minute game. Very quick cap there. Kings Row 3-0. Then in the next week, week 2, a 2-1 on Samoa, 5-4 nail biter on Watchpoint. Kings Row 3-0 as well. And one thing that we do want to know, ignoring today to start week 4, Li Zhang Tower versus Academy of Art is the only map Lindenwood have picked the entire season so far. They picked Li Zhang, they won on it. Samoa coin flip was won by Minnesota to pick that map. The first map Lindenwood have picked is right now in week 4. That Li Zhang was the side of Lindenwood's pick. That is the second time they have picked a map this entire season. As one thing worth noting is we do prepare to go into our next game in our own set here. We're getting a quick reset, as it will be noted Ether going to be subbed in for Viral here, as it looks like we are going to be potentially heading towards Kings Row. And speaking of Kings Row, as always, we love taking a little bit of a peek at the map pool, see where we might head today. Obviously, map 1, Control, we went over to the lovely world of Li Zhang Tower. Map 2, looks like we're potentially heading our way over to Kings Row. But if we do go to Kings Row on 2 in the future, looking at those future rounds, is there anywhere that you would want to go today?
Going here today, I would really want to see another Watchpoint game. I really liked it. But I saw in just before I came in to the production set today, I watched a little bit of their scrim block today. They looked really mean on Suravasa. I would love to go back to Suravasa and just watch them produce. Like, those guys were looking absolutely insane on the Suravasa. So, other than that, I'd love to see another sub 3-minute Queen Street game, because I didn't get to see that the first time around. I'd like to see it. And then the Reddit Lucio and me really wants to go to Rialto. I really want to see a big boop.
And yeah, definitely would be fun. I think Escort is one of those game modes that there really can be so many fun games. Obviously, again, for those of you who were with us for that extremely close watch point game, there was so much intricate levels of play going on. Obviously, Lindenwood able to take the game at the end of it. Very close, very fun match last week against a team that Lindenwood have had a bit of a struggle against in the past in Minnesota State. Obviously, again, in week 2, took a very nice sweep against them. We're very happy about that by all means, but we'll have to wait a little bit longer to see Lindenwood go against some other familiar teams. Obviously, again, BLINN did actually defeat Lindenwood at the Mizzouland sometime last year. For those of you who potentially remember that, Lindenwood went down, one of the only teams able to take a map against BLINN, who have unfortunately been hit by, we believe, some graduates or potentially just some roster changes, so not doing the greatest right now. Hoping, of course, they can bounce it back, whether tonight or later on in the season. But for the moment, we are getting all of our information ready for our next game. It is going to be a Genji ban from BLINN College on Kings Row. Lindenwood will return ban Hazard, and then Lindenwood choose to play the attack on Kings Row. So is there anything that you would expect Lindenwood to want to play, considering no Genji, no Hazard here to attack KR?
Personally, it's a little weird that you would want to go back to KR when you just got absolutely dominated on the rush. Like, it's so crazy. Like, why would you go to Kings Row, a known rush map, when you just like saw what happened on Lijiang? And let me tell you, Lijiang isn't necessarily the best rush map. It's more of a dive map. And you tried to force rush, and you got matched on rush, and you just crumbled. I would not go right now over to Kings Row. I would have gone a completely different direction. But they have a plan. They're going to execute.
And yeah, one thing I do think is worth noting, especially when we start to try and look at the nuances in these compositions, is that Tracer was not available last game. Sky Sniper, based on what we can see in the chat lobby, was not thrilled by that targeted ban from the side of Lindenwood. So I would certainly expect Sky Sniper to be on that pick for this game. We'll have to see if they want to play it on defense, as it's not necessarily the most stable defensive pick in the world, but we'll see if the personal preference for the character ends up riling out over top of the potential composition ideas. But again, we're gonna have to wait and see. Lindenwood again chose to attack first, so they're gonna get to set the pace here, try and get a very good start to the map. But we'll see exactly what these compositions are. We're getting everything set up, getting our way into the match here, so we'll have to see what it is going to be. Is for the moment, the defensive composition looking like a little bit of familiar faces. That Zarya that they banned map 1 coming out, Venture coming out again, Didon on the Kiri, Sky Sniper on the defense. They're not going to rush the Tracer immediately on that Freya. Zendeath looking at the Baptiste, and Lindenwood, there's a pick I always love to see the Lindenwood side pull out. Ramatra hovered right now. They're on the attack, of course, so plenty of time still to change some of these picks. Felius already going to be looking to abuse that recently unbanned Tracer.
Yeah, no, you see Filius immediately hovering the Tracer. He has been very comfortable on this, especially the last series against Mav U or Mav Overwatch was very, very pro in the Tracer gameplay right there. We are going to see this Ramatra come out against Zarya. I like to see how this plays out first.
And yeah, Finn already getting butt bursted down, has to back into that ult form and back away. As for the moment, trying to put some nice forward pressure up. Joey taking a lot of damage here on that Zarya. Ult form comes out. Joey getting targeted here. He could go down quickly, has to pop another bubble. Felius looking to pressure. They get the lamp out early now. Lindenwood trying to back away, get some healing back on Finn. Then they want to try and play while this timer is down. We'll see if they try and get the rush going or just want to re-pressure the front line. On the side though, Ether going to go down, trying to hold this side staircase. Felius able to take down Didon with a quick melee there. It's a trade of supports for the moment, as we'll see if Lindenwood can get some value. Felius gets back over to his support, looking to get some healing. Is Zippy, nice shot on Depars. Always love to see him on the Hanzo. Is now Lindenwood pushing forward asleep onto Zarya. They're gonna look at the back line though, not trying to fight through. Finn low HP, the wave comes out. Evan Flow trying to keep that pressure here with the water healing on Wu Yang. Is Felius now on the top side trying to pressure the Freya here. Takes a bit of damage, has that recall though, so is gonna be a regroup for Lindenwood. Is Finn pushing onto the point here. Zippy takes down Sky Sniper. Is now we have to get get more healing on Finn. He'll be able to get that done, as it will be Joey getting a kill onto Felius here as the two fights now. Lindenwood fighting on the front line and fighting on this high ground. Hanzo dodging so many attacks from the Kiri. Kiri, hit something, please! Zippy gets the kill here as Bap gonna jump up onto Ether, knock down off the wall as again, the backline of the fight. Finn is pushed almost into his spawn by Pars here, who trying to get away, but Zippy reaping through the competition, takes down the majority of them. Finn will grab Pars, Freya trying to poke where they can with the take aim, but Lindenwood should have no problem getting their triple cap here in a prolonged opening fight.
Yeah, no, that prolonged is the correct word for that. That was just like a big, drawn-out mess of a fight, and Lindenwood is very happy to probably take that first fight, really. You were talking about Zippy Plume really getting a lot of value in that fight and wanting the Kiri to like just hit a shot, please, onto Zippy, but big props to Ether, as I just say it, he just gets mullet, but for keeping him up throughout the entire process.
And that was an obnoxiously aggressive decision by the side of BLINN. Lindenwood have barely gotten the card to the arches, and they have now thrown a fourth ultimate into this fight. Dragon Strike gonna come out because Lindenwood know they can still hold the fight. I mean, they really just used every single ultimate under the King's Row Arch and lost the fight. So Didon gonna be working on that Kiri Kitsune. Lindenwood burned 3 ults in defense, but again, they used one less ult and they win the fight. That was a bit of a lack of coordination, it felt like, from BLINN. Those ultimates just kept staggering in over time. Started with the first ult, didn't get too much tectonic shock. Dan will go next, throw the BAP window. Didn't work, next we'll throw the bola. Didn't work, next we'll throw the grab. And unfortunately, Lindenwood stacked their ults a little bit more, got the value, got the kills as already. Next fight breaking out now. Kitsune gonna come out, but that is not the greatest line in the world for it, as Lindenwood now looking to fight on the point here. Some of these players can't get this Kitsu value, but it looks like Lindenwood are gonna be pressured back enough. Ronan going down, Finn will go down next. So one ult spent, Lindenwood not gonna be able to fight through it for free. So it is gonna be at least a little bit of a hold for BLINN for now.
Yeah, Dawn on the side of BLINN carrying that fight for BLINN. Yeah, no. As you said, I watched all the ultimates just go into the same archway, and I was quite literally stunned at what I saw. It looked like a ranked game, and this is and we're trying to see next.
You know what, Tracer can get out whenever Tracer wants to. They are looking to perform the classic Finn takes down BAP, though. They're just going to win the fight front to back now, as I guess taking down BAP isn't exactly front to back, but it doesn't matter. Felius is going to kill Sky Sniper. It's a 5v3. That is an aggressive annihilation in the 5v3, to say the least, but you know what? He gets 2 kills for it. They're going to get the cap for it, so maybe could have gotten away without spending it, but they get the disjointed team kill. They get the double cap. 3.5 minutes to push. Last now is Juno coming out for Didon.
The interesting Juno swap over here, actually, it's a very we see a pulse bomb go out, kind of whiffs, but yeah, this is a very interesting fight. Finn pops the annihilation, notices that he's just sitting there going, oh no. Oh, Zippy! Why do you have to cut me off like mid-sentence every time, man?
Yeah, he is always looking for picks, trying to find a corner where he can get healing but not get shot. Trying to pressure this Adventure now on the backside. Ramatra goes into the alt form. Pars now trying to pressure on. Drill Dash is back to safety here. Zippy kind of stuck in no man's land here on the high ground. Zendeath and Zippy actually playing the same corner, but it's going to be off the map for Pars! He jumped off the map! Kitsu comes out now. Lindenwood are going to try and take the counter. They're going to kill for free because Pars doesn't know where the map is and isn't. Drona takes down Sky Sniper, and Lindenwood are going to completely punish it. What blunder window for himself for the BAP. It's going to get absolutely nothing. He dies to a flashbang, and Venture went digging for rocks at the bottom of the orange pit. Dragon Strike into the spawn here. Lindenwood trying to make it happen. Pars comes out. Felius trying to keep the pressure. Gets one one. Zippy gets 2. DPS and support are gone. Grab on the point, but he's on the point. He's not getting pressured here. 2 meters to go. Finn trying to work back to that annihilation. Felius gonna go down to Pars now as Venture trying to make some work happen. Both supports though still keeping Finn alive, doing everything they can. Venture jumping to the back line here, but everybody gets the hell away. Where is Pars going again? Finn gets 1. Ether gets Pars. Annihilation comes out of Lindenwood fighting on the point. Quick melee from Wu Yang to kill the Tracer. Sonar arrow to kill the Zarya. Annihilation kills the Juno, and Lindenwood get the triple cap, and Ether joins Venture at the bottom of the pit.
0 to 3.
I don't think I have words for what I just witnessed. That was one of the Kings Row performances of all time, and I have seen one of the Kings Row performances of all time. Like, I have so many words. And all, like, let's just go to what the catalyst that started the entire, like, basic roll down through Kings Row. Pars taking an early dive, an early plummet, if you will, down to the bottom of the Kings Row pit. And it all just kind of snowballed from there, if you will. From that pick, Zippy is then allowed to go get a new angle. The entirety of Lindenwood just immediately starts collapsing on top of BLINN, and it's all Lindenwood throughout the rest of that fight. And then you see, I think Zen Death pops window, and for like 2 seconds, and Finn just looks at him like, okay, sure, let me just punch you real quick for putting up this window here. It was one of those fights, man. It was one of those fights. I enjoyed it though. But seeing some similar comps coming out from both teams, it's I'm excited. I'm excited again.
Attackers incoming.
And yeah, here we go. Sky Sniper goes for some early pressure. Almost gets headshot down by Zippy. Is he going to go back over to the Freya? The Tracer player, seemingly not a Tracer player, as we're going to get more Freya action here, which as a Freya player in moments myself, I don't hate to see, but we'll have to see now how the Tracer will do. Felius trying to pressure onto the backside here. Finn trying to get some value. Now Felius able to take down the side of Dijon. Joey gonna go down. Pars gonna go down, and not the greatest attack. It's gonna be a team kill here for the side of Lindenwood. 3:20 on the clock now is... yeah, not the greatest first push here. They get 20% ult charge on most players. Cast Swamp comes out from Sky Sniper, but look at those Lindenwood ult charges. 40 to 50% on everybody except Felius at 35 and the Wu Yang at 30 for Ether. So we'll see how the next push goes here for the side of BLINN, down a minute of their clock. Gonna need to figure this first point out before all too long. Don't want to get into overtime on KR.1, so Venture goes point, gonna go up out of the ground here, trying to get some value. Unfortunately, dies because nobody else is there and made themselves the target of 5. So Ether gets the kill there. It will now be on to Ramatra here. Barrier comes up, but just allowed to wait and wait. Zippy gonna find that shot, takes down Didon now as Lindenwood have the remaining 3 players stuck in a building here, and I'm not sure what you can do if you are BLINN other than wait until you die. There goes Wu Yang Persona Joker defeated once again. Ronin able to get that one. Zippy and Felius both gonna get picked up here as the returning players actually find a really good value, able to re-trap Lindenwood in the corner. So maybe not exactly how they intended that version of the fight to go, but they drop Lindenwood back in that corner and they're able to pick up most of the kills. The question though, how quick are they? Are they quick enough to get this force cap? Lindenwood are sprinting their ass off to try and get back here, as it looks like they're going to try and retake the fight. Look at the ult charges coming up soon. Annihilation in 2%. All form comes out. They get the contest. Zippy takes down Didon. His ult's all up now. Everybody has it for Lindenwood. Nano going to come out now. It is going to be the Deadeye coming out. Cass able to take down Zippy. Ether going to go down as well. Sky Sniper a triple as Ramatra trying to pressure here. Still has a bit of that Nano to work with. They'll get 1, they'll get 2, and Lindenwood, unless Venture can do something magical, they're actually going to win the 2v3 here. Pars going up top in the hotel halls. It's going to be Didon jumping to the Venture. Tectonic shock coming out from Venture. What are we looking for, Pars? What are we looking for? They get the Wu Yang ult for it. I'm not sure if it was even needed. Pars gets a bubble as he jumps over the wall here, but A minute 15 on clock now. Lindenwood, they bought a lot of time. They kept both DPS ults and the Annihilation, so there could be a lot of trouble here for the side of BLINN. They need to make something happen here. Zendeath goes down early to Felius, the Tracer. Finn trying to get some healing on point here, and he has that ult form available. Pars takes down Ronin, but gets traded out by Zippy. Didon takes down Felius. We'll see the retrade try. It's going to be the grab to grab onto Ether. Annihilation on the front lane. Finn bringing the suffering onto the halls of King's Row. Dragon Strike onto the point. Unfortunately, not going to get the most value as Finn walking forward here, trying to use that barrier to stay safe. Goes into the ult form. Healer's not quite back. Zippy will go down. Finn, Eski, and Kieran. While it will be a BLINN triple cap, you really want to see it before 30 seconds, which unfortunately is exactly when they're going to see it. They fortunately get a lot of time, 2.5 minutes bonus, so they have about 3 minutes to get to that second point. But again, that's not the greatest time in the world. They need to play pretty well here if they want to try and keep a time advantage into overtime.
Yeah, no, the biggest struggle right now on BLINN is not necessarily ult usage. I think their ult usage is actually quite nice. The biggest problem, I think, is just Pars is getting way too aggressive on some of these angles and is getting very punished on the side of BLINN. And good job on Zippy, by the way, for just immediately countering it out, making sure it stays where it needs to, and even Ronin at some points, who's literally coming in on the fun. And just keeping Pars in check, and Sniper took out Zippy, yeah.
As Finn trying to hold down onto the front line. Freya looking for some nice damage. Take game shots coming out. As Lindenwood without Felius now just trying to back away here. They don't want to force this too aggressively. Wu Yang just going to pop an aggro ult. Jumps toward Finn and not going to find a stun on anybody. Joey able to take down Ronin though, so ends up being worth at the end as Finn going to back away here in the ult form. Ult starting to come back up for Lindenwood, but it's going to be a pretty much flawless second cap now. So we'll have to see how they are going to end up doing on this fight right now. Lindenwood trying to find their way back to the point here. 3 meters left. They do get the contest off. Annihilation in 15. Venture trying to get back. Nano's coming out. Lindenwood want to fight here. They are charging forward. Annihilation 92. Ether has that Wu Yang ult available as it will be Finn trying to play tight around this corner. They don't want to get off the point by any means. Zarya holding down the front line. Grab up soon. Tech shot coming out now. Ult's getting spammed. Tech shot comes out immediately. Finn now has the Annihilation available. Zippy going to take down the side of Didon. Take aim shots hitting Finn for days. He'll save the ult. He'll go down here. 2.5 minutes to triple cap after it. So if they want to have that time advantage into round 3 and round 4, they need to cap in under a minute, which is going to be a very tough task into 2 Lindenwood ults.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a very tough time just doing this into the ultimates that we have coming into this for Lindenwood. Lindenwood is coming up on, like, in one of my opinions, the 2 best ultimates that you could have in this scenario. You have the most punishing ultimate for a rush coming into you. If they want to come into you, sure, I'll just pop Nemesis Form. And then the free pick button known as Pulse Bomb. But apparently if you're Felius, you just don't need it, because then you'll just, you know, one clip of Kiriko, and then it's all good. And then Zippy Bloom's just going to find you another pick there on Sky Sniper. And that's going to be the fight.
And yeah, they know that they are in a bit of a pickle here on time. They basically, it's already not possible to get the time advantage. They would have to cap in 4 seconds, which isn't physically possible. So it's going to be the time advantage for Lindenwood. But now the game for BLINN, they need to get the triple cap. They need to go into the extra round. Grab comes out, grabs 3 here. It's going to be Finn going into ult form, blocking that damage. Pulse Bomb finds both supports. It could turn the fight. Felius finds a massive hit of the Q there, as we'll see if Lindenwood can find the anti-pressure here. Finn taking a ton. He's going to pop the Annihilation. It's arguably a bit aggressive, but the HP got so careful there, as we'll have to be a little bit careful. But BLINN go back. Felius able to grab 2 picks on the exit, so well played for Lindenwood right now. They know they just need to burn time, as much time as they can. Every second is good, so that Annihilation not wasted by any means, as they are potentially buying themselves lots and lots of time right now. 45 seconds on the clock again. the longer time advantage they can get. If they can get them into overtime here, it is really, really good for Lindenwood. 35 seconds now, Tidal Burst coming out here. Lindenwood, they're playing a game of stalling. They don't even need to hold. They need to stop time. Either takes down one. Ronan gonna get retraded out by Pars. Pars trying to find some value on the backside here, but he doesn't have an escape tool left. He'll go down 4v3 for Lindenwood. 4v2 for Lindenwood. Zarya and Zendeath need to do something here. 18 seconds left. Lindenwood, they need to stagger these deaths, keep these players alive as long as possible, and they will go down the spawns. Look at the spawns there in the top left. Zendeath, and it's Joey gone for ages. Bola shot available. Tech at 77, beat at 15. Pars jumping in. It's Ball, it's Kiri. They're doing everything they can. Tidal Burst comes out. Goodbye D-Don. Venture on point. Bola shot comes out by both. Both of them trading some damage. Pars goes down. Zippy goes down. Ball on point, buying pressure. Kitsu comes out. Lindenwood trying to pressure, but they're gonna have to kill this Ball, and they don't have the greatest tool for it right now. Joey sliding around, in, out, around, everywhere he can go. Goes for the health pack. Kiri gonna touch point, but he'll die for it. Ball gets back onto point. Vin takes one. Vin takes two. Ronan finds Sniper. Lucio balls in. Lucio balls out. Overtime is gone. Lindenwood 3-2 KR, and they're at series point.
What a Kings Row game, especially towards the end of that. It started off kind of looking like a roll. I'm gonna be honest. I think if you're looking at this game, it was looking a little bit like a roll. But good job on Blade just for like getting it back into like a controllable range. Really good job at Lindenwood for clutching it up right there at the very end. It's very nice. Ether looked super stellar on that Wu Yang as well. Zippy looked great on the Hanzo yet again. We see it a lot, and I'm not getting sick of it at all.
And yeah, I mean, you said it really well there, right? BLINN, right now, this is not a team that I would have predicted to be 0-2 yet to pick up a map. And if you take a look at their match history, they have, unfortunately, an 0-3 sweep against Minnesota, a relatively strong team, and an 0-3 loss sweep against Texas A&M USA, who are two of the stronger teams in this division. And obviously, again, you can look at Lindenwood having that sweep over Minnesota, which obviously, if you start looking at it in a triangle, right? Lindenwood swept Minnesota, Minnesota swept BLINN. You can expect Lindenwood to potentially have a nice setup here, but BLINN, I think they played that game well. Obviously, at the end of the day, they weren't able to make it happen, but I'm surprised if they can play that well, or rather, if they have played that well in the past couple of weeks, that they haven't picked up at least a map against one of these teams. But unfortunately for them, at Kings Row, not going to be where they get it done tonight, now falling to 0-8 maps in a row, trying to strike it back. Really don't want to let that third sweep come in against them, but Lindenwood trying to get the sweep. Again, it would be their third sweep in a row, their third sweep in 3 series across 4 weeks, of course, considering that bye. But we're going to head things over. Very short break. Get everything set up for map 4. Don't go anywhere. Back in a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are here for map 3 of Lindenwood versus BLINN, and this is one of the most insanely absurd things I have seen in my entire life. In the year 2024, February, over a year and a half ago, Junkertown was reworked. It was changed. It was adjusted. It was altered. My co-caster Amanda and I, every single stream, talked about how we would love to see the reworks, and we never did until today. BLINN University, down 2-0 on the ropes, have elected to bring us, for the first time in 18 months, Junkertown here on stream. What an absurd surprise here, as I have no idea what the hell to expect, as I've literally never seen the map played.
It's pretty much more or less of the same.
There's a road on the Torbjorn, man!
Honestly, that's pretty normal here. I'm gonna be real as hell. If you don't remember, by the way, the Roadhog got a little bit of a buff. All of his critical hits are now 2 times, not 1.5 times. So now that the Roadhog and the Roadhog that we once knew is back, there is no more trap, there is no more right-click vape. It is just simply, it's Roadhog. But we're also seeing it from Sky Sniper, who immediately gets punished from Zippy Bloom, who then gets Pars for no reason other than he looked at him funny. And then, yeah, no, the rest is cleanup. We're seeing it Torb. I don't know what to say. I've run out of words. Yes.
Lindenwood are on Junkertown. That's all the words I need. We'll see if they can keep this up. This has been basically a full speed ahead push so far. Looking a little bit reminiscent of Week 1 New Queen Street. We'll see if the other 2 points go as well. Felius going to get back over towards his healers. Wu Yang going to get that reset for him as back onto the top side. Felius trying to pressure out the Zhuan Ru staff, helping out a little bit for the moment. Felius deflect coming out, not going to block too much beam damage, but again, Lindenwood going to just keep pushing that cart along. Torb turret trying to get a bit of pressure. It'll get taken down. The Shimada brothers coming out here for Lindenwood. Zippy already Dragon Strike available. Zippy though is going to go down here. Unfortunately, not able to cast. Not going to get not going to get any values. He hasn't cast the ability yet. So Genji dashing ahead here. Felius pressuring turret back alive here. Felius going to go down now. Turret buying quite a lot of space here. They don't have either of the characters that actually need to get rid of it, so it is just going to be a retreat here for Lindenwood. Wait for some cooldowns, wait for some spawns, let their players actually get back on the map. As Finn now stepping back out, trying to find some clicks here with this right click on the grab cannon, trying to get a little bit of value. Finn actually going to pressure a point here, has bubbles, has long range Ronin healing, so not in any problem. Ronin actually going to take down Didon. That's Juno going down early. Finn takes down the tank, Zarya goes down, and now we are in a 3v5 here for BLINN. Not too much they can get going at this point. Torb turret gonna get burned down here. Kiri playing a bit aggressive here. That's Zen Death as Pars will go down. Kiri really going to need to jump back, able to get that Torb before they get out of range. So it is just going to be Lindenwood, not by any means full pace at this point, but they should be able to get this next cap without too much pressure. We'll see if the fight comes out here. Careful from right around this corner. Are they going to go for it? Yeah, they are. Sky Sniper going to lead the charge. D-Strike comes out. Kitsune going to come out from both sides. Blade from Felius able to take down Zendeth on the backside. Didon as well goes down. Lindenwood, they're just going to clean the fight up. Will it be a perfect 5-0 team kill? Flawless. Indeed it will. Lindenwood kill everybody at the cost of 2 ultimates. They get back 2 ultimates. Kiri both burned, Molten Core and Blade burned, and it's a perfect 5-0 team fight for the Lindenwood Lions.
Yeah, as we see there, Torb gooed all over point, and they were trying to be aggressive there with it, but yeah, no, the Blade and the rush, counter rush back from Ronin was just too good, and Lindenwood were just able to collapse. Getting ready to go. The Torbjorn, as they have seen, that is not as effective as it is supposed to be, even with his buffs in the mid-season patch. Yeah, he just kind of goes down, as does Pars when Ronin puts a kunai in between his eyes.
Yeah, it is just going to be ults coming out here. Grav, what the hell was that grab?
Hold on. I've heard of this before. That right there is the ultimate grab I've ever seen in my life.
That was a DPS grab if I've ever seen one. That is against Sky Sniper, the former DPS. We'll see Lindenwood now continue fighting this forward. Unfortunately, they won't be able to push for too much here, so Ether actually going to take down Itsujoey on the Sojourn. D-Dong goes down on the Juno. Lindenwood just going to keep a W keying forward here, trying to pressure these players under Felius marking. Again, we are just looking for it. Grab comes out for Lindenwood. This one is going to get at least 1 player. In fact, it grabs 2. Everybody in it is dead before the D-Strike, or the D-Strike can hit it. And it's going to be a triple cap for Lindenwood. 3:16 on the clock, so good for them. A nice run.
Yeah, no, so just in case we're wondering back at home, that is actually what you want to do with your Gravitons, by the way. You want to actually get people. I don't know what Sky Sniper was doing personally, but I will like to talk about this rework of the map that you guys apparently have not seen for the past 2 years, or the past year. So, it's mostly on first point. They basically added this big high ground building over there. It's not a big thing, it's just a new high ground that DPS can snipe from and take looks from. Nothing crazy, nothing major. Basically as the biggest point of reflection from this new rework, really. But as we are seeing it, we are going to see Finn coming out on the ball, as well as Zippy back on his trademarked Hanzo. I would like to see it, I would like to call it the Zanzo, personally, if we could get that trademarked. It's just so good. It just feels like he should own it. His character.
And yeah, now it is going to be an interesting set of compositions here. We could obviously see some changes before we start, but I may as well ask, the one notable pick right now, obviously I expect to see that Widow changed quickly. What do you think about the Alari for Zendeth?
The Alari is a very interesting pick here, especially with the composition they are choosing to run here. The ball, they obviously want to go dive, fast, pedal to the metal, but Alari doesn't necessarily play in that way, so you're going to have to be playing ultra aggressive with the Alari. But the damage output, if you can make it work and play that aggressive, it is going to be a very viable strategy. And as well as the healing from the pylon, it could be very well. Now, Finn is in the back lines, and Zibby gets a pick, puts an arrow right between Par's eyes, and yeah, no, back.
And yeah, Lindenwood right now going to try and hold on to this fight right now. Crash down, going to take down the healing pylon, and as again, BLINN need to get going, right? If they don't triple cap this point, or this map, they are going to lose the series in the next potentially 3 minutes, 12 seconds. So they really need to get going right now. As we'll have to see if we can get something going. Zippy gonna take down Pars, and again, it's the same name getting kicked off early again here. We saw this in KR be the downfall for BLINN, is trying to stay stable. Obviously, unfortunately, can't keep everybody alive forever, but unfortunate to see for the side of BLINN. Zendeth gonna get crashed on again. Joey goes down again, and Lindenwood, they're just holding aggro here. The ball ditto going in their favor once again. Is I do think it worth noting, I'm not sure if we actually talked about it, BLINN did ban the Tracer first here. Lindenwood, of course, couldn't ban it as they banned the pick already, and with the move of Sky Sniper over to tank, that Tracer player allegedly asterisk gonna be out on the side of tank, so not gonna be able to play it regardless. Obviously can't role swap in the middle of a map as far as I'm aware, so gonna keep them on the tank role for now. As here we go around the side, Sky Sniper trying to crash down onto the backside, getting a little bit of pressure on the back line of Lindenwood, but he'll get booped away. Here he comes in here. Is Ronan able to take down Joey? Zendeth gonna go down as well. Is Didon taken out? It's a 3 for none at the moment. Sky Sniper shouldn't live for too long, trying to ball swing out of there. Sky Sniper showcasing the ability of this character, and it is going to be able to get back to the spawn, but again, you're bleeding out time. You have to get the point. A minute 45 at absolute worst, and to counter the ball, they are going with the hog.
Yes, my beloved, I actively cosplay him now. I got a big laugh from that production. I'm just happy about that now. But as you were saying, they banned out the Tracer first. Ball just basically plays like a big fat Tracer. I know we make the comparison to Diva at times, but literally it's just Ball. And we're seeing the blade come out here from Belias. Gets one, gets two. Please make it a 3-piece and a biscuit, please! And he died.
Yeah, I mean, he gets face ulted by the Alari. I'm not sure what else he can really do there. Healing pylon goes down. Ball crash onto point. Sky Sniper trying to find something. Will he find the chain hook? He hasn't even thrown it yet. He's waiting. He is waiting. Good patience. D-Strike comes out. And unfortunately, patience is a virtue that must be mastered. As goodbye, Didon, Zendeth, and Sky Sniper. The supports and tank have been eradicated. 50 points plus overtime to make the capture happen, at which point they must use that time to cap again, at which point they must use that time to cap again, all to get to the extra rounds. Of course, if they go and cap that third point in overtime, it's still not looking great for them, but before they can worry about capping the third point, gotta worry about the second point, which means they gotta worry about this first point. And with 30 meters in a corner to go here, it is not looking good for the BLINN squad. Still trying to win their first map of the season. Unfortunately, struggling a little bit on this Junkertown pick, trying to potentially throw Lindenwood off their stride and potentially end up on a walking surface they aren't too familiar with either. His extremely aggressive Wu Yang ult here. It is going to knock down Sky Sniper on the top. Tech Shock takes down Ronan as Felius able to get a bit of value. Finn, though, drops the minefield. Sky has to go in and try and tank it all up. He's taking a breather by the point. Overtime has begun. BLINN must play practically perfectly. Whole hog comes out. Sky Sniper going to take another breather by the point here as the whole hog is going all out there. As we'll see Sky Sniper, Zendeth on the point. Chain hook takes down Ether. Nice play there. Nice find. But again, the hog has to stay on point. He can't get moved too far away by the ball. If he does, the map will end. We are at an extremely short overtime leash. He has to stay at the point. 85 meters within that final 5 2v4 now. It is going to be Pars trying to pressure on the backside. Able to take down one. Sky Sniper goes down. Dragon Strike goes down. Venture below the point. Must stay underground. Mining at the T. GG. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen. It is going to be the clean sweep on the map. 2-0 Li Zhang, 3-2 Kings Row, and now a 3-0 here on Junkertown. First time we've seen it post rework since February of 24, and Lindenwood look great.
Yeah, they absolutely did throughout this entire map. And you know, as you said, oh my god, this guy's popping off. I know, it was a replay. Don't worry, I'm aware. Okay? You'll know when I'm acting stupid when I am. But no, Linwood just looked great, especially on that last one. We've never seen them play Junkertown in what, the past year? Right?
We haven't seen it. We haven't seen it since February of 24, since it got reworked. I don't truthfully know if we saw it before then either. So that might be the first time we played it on stream in many years. I'm not sure if it's ever been played on stream. I certainly don't think I've seen it.
Yeah, you rarely see. But you know, when you do see it, I mean, you'll see some shenanigans just like you did right there. I think it was beautiful. It was nothing more than just utter chaos, which is perfect. You saw a lot of some ball, you saw some hog, you saw Torbjorn. I really liked the Torbjorn. I really loved him. I wish he did more than just go on point for like one time, but like.
As a Lindenwood supporter here working on the Lindenwood desk, I feel like saying you liked the Torb is a bit hypocritical.
hey! I was brought here from Upsal. I'm allowed to have some
that's
bias.
That's a fair argument. That's a fair argument.
And Torb is my most played DPS character.
These are all fair points.
I'm also a Lucio one trick. So all of my points, they're also invalidated.
Lucio players big fans of Torb. They like the immobile guy in the back line, threw him off the map. You abusing some old men? Abusing those creators, those founders, those engineers? Are you abusing men just trying to set up with their turrets?
No, I more or less abuse the turret because, you know, they don't have feelings.
Okay, man. Okay, don't ask this guy's opinion on Omnix. Anyway, we are going to have some interviews here coming up in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Perfect. So, just in time for our interview, the person who got their first start with Lindenwood today, Chris Viral.
Yes, sir.
How did you feel get the first start today?
It was fun. It was really cool.
Awesome. Did you know you were going in first, or was it just like something that you saw in like pre-scrim, or what's up?
I heard it on the side that I was going first map, but usually it's kind of 50-50 with like 3 supports.
Yeah, of course. I've been in that kind of scenario. I've been the third support sometimes, just, you know, puppy dog guys outside of the lobby. But how did it feel? Like, was it a good first game?
Yeah, it was fun. I mean, this isn't my first time being in a competition.
I mean,
like this.
I know, but like it's like time on the stream, you know. All right, it's not that either. Okay. 0 for 2. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. So where'd you get this nice propeller hat? Can I ask that?
I have a propeller hat.
I hope it's a propeller hat. I'm gonna play with it while you talk.
That's assuming I'm talking. I don't know where it came from, bro.
So I saw you a little bit on the Lucio. Is that more or less your comfort pick? I'm also a Reddit Lucio player myself.
Pretty much. I'm just like a Lucio guy now these days. I'm John Lucio for the team.
Oh, yeah. John Lucio. I've always loved to talk to your John Lucio players. They're fun to talk to.
Lucio players are always really chill. Can't confirm.
Oh, yeah, we have Spotify Premium, you know. It comes with the role. It comes.
It's true.
It's true. It comes with the role. Were you? How was it feeling going against a team that had beaten Linwood before?
Yeah, actually going into it, it was really interesting because there was a lot of high expectations for the team, but after the first map, I don't know. Well, apparently a lot of their the original players have gone, so I think it's mostly a different team by now.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of noticed that. We saw some definitely new faces and some newer mistakes that are coming from this roster, I think, is what I'm going to try and call it. Play with it again. So, sorry, I'm losing it over the propeller hat. The Malcolm comp. How often are you like in it? Like, how often do you see it come out from you guys?
Not often. That's a based off feel kind of guy.
That's a based off of feel kind of prediction right there.
Yeah.
Awesome. I love hearing it. I love seeing it. I saw you got 0 boops. We need to up those numbers.
Look, based off the first map and what we were playing versus what they were playing, there was no boop opportunities and no flankers to contest with the damage. So like I went for the other one to give a beat value, and then I regretted it the next map because I didn't get the boop off the map. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
As you should be. You're a Lucio person. We played for the boops.
I should have gotten 2, bro.
All right. So I've been told by production that I shouldn't ask the Pop-Tart question again. So what's your favorite ice cream?
I'm a mint chocolate chip enjoyer.
All right, get this guy off my set.
My fault. My fault.
Get this guy off my set. All right, but thank you for joining me, Viral or Viral.
Viral.
There we go. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks
Do
for having
not
me.
change this computer stream set just yet, though, because we have a interview coming up with Cam. So please stay tuned as we will take it back to a quick break.
Cam, my beloved.
Alrighty, we are back here with Coach Cam Thistle with a lovely upgraded hat.
It's the best version of the hat.
Understandable by all means. Well, I want to start by talking about your season so far, right? Week 2 and week 3 now. You've gone, or I suppose week 2 and 4. You've gone against opponents who have taken you down in the past. You lost to BLINN last season. You lost to Minnesota last season. I don't want to call this season a revenge tour by any means, but how is it feeling going against these teams you lost to previously and taking them down?
I think it's feeling like a revenge tour. I'll be real. I think that we have one more game this season against someone that we played last year, I think. But we beat them last year. So hopefully the revenge tour doesn't flip on us. I think the Idaho State game will be a fun one at the very least. I think it's in about 2 weeks. But it felt very good to beat MSNU last week or 2 weeks ago. And it felt great to be able to go up against BLINN. I know that we played them in Mizzou land last year, and they were absolute titans back then. So we got to take a map off of them, which felt great. But being able to beat them this year, I think recruitment fell a little flat, unfortunately, for them. But we were able to take the whole thing this year, and it felt very good.
And then, I think, it's Texas A&M, USA, and Idaho State, I believe you played in the past, no?
We've played a number of the Texas A&M subsidiaries. I know that they have
Hard
like
to
a
keep track.
bunch. They've got like International, they've got San Antonio, and we've also got the main Texas A&M, which I don't think that we've played, but we did go to the same land as them, and they seem like good people. But Texas A&M is going to be a tough one for sure. I think they're our hardest opponents of the year, and we have them next week.
And then, may as well start with the start of the series today. You had your other support, Mr. Viral, in. Talk to us a little bit about the difference in your 3 supports, when you think we might be seeing some of the players in, some of the players out.
So, Viral is a very, very strong, aggressive Lucio player. And if we want to have the majority of our time spent being aggressive with a Lucio, we will have him in. But if we're playing a little bit more passive, we tend to go for the Ether variety of our comps. They're both very good at what they do. They both have their own individual strengths and weaknesses. Ronan is generally a mainstay of our comps. He's a team captain. He's a rock. But if we want to do any double main support shenanigans, or if we want to get a little goofy, we will tend to have both Ether and Viral in. So the vast majority of the time, you'll see Ronan one of the two.
And then, I want to talk about the third map for a little bit. You may remember from watching some of the streams back, Junkertown, a topic of hot ideology between myself and Amanda. Were you surprised to see that map picked after not having it seen in comp for a year and a half now?
No, I'll tell you why. The big thing with BLINN that I could tell was they like to bring things to Kings Row second map. They've done that a couple times this season. And then for third map, they'll tend to go for the escort that they feel gives them the best chance and swap around who's playing tank and who's playing DPS. That is a strategy that they've employed multiple times in the past, and they tend to stray away from things like flashpoint and push as best as they can. So I for my money's worth, I thought they were going to go Rialto. But I was also fairly well versed in their strategy, and I was fairly certain that they were going to roll out on a SIG comp, and that's why they swapped the tanks around. So they made the swap, and they protect banned their DPS. So we were able to eliminate the SIG immediately, and it clearly didn't bode well for them with a full cap and a full hold on our end. It was a little bit closer than we would have liked, I think, given all of the information we had. But at the end of the day, I was pretty sure they were going to roll out on an escort with some kind of poke comp.
And then, yeah, talk to us just a little bit about your overall hopes for the season. Obviously, this is a fantastic start. You're 3-0 here. You haven't dropped a map yet. You'll have the, I guess, ABC replacement starting up before all too long on Thursdays. What are your overall goals and hopes for this season?
We want to make brackets for both. Would be very nice. For ABC, that is now starting this week on Thursdays, we have 2 matches that I've scouted out a bit. The first is against Illinois Wesleyan University, and that one seems to be a tougher match. I think they're ranked number 19 by Okra right now. And that organization has its ups and its downs in terms of its ranking potential, and I don't know that I would personally rank them that high, but they're very good. Our second match is against someone who is not as good. I believe it's Alabama University, but I could be wrong. And they seem decent, but I'm not all that worried. I think that's about where in terms of NACE, I expect us to ideally win every game, except our game against Texas A&M. But that game, I want us to make a really good game. Ideally, I'd love to go perfect in the regular season, but they're looking really, really hard to beat next week. So we're using a lot of our time to prep for them. We didn't prep for BLINN this week beyond scouting. We didn't prep for, obviously we had a bye week next week, so we're hoping to give Texas A&M a run for their money.
And then, yeah, I obviously won't hold you for too long, but any other closing thoughts on the day, series, season, anything of the sort?
Yeah, I'd like to thank everyone in the chat. I know we've got a lot of love for both of my main support players. I know Chris is very popular. I know Kirk are very popular. They've both got their individual fans in the chat shouting them out, which has been fantastic. We know who you are, and we've been told about you and to watch out for you. So we're ready to keep an eye out on the chat. And also, obviously, thank the team, thank everyone at Prod, everyone behind the desks. And I think my final thank you would be to Chris for telling the truth about ice cream, because mint chocolate chip is the superior flavor above all other flavors.
Really? At the top of your
Absolutely.
tier list, you got the mint.
100%.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, we'll wish you luck, obviously, in the upcoming tough matchup next week. Going to be a fun one, again, after seeing you guys able to take some wins against some teams you've struggled with in the past. Whether we see some close matches like that watch point from, I almost said last week, week 2, or we end up getting some decisive matchups, it'll be fun to watch regardless. Thank you all, everybody, for joining us today for another successful Lindenwood Overwatch series. That is going to be it for us today. And Mr. Propeller Hat Coachman here. Be sure to keep an eye out on all official channels for any updates on any future matchups. Of course, we'll have Valorant coming up soon, Siege as well, Rocket League tomorrow. So be sure to keep an eye out for any future updates on other streams. Thank you all for joining us tonight. Hope to see you again in the future.
Welcome to Lindenwood today, where I am in the booth, not necessarily alone spiritually, but physically, as I am joined with the lovely Xander as normal, or Colonel, if you will. He is joining me through Discord. So now I have all this studio space to myself, but my thoughts don't remain empty without him.
Unfortunately, I'm of course off the campus at the moment. Haven't been here for, I think, the set for Valorant last week. We'll be back later this week for Thursday Siege, so be sure to hop in there. Big rival matchup coming up, but not worried about that tonight, because tonight in Overwatch, we have a bit of a rivalry in the top of the standings. Texas A&M USA out of San Antonio coming up tonight. We'll take a peek at the standings to see exactly the stakes of what we're looking at tonight are, and take take a peek there in the number 1 seed, the only 2 undefeated teams, not only in terms of series, but in terms of maps. Both teams playing tonight, Lindenwood and the opponents in Texas A&M. 3-0 on series, but arguably and undeniably more impressive 9-0 on map score for both of them. So just on our control this evening, we're going to have one team losing their undefeated streak, and I think it's definitely a lot to keep in mind. Obviously, some other strong teams, Loyola, haven't seen them yet, Arlington, haven't seen them yet, Idaho State and Shawnee State, a little bit weaker, but still haven't seen them. And on the other side, of course, still some strong teams. Linden would have taken down Minnesota 2 series ago. Unfortunately, BLINN and Academy of Art, 2 of Lindenwood's earlier opponents, still yet to find their first map win, but definitely going to be a fun one tonight. The 2 undefeated titans of the division going at it.
Yeah, I know, as you said, that this is one of the craziest matchups that we could have. We have 2 undefeated teams, again, not only in record, but just also in series. And, it reminds me, one of these teams is going to be San Francisco Shock in Stage 2 of Overwatch League. They're going to have the golden stage, and this is going to be an insane match, and I'm ready for some over-the-top Overwatch.
And yeah, definitely could expect to see both teams lose their undefeated map streak. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw a 3-1, 3-2, or potentially one of these teams going to cut through it all and end all the way 12-0 after the day. But we can take a peek at how Lindenwood have gotten to this state. 3-0 on series, 9-0 on maps by looking at their past series. Of course, in week 3, they had that bye, but in week 1, a great showing against the Academy of Art. 2-0 Lijiang sweep in, I think, 3 minutes. We've got that time to on New Queen Street, a full sweep on Kings Row. In week 2, they took on the also joint 3-1 Minnesota Mantaco, 2-1 on Samoa, 5-4 in a very tight Lijiang game, and then an uncontested Kings Row to close the series. Very strong team in Minnesota, but not able to take down the Lions, as in week 4, BLINN University, unfortunately, a shell of their former selves, but still able to take some points off of Lindenwood, notably on Kings Row, got pretty close there, but unfortunately couldn't pull it out in map 2, and couldn't pull much out in Lijiang, or the first Junkertown we've seen post-rework, so definitely going to be excited to see what we get on the map set tonight, but we'll worry about that in a little bit, as, again, just taking a peek there at these standings of the past. Very, very big leads for Lindenwood overall.
I know. Looking at this, I was so excited going into the Maverick game, actually. It was one of my more favorite games that I've actually casted. One of the watch point games specifically, where we just watched these 2 behemoths come together. It was so wonderful. And then you also had BLINN the next week after that. It was just wonderful. You had basically like these all cinema matches put together in the first 4 weeks, my way.
And yeah, definitely going to be fun to see some teams Linden would have lost to in the past in Minnesota, and BLINN took them down in the past, and now we'll be seeing, I think, probably the 3rd A&M team that Linden would have played in the past couple of seasons, but we'll have to wait a little bit to get into that matchup, as we're going to bounce things over to our first break tonight, but don't change that channel here on Twitch, because right when we get back, Kenny will be joined by Mr. Coach Cam Thistle McCallion for a quick little interview pregame.
Well, I hope you didn't change your Twitch channel to Amaranth because we're still here and there's still Overwatch to be played. And I'm joined by the wonderful Cam.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Nerve-wracking day for the game, but I'm excited to get it going.
All right. So how you feeling tonight?
Like I said, I'm feeling kind of nervous. This is, I think, the biggest real competition that we have. I think, as it stands, according to my notes, Texas A&M San Antonio is probably the #1 team in our division, and we're sitting at #2, and #3 is we played already and 3-0'd them. So this is the game that we've been hoping to prepare for, at least for the majority of it. But I assume to these guys, we're probably going to come across as just another Monday.
Alrighty. Well, that's also very nice. But, let's not just focus on the present. Let's also look at the future. Let's see who you have left, really. And, after today, who are you excited left to play? Who's there?
Idaho State, I'm excited about purely because we have a long-standing play record with them. We seem to be grouped into the same exact division every single year. And while we haven't lost any maps to them yet, I am super happy that they keep coming back and they keep getting better and better and closing the distance every season. So I'm excited to see what they bring. And they're not in the bottom half. They're kind of a mid-tier team this season instead of being towards the bottom half. So I'm really excited to see their improvement.
Yeah, I know. So you see like other teams up there. Is there anybody you're a little scared about playing at all? Other than San Antonio tonight?
Not particularly. I know that Loino is a decent school. I've seen a couple of their streams. They have a lot of personality on the casting desk. And I'm excited to be able to play them, but I'm excited because I know that they're going to be excited. They have a lot of easy games this year, and a lot of the gaps are going to be like they are almost certainly going to beat every team except us, Texas, and MSNU.
Yeah.
And even then, I think those 3 games are all going to be 3-0s. So with them getting a lot of their easier games out early, being able to play them I'm excited to be able to play spoiler to a perfect season for someone for once instead of it happening to us.
It's always fun to play the spoiler to a beautiful storybook ending, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, but let's not just talk about Lindenwood here. We have a whole bunch of other teams that have the end of the schedule. I happen just to have all of them. So as we see here, we have 2 undefeated Titans going into tonight. That's you two guys. Then after that, we have some strong teams. Loyola and Minnesota State. All 4 of those teams just need 2 wins to clinch. You have UTA. They just need to win, I think, 3 of their next 4. They're allowed to drop 1 game. Do you think that they're gonna make it?
I think UTA is going to lose to MSNU and to us. I think that they are going to be able to beat ArtU, and I think they're going to be able to beat BLINN.
Yeah.
But I think that UTA, even though they're a decent team and they're kind of middle of the pack, they're stuck around that like MSNU and Idaho State level. And I think that unfortunately they're probably not going to be able to overcome us or MSNU, so we probably won't see them in the playoffs. But I think Loino and MSNU are both going to win their next game against BLINN and SSU respectively. And I think that MSNU is probably going to win the rest of their games except Texas A&M, San Antonio. I think that Loino is probably going to win against BLINN and Idaho State. So I think they're both going to eke in towards the end.
All right. Then we have Idaho State. They also have to win 4 of their next 5.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's possible for them? Do you think those guys got a chance here at playoffs?
I think that they are likely going to go into playoffs. I don't think they're going to go into playoffs, but I think that it's more likely that they are going to go and win 2 out of their next 5. I think they're probably going to end 3-5 on the season.
We got a lot of predictions here. I like it. I like it. All right, now let's talk about the next two teams. BLINN, you played them last week. A little bit of a get back match, a little bit of a shell of their former selves, as Xander has told me. Them and Shawnee, if I'm saying that correct. Sean's. They have to win out. They cannot afford a loss.
Yes.
You think that's possible? Do you think that's in the cards for these two teams?
No, I think that BLINN is going to lose Texas A&M for sure. They are most likely going to lose to Loino, and while they have a closer chance against Idaho State and SSU, I think that it's probably going to fall towards Idaho State and SSU. But as far as like close games go, BLINN versus SSU is going to be close, and I think that SSU versus Idaho State could be close. But it's kind of a toss up a little bit when it comes to them playing each other. It's very likely that we're not going to be seeing either of them finish out in the playoffs.
And then we have the University of Art, sadly eliminated. Pay respects, press F, pay respects to them. How many minute game was it on New Queens again?
I think it was 2 minutes and 53 seconds, something like that, for a full cap on New Queens.
And that's how they started their season?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry for them.
Yeah.
That's something UMSL would have done.
It's okay. When people are Overwatch Collegiate is a hard scene to break into, and these guys are trying their best. They're swinging up with the big boys in Varsity Premier, and that's a tough scene.
Oh yeah, it's 100% a tough scene. You got a lot of these tough places to be in. So, do you think 5 of these teams we're going to be seeing them in playoffs? Do you think we'll see 5 of them?
No, I think we will see 4. I think it is a lock for ourselves and Texas A&M San Antonio, and I think that it is very likely for Loino to win 3 games, and for or maybe 2 games.
2 games.
I think Loino will likely win 2 games, and MSNU will likely win 3 games. I think that as far as like the loss section, we're gonna have like a 7 wins, 6 wins, 5 wins, 4 wins, like going down the line. So I don't think UTA is going to make it, but I do think that MSNU and Loino will be making it into playoffs barely.
All right. So we talked a little bit about the game. You're feeling nervous a little bit, but you're also a little pumped up. What Linwood players should we be expecting to see like star impact tonight? Who if they're popping off, this game is pretty much almost wraps.
Finn has been playing really well. His IGLing is coming through really spectacularly. Bloom has always been a person to watch during games. And I think that a lot of my players are just kind of keyed in tonight. I wouldn't say anyone is better than any of the other ones tonight.
That's awesome. I love hearing that from the coach, especially. It means that everything's rocking smooth and crystal clear. And well, we're almost ready for game time. I just have one more question for you. It's a little bit of a personal one. How would you rate Iron Brew?
On a scale of 10, 10 being the best?
Yeah.
10 being the best is about a 13.
Wow, that's a very high rating.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe Iron Brew for the people that don't know it at home?
It is the national soda of Scotland. A lot of people have said it tastes like a mixture between cream soda and bubblegum. But overall, it is a very good drink, best served very cold, and it is a very good hangover cure.
Oh, I need one of those. So if you ever go to Scotland, let me know, okay? Bring me back a case. All right. So that's our interview with Cam. We will be seeing his squad going up against Texas A&M very soon, right after this break. We'll see you back here. Welcome back. Now we are back with Xander on the mics, and we are having a good old time. As we're getting ready for our match, we are going to talk a little bit more about the map pool, stuff that we can just quickly assess here before we start getting into the fun games that we have laid out for today. Xander, where do we want to go today, map pool wise?
I think there's a lot of places that we could go that would be quite a bit of fun. Ilios is the map being hovered in lobby right now, so we'll see if that ends up being where we're going to go in terms of that. So Ilios definitely could be fun. Obviously, Lijiang, very classic, but looking at some of the other places on the map pool, there's a lot of places I feel like we haven't really been this season, right? I don't think we've seen Hollywood, we haven't seen Atlas, we haven't seen Esperanza, Rialto. So I think there's definitely a lot of maps that could be fun to see, but considering we have two top-level teams, I truly think that we'll see Kings Row map 2 no matter what. If a team is feeling good about their skirmishing, they'll bring us to Saravasa. I think that we could see a favored escort map come out later into the series, but I really think that considering we are looking at two high-level teams that have gotten some good wins under their belt, they're flawless on the map set, I think that with the exception of potentially starting on Ilios, that we are going to see some very, very classic maps today. So we'll see what the exact play is once we get everything set up in the lobby. One thing worth noting for Lindenwood, it will be Ronin and Ether starting support. Viral will be on the bench to start the series off. His map change actually looks like we might go to Samoa to start.
Yeah. I'm not really surprised by this. I was told around that Samoa was probably going to be the first map pick, no matter what. I think I think both teams really wanted to go to Samoa. I think that both teams are very comfortable on this map. So I'm very happy to see Samoa. As of where I think we should go today, I'm a little disheartened that we're not going to see Ilios, my beloved. But as you said, we haven't been a lot of places around the globe. I would love to see some Eichenwald today. I think it would be a really fun treat for us. As well as some Saravasa. I would like to see some Saravasa as well. I want to see some of that. Maybe some Rialto if I get lucky. And we just got the first ban in, and it is Cass. And the other ban is Wu Yang. So this means a little bit. Not too much. I mean, Wu Yang is a very high damaging support, so they do not want anything of that on the San Antonio side. San Antonio bans Wu Yang, and Lindenwood is banning Cassidy. Maybe they do not want anything troubling their pesky flankers getting into our backline tonight. But what are you thinking about this, Xander?
I definitely think these bans aren't surprising. Lindenwood obviously don't have, I'm going to say, the best cast in the world. Obviously, there are people who can play it, but I feel like they're a lot more comfortable. Maybe Felius on something like a Tracer, potentially a protection ban there. Obviously, Finn is very capable of playing some other snipers, and while I don't inherently look at Samoa and say they're going to play Hanzo, obviously picks like that that we've seen do well for them in history are always going to be on the table. So we'll wait and see what the call is going to be there, so not too surprised by the cast ban. Both takes away a very strong DPS that Lindenwood don't necessarily specialize in, while also, of course, protecting some of those other picks. As we'll see what the setup is going to be. On the other hand, Wu Yang, I mean, you said it pretty well, right? This guy is absolute menace on the field. He's so strong in so many ways. Great abilities, great ultimate, incredible range and damage abilities played well, so I'm not surprised to see him banned away. Obviously, there's no protection bannings in second round, so just going to be the Wu Yang taken off the table, as we'll see what the comps are going to be as we get rolling here. Map 1 Samoa coming up here in just a moment, as our first composition variants looking like we might be getting Zarya, Reaper, Kiri dittos.
Yeah, I was a little bit in the rooms earlier today when they were doing their pre-match scrim, and Zarya definitely was a character they were really wanting to play a little bit. They definitely were feeling it. They wanted to see a lot. They were expecting it as well coming into this. They were really going to the Zarya and trying to go for a more rush style composition on Samoa.
And yeah, here we go. Both of those Symmetras going to get swapped out for the speed DPS. Sojourn Tracer going to be the two flex DPSs here for the teams. As here we go, first fight already. Reapers walking straight into the front line right now. Wunter taking a good bit of damage. Wraithform forced out for the side of Just. That's the Reaper for TAM. So have to be careful. A lot of these players here looking for some flanks. Tracer, that's Felius, trying to keep the pressure up as the point unlocks in a second. Felius double dash back to join the team. Pressure by TAM on the point right now, but haven't taken it quite yet, but they will get it before the first fight. So time progress already ticking for them. Felius far on the backside on that Tracer, able to stay on his feet for the moment. Here we go, Lindenwood walking forward. Eve is low and just goes down to the boot here. Kitsune, Suzu comes out from the Kiriko. Wunter taking a good bit of damage. Eve, though, the Iona going to go down 5v3 for Lindenwood. It's a great start to the fight here. Cupid Soldier, the Kiri goes down. There's no supports at a trade for Finn, but with no supports, Wunter, the Zarya for Texas A&M has nothing to heal with. Tracer now trying to catch up to Coconut. That's the Sojourn trying to stagger. Both supports going to jump on over. It'll be a triple dive to Sojourn, and it's a really nice stagger there. 24% for Texas A&M, but Lindenwood 10% in with some ult charge benefits. One thing worth noting, though, that Sojourn already has ult.
Oh yeah, no. Sojourn, she can just farm the ult very quickly. That's just how Sojourn is. But really big props over to Ether. Really just finishing off those dives, really committing into them, helping Zippy, helping just your flankers out whenever they need it, and just providing that ample speed boost that helps everyone. As we get into this next fight here.
Yeah, Overclock comes out here for the kids, for the Sojourn, but Ronan drops quickly and just right now popping off, takes down both supports in the back line, and Linden would have to give up the point. They had 40% or 39, I suppose, but they're going to get ran down at the end. Zippy and Finn both going to get dropped. Reaper trying to make sure he can't get staggered. The healing will come in just quick enough, so Finn, the only person to wait for is Lindenwood, just now going to be getting past here, 39-39, and A&M officially have the lead on point 1, but still very early on into the map is Felius, an extreme stagger. Not what you want to be seeing happen, as Lindenwood going to be down a player for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, no, it's a rough stagger right there. He's just trying to scout, trying to maybe get like a little bit of a backdoor going there, trying to force some people back. He gets a little too caught out, stays a little too long, and then just ends up paying the price for it. We're watching a little bit of the Blossom come out there, immediately shut down by Boom. And this gives the green light to all of Lindenwood right now.
And yeah, both Kitsu's gonna get thrown out here to keep this pressure up as Grab grabs 2, counter grabs 2, but the first one is superior for the moment. Wunter able to get one value bit back, but he's gonna get traded out. Coconut goes down. Reaper teleporting in with the Shadow Step here as he is just throwing himself on to a death for some ult or for some progress on the point there. They're contesting for so long here. They could have lost it at nearly 80%, but the stalling is gonna get them to 93 here to Lindenwood's 42 and counting. So a couple ultimates thrown down there for both sides. There's none up for A&M, be in 7%, Sojourn Overclock in 30, but Lindenwood, Zippy, and Ether both holding ults is another fight brewing up already, just holding the front line here. Wunter supporting him with those bubbles as Lindenwood trying to keep the damage up. High charge on Ronan, though, goes down quickly. Just again, the Reaper finding so much value here as Zippy has to back away. Aggro beat used by Eve, but Linden would have to run away and stall 7% until they lose. It's going to be Coconut and the DPS backing away, but Blossom comes in. Eve goes down. That's Lucio. Be it wasted, and now it's going to be Lindenwood surging forward. They didn't lose point possession, so they're not getting value on that beat. Pulse Bomb gets used, but Felius gets taken down by the railgun, as it will be Finn trying to hold the front line. Back line is going to be the side of Just here, with all the pressure in the world coming out as Finn holding down the front line, trying to keep this damage out here on the Zarya, but the DPS of their opposition so possessive here, but Just gets traded out as Wunter gets Finn, and while Linden would get to 90, I'm not sure what they can do to win the point at this point, as their players dying at just the wrong times here have to try and make it happen. It's Zippy, it's Ether trying to stall it out, but Overclock comes out, and unless a miracle hits here for Lindenwood, that's going to be it. Doomfist comes out to get to the point quicker. To Overclock, though, it's too much damage right now. Finn jumps to the back line, trying to get everything he can done, but Lindenwood will lose the first point here, 100-90.
Yeah, no, it was a rough one right there. You really hoping that, that fight win, like right in the middle of the fight, you had like this fight that just kind of kept going back and forth and back and forth. And, this Sojourn, she just keeps racking up damage every time. And it's not going to be a good thing. The Sojourn kind of has to get put into check. She can leave the fight early. Like if you put a flank, like both your flanker, like if you put some resources into killing her, she was going to go down immediately. But, if she's left uncontested, boy, does she get scary sometimes. And another thing that I want to talk about, they are sometimes just leaving Ronan just completely alone and just sees it and TPs and just immediately 2-taps him. You can't let that happen to your Kiriko. Too much sustain with that character. You have to make sure Ronin is protected.
And yeah, it is now going to be the next fight coming up here to start the next point. 15 seconds till it unlocks, but already Wunter, the Zarya again for Texas A&M here as we see the same comps coming out. Felius, though, again, an early pick against him. Coconut finds the nice shot to close him out as now we're going to get a early deep harassment here. Pre-point finally unlocking right now is just sieging forward once again here, trying to get pressure as they will secure the point here to start on Samoa. Again, both of these teams yet to lose a map on the season. We'll see if Lindenwood can strike back at a reverse sweep on the Samoa map to maintain their flawless as Lindenwood charging in. Reaper jumping to the back line here. Peel coming out from Sojourn as Coconut going a very low HP here. They need to keep him on his feet or this could get bad for Texas A&M, but unfortunately the support's too good for Lindenwood to get much done. Zippy goes down in the back line and a nice attempt at a back line unfortunately blocked away by beautiful defensive work there by the A&M back line as Lindenwood forced away at 30%.
Yeah, no. It was a little bit of a rough one there. I said you have to pressure out that Sojourn. You can't just let her farm for free. And, you know, they made her work for every little inch of it. She's actually even behind in ult charge now. So you did a really good job there. Sadly, you know, you just couldn't kill her fast enough. The sports were able to get back. But now we are going to see this Kitsune Rush battle as Ronin pops his, and it's go.
Yeah, Wunter really low here. The Zarya for A&M going to go down now on this early one as just the Reaper going to go out as well. 5v3 now for Lindenwood. Can they close it up? Evil drop. Cupid Soldier holds his Kitsu. And while Lindenwood are going to win the fight at 60, they had to drop a support ult to make it happen. But look at the top right of your screen at those TNA A&M ultimates. They have the DPS Reaper. They have the Kitsune DPS at 90. Tank at 90. Lucio at 70. So ults are going to become a big problem for Lindenwood here. They have some to work with themselves. DPS and grab beat at 80, so have some coming up pretty soon as Finn getting healing. Triple grab! They need to punish this quickly. Just goes down in it. Eve able to get away, wall rides away, but Finn, beautiful tracking, able to close him down. Now it's Wunter, kills Ether on the backside, but he's going to die on the point on his own, so Lindenwood, at a cost of only the one ult from Finn there, are able to win another fight. They'll get up to 50% before they can lose it, so well, now the only things they have are that Zippy Blossom and Ether beat in a few moments here. It's 5 ults for A&M, and they're going to come in quick on this next one.
Oh yeah, no, I expect this to be a very quick fight on the side of Texas A&M. Yep, as we already see the Kitsu's coming out, and they are running for them, trying to track down anything. Ooh.
Yeah, they're going to go super aggro here. Lindenwood, it's actually a really good beat here. It keeps the tank alive, and Zippy is able to get so much value. Eve doesn't use the beat, and it's fortunate not to lose it, but they needed to win this fight. They spent so much. Cupid went in aggro, and I like the idea. They grabbed Finn to hold him in as the rest of A&M goes down on the side. Goodbye to Cupid, goodbye to Coconut, as he actually really nice power slide to get over. Zippy goes in a bit too deep. They were able to take down Coconut, but they trade out their Blossom for it. That is a crazy beat by Eve. They need to punish it right now. Kitsune used in deep pressure here. Wunter gonna almost go down, but Finn will drop out instead. And if that Kitsu didn't immediately turn that fight, it could have gotten real dangerous with the beat there. But a lot of ults getting used here on this fight for A&M. They have Blossom, but nothing else over 50. Lindenwood, they're back at 85 on the pulse bomb and almost 80 on that grab. So we could be looking at a big one-fight territory. 85 to 75 now. Again, A&M kicking up here. It'll be 85 all soon as Just hiding out in a corner. Have to be very careful. Finn goes in with a bubble onto Just now. Lindenwood trying to keep the pressure up. Ether, though, nice movement to get back to safety as Just has to go into the Wraith form as Zippy holding down the bottom side of the fight here. Very, very careful, very cautious here on the backside. Coconut has swapped off the Sojourn to the Tracer. It's Tracer Dittos now as Reaper going into the backside here. Zippy forcing Cupid to use that teleport away. Finn gets Suzu. Blossom comes out from Just, but he goes down before he gets value. Wunter joins him in the grab. 99 to 85 for A&M, but A&M are going to lose this fight. Cupid Soldier goes down. Coconut trying to stall out as well, but they're both going to get dropped. Coconut now, last player alive here. He's not going to stall the point. 99 to 89. Coconut running away in the back alleys, trying to get away from this Lucio. Ether chasing him, keeping the pressure up. 92%, 94, 95. They got to keep him off point, or Coconut's going to force overtime. He dies down, but the rest of the side of A&M are back here. Just has to tank onto the point, gets overtime ticking. Just, though, Wraith form comes out. Bubble gets onto him. Is Just trying to stay alive for the moment. Wunter now holding down the front side, but the DPS is too much for Lindenwood. Finn gets the first kill overkill here onto one tier, diving onto the point now. It's Eve, it's just full HP. It's going to be Felius going down quickly to that second ult fire from Reaper on that perk, is now just taking all the damage. Wraithform on cooldown here, though. He'll have to go into it. Coconut barely makes it back. Pulse Bomb available here, trying to do everything they can for A&M, but the Pulse Bomb gets sidestepped. Coconut recalls, takes it back. Blossom on point, and Lindenwood bring us to point 3, and 199% will go to that third point on Samoa.
What a map and a half. Oh my god. I was so scared the entire time. Like, first of all, do you need a breath? Like, do you need one?
We're all good.
Alright, you're good, you're good? Alright. But no, all of this, again, stems from this, like, they are getting the first pick, and can I just say, that one fight where, you know, we saw 3 of Texas A&M using ults on us and on Lindenwood, and just the supports for keeping Finn alive throughout that entire process, and then Zippy coming through with a pick, that was so crucial during that fight. And wow, we're just gonna be seeing some crazy gameplay right now.
And yeah, Lindenwood back on the fight here on the front side. We'll see the fight just tanking up again. Winner takes all here for map 1. They break the streak of that other team as Zippy taking a lot of damage. Wraithform, they're going to back away. Felix on the backside trying to take down Cupid Soldier. Has to drop the Suzu for himself. Recall from Felius, but he is in danger. Double dash out. Coconut going to chase him down. He's pretty low, but he gets back over towards some teammates. Ether helping him out. So Lindenwood holding back on the pressure for the moment. Everybody with 2 perks, with the notable exception of Coconut on Tracer. Only player with only 1 perk on the map right now. Is here we go again. Refight in. Finn half HP. Roden goes down on the backside. Coconut's pressure too good on this one. That's 1, 2, 3 for the Tracer of A&M. Just grabs 4, and while Felius retrades Eve, a kill on the Lucio won't matter. He's retraded by Coconut. A&M 4-0 team kill the first fight, 20% to nothing.
Yeah, no. So your Kiri needs to, again, we talked about this for map 1. Your Kiri needs to live, and your Kiri will win you fights. It is just that simple. Sometimes you just have to do it, and wow.
Oh no! I mean, it's the same problem. They haven't even gotten their Pulse Bomb out, and Lindenwood have already lost another fight to the problem you're talking about actively. You're talking about how important it is to keep your Kiri alive in these fights, and unfortunately, Ronan gonna get dropped for the second fight in a row. Lindenwood, they had a 60% comeback last time. We'll see if they can do it again here. 50-0 right now, but still counting. 2 ults up, the DPS ults for the side of A&M. Pulse Bomb available for Lindenwood. Ronan at 80 on the Kitsune, but they need to figure something out. Zippy goes in, gonna get boosted up by this Lucio. Low HP on the backside, but they'll stay alive for the moment. Wraithform not available here. Zippy gonna get dropped on it. 65-0, and Lindenwood looked like they're gonna get swept here on this third point of Samoa. Coconut gonna take the pick on Felius, and the Lions are sprinting for the Safari here. They have to get away. 75-0 lead right now. A&M have 3 ults, beat at 80, just use the pulse, and again, I'm not sure that Lindenwood can capture the point at all here.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be using a lot of these ultimates to just even get to the point. You're gonna have to use these to get a chance at it, and yep, that is not what you wanted to see at all.
Yeah, Grab Blossom comes out for A&M. Lindenwood trying to use everything that they have farmed up over the course of this round, but they don't have a healer with them. Zippy's at 1. They're going to get dropped, and that's going to be it. Overtime procs. Doomfist comes out for Finn the Human. He's going to try and jump in. He's able to touch here. Kitsu going to come out here. They're going to do everything they can, but Finn gets dropped. It's the supports versus 5, and after a mediocre first round, a fantastic clutch in the second round, the third map here on Samoa, Lindenwood gets swept. A&M moves to 10-0 on the map score. Lindenwood dropped to 9-1, and A&M now the only undefeated team per map in the group. Still the rest of the best of 5 to go, but definitely a nice confidence booster for them.
I know, and as we see here, the Ronan. Ronan is right now the key to Lindenwood's success right now. So you have to really be careful about leaving him alone. Like, yes, he is Kiriko. You can leave him alone. You can do it, but you have to be very careful because, you know, if somebody like 1 too much damage, it's over. That Kiriko only has 1 cooldown, and if they see it, it happened that entire game. It's instant on site.
And yeah,
Ronan just
definitely a bit unfortunate for Lindenwood there, as you say. Kiri, main player there, super important, getting picked out by that Tracer pick coming out from Coconut. As we'll have to see if Lindenwood want to change anything up or how they'll try and fix it up in map 2. The players have called for a short little break here, so we're going to send things to one of our own. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 coming up in Lindenwood v Texas A&M in just a few minutes.
welcome back yet again. As we just saw on the last map, we have officially taken our first map loss. F's for respect. But we finally get to pick a map other than the first one. So we are been taking to Atlas, where the bans have been Kiri and Reaper, and this is going to be an exciting map. From what I hear, it is the first time we are actually seeing it on production. Xander, are you excited for this?
I'm not excited for Atlas. I've played a fair bit. I'm not gonna say I've played a lot, because if I said I've played a lot, I'd be lying. But I've played a fair bit of Overwatch since Atlas came out. Every time in quick play, me and my duo voted for Atlas because we're like, it'd be cool to play a map we've never seen. This is the first time right now on my Overwatch client that I have ever seen Atlas in any concept of the game. So we'll have to see how it goes for the teams here. It was Lindenwood's picks, of course. Here we go. We're gonna set in again. Our bans for this game are going to be Kiriko banned by Lindenwood, then Reaper banned by A&M, which I'm surprised to see because I thought they played that Reaper comp great round 1, or map 1. But I suppose they're wanting to play a little something else. The bans got not updated on accident, so it looks like unfortunately Cass and Wu Yang were not available there. So we're getting the lobby reset up real quick, but we'll be back in here in just a moment.
Of course, of course. And let me actually a little bit talk about Atlas as a map. If we don't really have much to go off of until we get into the game, but it is a beautiful map. I think it's a very well put together map. I don't like playing it. I think there's a lot of awkward high ground spots that you have to play around. And it's basically every point is designed to be like this big kill box that just is so hard to play. Like if you have control of point, you're gonna have control of point for a while. But like if you don't have control of point, it is a monster to get into. So the game plan here is to get control first, and then stall everything through and let the other team make the mistakes around you.
And yeah, we'll get back into a little game here in just a moment as we are starting up the lobby. We'll see our first draft of the team compositions, and here's something I haven't seen Lindenwood play in a little bit here. It is going to be a Ball, Sombra, Tracer here, alongside that Wu Yang and the Lucio. So again, Viral coming in here for the side of Ronan to get onto a little bit of a different style of composition. And I assume that we're going to be seeing some extremely heavy dive, harassment, backlining, whatever you want to call it. But regardless, here we go for the first time, Lindenwood on Atlas.
Yes, I am very excited about this. I am ready to see this Zippy Bloom Sombra. I never got to play actually against it, but I'm excited to see how it works.
As, yeah, Finn already kind of low on the back line, but he's playing ball, so he is just far away, getting some health back. To Zippy goes down, and this is what I think Lindenwood were potentially a little bit concerned about just on the cast here, going absolutely insane already with an early kill onto Zippy. His ball crashed down here. Cupid Soldier, Eve both take some heavy damage, but a sleep anti onto Finn is actually just going to sentence him to death as Finn goes down early. Zippy on Soldier now as the swap comes out. And considering the comp, I wouldn't be surprised to see Finn swap off, but they're going to ship it for the moment.
No, so we are expecting to be playing some heavy aggression right now. Because we have Viral in, and that means they really want to be aggressive on this first point. And we see Finn finally get that first pick off onto the Cassidy. That's going to open up a lot of sightlines for the flankers to start getting the roll. As Philius and Coconut are just dueling with Viral in tow.
Yeah, early kill here onto Eve for this one for Lindenwood, so we'll see if they can clean up the fight. I certainly expect it now with the second support going down. No supports means no tank. Wunter falls out next. Ether's boot gets it, is just gonna get staggered by just a little bit, I think, here. Yeah, he's not gonna get onto that spawn window. It's only an extra few seconds, but on Flashpoint, few seconds make a lot of progress. In the time of that spawn timer, Lindenwood went from 21 to 30%, so lot of time and progress being bought because these rounds go by so quickly on this objective set. So we'll see Lindenwood how they're going to handle this next fight. 45 to 50 now, about dead even. Ultimates, of course, charging up for both sides. Pulse bombs both available. Deadeye going to be up as well. So have to be careful for these ultimates. A lot of them in that 80 to 90 range. As Pulse bomb kills Ana, and an early pick for Lindenwood here as they're going to keep charging forward. Ball pressuring everywhere he can, holding on to the point. 70 to 50 now for Lindenwood as Finn harassing once again. Just pretty low now. Eve pretty low now. Brig misses the dash. Velius kills Just. Bubble goes onto the Brig, and Lindenwood sieging forward again here. They've been so good at this overall tonight, just taking these fights and forcing them forward. 94% and ticking. Unless they send Coconut on a death run to touch, that's going to be 0.110 lead to Lindenwood.
Death Run was a fun app. I liked it. But as we're talking about it, Zippy is on the Soldier 76 character. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about that other than Merca frick yeah. But no, this is a very good fight from them. They really played it very well, kept the aggression up, and I really am looking forward to seeing way more aggression, especially with the mines and attack visor coming with
yeah. Early kill here, just going to take down Felius. And well, the point isn't unlocked yet, so it's not too big of a deal. Tracer will get back quickly. Lindenwood likely to concede this first possession of the objective. We'll see Ball on the backside. Keep an eye on Finn as he is charging the point. Wunter putting pressure on. He's going to kill out Ether, so the backside of the fight going to go poorly with the tank and Tracer harassing the far side. Ether, again, gets dropped. Deadeye gets burned there. Not too sure what Just was looking for. Maybe just pressure on the ball, but again, Lindenwood going to concede first possession.
Yeah, no, it's okay to give up the point in this scenario. You lost Felius early, so you really are just like basically trying to get out as many ultimates as you can. You got out Deadeye, that's good. But you had to train mines for it, so it's a little bit sad. And Felius just falls first again.
And yeah, they're going to grab onto Lucio exclusively. He's going to pop self-beat, but anti-pulse bomb. A lot of things going on to him to make sure Viral dies. Zippy on the Soldier will get dropped by an Eve whip shot as well. So Lindenwood continuing to struggle here on this second point. The blessing in that is that they did win the first point. So even if they lose this point, they're just even. They have 3 ults in the pocket. Finn at 30. Viral, of course, has just used his. And here we go. Tidal Surge and Pulse or Attack Visor coming out. So Lindenwood really pressing for this. Finn going in onto the backside here as we'll get repressure rally coming out now from the side of Eve. 95% Lindenwood potentially burning all of their ults for nothing here as Felius going to go down. Overtime ticks over. Viral goes down as well. First fight for this one for Lindenwood, trying to get that first possession, but there they go. They're going to drop it. And yeah, while it feels bad to do, at the end of the day, they would have been better off just giving that point and saving their ults, as now they're down with 1-1 and they are down all of their ults.
Yeah, no, it was a rough time of the ult trading mill today. You didn't really get much for the ultimates, but you're going to be coming into this fight. You have to be really prepared because you know they are going to have at least 2, maybe 3 ultimates on the side of Texas A&M. You have to be ready for them. And Felius right now plays the hero in finding Coconut.
Yeah, Lindenwood again here, going to have a nice early pick. We'll see what they do with it. Deadeye comes out from Just, bubble onto him as Finn, harassing the back line again. It's very classic here as Just trying to find anything that Deadeye officially ends. Tack roll as Felius goes down to Just, the cast doing well, but Eve goes off the map. Brig, gotta be careful of where you stand against a ball. Just gonna go down as well. Now it's Cupid Soldier solo backside. He's thrown off the map as well. Finn kills both supports with the help of the Grand Ocean here as Lindenwood, they have Ether, so they're certainly channeling the power of water, but I don't think any of us expected it like that.
Finn came in like a wrecking ball and sent 2 people into the drink. And sent 2 people into the drink. It was beautiful. And we're going to see him go back in. He's ready to go. Not feeling shy about anything in his presence.
As, yeah, we'll see if Finn once again crashing on down. Keeping this pressure onto the backside here as the rest of them trying to move toward the point, but Ether gets the pick onto Coconut here as Finn actually gets slept antied on the backside. He's going to get dropped out, but Wunter dies on the front line while his team gets a beautiful pick onto that wrecking ball. The rest of the team going to fall just as quickly. Now Lindenwood setting the trap here. They're playing both sides of this A&M composition. It's going to be onto Eve. It's going to be onto Just and Cupid. Tidal Surge comes out here, but at the end of the day, they're going to get absolutely walked through here. Lindenwood Lindenwood, a beautiful defense against their attack. Finn reset here. Anti comes out, or the Nano comes out here on the just. That's a hazard on screen as Winter swaps on over. Lindenwood have this third point. They're going to get 299% overtime, but A&M retake here, now passing 30.
Right there, again, that's kind of what you want right there. They traded out so many ults just so they could get to the point. Just sadly finds Sepley. That's very upsetting if you are on the side of Lindenwood. But Livy also doesn't have an ult right now. So, you really are looking for this pulse bomb to be really effective. You're hoping that Finn can get in there, shut off some space with the mines. Viral is going to beat to maybe stay alive, but I really recommend he holds it.
And yeah, now it is going to be Viral dropping the beat here. Helps Felius out on the front side of the fight. Winter taking a lot of damage as Felius gets Cupid on a dead with that pulse bomb. Finn kills just in the corner, and they are trapped out here. Eve goes down. Coconut on the Genji goes down. Winter now going to take all the damage here. 99-96 as they're trying to hold on, but A&M, right when they get to that 100th percentile range, they're going to lose out here. Lindenwood now lead 2-1. They need to win one of the next 2 points, and they will take the first map of A&M's season.
Yes. Man, this is very exciting. You have Finn coming in with the mines here. You have Ether halfway to that tidal blast. It's going to be a very interesting thing. You're going to have some... I think you're going to have Coconut's Blade come up mid-fight for Texas A&M. And, Finn is, I think, in a beautiful spot.
Oh,
Finn.
Go.
Finn.
Minefield. Can he get a kill off it? Brig dashes away. Winter, though, taking a lot of the damage here. They have to use a couple of decent cooldowns to get away and get safe. Finn now backing away, hooks to the wall again. Coconut and Felius both go down here, so it's a 4v4 without a DPS. Winter jumps to the backside. He's actually going to be able to take Viral out, so... rough one for the Lucio here. Lindenwood now down an extra player, and because of it, they're just going to concede first possession here as A&M start us off. 10% lead. Both DPS ults up. Everybody else between 70 and 85 for them. Lindenwood, they have Visor available, Tidal Surge at 85, and the rest between 30 and 55. So better ult economy right now for the side of A&M, and they're working on the point. But here we go. Visor gets out. It's one of the few available now. Blade onto the backside, but a Helix rocket takes it out from Coconut. Winter goes down as well, and at the cost of 1 DPS ult, the team Lindenwood get 2 picks here. Eve now should get cleaned up without too much problem. Just and Anna as well joining him. Eve goes down first, Cupid goes down soon after, and Eve goes down after. 1 ult used per team there. Coconut swaps off the Genji. He says goodbye to that one, and Lindenwood at the cost of 1 ult possess.
Yeah, no. So I'm going to get back over to the Sojourn now. It is very not surprising to me. And maybe, you know, we'll see Zippy prove once and for all that Soldier is better than Sojourn.
Idle burst on Tracer. Tracer gonna try and get it off. Not unfortunately gonna get past that shield. Nice block by Brig, but unfortunately the pulse bomb a lot harder to block. It's onto Just, kills him. He takes down Cupid after as well. Finn takes out Coconut, and Lindenwood now passing 50%. They are 50% from handing Texas A&M USA San Antonio their first map loss of the regular season. We'll see if they can do it here. 35% more to go. 4 ultimates available though for this A&M team, so have to be very careful as they're going to walk back in. Careful of the downpour from Winter. That big AoE is going to come in very soon. Beat drops for Lindenwood. Just goes down. Here comes the downpour. Finds absolutely nothing except this side of the Wu Yang. Wu Yang gets traded out, but so is Cupid. So is Just now. Eve goes down. Backside of the point. Coconut trying to hold on. Winter going to join him here. It's going to be possessed by A&M. They will not get it because Tracer gets to point. Coconut gets crashed down on Winter fighting 1v4. He's trying to make it happen, but the minefield goes down. He will die. Just gets nanoed by their Ana, but he's going to get thrown into the wall, and Texas A&M have lost their first map of the regular season.
Yeah, they are going to go band for band in this one, and I would expect nothing less from these two teams. And I would like to talk about Felius right there. Felius was, and Finn, basically causing havoc in this backline, making it to where it is sometimes just unplayable. Even if you're running the most anti-dive backline in Brig and Ana, sometimes it's never going to happen. And you are making it just a pain in anything just to get these 2 things off of you. I finally got the Tracer off. Oh, there's a Wrecking Ball. I can't. Oh, I got the Wrecking Ball off. Oh, the Tracer's back. You know, so being just super annoying. And as a support player, I hate playing both of those characters. I hate playing against both of them. So, nightmare fuel, but it gets the job done.
And yeah, I mean, Lindenwood definitely going to be happy with that match. Now, both teams sit in the same spot, still joint first on the standings. 3-0 series record, 10-1 on the maps now. Both of these teams undefeated, and after only 2 goes at it, they have both broken each other's undefeated map streak. And again, I won't fully echo exactly what Cam was saying in that whole interview segment with you, but again, very, very, very scary in some terms of how these teams are going to get once they get into those depths, right? You think back to point 2 of Samoa, very close, very back and forth, really nice clutch by Lindenwood, and they're able to do it once again there on the side of Atlas, so has to be very careful here as we'll see where TAM want to bring us for map 3. I would personally have expected us to go into a much more standard map now for the future, is actually we are going to get another call here for about a 5-minute break here from the players in the lobby, so we're going to go ahead and head off as well. Don't go anywhere. Back in a few. Map 3 of an already contested fight for first.
And welcome back, everybody, to Lindenwood versus Texas A&M, evening up the match score. We are now in Esperanza, where I've been hearing it being called wrong, and it's angry.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting map call to see here from the side of A&M. Obviously, it's what they're going to want to go for here. For reference, we did get the bans in. It was going to be, rather amusingly, the ball ban coming out from the side of Hexus and Lindenwood banning Tracer. So don't want to keep seeing that Tracer. It cost them quite a bit earlier on in the series, as we'll see here. Pretty interesting. Both DPS bans so far this set are getting played here as Coconut and Just on Cass and Reaper. So going to be trying to pilot some of these stronger characters that Lindenwood don't want to play against. And without Ball, it is left to be a Monkey for the side of Finn on the Winton. So we'll see how they're able to pilot it for this one. Trying to stay aggressive in their approaches. Felius on the Genji, Zippy on the Cass of his own, as Finn holding the top side here, has Bubble to work with, so for the moment, just keeping pressure on this backside, getting the long range healing from this Ana as Ronin and Ether back in at the support side for Lindenwood has been jumping on point here. The Reaper in the backside here, but he has Wraith Form to get out whenever he starts taking damage, so everybody gonna jump up. Nice tidal wave here for the side of Ether to keep this healing pressure up, but Finn so low here. They have to be careful. This is early jump now from Just, keeping the pressure on now for the side of Texas A&M. They've pushed 20-some meters now as Eve getting jumped onto the backside. That's going to be the Wu Yang. He might just get taken out here on the backside. It's an expensive dive for Lindenwood, but they do take him down on the back as Just now jumping up to the top, trying to play onto Cass and Ana. Have to take that Wraith Form exit though. His first point almost going to get grabbed here. Finn stalls it, drops the bubble, goes back up. Felius holding the front side. Wunter goes down, Cupid goes down, and Lindenwood, they lose 42% in the first fight, but they are going to pick up the 5-4-0 and get that pressure turned around.
You know, that was a very good fight right there. They were just basically waiting for the side of Texas A&M to just overextend and leave somebody behind, and Finn able to make so much space between Eve and the rest of Texas A&M, and they were just able to collapse on that and then wrap around, and it was just a beautiful engagement.
Yeah, we'll see the next fight starting to brew up here. Lindenwood passing this arch now, so getting closer to where the other team got as Wunter holding the front side. Finn, though, no problem, just walking forward. Nano gets dropped. Zippy dies on the backside. Reaper getting some nice value. You see why this pick has such a priority for them. Just a double kill here as Ronan goes down. Felius gets dropped by the railgun trying to run away, and now it's just Finn and Ether trying to get out through different paths. They will both get out, it appears, but of course very dangerous. Ether actually might not make it, trying to keep his healing up, trying to stay safe, gets to a big health pack, and the bubble will secure his exit. But again, that's just to get out safely, so whole another problem to re-engage.
You know, and you don't have this Nano to re-engage either. You have to rely on the Ether bubble right now to re-engage, and they have a Kitsune Rush ready to go on the other side, as we're going to see Wanter falling early here. That's a very good pick.
And yeah, I mean, without the tank, it's going to be pretty hard to hold their front line here. Just going to go down next. Again, still not quite able to get that first checkpoint. So spawns not set up in favor of the Texas crew. Now, Lindenwood are about doubled in distance here, but it's going to be pretty easy to make up a decent majority of this lead. We'll see if Lindenwood will be able to get this first checkpoint on this round. Here we go. Contest coming out now from the side of Just. Have to be careful. He's done so well harassing this backside and finding those picks. As Monkey Finn jumping straight in. Wunter now on the Winston. Ditto gonna jump in himself. Blade comes out. Title Surge to keep safe. Felius might just get dropped. Indeed, he will. Just finds that kill, as it will be Coconut now pressuring. Monkey goes into the ult here for Finn. Big Primal as they get the side of Eve, but Zippy and Ronan both go down to Just. And again, Reaper ban has to get thrown on the table, it feels. He has been playing phenomenal on this character today.
It's yeah, no, Just has been a menace on the Reaper, and you know, it's really hard sometimes to play Winston into it. It's really a very hard pick to run into it. You know, he has so much burst damage, and you know, you'd have to basically resort all your resources. As I say that, Felius just gets dropped immediately by Just once again.
And I mean, yeah, I'm having a hard time believing that Lindenwood don't ban Reaper map 4 here if they can't clutch it out in Esperanza. Just kills Ether again, so I mean, this guy's absolutely popping off on this character. So we'll see if Lindenwood do want to go for that Reaper ban again. The last Reaper ban was actually from Texas A&M, so Lindenwood should still have that as an option on their play, I believe, if I understand the ban rules. As here we go, Lindenwood brewing once again. Just now going to get jumped on. Elias going aggro, has that ability to get out the Wraith form, but it won't matter too long as he gets picked off again by his Ditto mirror matchup in Just. So has to teleport out here, has that Blossom to work with for the Texas Reaper here. Just gonna get anti, but he goes into this Wraith form, gets out pretty safely, as again 84, almost 85 meters to just about 30. So Lindenwood pretty sizably down right now. There's forward spawns against them, and the rest of the team having a really hard time here getting up. Just goes in, Blossom comes out. He gets slept and taken down, though. A beautiful shot by Ronan to get him down. Deadeye comes out from Zippy, trying to charge it up on Wunter to punish, but he gets Ether, he gets Ronan, so support's dead for Lindenwood, and there's less than half the time remaining, barely over 4 minutes.
Yeah, no. And you know, another thing again happening that's beautiful. I'm literally loving just watching Finn just again separate everybody, being just this big nuisance that just separates everybody around Texas A&M. They're not allowed to have clean engagement sometimes, and that is just because Finn is doing such a great job of just separating out the supports like Eve, like Coconut, and you know, just really making a really big pain to try and get angles on any of this Lindenwood roster.
As, yeah, here we go. Finn very low here, jumps back over to his team and his supports, and they aren't able to get any more progress. We're going to get the robot re-moving here. Eve piloting this for the moment. He'll be joined by Coconut now. Ult comes out. Kitsu from Cupid is, again, under 4 minutes now. 3:50 on that game clock. Lindenwood backing away as 5. He'll get pressured on the escape, but nobody going to go down for the moment. Ronin still has jump. Will have to use it to escape. Is now on the side. Have to be careful of Just. Always looking for a way to get here on Reaper. Now Title comes out on the Winston. Wunter trying to keep pressure up. Not able to find too much with that ultimate for the moment. Lindenwood back away just enough, as again, every extra meter that A&M gets here is going to make it just that much harder for Lindenwood to recontest here, as we'll see another setup for a fight here. But again, A&M are content stalling. They'd be happy if everybody just walked away from the computers for 3.5 minutes, but Coconut with the overclock going to try and force them to go AFK for just a little bit, as the Blossom shuts it down, as the overclock ends up getting the headshot kill. Just kills Finn. Coconut finally goes down here, as he'll get traded alongside Just right now. Ronin kills his mirror. Ronin then gets dropped by the side of Wunter, but again, Lindenwood, they're just struggling a little bit too much in the 2v2. They're actually going to drop the title, but Zippy doesn't have the speed to catch up to the Winston or the Wu Yang, so it is just going to be a lost ultimate for Lindenwood here, still down about 58 meters.
We're going to see some stuff coming out here. You're going to see Felia swap over to the Sojourn himself, as well as Finn's going to swap over to that Hazard pick. I'm wondering what the strategy is behind these picks, actually.
Yeah, now another fight coming out. Finn on the Hazard, trying to keep this tempo, but again, it's just such a struggle. Deadeye comes out from Zippy, but it doesn't appear to find much here. It ends up just shooting. Ronin gets it just at the cost of Ether, so 1 for 1. Reaper for the support. Going to be very tough right now for Lindenwood. 2 minutes on clock. They have not made progress in quite a while, and it does not seem like we'll be seeing that same push success we got in week 1 with a 2-minute 58 games. Again, Lindenwood looking to not even be getting to that first checkpoint. We'll see if they get timed out or if they get the clutch factor coming in. Had some nice clutches in the past, notably on Samoa map or round 2. So we'll see if Lindenwood can get anything going here. Winston jumps high ground for Wunter, gets it dropped immediately. An early kill, and that could be the catalyst. Unfortunately, Just doing everything he can to add some base to the solution and keep everything very stable, as Zippy finally able to retrade him. But again, only 90 seconds, and Lindenwood have a lot of path to travel.
Yeah, we have a lot of road left to be claimed for Lindenwood, but again, it's the same thing. I'm going to probably have to repeat it, but Ronin is just falling incredibly low throughout these fights. They need to keep him up, keep him alive, keep him out of danger sometimes. You know, if he's going to lose out with this Kiriko, even on the Ana, he is a very big portion of if you're going to win fights and rather if you're going to lose fights, if he's just alive or not.
As, yeah, Wunter holding this front line is again the robot. While Lindenwood aren't inherently doing awful in terms of these fights, the progress has just not been in their favor at all. They haven't been able to find the pressure as Downpour comes out, but unfortunately the Primal available to tank it up. Ether goes down to the Blossom. Coconut gets Aphelios, Just gets Ronin, Wunter gets Zippy. It's Finn v few here, and it won't be enough for him. Just closes him out, and again, there's a tiny bit of time left on the clock. An absolute godly miracle could save the Lions here, but it definitely feels like we'll be going to map 4 with A&M in the lead.
I mean, again, never say never on any of these things, you know, you never know. But as we see here, we're going to get, I think they're going to concede space on the side of Texas A&M. They're going to concede some space, try and get some better angles for this next fight, trying to keep the high ground. Just so they can get angles on top of Lindenwood. And Lindenwood just needs to play this very well. They cannot let people they cannot give up picks. They cannot do much of anything. They have to remain glued to this bot like it is the last thing that you need to have.
As, yeah, Coconut has that overclock. Eve coming up upon his ult as well, as Lindenwood have to stay on this robot. Ether has ult here on that Wu Yang, so have to get ready to go here as the contest getting held on the robot. The longer this overtime drags on, the worse it'll get for Lindenwood. Blade comes out here with the title surge, diving backline. Coconut gonna get taken down. Eve pops his own title, as it will be Lindenwood getting collapsed, as Aphelios will go down, trying to block him off. Just kills Ether in the backside, and a big support loss for Lindenwood here. We'll see if they can recover in the fight. fight. They certainly need to make something happen. Backline dive onto Ronin as Hazard has to try and help his backline, but unfortunately gets off the robot for a quarter of a second, I believe, which ends up being just too long. So Linden would lose out. Esperanza goes to the team who picked it.
Yeah, no, and yeah, no, I'd say it is seeming like this is gonna be a band for band kind of game. Somebody's gonna get their map, and then they're gonna get to play the other one, and then it's just gonna be all over the place with these guys. So I'm really excited to see where we go to next. We might get all 5 maps today, actually, Colonel.
And yeah, I think it's definitely possible. Again, I believe Lindenwood will have map selection and first ban, allowing them to go wherever they want with the ability to ban Reaper. I could stand corrected on that, of course. I might have mistracked how this function or setup stills works, but should be able to send it to whatever map they want. Again, I think we should at this point try and take a peek back over at our map pool, if at all possible. See where we can still go, as again, while you can bounce around to wherever you want, you can't keep going to the same game mode. We saw Samoa on Control, we saw Atlas on Flashpoint, we saw Esperanza on Push, so Linden would have 2 decisions to make. The first one deciding between 2 details, and the second between 3, and first between Hybrid and Escort, and second, which way are they going? So give me your predictions. With either map site that they go, which way do you think they'll go in the map? I'm personally expecting Eichenwald or Watchpoint, but I'm curious where you think Lindenwood might land.
It really is depending right now on just where they think they're gonna go. So right now, if they go hybrid, I might see them going to Eichenwald, and I really want them to go there. I really think that they might look good on it. And then on top of King's Row, I mean that they've looked so dominant on it for the past 2 weeks that I've been here. On the other side, if you go to Escort, Watchpoint, I think, is just the best map that you could possibly run. If you are Lindenwood, that is like one of the. I think that is you are very comfortable on that map. I think you are ready to do whatever you need to on that map. You are super prepared and have the comps already mapped out in your head of what it's going to look like. Hybrid can sometimes get just chaotic and be a mess. Escort, I think there's a very good plan here. I think you want to go to Escort, and I think you want to go Watchpoint.
I'll see exactly which way they do want to go. I do think it's important to note against some of these weaker teams, obviously keeping in mind Lindenwood and A&M, uncontested top teams right now. Only teams that have not lost a series. Obviously here within the next hour, we'll have an additional team sent away from that top seed as somebody will move up to 4-0. But definitely worth noting that Lindenwood, especially on King's Row, have had some, while still winning performances, they've had a lot closer maps against some of these teams who are not at the top of the standings, right? You think back to the 3-2 on Kings Row against, I believe, BLINN, who are currently at the second to last spot. Have to be very careful with where you choose to go, and this is going to be the decision I think Lindenwood should make here. It's one we both expected. They're going to go Escort, and it's currently a hover onto Watchpoint, which we saw them take down Minnesota, another very strong team, on just a few weeks ago.
It does not surprise me that they really want to go to Watchpoint. It is a very comfortable pick there. As we saw, they look very comfortable on these dive characters that really play well off of each other. I don't think we're going to be seeing any substitutions on the side of Lindenwood either. I'm going to be honest. I think you don't necessarily need Viral in here right now. You're not necessarily looking to play super aggro if you're playing on Gibraltar. I think you're just playing. I think you just keep Ronin and Ether in there. And again, you just really are just. I think you just really got to focus on your dives. You have to really pick your moments. You have to really wait for these guys to make a mistake.
And yeah, we'll see it. No substitutions for the moment. Doesn't look like we'll get much outside of what we've seen. Feely, Zippy, Finn, Ronin, Ether going to be heading it on into the Watchpoint games unless Lindenwood want to swap something up right moments before they get into the banning. And speaking of bans, obviously we've seen a handful of characters banned already. Is there anything that you would expect either side to really want off the table? I definitely think Lindenwood are looking towards that Reaper, which would protect some of their other strong DPS picks, but I'm curious where you think they're going to go. Is no, they actually just banned Widow already.
Yeah, no. Maybe if we go to hybrid, they might ban the Reaper because I think that's what they're gonna do. They're just gonna save that. But as of right now, we're on watch point. It's very unlikely that we're going to see a
Yeah.
Reaper because this is a very dive heavy map, as I said. Reaper's more used in brawl-esque compositions, and he just takes way too long to get on those flanks. And we are going to see the second ban come in. It is going to be Devo for the side of Texas A&M. So these are very good bans. I would expect these bans coming through on watch point specifically. And to be fair, I really do think Reaper's going to be the last ban on the hybrid map if we go there.
Yeah, I definitely think my concern on that aspect is that Texas A&M arguably would be fools to not protect Bandit, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what's going to happen. But before we can make anything on terms of Map 5 bans, Lindenwood are going to have to win out here on Escort as we're going to get things ready to go here on to our 4th map of the day. Currently, it is Texas A&M USA San Antonio in the lead. Need to win Watchpoint Gibraltar or our hybrid map, and they will win the series on the day, and will continue 4-0 in the group here, very likely to be guaranteed into that first spot going into playoffs. Lindenwood trying to close the remaining 2 maps out in order for them to, of course, have a nice advantage in terms of that slot. As we'll see our first draft of compositions. Here's a pick I'm always happy to see. Zippy Bloom on Hanzo. Saw it last time they played Watchpoint. Went fantastic, so we'll see how they do on it this time.
Now, as I trademarked it, it's the Zonzo. It's no longer Hanzo, it's Zonzo. It's Zippy Bloom's character now. We're going to be seeing them on the defense to lead this off, and it's going to be very interesting. Definitely different than the last time we saw it. And we're going to see pretty standard dive across the board, I would say. You're going to see Wu Yang on the other side of Texas A&M. That's another, again, good pick. I like these compositions. I really want to see some Zippy Bloom headshots, though. Please don't let me caster curse it. Please.
Here we go. We'll get a setup here. First blood yet to be found. Tracer available for both teams. So we'll see if either of these snipers, Freya or Hanzo, able to find the marks. Double take aim coming out from the side of Just. He'll try and jump away. He will indeed make it as Winter jumps up top side. He's pretty low here. Finn gonna jump onto him. They find the kill mid-fall as it's a nice early pick onto enemy tank. The cart is past this first corner, so it's much easier to try and hold here. Celius looking around this aggro, trying to play the top side of this building, waiting for somebody to show. Just jumps up, but Felius double jumps away, trying to pressure onto Coconut here under the fill on this point, but for the moment able to stay safe. Felius, though, might be in a bit of danger, has to take the recall, able to dash away, though, so we'll get back to safety as officially the point has entered this downhill segment. It will be the Winstons jumping back up, Tesla gunning each other on top here, but again, doesn't look like we'll get too much blood drawn right now. Still looking for these big picks on the side of Zippy, keeping the damage up. Tracers still dueling each other down on the objective. A separate 1v1 and 4v4 game at the same time. Winston, though, jumps aggro. Ether almost goes down. Now it's Zippy breaking the bubble, trying to keep this damage up again, looking for players like Eve, but is this going to be a retrade now for Finn as take aim shots will connect onto Finn, but he'll get healed up. So again, just waiting for this next dive. Here we go now onto Ether. He'll go down quick. The Nano not going to get him as it will go on to Finn. He is able to retrade for Eve, now jumping up toward the Freya, not going to connect to Just, takes a bit more damage from the Freya, finds Kiri, but Kiri able to have some escapes if they commit, so Lindenwood would have to just back away.
I know. Again, this is actually really good, and this is recontestable. I wouldn't say this is completely lost just yet. This is definitely recontestable, and oh, that's not a good thing, though. That's not good.
As, yeah, Zippy able to retrade the Tracer here. They're going to try and fight this point, but Felius goes down. I'm not sure what they're going to commit for it at this point. They may as well try Wunter, though. Takes down Felius, takes down Rodin, just finds Zippy. Wunter finds Ether. Triple kill for the Winston. His first point goes down in favor of the attackers. 4 minutes 20 on the clock now to try and get another.
Yeah, no, that just kind of comes down to you got to be ready for this Wanter dive, ready to go on top of your supports at any moment, and Ether was, I think he was ready, but, oh, and there it is again. Cut me off.
Yeah, both supports go down here. I mean, Lindenwood are already pretty doomed in this fight. 3v5, no healers. They just have to wait, stall out for them to return. Freya swap for Zippy here, as Felius does find Cupid with a delayed pulse bomb at the end of the fight. He'll get traded out, but he'll get back to the fight quicker. We'll see if Linden would want to try and find that timer for a 5v4 as Finn jumping toward the Freya. He'll get jumped on by Wunter, but he is able to pop Primal here. Lindenwood are really going to try and play this timer here. They have a tiny bit of one to work with. Ether going to join over here as it will be the Wu Yang targeted, but Eve covers himself with the title surge on the ultimate, and Lindenwood again getting classed out here as Felius kills Coconut, trying to replay it, but Finn now going to get dropped down by the Freya. Consistent DPS, and again the attackers here, Texas A&M, looking like they are already going to pick it up as we get a pause here.
Ready. So we're getting this pause here, and I'll talk a little bit about what we're seeing problem-wise here on the side for Lindenwood. We're just seeing these supports again just focused out tremendously hard yet again, and it's very sad to see that the supports are getting focused out so hard. But you know, I'm wondering what's going on necessarily in the room with them right now, potentially like what's going on to make this happen so often, or maybe what is going on in the Texas A&M room to make, or just to see where these moments are at, where they can strike quickly.
Yeah, we do get an update here. It is going to be a dead mouse on the Texas side, so we'll make sure we can get that swapped out or plugged in or whatever the situation ends up being there with the specific piece of hardware in problem. But again, nothing too serious. Is taking stock of the game, can always take a peek. Again, we're very close to this second capture for Texas A&M. They have 3:06 on the clock, which will, of course, jump up once again to maybe 5.5 minutes for that last push. But ultimate-wise, Lindenwood have both support ults. Zippy's Freya at just about 90, Felius on Tracer at just about 40. Of course, the Winston just using Primal. On the other hand, Coconut and Cupid with the ultimates for Tracer and Kiri. Freya Bola at 70, Eve Tidal at 20 for the Wu Yang, and of course, Wunter just now coming out of Primal, so not going to have that available for quite a bit because Lindenwood refighting now. Ronan going to drop this nano on to his team Felius as he gets jumped down, retrades for Eve before he dies, but a Kitsune comes out from Cupid as Finn returns to the fight now. Lindenwood trying to fight it, Rally coming out here, jumping to Wunter now. Pulse Bomb comes out, it's blocked away by shields and bubbles. Lindenwood keeping the pressure on for this one here, trying to defend the final 3.11 meters here as Winston jumping in aggro. They will get this defense successfully, so well played by Lindenwood. Zippy, a nice delayed pick onto Cupid Soldier here. Kiri goes down. That cart has officially decelerated past 5 meters as Finn gets picked off here. Not the greatest end to that fight, as we'll see the regress come out now. Felius able to retake down Finn. This could be great take aim shots connect onto the tank, so despite losing a key player here, the nice pick from Felius will re-secure them a little bit of time, and the Winston will rejoin here for Lindenwood.
That's a rough pulse bomb if you're Felius. That was a dead to rights monkey in your face. You hit the pulse bomb, no armor. That is a dead Winston 10 out of 10 times. And then Cupid had the best Suzu that he could have ever had.
As, yeah, Bola's starting to come out here, just uses his first Zippy, holding onto it for the moment. We'll see if he finds a good spot to try and use it. Ether, though, going to get dropped here on that Brig. Backside, Ronan, Zippy in danger. Both supports are dead. The fight will be over. We'll see what happens as Zippy will go down. Retrades Coconut, but Eve able to take down Felius as well, so Contest just getting held by Finn. He's burning as much clock as he can. 93 seconds on the clock when they cap. They'll get another 90, so going to be at 3 minutes exactly now to return this last corner. As again, even if Lindenwood can't defend the triple cap, burning as much of that clock is incredibly important towards the second half, but obviously the better play, just hold the entire defense. So we'll see how Lindenwood do. 2:45 on the clock. Bola shot, the only ult available right now, is Finn holding the front side here, but he'll just back away with the jump.
This Zippy Bloom, you can get very aggressive with this Bola shot, by the way. You can really just let it rip onto like one specific person and then just call it out and just dive to them immediately. But Zippy, I feel like he's going to be a little bit more surgical with it. I think he's looking for a specific target. He has a good idea in his mind where this wants to go, and that's not going to help there with Cube Soldier finding Finn.
And yeah, Lindenwood in a lot of danger. Zippy gonna get pulse bombed here as Felius holding back the pressure. A lot of ults here at the 90 to 100%, but Zippy dies to that pulse, so really gonna add a lot more time here. They're getting to that 5-meter point. Finn able to touch, has Primal up as well, so they can burn a lot of clock here, but can they win the fight? Kitsune comes out, Bola shot comes out, connects onto the top, Eve pretty low, but he doesn't quite drop as Zippy goes down on the side. Coconut gets that kill. Finn goes into the Primal here, jumping in, jumping out, trying to harass anybody he can. Cupid Soldier has to burn his jump now, take aim shots, connecting Finn. They're gonna lose the point here, but how much time can they burn? He'll die out. It looks like we'll have 91 seconds, a minute 31 on clock. Zippy tried to get that touch, couldn't quite make it happen, but 1 minute 31 is not the most time the world has ever seen on clock, so if Lindenwood can still secure this triple cap in a relatively decent time, they can still have that advantage going into overtime, but anything short of a triple cap with time, and Lindenwood basically going to be eliminated here.
I know, this is a very stressful kind of moment right now. You're looking through this map, you're trying to find something that can maybe work for you. The real big thing right now, I think Eve is playing a little bit too far away from his team, if I'm going to be frankly honest with you. And I think they're just trying to find it out right now. I think they're just trying to find Eve and separate it. And honestly, this Kiriko on the side of the side of Texas A&M is being a problem. You got to make sure that Cupid Soldier finds a grave and a headstone very quickly, or else it is going to be a very big problem for you later on in the fight. But other than that, I mean, you're playing it very well here. As we saw, Texas A&M, that could have been like a 5-minute capture on 3 points. They stalled it out. They made it look amazing from second point on.
Wait, look at the Lindenwood idea right now. They have 4 players high ground, and Felius is on Symmetra. They're going to teleport across to this bridge, and they're going to try and play high ground tempo quick. Get ready for the teleport here. Here they go. They're going to send that Symmetra back for the swap, and they send their team across to the bridge. Finn on point here, so Linden would get high tempo to get toward and challenge this high ground. Zippy looking for the plays on Freya right now as Finn keeping the cart going. The high ground not going to be a full-on forced fight as Finn have to back away from Wunter's pressure, but without the jump, it's dangerous for Wunter to drop again. So Lindenwood trying to get this point underground as here we go. Finn up top with the bubble here. Wunter, a lot of damage on him. He's going to drop Wunter. The Winston just gets absolutely destroyed on the HP bar. Ether getting a bit of healing here. Coconut in the backside on the harassment. Just Freya keeping this pressure up, but Lindenwood really quick to get this cart down to this bottom lowest level of the map. So we'll see Coconut harassed heavily on the backside here. They're trying to stop him from regrouping and harassing. Finn gets back to his supports, and that is a nice stagger on Coconut now. 3 minutes on the clock, but of course they'll get plenty more to work with if they can start capturing points here as Wunter gonna have to take some more damage here. Lindenwood did a great job popping him like a bubble in the last fight. We'll see if they can replicate it here. Bubble comes down now onto Finn, so we'll see Wunter backing away. Still full HP, plenty of room to work with here, but Lindenwood keeping this pressure up with the push. Finn jumping onto Wunter now. Laser guns coming out here for all of that shock damage, but Coconut kills Ether. Coconut kills Zippy, and again, Coconut, both of the DPS really for A&M have been playing absolutely incredible today. So while Felius gets the retrade, they're definitely stalled out.
Yeah, no. And, you know, it's such a very interesting fight. You know, you're realizing, like, okay, wait, we can just focus down one person, and normally, like, as long as you focus on that one person, the rest of the team is going to be very frantic and trying to find a repick, and that is where Lindenwood should be playing right now. They should just focus on one pick at a time. Do not really worry about it. The rest will fall into place once you get there. And as we see this, and no, Felius, no!
Yeah, that's definitely not the greatest position, but we'll see Lindenwood back away here again. A minute 47 on clock, but they will get a lot more to work with if they can start succeeding, but they have to get this first point as Bola Shot kills one, Title gets on as the Pulse Bomb kills Ethers. Support ults available for Lindenwood. Didn't burn them there, of course, and 90 seconds now to get this first capture, and they will, again, get more time to work with, but right now. Very, very scary. They could be out and the series could be over in the next minute and 20. So again, have to be very careful. Finn jumping up to the top high ground now. Felius backing away. He's going to get caught midair by the Wu Yang Zhuan Wu staff here as Felius gets picked off. Ether doing a bit of self-heal, but he'll get jumped on, and Finn is going off the map. I'm not too sure what happened to him, but he ends up dying. Winter's Blast Pack jump going to get the kill credit, but Lindenwood now 55 seconds on the clock, and that cart is back at its lowest point.
It's a rough one here. You got to find something to get the gears moving here, or else it is going to be a rough rest of your game. Here, we are going to be seeing some ultimates come out. As soon as I say it, the Ronin Nano boost goes right onto Finn, right into the backline, finds just that is wonderful. Filius sniffs out Coconut and punishes him for it dearly, so no DPS on the side of Texas A&M this fight.
Yeah, we'll see if Lindenwood can get going here. They're progressing the cart for the first time in a little bit here, trying to get onto this last point. They're getting close, certainly, almost within that 5 meters officially now, as we'll see Finn holding pressure topside, Coconut on point, Winter taking a lot of damage, 4.18 meters to go. Bola shot connects to the Winston, but he goes primal here as Cupid tanked away. Now burst the Wu Yang ult going on to their supports here as Finn goes down. Lindenwood need to touch, they need to touch, they need to touch, they need to touch, they barely get there, but Felius and Ether both go down, and that's going to be it. A 3-0 sweep on Watchpoint Gibraltar, and Texas A&M remain undefeated 4-0, but at least Lindenwood did break that map streak.
No. The map streak is broken, but sadly, the undefeated streak, it is in fact broken for Lindenwood. And that is a very heartbreaking loss right there. You go to the map you really want to go to, you play the composition you want, and you just don't find the results. It's a rough day at the office, really. This is a map I could have seen going definitely in the way of Lindenwood whenever I came in today, and it was a very hard fought battle on both sides.
And yeah, definitely not the result that Lindenwood wanted to see today. But again, it's not like they are eliminated from the composition. Unfortunately, not really going to be able to get first anymore. So it is definitely going to be a little bit unfortunate unless A&M start losing some very odd games, but still in a fantastic position to make playoffs. So not the end of the world by any means.
Yeah, no, definitely never the end of the world right there. I mean, if you're a Lindenwood, this is a very hard matchup going into it. So you hold your head up high right now. This is this could have gone a lot of different ways. And I think this was definitely, if we run this back, it's definitely winnable. You just have to really be focusing on these just little moments throughout the entire time. You just have to focus on the little moments, like Ronin fell so many times over and over. And you just have to really just like start focusing on that.
As yeah, definitely on that unfortunate end. Again, I think that one thing you really talked about, we think back to really those earliest maps, right? Some of those early picks, Coconut and Just were finding so consistently on the A&M map wins, just made it so hard for Lindenwood to play.
It just kind of gets very. I would like to say like it kind of gets like confuzzling sometimes. It does, like heat of the moment sometimes comes in, and you're just getting this like weird like thing that has never happened before, and you're just like, well, how do I fix it? How do I fix it? How do I fix it? And the problem is sometimes you can't really just you have to really think about it in a broader scheme than like how do I fix it right then and there. So you have to sometimes you have to commit some more resources that you really didn't want to, or sometimes you have to play in a different position. Sometimes you have to just kind of hide and do like sit and wait your turn to do anything throughout the map. So this is a definite one that's going to go up into the VOD review. I would definitely expect it.
As yeah, for us at Lindenwood, that is going to be it for the day. Be sure to keep an eye out, though, on, of course, the social channels. Should be back, as always, Rocket League tomorrow, Valorant on Wednesday, and then it should have a very hype Siege matchup coming later on in the week on Thursday. So whether you come back for Overwatch next Monday for Lindenwood to take on another team in their group, or you join us in the next few days for some more Lindenwood esports action, we'll be sure to see you then. Thank you all to everybody for joining. I've been Colonel, that's been DeMuffin Man, we've been your Lindenwood production team, and hope to see you all next time whenever you can make it. Alrighty, welcome everybody back here to Lindenwood Overwatch on a Monday. We are here week 6 of the regular season. Of course, both teams tonight have had a bye, so that accounts for the only 4 games played, but we are here at Lindenwood 3-1 after an unfortunate week last go. Idaho State doing alright on the season, better than some of the people in the league, which we'll get to in a moment, but as always, I'm Colonel, joined here by Mr. Shane. How's it going, my friend?
I'm doing good. How are you, dude?
I am doing pretty good. Excited for some Lindenwood Overwatch as we can take a peek here at the standings, getting things started for us again. Obviously, we'll take a big note of the 2 key players tonight. Lindenwood 3-1 after the matchup against A&M, who of course reign atop them all 4-0. Lindenwood 10-3 on maps, getting 3 sets of 3-0, and then of course the lost set to A&M, which makes up for their 1 series loss. On the other side, Idaho State currently 1-3 with a middling map record 5-9 at the moment. So of course losing 9 maps in their 3 losses, and then being able to pick up 2 matches in those other sets as well. As we'll see the rest of it, can take a peek as well. See a couple familiar teams there looking on to the remaining schedules. 4-1 Minnesota, the only loss they have against Lindenwood. We'll see if Lindenwood can claw back. A lot of opponents left remaining. You'll see the last week's matchup there as well. Lindenwood up against Idaho State tonight, Loyola in the week after, and then of course a few more matchups to close out the season against some strong teams, some not as such teams. Some other teams worth noting: Academy of Art and the side of SSU, both already eliminated from playoff contention, unfortunately. Some other tough teams, BLINN, Idaho State, both 1-3, need to win out all the rest of their games if they want to have a chance of making playoffs, especially for both of them. Really tough, as neither of them yet to play the side of A&M, so going to be very tough matchups for them there. Lindenwood, of course, still several matchups to go. 3 teams there, only with 4 matchups, or 3 matchups remaining due to their bye weeks, but anything catch your eye on this board here, Shane?
I'm excited to see how the bottom 2 teams. Sorry, what was the names of the 1 and 3 teams?
The 1 and 3 teams,
Idaho
BLINN
State.
in the blue and Idaho State in the orange tonight.
I'm excited to see how Texas A&M plays against them. Being the 1 seed, I wonder if they're gonna try new comps against them, or really don't try anything new at all. Just keep all their newer comps like behind closed doors to keep them for the later games down the season.
I'm actually catching here. I'm seeing that BLINN still play against A&M, but A&M do not have a match against BLINN listed, so potentially some slight errors there. Apologies for anything of that sort. But regardless, what we're worried about tonight is Lindenwood versus Idaho, so that's what we're going to focus on. And we can start once again by taking a peek over to the Lindenwood player stats here. We've pulled up all of the information. Our players leave the lobby after every game to make sure that we get those stats, and take a look at this. 11 maps for everybody on the roster, with the exception of Viral playing 2 matches. A lot of eliminations overall. The leaders, of course, being Finn and Zippy on this one. Felius as well in that 200 range. The supports, not a massive surprise that they have a lower elimination total, but their KDA is not by any means bad. The worst KDA on screen, 2.7 for Ether, which is still very, very in the positive. So very good performance overall. 6.5 for the leading main roster player for Finn the Human. But one thing I want to take note of, Viral, he's only played 2 maps, but 6.83 KD ratio with 41 eliminations in only 2 games.
That's kind of nuts.
As, on some of the other places, can see those big leaders in damage again. Finn, Zippy, of course, leading the charge. Felius at 5,800 as well. Ronan, though, on the support, 8,700 damage, or healing per 10 minutes, apologies. So he is doing as good of a job keeping his team alive as some of those heavy DPSers like Finn and Zippy are doing at killing them. But again, anything especially notable here to you?
Not really. I think you covered all of it. I'm really excited to see if Vero gets more maps here, especially with this 6.83 KD. But regardless, I think we have a solid team. I think these are some amazing stats. I'm just excited to see how this next game plays out.
As, again, Idaho State opponent coming up. Last time Lindenwood played them back in February of this calendar year. These are teams that have played each other many times. Lindenwood definitely have had the track record in green for them. They've done well historically. As, again, looking at just the record, 3-1, Lindenwood, the only team so far to take a map off the top team in the division. Idaho State, of course, in pretty much an opposite position. They've been able to take a couple of maps off of some of the teams they've lost to, but obviously not able to win the majority of those series. As we can take a
look at the map specifics, it looks like we'll be starting on Lijiang Tower, but as always, love to take a quick little peek at the map pool when we're able to. So with the note that we seem to be starting on Lijiang Tower, is there any other maps that you would want to see today?
I think everybody wants to see Kings Row, no doubt about it. Will we see Kings Row? Probably. Flashpoint, I would love to see Servasa. I love Servasa. I think it's one of the prettier maps in the entire game. And then New King Street or Esperanza, I'd rather not see either. That's me being completely honest. And then for Escort, I would love to see Rialto. Rialto, we had that hog sim last time. I would love to see another hog sim again. But
I would not.
I would love to see another hog sim. That was incredible to watch.
Yeah, definitely the ability to see some more niche compositions come out, especially for a team like Idaho State, who, again, need to win out here if they want to make playoffs. And again, it's a long road ahead of them in terms of trying to get up to that upper echelon of teams. Not every team by any means can make playoffs. So going to be a dream run for them if they are able to make it. As again, starts up against Lindenwood, a team they've historically struggled against. So we'll see what they can get going tonight. As if the track record is to say anything, it will be Idaho picking the majority of our maps today. So we'll see how Lindenwood do on this front. But again, anything we've talked about the maps, anything you want to see character-wise? You mentioned the Hog Symmetra, but anything else you want to see, not see?
Lijiang Tower, I think we're going to see a lot of Symmetra. I would be extremely surprised if they don't run Symmetra. I would love to see a lot of dive on Lijiang. A lot of people like to run Ryan or Orisa Sim. I would love to see a lot of dive like Ball, Winston, especially on Lijiang Tower. Shoot, I'm blanking on the name. But pretty much all of the maps, I would love to see a Ball and Winston. I would love to see a Farah too, maybe. I'm tired of seeing so much Sim, you know? I'm tired of seeing so much Sim. I would love to see more Farah Mercy. Even though Mercy's not really meta right now, I'd love to see a lot more Farah.
And yeah, one thing you mentioned there, the ball is something that has been surprising me in the past times. For those of you with us in that matchup against A&M, the map Lindenwood did win. They brought us to Atlas, which is already a map that, at least then at the time, me and Kenny hadn't noted too much about. But we'll have to see if they want to retry that ball comp here against Idaho State. As speaking of Kenny, I do think it's worth noting he is on deck as our analyst for tonight. We'll be having some chats with him after the game, but as for now, we'll just have to wait as we get everybody ready to go here for the map. Lijiang Tower, you're not a big Symmetra fan, it sounds like.
I play Ryan a lot, and Sim is I hold my shield, she recharges her ammo. You know, I drop my shield, I die. There's no win here. I mean, I hate Sim.
Yeah, I could definitely see any characters with that longer range damage, the turrets being a little bit of extra harassment, getting a little bit annoying. As we're taking a second, making sure we can get everybody the correct spectate in the lobby here. As of course we have our own production team, Idaho State, as well, making sure they can get all of their people in the lobby and ready to go. As we do have an update on Lindenwood's starting roster, it is going to be Ronan and Viral in the game to start. So Ether going to start on the bench here, assuming this is the confirmed lineup. I don't think it's technically been 100% hard confirmed, but definitely interesting to see. You mentioned maybe wanting to see Viral getting a couple more reps with those stat lines, and depending on what ends up getting locked in, Lindenwood might be showcasing him off to start tonight.
And Viral is a support player, correct?
Correct.
With a 6.83
with a 6.83 KD ratio in 2 maps.
All right, that'd be really fun to watch. I expect to see him pop off a lot. I expect to see Ronan pop off a lot. Ronan's another support as well, correct?
Yeah, Ronan, Ether, and Viral, the 3 supports.
Yeah, Ronan, I was a big fan of. I do remember that. But the DPS, they're going to do their thing. Finn is going to do his thing. I'm just excited to see a good game tonight.
As we are going to go ahead and start entering the ban phase again. For those of you potentially not familiar, maybe missed out on it, both the teams will get the opportunity to ban 1 character per map. They cannot reban the same character for that team. So for example, map 1, Lindenwood are going to start here. This is the actual confirmed ban, not just an example. Kiriko going to be banned away first, which leaves Idaho State with the second ban. They can, of course, not ban Kiriko as it's been banned, but they also cannot ban any other character character in the support category for this game, so they will have to ban either a DPS or a tank. We'll wait to see exactly what they want to ban, but again, have to keep in mind now, Lindenwood cannot ban Kiriko for the rest of the day. Idaho State, if it's something they're concerned about, they can choose to ban Kiriko later on in the day as well, of course, but definitely considering Lindenwood banned it, you expect somebody on Idaho State to play it, with the other footnote being protection bans in terms of the team banning first bans a character they don't care about in a role they do care about. So say, for example, Lindenwood really want to play Lucio this game. They have Virulin. Maybe he wants to rock some Lucio. They can send a Kiriko ban, making it so that Lucio isn't banned, and the other team can't ban it by banning something in the support pool. So definitely have to keep in mind both offensive bans of taking away something like a Idaho State player's Kiriko, or of course protecting an important pick for Lindenwood. As we'll wait just a moment here, still waiting on Idaho State to get their ban locked in, but looking at DPSs and tanks here on Lijiang Tower, is there anything that you would expect Idaho State to ban or potentially be careful of?
If Idaho State did their research, a lot of teams do the research, especially at this collegiate level. I would ban either one of the tanks that Finn loves to play. I don't want to say it in case I manifest it. But
Of course.
One of the tanks that Finn plays, and he's very good at a lot of tanks, so I'm not really worried there. But especially Zippy Bloom, whatever DPS he plays, I'll throw this one out there. Tracer, very good Tracer on our team. If they ban Tracer, I would be extremely concerned for how we're gonna play around that. We banned Kiri, so I'm assuming we're gonna run some sort of dive comp, as Kiri is a very mobile hero. So I'm very curious to see what our team comp's gonna look like, and if they process that we're gonna run a dive comp, I'm curious to see what Idaho State's gonna ban now.
Yeah, still waiting on that ban to come through, as we'll have to wait and see what they want to target. Again, two key options here in terms of banning a tank they're concerned about or a DPS is, again, the one you mentioned there, Tracer, definitely a very strong character. We've been seeing Phelius piloting that the majority of the season. Of course, a couple other characters have come through with Tracer bans or maybe a different style of composition. Obviously, for the side of someone like Zippy, playing a lot of hit scan, playing a lot of DPS, and there we go, you called it. Idaho State banning away the Tracer. They were waiting for you to say something.
They're here. Hello, Idaho State.
And I mean, yeah, again, it's not too surprising. Linden would have played a lot of Tracer, as you mentioned. If you go watch any of the series, basically go look at those stat lines, you'll see very frequently Phelius finding some good value on the Tracer. And again, Idaho State, they're fighting for every map at this point. 1-3 on the season so far, still have a chance, have their name in the hat. Hasn't quite been ripped out yet. And again, they need to do well tonight if they want to keep it that way. As again, teams like Texas A&M, Lindenwood, Minnesota, potentially all really in that good, consistent playoff space, but obviously a lot of teams still left fighting for it. Some 3-2 teams in the division as well that we have to keep careful of, as we'll get some ready confirmations here and already getting ready to go into game one. Any predictions on exactly what we're going to see here?
Oh, that Tracer ban really killed my mood, but I think we're going to see a dive comp with a Genji Reaper probably. I think that's going to be the situation here. From Lindenwood, at least. Idaho, no Curie. We could see more of a tanker down comp or like a rush comp, maybe a Lucio cast, and then maybe a Ryan. I don't know. I just would like to see Ryan. That's me, personal bias, but I'm just excited to see. What do you expect to see here?
Personally, for me on Lijiang, I mean, there's obviously a lot of ways you can go. It's control. There are a lot of compositions that can be played. I think that, as you mentioned, with the Kiri ban, expecting something like dive is very realistic. Maybe they won't full commit to the dive. Maybe it's not literally going to be like Psycho, Winston Genji, let's walk at their backline or dash at their backline. But I definitely think that seeing some type of dive variant is very possible. I do think that against a team like Idaho, who, again, they have a good track record against, they're playing Viral. So there's definitely a chance that Lindenwood are looking to practice some compositions that they are looking for more practice into. Is obviously, again, you can scrim all you want, but for a lot of people, it's just not the same environment as playing in a match regardless of the opponent. So we'll wait and see exactly what Linden would want to run. Again, as mentioned, I think dive is the leading prospect, but if they end up playing some goofy homebrew Ramatra Junkrat composition, I wouldn't be too surprised. In a lot of these matches that get really one-sided, which again,
not there yet by any means. Lindenwood, known to start role swapping around. We'll see if we get to that point tonight. I remember last time we saw, I think it was Finn playing Wu Yang on King's Row, and that was a sight to behold. That guy was 1v1ing a tank in their spawn and got the kill. So we'll have to wait and see if Lindenwood feeling themselves later in the series. Again, Idaho State has been a good matchup for Lindenwood in the past. 3-0s, maybe have lost a map here or there, but it's definitely one of the matchups I've seen the most in my time at Lindenwood. I mean, again, I keep track of all the matches I've cast. We've played this team this calendar year, so it just goes to show exactly how frequently we do play against a team like Idaho State, very frequently thrown in the same division here, especially in Overwatches. Again, just waiting on the last ready checks coming in here from the side of Idaho State, making sure they have everybody ready to go here.
You know, I think we're going to see a lot of sim too. If it's not dive, definitely sim. Which, if it's on our team, all for it.
Yeah, I definitely remember back, I want to say around when I started casting here with Lindenwood, every game would start on Lijiang, every team would pick it no matter what, and on the Garden map, they would always play double sim, they would teleport into their respective top window, and it would just become an absolute 5v5 chaotic brawl on point. So we'll see if we get anything reminiscent of that. I definitely think seeing Symmetra is very, very possible. Whether they're used as a mobility, obviously there's no tracer swaps, but maybe a mobility pick to get out of spawn faster. But regardless, our ready checks are in. We're going to send things over. Game number 1, Lijiang Tower, Lindenwood, Idaho State. Alrighty, we are back here getting our first draft of our compositions. 2 Symmetras on screen. We'll see if they want to swap to something like a Sojourn for some mobility and damage, or if they commit. Reaper swap here for Huge of Idaho State. First fight coming out already. Lindenwood shoving it in, and they are running full aggressive here. Ramatra running in with the Reaper, and Lindenwood immediately walked through this fight. Always love seeing this aggressive style of Ramatra Reaper, and it is going to work out well for them here. First fight won really quickly. Bap Lucio, and that Bap is already at 40 on window.
That was a 12-second fight. I mean, they just swapped off Symmetra, Idaho, just swapped the Symmetra to Cass, and swapped off Cass to Sojourn. And they're on Moira now instead of Wu Yang. This would be exciting to play out. They're playing a rush comp with Moira Lucio, Sojourn Reaper.
As we'll get the next fight brewing up here. Huge has to use that Wraith form already here on the Reaper, as Lindenwood keeping this damage coming out here. But it will be the Disruptor shot onto Ronin in the backline, but 90 on window. That ult is already almost here for Lindenwood. We'll see how quickly it comes down. Lamp gonna get dropped. Finn on the backside. Ramatra takes down the Moira, blocks himself up for some good damage. Shield as well. Window used maybe a bit aggressively here in the 5v3, but they are going to be able to get pressure for it. Finn takes down the side of Zaraban on the Zarya here running away. As again, Lindenwood 30% to nothing, and Idaho stuck in their spawn right now.
That was such a flex window. You didn't have to use window there. That was a little BM. But it's Ronin. He's going to build that back next fight. I'm not worried about it.
And yeah, take a look at the ults. 80 on Felius, 75 Zippy, 85 Finn, 60 on the Viral. B is Lindenwood chasing up the high ground here, going up the staircase, trying to keep the fight on Zarbin and the side of Huge, having to use that Wraith form to get out. Annihilation in the room. Takedown 1, takedown 2, that's 3. Lucio's 4, and Lemonade will be 5. A team kill here again. Lindenwood 60% to 0, and they are throwing up sim portals in enemy spawn. As Felius gonna run away, no snipers, so not gonna get picked off. As now Idaho, 2 ults to work with. Zarya 90, Beat 90, Reaper 75. As Lindenwood have DPS ults and the Beat to go here. Photon Barrier comes out. Aggro play now as Lindenwood trying to take off this Reaper on the side. He'll go down. Nice grab, reps 4, but Beat comes down. Photon Barrier is supporting, and while it's a good grab in terms of player count, you put it behind a Photon Barrier and into the Beat. It gets some ults. Now Beat can come out as Lucio charging in for Idaho State. Lindenwood on the escape. Overclocked Sojourn here, going to get the kill. Zarbon trying to to take down Felius on the point here as they are looking to stall as long as they can. Lindenwood can get to 99% here. They'll end up getting away with the sim teleport. 96% as Idaho State burns a handful of ults, but they get to the site and take it.
Idaho State using 2 or 3 of their ults that fight?
Oh god, window comes down and they're all dead. Zarbon goes, Reaper has to drop the Wraith Form, and the rest of the team sprinting away, but they're left without a tank here. Huge has to play pseudo tank on Reaper. Shadow steps back to the healers, but Zippy comes in, mirrors it. Death Blossom comes out, Lucio goes down. The lamp will get taken out as well as Huge. Next Wraith Form goes down, Lemonade gets taken out as well, and Lindenwood gonna recap here at 25 for ISU, 99%. It will not even go to overtime. 100-0. Lindenwood take the first point in 125 collective.
I can't even get a sentence out before the next fight starts. Both teams running Lucio versions of rush comps, excuse me, with a Zarya versus a Ramacha matchup.
Ready for battle.
That was a very quick first map. Couldn't even get my sentences out properly. Wow.
And this is interesting. We see the comp swaps coming in here. Lindenwood swapping to Ball Sombra with the Wu Yang Lucio. So gonna try out some different styles here point to point. Not too worried about those perks, as again, a lot of players swapping between characters. So not too many perks being kept. Viral gonna be the sole container of their perk for the side of Lindenwood, as the opposition here going to be swapping up as well. Doom, Pharah, Sim. The Sim gonna swap over to Reaper, as it will be Wu Yang Lucio for them once again, as we'll wait and see Lindenwood playing ball here into Doom. We'll see how this goes for the side of Idaho now. Doom gonna get hacked, thrown off the map is Reaper, and the hook knockoff going to work in favor of the Lions here. Boop comes out from the Pharah, gets Sombra off the map, but a quick translocation able to put Zippy back on solid earth as 2 go down. A reswap to Orisa here, and ISU have no idea what to play here.
The last time I casted Lijiang, they also ran a Pharah. And that didn't work out so well for them either. Just Pharah has no place to be in this comp, unfortunately. Yes, I mean, Exhibit A.
As Felius gonna go down, Lemonade gets the kill as Diane goes down as well. That's the Wu Yang for ISU. The second support, Bacon and Cake, gets dropped. Now it's Huge and Zarabon running away here on the Orisa Reaper. Fortify and the side of a Shadow going out as they both get dropped. Nice chase down by Lindenwood. No tank, no DPS with the one Pharah alive. So just gonna be Lindenwood still holding the point 30-0 as ISU have to reset again. And look at where this Wrecking Ball is. He is behind enemy lines, going for the boop off the map. A little bit aggressive by Finn, but he won't really get punished, so doesn't matter at the end of the day. Huge going up there with the Shadow Step now, as he's trying to keep this damage alive on the Lindenwood front line, but not going to find any kills for it. Zarabin getting low, massive crash down onto Huge. Shadow Steps up to the top level, trying to chase these Lindenwood supports, as Genji keeping the damage up. Finn jumping around, Lemonade going high ground with this Reaper here, as Pharah doing everything they can. Genji finally kills the Reaper. Zarabin below half HP now. The tank is the form in the spear spin, javelin spin, trying to get pressure. The minefield comes out as Zippy actually going to die to the tank here, but Orisa has to try and get back to the team, and the rest of Lindenwood reaping away at the rest of the team. Diane goes down on the Wu Yang. Finn finally going to start to roll away. He crashes straight back in as he'll use the hook to finally get himself out. Lindenwood 75 is already starting to push again.
They burned 50% of the entire map in that fight.
Oh, EMP hits 5, Crash Down hits 4, and they're all dead. Everybody but Zarbin dies instantly, and they are going to kill this tank. Did not need to use that Wu Yang ult. They know they did not need to use that Wu Yang ult. It doesn't matter. 92-0, Blade in spawn, B in spawn, Barrage in spawn, another B in spawn, Wu Yang ult in spawn. Everybody is using everything in the ISU spawn. Barely able to get the touch here. Boop takes Viral off the map. Diane goes down to Felius. Lemonade gonna get dropped, but retrade now as Felius will go down. Lindenwood 99-0 on the point, but they're almost gonna lose it. They are gonna lose it. It's 1v3 right now as Finn simply has to run away, and for the second time in a row, they will concede the point.
I can't even get my sentence. There's just another fight after another fight.
Lindenwood are spawn camping them.
They were.
They're trying.
They got a little greedy there, and they'll have to fight for it back, but I'm not worried in the slightest.
As we'll see Ether getting or Vero getting on over here. As we'll wait for Finn on the backside here, gets a nice boop onto Diane. It won't be lethal, and Finn has pile drivered into the abyss. As I don't think Coach Cam is going to be too happy with that. As Zippy goes down to Zarbin. I mean, when your tank literally pile drives himself into the void, the rest of the fight not going to go too well. As Finn has finally reset here, he'll get going back in. As we'll see Lindenwood trying to remanage this, re-engage again. Didn't get too punished off of Finn dying, crashed down back onto the point this time, fortunately, as for the moment, ISU at 50% now guaranteed, so doing a good bit better than their last time with aid of Finn playing for the wrong team. As we'll wait and see here, damage coming back in, Minefield goes down, Zarabin dies, Lucio low, trying to get back on point, Reaper low, Blossom comes out, but unfortunately it's not going to be much. He goes down to the Sombra. Finn just flying around point. Now he's standing still and shooting like a turret. Diane tries to touch 99. We'll see what the final percent is going to be. 99 to 69. Lindenwood going to win the point out by 31%. We'll see if Zarbin can somehow jump the gap. He gets pile drived. He gets knocked back. Everything sending him away. And Lindenwood are going to sweep the map 2-0 for Li Jiang.
What Finn did, we call that a tactical reset.
Quick recall.
Yeah. Oh.
Owl fake. That is the most aura play of the game intro in the game, as Zippy will take it here. The 5-man EMP, not too surprising, but with the conclusion of map 1, we can now, for the first time today, introduce Mr. Kenny. How is it going? What did you see that game?
Hello, it's great to be on the little bit of the desk. I saw a lot of stuff that game. I really want to talk about it a little bit. So first of all, we saw just on Control Center, we saw Lindenwood run out on the Ramatra composition, and we saw Idaho State running out on the Zarya composition. I've actually talked to Cam about this pick actually before, like today. So what is the reasoning behind that? He says actually that while the Ram is in Nemesis, can actually go around the bubbles and start farming up different parts of the backline. So it really is nice to see that Ram that was actually being constructed inside of just scrims and whatnot to finally make its debut out on the field tonight. But I think the main topic of conversation is going to be Gardens. And that ball, what a tactical reset I saw. I was
That's what that was?
I'm gonna call it that because I don't really have other words for it without him sounding very fun. But we also got to see a little bit more of the Zippy Bloom Sombra. I think we haven't seen that in quite some time. I think we saw it a little bit a couple of weeks ago on Atlas, and we saw it just for one fight, and he didn't really do much throughout that one fight on the Sombra pick. But glad we got to see it today. Earns himself 28 more elims throughout the Gardens in general, and whether it's on the Reaper or the Sombra, he's really putting in a big impact places.
I mean, yeah, anybody asks me what my favorite Lindenwood comp of all time is, it's going to be Ramatra Reaper Sombra. Spammed it back a little bit ago, that Sombra pick for Zippy, absolute class to watch played. But for Idaho State here, obviously they lost the first map, and considering the nature in which they lost it, is there anywhere you would expect them to want to target here in terms of maps or game mode selection?
For map particularly, they really want to be playing these brawl compositions. You really get that from they wanted to play the Zarya, the Reaper, the Soj, they want to play something where they can basically stay on the ground a little bit, not having to worry too much about these off angles. But it is a very difficult thing, so I would expect them to want to try and go King's Row here a little bit, something with a little bit more close quarters, something where you have to hit basically iron with iron at close quarters. And King's Row makes the most sense to me, I would say. But you're also going to see this Kiriko be alive again for Idaho State. I actually took a look. That is a very good ban for Lindenwood, actually. The Kiriko was. They've been nonstop on Kiriko this entire season. So good job on Cam for really sniffing out that Kiriko ban.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see here. Lindenwood calling for the map selection, of course. Not yet locking in their lineup here. Obviously, Ronan Viral starting that matchup. Tell us a little bit about these Lindenwood lineups, what's causing these changes, and what do you expect for the supports to be for map 2?
So supports for map 2, it really does depend on where the map takes us. if it is a place where we can see this hyper aggressive Lucio, that is where we are probably going to see more of Viral come in on today. He's going to be their hyper aggressive. They want to be hyper aggressive. They're going to have Viral in. If you're going to see a little bit more of a laid back, like maybe double flex composition a little bit, you're probably going to see more of Ether coming in and doing what Ether does best, hitting Wu Yang shots around corners and whatnot. But as we saw, Ronin hits his own. It's okay. Ebb and flow,
And yeah, I definitely am curious on your take for Lindenwood. Obviously, two, I'll say, different styles of compositions. Is simply having Ramatra than having a ball definitely changes up the way you play a little bit here. So obviously, with the note that Lindenwood still may be trying a couple different compositions, what would you expect them to play here on map 2, depending on the map type?
That's a very good question. They really do have a very wide, broad selection of comps at their disposal that they are very much working on, and it's continuing to grow. I even saw a lot of some stuff before I even came in today. Where I would want them, what I want to see from them, I really would want to see more of this ball composition personally, because oh my god, it's so fun to watch, especially when you see Finn hit a tactical reset when you just need one fight. It's really fun to see that. It's a really good tactical reset, man.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny, for joining us here for the breakdown of Game 1. We're going to send things back onto a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our map pick, our character bands, and then we'll be ready to go here. Map 2 of Lindenwood v. Idaho State. Alrighty, we are back, and as you see here, we are loaded in on the streets of Hollywood as our hybrid map of the day. We all expected hybrid. We did not expect Hollywood, but it's what we're going to get here. You can see the bands in the top of your screen. Idaho State, as the map selectors chose first, they banned Mr. Wrecking Ball, not enabled for this one, as the response band from Lindenwood going to be the Sojourn, so taking that one off of the table here. As we'll see the comps, it's going to be Hazard for Lindenwood up against the same Doomfist we saw earlier. I'll say it had limited success, but that still might be giving it too much. We'll see how they do with it on Hollywood. Big jump across the buildings. Genji going to follow, so trying to hard commit to the Lindenwood backline. Unfortunately, Zarbin ends up committing himself to the morgue as he will go down. Zarbin and Huge both get dropped. The rest of the team run away.
Committing himself to the morgue. I like. And Zippy Bloom's just taking a seat. That's beautiful.
Oh, he is literally
Zippy
sitting
Bloom
down on the
is just
cats.
taking a seat. They're still on the Pharah.
Yeah, I don't love the Pharah pick on Hollywood, but we'll see what Lemonade can do with it. Presumably a bit of a specialist in terms of character pool, as we've seen it twice now, so that's what we're going to see of the Pharah for the most of this map, is what I'd assume. Wu Yang killed him down very quickly as Lemonade once again has been decommissioned. Zarbin, he is sitting on the roof and then he dies on the roof. This is not the greatest offense so far. We'll see if Idaho State can pull it back. I'd expect some swaps, but Soldier, not exactly what I had in mind, but we'll see how it does.
As long as Zippy sits with Ronin in the high ground, or where is Ronin? Ronin's on top, if I had to guess. Yep, on the back. Okay. As long as Zippy stays back, he's gonna take away a lot from the Doomfist and the Genji. And Doomfist is just feeding.
I mean, Doom is looking for... I think he's trying to punch somebody off of that roof, ends up underdrifting it, and... I mean, he dashes literally into the most open spot he could have been as Genji going around here. That's Felius, not on the Tracer despite it being enabled, as Zippy Bloom literally just doing trick shots, spitting his gun here, trying to find the shots through the slot. As here we go, continued harassment here as Blade comes out from Felius, straight onto the back line. He's going to be looking for value. Goodbye to both supports. Bacon and Cake and Diane go down. Zarabin, Huge, that is a quadra kill for Felius. Lemonade tanking everything up, and the Hazard Spikes going to get the kill, team kill, with a quadra kill from the Dragon Blade.
Wait, but did you see Lemonade get a kill?
Okay.
That was huge. We're down to Wu Yang.
As we'll see the reset coming out, very quick ult coming out from the Wu Yang. He gets slept midair, and Felius still finds a way to get hit by the Wu Yang ult, but a downpour comes in, Zarbin dies, and we've said it billions of times, with no tank, no team, Huge dies out, the rest of the team once again running away, and I mean, we could be looking at a 4-minute, 20-second Hollywood game at this pace.
That was a huge sleep from Ronin.
As we'll get the next fight set up here. Doom jumping high ground, gonna get followed up by the Hazard. And that is another death for Zarbin on the net.
Can't control yourself, can you? I really like how we're countering this Doom. They're trying to take the high ground every time, and Finn's just playing the choke to the left of the choke, and as soon as Doom goes to the high ground, Finn just jumps right behind him and traps him there.
As Finn hiding out in a back corner here, careful of him behind the front line, and guess what happened? That's right, it is going to be Zarbin taking a lot of damage, huge dive. Zarbin gets away this time, but when you're running away without touching the point in 35 seconds, it's not a great look here.
Zarbin's trying to control so much right now. He's trying to control space, he's trying to control high ground, but if he controls high ground, then Hazard and Genji are just going to fight him off of that, while Zippy Bloom just has to poke him from behind.
As a wall comes out from the Hazard, kills Diane. Huge goes down to the cast revolver. Nano Hazard here, as we are going to run straight into the backside. Felius takes down Lemonade. It's 2 running to the spawns. 8 seconds on clock. Cass drops the Deadeye as Zarbin is on a mad dash here. Ults onto point for the contest. He does get it. Punches away the Wu Yang ult. Unfortunately, there's too much damage. Bacon and Cake now self Wu Yang ulting for speed. Runs in and dies. Now Diane jumps over with a swift step. Runs onto point, and you'll never guess, dies as Diane kills Zippy on the way out. But it's a team kill for Lindenwood and a flawless defense on Hollywood. I mean, again, we really could be seeing Lindenwood win this map in 30 seconds of game.
Over under 30.5.
Over under. I'll take the. That's a lot of time. I'm going to take the under. Why not? I'll take the under on 30. I think Lindenwood are going full psycho aggressive here, and they are going to try and get this quick here. So we'll see how Idaho do on the defense, obviously. They had some good moments in Lijiang. They were able to win a couple of fights, some helped by the opponents, of course, as quick recall, as we'll have to wait and see. If they can get anything similar going on the defense, it's by all means possible, but Lindenwood, they did not allow much room to be given up there at the start of it, so we'll see if there is going to be any reset here for this defensive side now of Idaho State. Zarya, Reaper, Soldier with the Kiri Wu Yang, and Lindenwood are for funning. They are playing, not joking, in a competitive collegiate Overwatch series in league tournament with a team who is playing for playoff contention. Roadhog, Junkrat, Widowmaker, Lifeweaver.
I mean, this is like Junkertown if Junkertown had a Hollywood theme to it, I guess.
This is like Junkertown if instead of Junkertown it was Hollywood.
Yeah. You know, I tried testing my camera settings earlier in a custom lobby with AI bots. I think this is the exact comp they had.
Well, let's see if it works out for Lindenwood.
They changed to Zen.
My fear here is, okay, the Lifeweaver upgraded to Zen, is my assumption is they're going to get a Finn hook, Finn's going to kill the person, and then they're going to take the 5v4 home. Zarya, though, Bubble's going to help out in keeping someone alive. Finn, though, W keying. Where is Finn going? Finn is going on a trip here.
And they're just going to ignore him.
Where is he going? Finn is going around town, as we'll see the rest of the team trying to play the front angle. Lemonade still trying to harass this hog, but once Take a Breather comes up, Felius is killing everyone! Bacon and Cake goes down, Huge goes down, Zarabin low HP, hit by the Discord, is now jumping up. Felius looking for another target. Ronan gonna go low on the Zen, but he able to get away onto a safe site. As here comes Finn from behind! We're seeing a little bit of Hog Symmetra, except instead of Symmetra, it was a 45-second flank. As Viral takes a double kill, Wraith form will stall out for a bit, and I suppose I should have taken the over as Lindenwood win Hollywood in 53 seconds of offense.
What is there to say about this? Let's
see the play of the game. Let's see who got the play of it. My guess is the Felius double headshot, but it wouldn't upset me if it was the Wu Yang either. As Felius, right? I forgot about the other half of the map. That was the thing. Yeah, the Felius 4K wins it every time. Yeah. He dashes up. He dashes back. Slices the Wu Yang, slices the Kiri, slices the Doomfist, dashes, slices the Genji, and then Soldier dies to Spike Shield there from the Sigma. Absolutely insane game. Kenny, what just happened?
So we took a competitive collegiate match, right? We sprinkled in some seasonings in there, and it became a ranked game.
That was a ranked game.
Yeah, no. And not even like it was just like a ranked game. It was a really bad ranked game for Idaho State. As you can see, we definitely saw some looks from the teams that we definitely love to see. Obviously, Lindenwood starts off on a really serious composition right now. Hazard, Cass, Genji. Hazard is very good right now. I expected that straight up out of the gate from Lindenwood. Once they realized they did not even get a tick, yeah, it was time to start getting the silly out. They were there was wasting no time. Finn has been wanting to run this hog for a while. So yeah, it makes sense here. Zen, yup, makes complete sense. But I do like talking about how I said we should go to King's Row because ISE was supposed to like go to a map where their brawl, which is probably their strongest composition, was going to actually be effective. We did not see that. We went to a dive map. Oh, for like I think my last 5 on map predictions, by the way.
I do have one good question, Kenny. If you had to guess out of the 6 available players, counting all 3 supports, who's playing tank next game?
Honestly, do you?
I'm just curious what your guess is. We like the voodoo, the guessing, the magic,
Xander's playing tank next
the
game.
enchanting here. Who's playing tank next game?
You know what? Kirk looks like he's a little bored on the bench. Just throw him on.
And I mean, yeah, Lindenwood again, obviously, in the past, this matchup has been very Lindenwood sided. Again, think back to the matchup several months ago. Think back to the ones last year. Lindenwood have been much favorable in this matchup against Idaho State. Obviously, tonight it has been going pretty well to the point where they just won in sub-minute with a composition of comprising of 2 characters from the damage pool, 2 characters from the support pool, and 1 character from the tank pool in hit Blizzard Activision game Overwatch 2. As we'll have to just wait and see where they're going to bring us here. I mean, we expected to go to hybrid. That's true, Kenny. If you had to take a peek at where you think we're going on the next map pool, where would you have to take a guess to?
Last time I guess hybrid and I was right. I really think that was a good idea. It was good. So given the circumstances, they kind of want to play this random doom dive at some points, maybe, but I'm gonna probably guess they're gonna go to Flashpoint. I would say because that's where they can really start getting some of this stuff going.
So are you saying that because that is your actual prediction, or are you saying that because you saw in game that they've selected Atlas?
Why can't it be both?
Okay. So it is going to be Atlas for this game, as obviously they end up locking their vote in a little bit before we were able to get that prediction off. But you know what? Respect to Kenny. He pulled the map pool here. He had a 1 in 3 chance, and also had the benefit of knowing the answer before he selected his prediction. So we'll just have to wait and see. We'll give the teams a little bit here, as we'll have to see what they're going to ban. Any predictions on the bans here? Obviously, again, Idaho State cannot ban away that ball once again. So any predictions on what they're going to be focusing on taking away here from Lindenwood?
Taking away from Lindenwood here, I don't think that they should probably let them have maybe the Genji of some kind. I don't know. Right now, I mean, you could take away support maybe as well. You could take away the Wu Yang if you want, but I don't see them taking too. I don't think they're going to go for tank again. I think they realized that was a little bit of a bad idea, or maybe it was a good idea, but I don't think they want to worry about the tank right now. I think their main focus is on making sure backlines cannot be as strong as they can, especially with last map. I'm gonna pull this up again because I think it's very interesting. Out of all of last map, Lindenwood only had 2 deaths across the entire team. They had 2 deaths. They only died 2 deaths.
And Lemonade killed one of them.
On the soldier as well, right? It was
soldier.
Fair play. I was critical of the soldier, but at the end of the day, in relative terms, I suppose it worked out as well as it was going to there. I mean, obviously, just going into the maps, once we saw the first couple of minutes there, we kind of knew what the trend was going to be, at least for the rest of Hollywood, potentially for the rest of the day as well. As we are getting confirmation on the rosters here. So I forgot we actually do have to lock in our rosters here. It will be the same roster for the side of Idaho State. Lindenwood do have the option to sub in. The current roster on the board is showing Finn as the player on the bench. So we'll wait and see what it was. Remind me of your guess. You predicted that we might see our sub support come in at tank. That could start to be a bit accurate here.
I'm so happy about what I've predicted here today.
And yeah, I'm definitely curious to see what they are going to go. I'm not exactly, I don't know how Linda would line up. I know Felius had been a tank player in the past for the team before I believe him and Finn swapped roles. So we'll wait and see what the actual confirmation is going to be on terms of roster, as Lindenwood still haven't officially locked theirs in yet. We'll give them a little bit of time to make sure that that can happen. We'll get our character bans done as well, so don't go anywhere. Game 3, potentially our final of the day between Lindenwood and Idaho, coming up in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back ready to go here. Atlas, the map selection. Idaho State banning away Wu Yang. Lindenwood banning away Big Cass. We'll have to see the compositions here, getting our first draft of them right now. Zarya, ditto matchup. Lucio on the mirror as well. Ether on the side of BAP. Then Zippy retaining his spot on the DPS lineup to play Reaper. And Ronan going to use a Sim TP for movement, and then on to the Traces. We are here a second time at Lindenwood on Atlas in comp for the second week in a row here, as we'll see if Lindenwood can get something going here, as we'll get forward now, trying to keep this pressure up. Backside Lindenwood, Ronan takes a quick kill onto Huge as the Venture going to go down. We are straight again onto the fighting. Lindenwood now looking for Diane, very low on the Kiri. Again, expected a Kiri specialist here, and they do a good job surviving right there. Unfortunately, the rest of the team not as solid. The supports go down, Lemonade falls, and Zarbin will get dropped. It is a unconnected team kill here, as Huge got picked earlier. Lindenwood, flawless fight there, already sticking up 10%. And again, we know these flashpoint rounds can go quick.
And the immediate swap to Hog from Idaho State.
Where's Symmetra? Where's the Symmetra? Get the big flank.
Get the Symmetra.
1v5ing frontline. Shadow Step Wraith form will get him out though, so able to stay safe for the moment. Zaraban, he's going forward on the chain hook. He does not find anything. He'll take a breather himself back to full as Huge goes down before he can burrow. As we'll see once again the reset now from Idaho State. Bacon and Cake going to get dropped. Zarbin and the two remaining Diane Lemonade will be able to walk out. Lemonade, will they get picked by the Tracer? They will indeed. Felius grabs Diane as well. And Zaraban will not make it back to a solid support line. He'll go down as well as Huge does take down Ronan with that pulse bomb available. So they get a kill at least, as Lindenwood still hold the point solid.
I will say this about Idaho State. They're very perseverant. The first two maps of Zarya didn't work out, so maybe the third...
Oh, everybody's in the grab. The fight's over. The fight's over.
There's a window.
The fight's over. Window comes out. Hook comes in. Zippy will get dropped as well. As a really nice grab fight there from Felius on the aggro. It will win them the point as well. Nobody can contest. So Lindenwood, 1-0 lead. Alright, we are getting things moved on over to the second point here. Still half a minute till the point unlocks, of course, so Lindenwood going to look to go aggressive here. Try and farm some of these ults that they just spent. Zarbin, first player to this point, and this is another chain hook here. Zippy Bloom jumps to the back line. Death Blossoms in. Diane, Bacon and Cake, Zarban, and Lemonade all going to die in the next 5 seconds. It will be the sole remaining Huge going down, and unfortunately it is a huge fall for him. Team kill for Lindenwood with the point up in 3 seconds. It will be their Lucio Viral on the point to cap it immediately, and right when it opens, he runs off of the point. As currently nobody in possession, Lemonade drops the pulse bomb, but it's recalled by Lemonade, or it's recalled onto Lemonade as Ronan uses that before going down here. Is Ronan the first pick of the fight? Diane drops, Zippy Blot drops, as Huge and Bacon and Cake go down. Felius will die as well. Ether and Viral now, the two survivors. Zarbon, Chain Hook, Melee, and again, Lindenwood, whether they forgot or chose not to take the point here for the start of that one, not going to matter, as first possession for the first time today going to go over to this side of Idaho.
That was a clean fight from Idaho State. I don't know if we just fed, but they kept their ults, and here they are. They burned an ult from Ronan, in fact, too.
And yeah, they're going to use this ult here from the Hog to try and put Felius into a rough spot, but the Lucio beat comes down here to keep them stable. 3 ults coming down with both support ults stacking up, and they don't get a kill for them, as the Kitsune still another moment to go, as Chain Hook misses once again, trying to find a DPS. Ult comes out, Tech Shock, now it's going to be the grab to grab one. Felius kills Lemonade, and again, the only pick of the fight so far, very resilient from both teams right now, as Lindenwood on the backside, nice play from Viral to take down Diane. Zippy takes down Huge, Felius gets Bacon and Cake, and now it is Zarbon running away once again here, as he will get caught. Ether, the one to get the tag, as Lindenwood recap 61% on that hold from Idaho.
There were 5 ults used, 6 ults used that fight, 5 from Idaho State, and the first kill was from Lindenwood with a grab. So Idaho just Idaho State just burned through 5 ults, and as a result, lost the point.
Yeah, Zippy gonna get the early kill on Huge. Freshly swapped over to the Echo there. As nice long hook onto Felius. Window comes out, as so does the Blossom. That'll be it for Zarabon going down here at the pure melee DPS as Bacon and Cake low HP dies to the boop as the rest of Lindenwood going to keep this damage up. Diane is gone and Huge is standing in spawn, so he can't die as he gets infinite healing and cannot take damage. As we'll see once again now, Lindenwood passing this point 75% to Idaho 61. Could still technically get their first point on the board. 2-0 so far on Li Zheng. Of course, 1-0 on the Hollywood as Zarabon chain hook grabs Ether. Now Ether going to get the play here. Pulse Bomb goes down, is blocked away. Nice defense right now, but they need to touch. They need to touch. They need to touch. And the point's gone. 2-0 Lindenwood. As we'll see what Idaho want to do here. They could fight for ult charge, or they could get out once again with their lives as Bastion for Lemonade here, 50%. I honestly don't hate Bastion. Whether it's great right now is another question. Is a nice tank job by Felius with the bubble there to keep the teammates alive. Nice movement by Echo to get out as Tracer going very aggressive here. Ronin's hit by the hook. He'll go down. Zippy can't get there in time to support Zarabon. Early pick onto the Tracer here. It's a quick reset for Lindenwood, and with the point closed for 10 seconds, again, very dangerous here. We have to see 2 straight reverse sweeps, reverse sweep on Flashpoint and reverse sweep in the series, or it will be it for Idaho State's season, as it will be the nice grab coming out. Zippy Bloom onto Bacon and Cake. First kill, Whole Hog comes out from the Roadhog. Zippy takes both supports. Zarabon left without healing. Bastion being targeted now. Zarabon gonna get jumped at by the Lucio. Viral keeping this pressure up on the front side. Nice damage on the exit here, but again, it's on the exit, so Idaho can't get much done, as it will be the full cap for Lindenwood now, starting possession on this last point. And again, if Lindenwood cap it, not only is the map over, the series is over, and a playoffs contention for Idaho is over. So really have to lock in right now to have that hope. Viral takes down Lemonade. Felius takes down Huge. Zarabon gonna be the next target alongside Diane on the carry. Supports are gone, and now the Roadhog had been ignored, but as the last player alive, he'll go down. Lindenwood 35% to nothing with a team kill.
This feels like I'm watching a Nintendo Switch competitive Overwatch game.
Speak to that.
I mean, what am I watching, really?
We are watching
a Blossom in the spawn.
That is a Rob
in front of a Bastion and Hog.
As B comes out, post-mortem for the side of Reaper, as we'll see 1, we'll see 2. Bastion ults in his spawn, and Felius just tanks it because he didn't feel like he needed to dodge it. Might have actually bubbled it right before, could not tell. Is 85% right now, last fight chance for Idaho State. Need to get this point, need to win the point, need to win the map, need to win the series, need to win 3 more in the next month. As we'll see 98%, gotta touch, no, don't make it there. 100-0 on the 3rd point. Lindenwood, sleep Li Zheng, sweep Hollywood, and now sweep Atlas, and they will walk ahead of 3-0 on the week.
You ever played Mystery Heroes?
I have.
That's what I feel like I just watched.
On Nintendo Switch Pro Play?
On the Nintendo Switch. Yeah.
As we'll see the last play of the game of the day here for Reaper. Starts with a Blossom in melee, and we walk straight onto the backside. Supports targeted. Goodbye, Lucio. Lemonade going to get a not dropped as well. That was not the greatest play of the game I've ever seen, but I guess there weren't too many multi-kills that game. But Kenny, walk us through Atlas.
Well, I'm ready for this.
Oh, you better be ready for this.
We're ready.
I have, because I have words of what I saw today. So I think there was just a mental collapse in ISU's locker room. I'm gonna be very honest. I saw them go from Zarya to Hog. I saw them go from 76 to Tracer to Bastion. I watched them go from Venture to Echo. It was just, the comp was all over the place. It was across the board. It was wacky, but it was fun to watch. I mean, granted to Zarabon, he got a really funny hook. I will say. I watched him get some really funny hooks. But Felius, he was a tank player, even back when I was playing against you guys. So seeing him on tank, that was really just a fun blast of the past to see. Other than that, I mean, we also saw Ronin just come in, get to have some really fun, put the real part of the flex part of his role's name to good use, showing he can do all sorts of things, including on Tracer and Sojourn, apparently.
And yeah, definitely a fun matchup there, especially for the Lindenwood side here. Not exactly sure that some of the ISU members would be sharing the same sentiments, but overall, in terms of this series, again, it's a series we expected Lindenwood to do well in from seasons ago when we played against Idaho State last, again, about half a year ago. Obviously, carried over to tonight as well. But taking away your overall thoughts from this matchup, especially looking at some of the future matchups, Loyola State, another very strong team in division. What do you think Lindenwood will be able to take from this matchup into future matchups against some of those closer teams?
So what expect for Lindenwood to try and just take away here, definitely take away, what you did on the ball on first map. I mean, that was just beautiful. I think you really ran a solid dive, especially with including the tactical reset that we did see.
I agree that the ball had one solid dive.
He really,
he had a real solid dive.
Dude, hey, those koi fish get lonely down there. He was just accompanying them. But including to that, I would also say definitely I want to see more of that ball composition ran a little bit. Another thing that I really like seeing was that hazard as well. Zarya is just has Zar ball. They're all in good places right now. I really like seeing them, and especially as well as just Reaper as well. Zippy's Reaper has just looked phenomenal these past couple of weeks, including today. And it's just been very fun to watch. And then we also just see the hyper aggressive plays from Viral coming through on Lucio. I mean, I don't think he was ever subbed out this entire day. And from what I see from my little stats boards, he only died twice throughout this entire match.
Yeah, definitely well played there. Obviously, the third comp had a couple of odd players in a couple odd positions. Again, Felia's reprising his role in tank, had one of the supports come in to play DPS, and of course, all three supports staying on the map. But that will do it for us for the moment for Linden, where we're going to send things back over to a little bit of a break. Don't go anywhere, though. Quick little interview coming up in just a few. Alrighty, we are back here with Mr. Chris Viral of Lindenwood. This is the first match you've played this season where you played all 3 games. Talk to us a little bit.
I had a good time. Idaho State didn't put much of a fight, honestly. A lot of shits and gigs. Very fun game, though.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we knew going into the matchup, maybe not going to be the most competitive. Obviously, you guys now 4-1. Congratulations, of course, so far. Obviously, one important thing to note, last week, tough opponent, A&M. One of the matchups that you didn't necessarily think as a team would be the best going into one of the other tough teams. Talk to us a little bit about how you see the rest of the schedule so far. Obviously, some weaker teams, some teams similar to you on standings. Do you guys envision yourself going 7-1 now with A&M out of the way, or?
Not too sure. There's a couple of teams that we're looking at right now, but overall, we're pretty confident in our schedule.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Of course, I know there's a couple other teams 4-1, 3-1 in that range around you guys, so definitely going to be interesting to see. But talk to us a little bit about Game 3. We saw some composition swap ups, to put it mildly, but talk to us a little bit about specifically that third map of the day.
On Atlas?
Yes, indeed.
I don't know if you want me to. I mean, there was...
How is your game specifically? How do you...
There was a lot of discussion with whether or not we want Finn on the last one and just swap it up as much as we did. But like, we had so much momentum going forward, but might as well get all of our supports playtime.
So obviously we took a peek at your stats going into the week. You'd only played 2 maps before today, obviously up to 5. Today, in 3 maps, you died twice. You played more games today in competitive collegiate Overwatch than you died today. Talk to us a bit about your opinion on how you think you did overall tonight.
I thought I played pretty well. Movement's getting a lot better. Mechanics in general. My ult tracking, I think overall my level of Lucio play has gone a lot higher than my last few games. My one death, I trolled for sure. The other one, my other flex support admitted to not healing me. Pissed about that. So I should only have 1 death.
Definitely going to have to keep an asterisk. Again, going into tonight's series, I think a 6.83 KD ratio on your previous 2 maps. Are we going to keep seeing this level of performance? You seem to do great every time you play.
Oh yeah, for sure. Pretty confident though my KD will
And then, yeah, obviously, I see you a lot on the Lucio. I assume a bit of a specialist champion there, character that you are very familiar with.
Yes, sir. I am the Lucio guy for this team right now.
And yeah, so obviously sometimes maybe you sub in and teams keep a note, they ban away the Lucio. What can we expect to see from you? What characters, aside from Lucio, of course, are you potentially looking forward to being able to play someday?
In the case of a Lucio ban, I'm still just a main support, so I'll
That's
still
fair.
play Brig, Wu Yang now, and then sometimes we'll flex a little bit. I'll play Kiri. Yeah, those are the main support heroes that I play.
And yeah, fair enough. Well, we won't hold on to you too long. Any other comments, shout outs, anything of the such on the series today or a season overall?
No, thank you. Thank you for having me.
Alrighty, well, thank you, Mr. Viral, for coming on. We'll be back just a few minutes. Again, we'll have an interview with Mr. Kirk. Don't go anywhere. Coming back soon.
Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. My name is Kenny. I've been picture on your screen all night, but this time I'm live and in color right next to Kirk, otherwise known as Ether. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good.
I know. So, first of all, how were you feeling coming into the match today?
The match today, it wasn't really all that much compared. This was probably our easiest match in the NACE season, so we came in expecting to win, so we had some fun with it.
Of course. And I think we could see that. I think whether you're from, you were in the game or you see it at home, I think you could definitely tell you guys were definitely having a fun time out there. I think we saw Roadhog picks, Zen picks, Baptiste picks. We saw
We got a little adventurous.
Adventurous is a good word for it, I would say. But otherwise than that, just talking about a little bit of just team stuff here. You're a part of a triple rotating support composition right now of where you're subbed in at different times to do different things. What's that like? Tell me about it.
Well, right now, it's pretty much Kellen is the staple flex support. He plays all those characters. And Chris and I, we are the two main supports. Chris's primary character is Lucio, but he also plays some Wu Yang, depending on, I think how we do it is kind of the style of how we're playing the comp. It's like certain comps right now. We're still kind of on the fence as to if we're going to decide if we have a Wu Yang player or not, because Lucio and Wu Yang get subbed out quite a bit. But pretty much it's Lucio, and if we need anything else.
I know you're always excited to get to play Brig. You tell me about it all the time, man. I really hope we get to see some more of your Brig play, like we did.
I do too. I love Brig.
Oh, I love the Brig too. But tonight it was a little bit different whenever you came in. Obviously, we're talking bottom of the ninth energy, the closer coming in to close out the game. Was there any bone crushing density on your shoulders coming into the game?
No, I picked Baptiste, and I wanted to shoot their tank, and I did.
Yeah, we did see a wide swing on a tracer that ended with you in a hog hook, my friend.
Yep, we got a little adventurous, especially on Atlas, and my Baptiste flank did not work out as planned, but the first time I tried it, I got their tracer.
I mean, as long as you get the kill at the end of the day, right? Like,
if you get your one, then you're gold.
That's all. I say in my scrims all the time. I say, as long as you get your one, man, just know your worth. But other than that, I mean, you have played your big, strong game last week against Texas A&M San Antonio. Do you think that there's going to be any more specific, hard games left of your of your schedule? Do you think that's going to have any effect of you guys making playoffs? Where do you think you might stand? Are we going to see a 7-1 or what are we seeing?
The goal is to win the rest of our games. And it's looking like we can. I think it's Loino. That might be the only team that we are going to have to really lock in for, depending on how they play, how we're playing that specific day. But other than that, we should be making playoffs this season.
All right. Well, I'm very excited to see playoffs. I hope I'm here for it as well. Big pop off energy there. Now I'm gonna get a little personal. Get heart to heart.
All right. What you got for me?
All right. So, what if you're stranded on an island, right?
Okay.
What Overwatch character do you want on the island with you?
What Overwatch character do I want on the island with me?
It can be like, and we can talk about like we can talk about Bob as well. Like Bob is on
So,
there. Anything we've seen, man. We can talk about like the random street thugs of Dorado in the animation.
Okay.
We're getting broad here. It just has to be in the Overwatch cinematic universe.
If I want to survive, I think my best bet would be Freya. If I want to have fun,
I said nothing about surviving.
Yeah, if I want to have fun, it's a really good push bot. Forget what I said about Freya. I want the push bot.
The push, dude. That makes
just,
so much sense.
Just think about it. If anything like up in trees or anything that I need moved, that push bot is strong and capable, and I can rely on it to do anything I need.
Exactly. He just pushes things.
And when you say hello to him, he says hello back. And you don't get that from anyone else.
Exactly. I mean, I've done it to a couple of strangers recently, and I've gotten really weird looks in the grocery store.
Yeah, you give a hello, and they go, what? And they walk away. Like, where's the camaraderie?
Exactly. Where's the camaraderie in today? But as we kind of come to a close thing here, do you have anything else you would like to say to the camera, the viewers, anybody in particular? Any shout outs?
Well, let's see here. Shout out to my sister, who's been cheering me on and has pressured people to get me an interview. Yeah.
Yeah. We've always I mean, I've been wanting to interview you for weeks, man. I've been patiently waiting. I'm like, I gotta get me a Kirk interview. So whenever it was,
well, you got it.
I know,
You got it.
I was so happy about it. But as sweet as this time has been, we must also come to a close. I would like to thank everybody at home for watching this beautiful broadcast. We will be having a stream tomorrow on Tuesday for Rocket League. Valorant will be on Wednesday. R6 will be on Thursday. And we will potentially have another Overwatch match for you on Friday and Saturday. So please keep a very vigilant eye out for that. All puns intended to the R6 people in the audience tonight. I have been Kenny. This has been Kirk. I'd like to thank my broadcast team. We will see you next time.
I'm always excited for Overwatch, as I think I've said in numerous broadcasts. I live, sleep, breathe, and eat Overwatch every day. But I am also very happy to be in living color this time around, not just a JPEG on the side of the screen.
Yeah, definitely nice to have you back. And speaking of being back, Lindenwood back on top of the NACE regular season. We can take a jump over to the standings where we can see currently 3 teams actually going to be tied in first place right now. Texas A&M, Minnesota State, and Lindenwood all have 6 wins. And with the format of NACE, that means they are all tied for first right now. Obviously, a couple different notes on the map numbers, obviously some head-to-head differences here, but functionally all teams tied for first place right now. We'll see in a moment. A&M are going to be playing a couple of matches tonight, so potentially jumping their way up to 8-0 at the end of the calendar day. So maybe going to redistinguish themselves once again from the rest of the pack. But Lindenwood, Minnesota currently also in that top slot. Of course, Lindenwood have the head-to-head and the map advantage right now. They are listed below on the website, but again, in favor right now in terms of trying to talk about positional seeding. And tonight's opponent, tell us a little bit. Shawnee State 3-4 there.
Well, Shawnee State, I think this is a very okay team. I haven't really seen a lot about them right now yet, but I'm very excited to see what they can do. I have not really played this team either during my I haven't really played much of them in my personal collegiate career, but they are on a 2-game win streak that could lead to a little bit of a momentum shift maybe later today. And, I'm excited to see where that momentum takes them.
And yeah, we can go ahead and jump over and see their exact win streak on the past couple of days as we will move on over, as always, taking a peek here at our remaining schedule. Got all of that updated here to see our last set of games for all of our teams. The side of A&M has to go against Minnesota and Loyola tonight. 2 pretty tough teams, the 2 toughest aside from Lindenwood, who they, of course, beat at the start of this graphics appearance. But we'll see if they can take down a team like Minnesota, 6-1, another strong team. Of course, Loyola, again, that next strongest at 4-2. Then we have Lindenwood up against Shawnee State tonight. Those are both teams' final matchups. Then Loyola has to play the A&M crew and, of course, the side of Idaho State as well for their last match. So 4-2 right now, down a couple of matches on the season schedule, but we'll let them get caught up. The last match of the season, BLINN going up against, of course, their 3-4 opposition there on the side there. And again, you can't see those asterisks at the top. Everybody below that Loyola point has already unfortunately been eliminated from playoff contention. Unfortunately, teams such as Academy of Art 0-8 didn't get a win, had a couple of FFs. Idaho State, a rough turnaround from where we had them predicted to be in some of our chats with the Cam earlier in the season, who we will be talking with again here in a bit. But for the moment, going to be focused on Lindenwood up against SSU, 6-1 versus 3-4. Definitely going to be a fun one to see if Lindenwood can finish off a very, very strong season, 7-1. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back just a couple of minutes with an interview. Coach Cam Thistle McCallion coming up.
Well, he didn't tell you to go far, and we weren't joking. I'm joined now by Cameron Thistle, aka the coach of Lindenwood. Happy to have you here, Coach.
I'm super thrilled. It's going to be a good final season game, I think.
Good final season game. Well, it's nice to hear you're in high hopes. So let's first of all talk about the season in general. This is the last season game. Obviously, you're super pumped, confident about it, as normal. Like to see that from you. Just how is this new success really hit you this season, as opposed to like other seasons past where you've kind of been like a middle of the pack?
Yeah, I think that this season we've become a lot more confident in what we can do. And there has been certainly in previous seasons we've been from ourselves, we've known that we're better than our results are letting us display as, but we've come up short in a good couple of games in the past just because I don't know if it was nerves, but when it came time to games, close matchups or matchups that are like much easier than us, we tended to throw those a bit out of nerves and panic. But this season, we did some stuff over the summer where we did some summer leagues and got more into playing and being stable in games, and we've kind of shaken shaking that worry off. I know some of my players have said that they like to treat this more like a job where they clock in, clock out, rather than treat it as game day, and it helps them stable their nerves a bit. So it's good to have a record that finally reflects the skill expression of my roster.
As you say, sometimes like Overwatch can definitely feel like a job, and it's nice to hear like just the seriousness you guys really put into this. And I've known, I think whenever I first came here to Lindenwood, I was grabbing a mouse charger or something. I came in and you had 5 pages of notes in a notebook, and you said that was just for one player, and you did that for every scrim block, every match game, everything that you could ever see. And it's so nice to see that the hard work is really paying off, Torbjorn likes to say.
Yeah.
So it's really nice to see it come through. I don't think it could happen to any better of a roster. These guys, they've been really grinding it out.
Yeah, they work just as hard as I do, and it's really refreshing to see us be able to. We're against teams that we've played in the past and won against, sure, but we've got teams that we played before and lost to, and we've ended up taking care of those pretty easily. And it is very much nice to see the hard work that these guys do pay off.
Yeah, no. Speaking of those maps, I mean, going back to just in general, your record, your map differential, you've only dropped 3 maps this season. That's the only game you lost. I mean, what's the secret sauce there? I mean, what's the team cooking?
I think that because we worked so hard, a lot of the teams were really easy for us to play into. There weren't a lot of concerns that we had. And once we got the momentum and we had the confidence, it was pretty easy for us to keep any existing wins going forward. So as soon as we lost first map, or as soon as we would win first map, it was easier for us to keep moving forward in that sense. And the three map losses against Texas A&M, University of San Antonio, they played really, really well, and they were favorite for the entire division. They're absolutely favorite for the entire division. And it was really good to be able to play against them and put up a really good showing. But in the end, I ended up taking it, and I think that we've learned from a lot of the mistakes that we've gotten that we had, and we were lucky enough to play them a little bit earlier, and it brought up the confidence as well there. So yeah, I think it's a matter of a pattern and making sure that pattern stays a pattern.
Of course, the best thing is consistency, and you got to make sure you got to keep that consistent and keep that level of play, and improve also at a consistent rate as well. So going into playoffs, is this, or are we going to see a new, different kind of work ethic, or is this just another day at the office? Like, how are we going to treat playoffs now that?
Well, we're a bit new to playoffs, and playoffs were our goal this season, and we've made that easily. About halfway through the season, I knew that we were going to make playoffs, which was nice to have that weight off the back. But for better or for worse, playoffs is like a whole new ball game. It's harder, and I think the entire team is really looking forward to it. So as soon as we enter playoffs, I think the entire team's going to want to hit the ground running with what we can be doing in the playoff bracket.
Of course, and then we see that over here as well. We are definitely looking forward to seeing the Lions go a lot further than we've ever seen before. This NACE Premier Varsity game. So it's really nice to see that coming through as well. As you said, you've lost to some of these teams prior. Was this like a little bit of a revenge tour a little bit at times?
I think at the beginning of the season, we talked about it like it could be. And even though we've won all the matches that we expected to win and all the matches that we hope to win, except for that one against Texas A&M San Antonio, I don't think we ever actually saw it as a revenge tour, save for 1 or 2 specific teams. A lot of them, even the people that we have played in Overwatch Collegiate NACE Open, has been very good relations. As I've reached out and I've had conversations with teams that we've played after we beat them, just to check in on them, see how they were doing, see if they wanted any advice on how to move forward. And a lot of them are just genuinely very nice and just in a different place in their journey than we are.
such is life. Everyone's different place in their own journey. Everyone's in a different place at their own like Overwatch journey as well. So it's nice to see again where you guys are during this one. As we have like a little bit more time left, we know that Kellen is not going to be necessarily on the roster come December. Obviously he's grown into leader on the team, on and off, the game, just for his teammates. Do you have anybody, that, or are you confident that someone can fill those shoes that Kellen had, gameplay wise or leadership wise, anything like that? Are you confident in that?
I don't know that anyone is going to be able to exactly fill the void that Kellen is going to leave on the on like the talent position on roster when he leaves. But I think that he's had such a profound effect on the roster that he's never truly going to be away. I think that for a very long time there will be, as long as there are people here who remember Kellen being on roster, there's going to be a lot of people who will remember what he would have said in a specific scenario or what advice he would have given. So having him gone will likely not even be felt by the team like in its entirety until it's a new roster next year. Which is both good and bad, but hopefully he won't stray too far. I know he's good friends with a lot of these guys outside of just being on the roster, so I don't think they're gonna stop seeing him.
Yeah, no. I mean, I wouldn't either. You build such a connection here. I mean, you guys have been a roster that you have developing, just playing together for the last couple of years now. And, how has that been? Just being through the last couple of years, developing these players and watching them grow. So,
I think that there's a lot of people that I have worked with, and there's a lot more people that I will work with. But it's going to be really hard for me to have another roster that I've worked as hard with or care as much about as this roster that we have here.
As some touching words there, Coach, gets me deep in my feeling. Well, I am not going to keep you here much longer. You have a team to coach. You have some tears to cry over, and whenever you get to the full last win of the season, please win it for me. We will be right back after a quick break. Do not change that set.
Alrighty, we are back after that chat with Mr. Cam, and we are here getting ready to go game number 1 of the day up against Shawnee State. Again, maybe a matchup that we are a little bit expected to win, especially looking at the standings here in the regular season finale, but definitely should be a fun one regardless.
Of course, you always, going into the last game year or like the regular season, it's always a fun little thing you get to do. I remember coming for my last, I think that was actually the last game of my collegiate career, quote unquote. So, that was just like a really good experience. You want to always end off the season on the win. Shawnee State coming in with a 2-game win streak. That would definitely be a very nice way to cap off the season if you're going to beat Lindenwood going into playoffs as well. So, I mean, that could be a mound of momentum for them going into this.
And yeah, we'll see how this does go again. The last, in theory, regular season game, at least in NACE Premier for this Lindenwood roster before we unfortunately will have to see some shakeups with some graduations at the end of the day. We are a collegiate team, so college, of course, going to put a bit of a time limit on some of the players. So we'll have to wait and see how the roster evolves. But again, for tonight, not what we're concerned about, because we are concerned about playing Overwatch. And in Overwatch, you have to go to some maps. So let's take a peek at where we might see it tonight. As always, get a little bit of an eye on where we might go. Control, Ilios, Lijiang, or Samoa will be selected after the coin flip with the opening bands. But after that, we have a lot of places we can go. 4 game modes, 2 to 3 maps per game mode. Anywhere that you want to see tonight?
Oh, please let this be the night that I see Ilios. Please. It's the last game of the regular season. Please, just go to Ilios. Please, please, please. I as the Lucio main, as the person that wants to see ball picks, Just please, just go to Elios, please. Other than that, plea for help. I would like to see some Ikemal. We haven't seen it a lot this season, as well as Rialto. And I would also like to see some Rialto a little bit. Some Rialto could be chef's kiss on top. What about you? What do you want?
I definitely think Ilios could be interesting. Looking at this map pool at the start of the season, I expected Ilios to be the default for non-Li Zheng teams, but obviously, as we've seen, it definitely has leaned a good bit more towards Samoa. So interesting to see that, I suppose, variance from what I expected. If we're going to hybrid, I've always been the biggest fan of Icon out of the entire map set, much less what we see in competitive collegiate play. So definitely would be interested in Icon. If we go to push, I truly just don't care. Both of these maps feel the exact same to me watching, and obviously we can talk about the differences and the sight lines and the point sizes and whatnot, but at this point, neither of them feel like they have the same pure chaos to me as something like the new Junk did, and these two maps both feel a lot more controlled for a very chaotic game mode. If we go over to push, I've always preferred new Queens over Esperanza. Potentially, we get a little bit of a repeat to a certain 2-minute 58-second, I believe, new Queen Street game. So maybe we'll get a little bit of anti-PTSD posts. Awesome, cool. I don't know, man. It'd be cool to see. We'll head on. If we do get Escort, I mean, I've said it a million times. I'll say it again. I just absolutely despise Watchpoint as a map. And every time I say that, Overwatch players are like, what do you mean you despise Watchpoint? Watchpoint's the best map in the game. And I don't see it. So I don't like Watchpoint. I don't want to go to Watchpoint. I don't care if we go to Rialto or Junkertown if we see Escort. Obviously, I'm always happy to see good performances on Watchpoint. I'm happy to see Zippy's Hanzo popping off on Watchpoint. But liking Zippy's Hanzo and liking Watchpoint Gibraltar are two very different instances for me. So we'll have to see where we do end up going tonight. I definitely expect Lindenwood, if they do have the control pick, we'll go to Li Zhang Tower, but I obviously think that the expectation is that a lot of the map picks today are going to come from Shawnee State unless they are striking for that upset you mentioned. As again, you have one team going into playoffs, you have one team not going into playoffs, not really up for debate anymore. So we'll see if Shawnee State do get that. I'm not going to say meaningless upset because obviously it's nice for your momentum for your team, but in the grand scheme of the standings, Lindenwood are going to playoffs. Shawnee State are not going to playoffs. These are objective facts. So we'll see what they can get done in the last game of their regular season. Again, going to be very interesting here. Again, at this point, Shawnee State have nothing to lose, right? They can't mess up any more. There's no difference between winning or losing this game to their overall season record, unless, of course, you want to go up one or down one spot in this table. But definitely going to be interesting to see if they pull out something a little bit abnormal.
Yeah, no, I mean, you really can't go wrong. I mean, you already are not going to playoffs. How much more not going to playoffs can you get than not going to playoffs? Well, personally, we don't have to worry about that here at Lindenwood, but Shawnee. Was that too far?
Crazy. That's crazy.
Was that too far over the line? Chat, am I wrong? But no, I mean, this is the time to experiment. I mean, if you're in a competitive game, like obviously, yes, play comps that you want to win, but like other than that, I mean, you're ready to go. I mean, you're good. You might as well try a couple of random things here. You're playing one of the best in the division right now, so it's a good time to see what works against them, what doesn't work. It's a good time, and if you do end up winning the entire game, that's a heck of a lot of momentum in the off season. That's a big push to go through the off season, and nice to have.
And yeah, obviously, I would be lying if I said I was 100% familiar with the side of Shawnee State and what leagues they're playing in competitions. But obviously, this is the end of the regular season for NACE Premier, but there are more leagues. That is an objective fact. We ourselves have our own Overwatch Collegiate League. So we have to definitely respect that fact of winning this match may not mean anything for the standings here, but we'll have to see if they can pull anything out. Maybe try some picks that they're practicing play in other leagues if they are in any, but we do get our first update here as we get our lobby created. The lineup today is going to be Felius, Zippy, Finn, Ronan, and Viral to start. So of course going to have Felius, Zippy, and Finn in their standard spots, and then Ronan and Viral going to be starting on the support lineup.
Yeah, no, and we see viral in there, we see viral in there. We know what's gonna happen. It's gonna be some ultra aggressive competition. We are going to see this Lucio. We are going to see maybe Finn on the ball again. We might not. Who knows? But I mean, this is a good. I'm excited today, especially, and maybe we might see some cool boop kills like we did on last week during hopefully without the tactical reset.
I was gonna say there's one boop kill on Lijiang Tower with a ball I'm a little bit concerned about, and the boop I'm talking about is called trying to go for a big play and then crash down pile driver over the void, swimming with the koi. So we'll see if that is gonna end up being a incident, as some would call it. The Friday, October, the whatever it was last Friday, the 17th, I think, incident of dying on Lijiang Tower. So
Wait, it happened
we'll,
again? I was
yeah,
talking about
well,
Monday last week.
oh yeah, no, I'm pretty sure there was one on a Friday. Yeah, they were on Li Jiang, and he went flying over one of the walls, and then he crashed down into the void and died, and it was
Finn,
video games.
Finn, you gotta start paying us, man.
Yeah,
To ignore
they were
these
they were
things.
playing video games. I think that was Friday. I could have my days completely confused, but we'll have to wait and see if we get a repeat of it once again here on Overwatch on a Monday. As again, it's the season finale for the side of Lindenwood, obviously trying to finalize whatever compositions they want to play, and of course they'll have some time to scrim and whatnot and all of that to maybe finish up the full level of prep on everything. But again, we're going to have to wait to keep that in mind as we are getting some checks here. I'm not sure. I don't believe we have any of our bans in yet. But speaking of bans, obviously, we expect a couple things against Lindenwood. We expect things like that, maybe that ball getting banned away at some point in the series. But aside from the obnoxious obvious, what would you predict if we get any bans here from the side of SSU?
On the sides of SSU, I don't really know. I mean, obviously, you may have done your research that Finn and that Co want to play this ball composition. You might want to ban out certain things. Maybe you have dug some sniffing around viral. Maybe you realize that Lucio is so maybe you might want to ban away that Lucio. Maybe that. You could ban away the Tracer. I remember, I think Idaho State really did go in and ban that. And I really think they might do the Freya as well. Freya has just been an overrated character.
You think we might do the Freya? For those of you who are curious why he thinks they might do the Freya, it's because right over there on his monitor, the captain for SSU says also bans will take first and ban Freya. So I concur with the wise wisdom of the Muffin Man. I personally think that they're going to ban Freya, and then I'm going to use my sage-like wisdom. I actually think Lindenwood, they're going to go tank. They're going to ban Zarya is what I'm going to be, and I'm going to hope that you guys can all figure out exactly why I think that's, because that's actually in fact on my monitor over here, right down here. I actually have a very similar message saying, gotcha, we'll ban Zarya from Coach Cam.
Unlike my caster, Copart, I'm not gonna rat him out.
You can't rat me out if I rat myself out.
I'm not gonna rat him out. I think he's a sage like wisdom. I think he's predicting correctly, and we will. He's just a wizard, man. I don't know. But hey, as the ban messages come through, we're getting a Zarya ban from Cam. It's crazy. It's wild. How did you know?
Yeah, we do get an update. We are going to take a minute to make sure our opposition can get their production as well. So for the moment, we will just have to delay it out. But again, I mean, Freya, Zarya going to be our bans. I definitely think the Freya is interesting. I feel like Lindenwood haven't played this character the most. I know we've seen it a time or two, right? It's not a completely unheard of pick for the side of Lindenwood, but I'm definitely surprised to see it on Lijiang. I don't think we've really played it too much on Lijiang, so I'm definitely intrigued in what SSU are wanting to play to the point where they would ban the Freya.
Sometimes sometimes it might just be a production ban at the end of the day. They might just not want them to ban a specific DPS, so they're going to probably ban that Freya. They don't plan to play it, so why would they ban? And you know that Zippy is a pretty good Freya and a pretty good Hanzo. He has a good, like, pretty good hit scan arsenal. Freya is something they might not want to run into, just in case. It's a good protection ban. It's a good just in case. And we haven't ran it on Lijiang Tower, but there could be just more reasons.
As again, we'll have to wait and see what SHAWNEE are wanting to run. I would definitely anticipate them to be playing something that struggles a little bit with getting onto a very mobile DPS like that Freya. Obviously, very consistent damage once you have figured out the aiming mechanic in the game. So we'll have to wait and see what the side of Lindenwood are going to want to play. As again, Zarya, the tank, going to be unavailable here. I don't hate this ban by any means. Obviously, I'm not as familiar by any means with the SSU's compositions in previous matches as somebody like Cam, who, of course, does his intensive scouting as much as he can on the opponents that we're playing. But Zarya, definitely a bit of an annoying tank to go against. There's a lot of comps with Zarya. I know when we played against Texas A&M, they ran Zarya Reaper with a absolutely fantastic DPS player, and they were able to get some really good value out of that. So definitely not surprised to see it banned away. It's definitely one of those tanks that can make up for a lot of those micro mistakes, right? If you overstep or you get picked and you should die, a Zarya bubble is in some situations just about the only thing that can get you back safely when it comes to your tank pick. So we'll have to wait and see again exactly what comp SSU are going to want to run. If they were looking at something potentially like that Zarya Reaper or any other Zarya comp, any Freya comp of their own, and they ban their own character on accident, we'll just have to wait and see how they're going to try and get back around it. But any expectations for what comps we're going to see here on Lijiang?
So actually, I don't have the map in front of me, guys. I think this is I don't have the game already pulled up to where I can see the compositions, but if I were to guess, with my sage-like wisdom, I would probably say we have a little bit of I would expect the ball. If we're going on control center, I definitely want to see that Ram composition come back again that we saw last Monday against ISU. I think it's a really fun composition, especially if you have no access to Zarya. I mean, Zarya right now is like the pinnacle of brawl compositions. It also is a good counter against D.Va, who is actually really good right now. So Zarya, so maybe they're trying to play some D.Va right now. Maybe that's it. Maybe they're just trying to play some D.Va, or that's what I'm thinking. Maybe obviously we know Lindenwood right now. They want to play some super aggressive stuff, and D.Va can follow that same pattern.
Yeah, we are going ahead. We're gonna head in map 1, Lijiang Tower, coming up here in just a moment. I don't know which comp I'm more confused by here. I mean, you can take a peek at the top of the screen there. Hazard with Reaper, Sim, potentially a Sim swap, and then the Lucio Moira up against Lindenwood playing ball. They do swap the Junkrat over to Sombra, which a little bit more in line with what we'd expect. Tracers come out as well for these Symmetras, so we'll see the first fight already starting to brew up here. Finn the Human always got to be careful of where this ball goes. He's going to rush on inside here. Deep dive onto the Moira here, but the tank's going to come harass him. He's able to retether, so not going to die off the map, but in the backside, Ronan gets very low here. The rest of Lindenwood have to back away as Finn basically 1v5ing right now while they wait for the team as side collapsing onto the side of this Hazard here. But again, just waiting out. Basilisk takes down Zippy's Sombra's Finn, trying to keep the pressure up. Hazard jumping back onto the side of Ronan. He'll be able to get away. Viral takes down Basilisk. So Tracer trade comes out here as Felius now going to be on his way around the fight. We'll see the Zippy now off of the reset. The dead player on that Tracer kill. Zippy instantly gets his re-kill. Viral gets thrown off the map, but he's going to get the wall climb clutch to climb back up. Zippy takes down a second. That's Hazard and Lucio dead. And Lindenwood, well, they did lose 20% on this point, and they're going to break back on. We'll see if they can win the fight. Basilisk takes down Ronan the Wu Yang, so we'll see how they can do. Diesel's almost still full HP right now on this Reaper, doing a great job of surviving for his team. As We'll see 30% now for SSU. Linden would have to back up again as Ball always trying to keep this harassment up. Linden would trying to fight front, but again, Basilisk is going to go down now as Coalescence coming out early. Ultimate takes down Viral, and SSU starting this map off pretty well here as they're going to defend 45% and counting.
Wow, that's actually a very it's a very interesting thing to come out. See, this Hazard is one of the more like meta tanks, and you know he's a pretty underrated one, I would say. I really like this Hazard pick. The Moira pick is a little off for me, but I think it's a very good one.
Yeah, there's going to be the title surge coming out here onto the ball, trying to get back in. He's able to knock down a couple, but it doesn't look like the collapse is going to be all too immediate. Diesel has that Blossom available. Downpour going to come in, grabs onto a few. It will kill out Viral as well as Finn. Trying to get back to the fight. Ronan goes down as well to this Hazard. Minefield crash down inside of this room. They will get the kill onto the Hazard, so it's a retank trade, but Lindenwood are without healers right now. EMP, though, finds just about everybody. Fox is able to get the kill back on Zippy, and the EMP doesn't matter. Lindenwood's DPS are picked off, and Shawnee stay in a great position to take the first point.
Yeah, no, that's a very, I think a very unexpected thing that we predicted here. Obviously, we came into this, we had a little of, you know, predictions for how Lindenwood was going to perform, and, you know, Shawnee State really coming out and impressing.
And yeah, there's going to be a lot of ults coming out here. B comes out from both sides as well as the Zet. And they don't get the overtime, they don't get the touch, they don't get the hold. And in the middle of the team fight, while Lindenwood are going down, it's going to be a sweep on Li Zhang. And this first point, we'll have to wait and see. Even against A&M, Lindenwood did not get swept on control. They were able to win a point. I think they got progress on both of the other ones. So a bit uncharacteristic of a round for the side of LU.
Guys, I just saw. I got no words right now. That's crazy. But you know, I think, you know, on the side of Lindenwood, I think we're just not really using our ultimates properly right now. I think we're just like, it's kind of throwing things at a wild situation and hoping it works. But like, we just really need to clean up that ultimate game, and I think we'll be in a much better place.
As, yeah, once again, we are going to get back in. Lindenwood committing to this ball comp here with the Tracer, Sombra, Wu Yang. So we'll see if they can keep the pressure up. They just don't have too much damage right now. They keep trying to find this pick on the backside, but the Lucio peel from the Fox has been fantastic in stopping this momentum a lot of the time. So we'll see how Finn coming back out now, trying to pressure onto Stunt here. That's the Hazard, but again, point opening, no pick quite yet. Finn gonna start sliding around the statue, using that speed to try and get around here, as he will go all the way around for a flank here, going on to the point now. It's gonna be starting to get grabbed, not fully grabbed yet by the SSU side, but it will officially be confirmed as Felius is sent packing. And again, SSU off to a good start here. They have been defending this ball comp so well.
Yeah, no, and you know, I obviously we are fans of the Zippy Bloom Sombra. We haven't, you know, we see it often, but maybe we're missing that like little bit of burst damage that really puts us over to get. And as I say it, he just gets a kill, you know, just to like prove me wrong and whatnot, and just like make me look bad at my job. I promise I know what I'm talking. Oh!
Actually, both recover. A double boop throws the tank and Reaper off the map, but both of them use their movement to recover. The Shadow Step coming in clutch for Diesel, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It's just going to add a couple percent, 34%, as Shawnee are wiped here with a disconnected team kill. 34% for them, as Lindenwood will enter double digits here in a moment.
Yeah, no, and you know, they have all the ultimates to come in, but this pulse bomb from Felix, it's going to be a very big difference maker. You're going to have to really find a really good target to stick on this pulse bomb. Really got to find a pick with it. Obviously, if the longer the fights goes on, the longer they just get to live, and they want to play it a little bit more staggered out rather than just playing in the, you know, in the moment.
And yeah, Coalescence going to come out here. EMP grabs onto a couple, as it will be the kill onto Dotbeds before the B. Title Search comes out. Zippy Bloom going to get straight on in there on the Sombra. Takes down the tank, but he won't die during the stun, as he'll get back over to his supports. Downpour comes out. Stun trying to tank everything up. He'll go down. Viral traded out for him, as we'll see Diesel trying to reconnect, but again, Zippy reaping a Reaper here, as it'll be a death on the side of Diesel. Lindenwood holding now. They'll enter that 50th percentile. Sombra hacking all of these big packs. Look at Ball here. Finn gonna drop down from above. He has Minefield. This is so dangerous. Wait for Finn to go. Wait for Finn to go. He's going to commit. Crashdown comes in. Will he drop mine instantly? Not quite. He's going to follow around, try to find Diesel here. He's going to keep this pressure up. SSU, though, they're just full committing to get over to this point. Minefield on it now, as it will be an attempted hold here, but being on the edge of the map is so dangerous against this composition. Have to be careful here for SSU as Finn trying to take down players on the backside. Fox goes down. Felius is traded. Hack onto the Sombra. Basilisk is in danger here. Has to use that recall immediately as the minefields will dissipate at the 84th percentile. Basilisk re-harassing Lindenwood's back line, and with a couple of deaths, they will back away and surrender the point for the moment. Ball stalling as long as he can. He actually kills Tracer. The team resetting now. We'll see if they can get here in time. It is going to be the beat coming out here. Gets onto everybody. Dotbets goes down as well. That's Moira. Death Blossom comes out. They're going to try and knock him away to the corner of the point here. EMP hits everybody! And that's a death for Diesel. The Fox hacked as well, trying to stall out. He'll go down. Stunned on Hazard. Won't be a one for long. And that'll be overtime ticking away. Tracer gets back. That's Basilisk for SSU. Trying to stall every second he can, gets back on, gets back off, trying to hide around walls, taken out by Ronan. Nobody's in range. No, that's not true. Moira has arrived. Dotbet stalls out. He dies immediately, and before Diesel can touch, that'll be 134. Lindenwood will not be swept on control.
Yeah, no, there was definitely a pep talk mid-fight after they capped the second time for the first time, and, you know, Lindenwood, they took that personally, you know. And as I talk about burst damage, Zippy then just gets an immediate pick, and just literally just it's a nice day at the office. Zippy gets so much value just by basically making them look around twice, and the rest is simple from there. You have 3 other Lindenwood players just collapse on the same target, and normally it ends up with a kill, and obviously you really want that to be Moira every time.
And yeah, you called this out as an idea earlier. Lindenwood are going to full swap over to this Ramatra Brawl comp, holding the Sim main comp as Finn running straight in here. Wall comes down as we'll see that Nem form get pulled out and stunned now. Going to get targeted out here. The Grisby taken down for the side of this Baptiste. Ronan's getting low. Felius is low. Bit of healing coming out. Hazard now trying to hold down on the front side. So much damage being targeted straight into him as the wall gets him back to safety for the moment. He's going to jump back in, but look at the HPs in the top left. They're also low. Dotbets, Diesel stunned low. Moira drops. That's Dotbets now turning over to stunned. Hazard getting targeted by 4. He'll go down. Finn retraded by Diesel, but there's nothing left here for the side of SSU to use. Wraithform gonna stall. Basilisk gonna help him out. Lamp comes out though, so they are ticking away as much progress as they can. They officially cap the point here as both DPS do escape for SSU, but it's a full reset for everyone.
Yeah, no, that was a really good fight there, and it was a very drawn out fight. As we see, we're just trying to get all of these picks here, and as I say, Zippy just finds a pick fast, and good. Oh, and a Deadeye. Zippy, wait, he built Deadeye too. Wait, when did that happen?
And yeah, they know that this is not happening here. That comp is not going to take down this Ramatra Brawl. So they swap it up here. We see a couple of nade keys in the form of Mauga coming out for stunned. We'll see how much he can live up to the namesake in trying to control this. A backline of Lindenwood for some kills. Charging over to the side here, just stalling out a little bit longer. 40% for the Lions. We'll see the reset now coming out. Stun charging to the backside here. Photon Barrier cuts him off though. It's going to be the Matrix up top, but the Photon Barrier is too defensive. They can't break through. Be it for Lindenwood to secure the fight. The Fox is dead. Stun died ages ago. Basilisk throws himself off the map. I feel like Tracer might have some ways around that, but goes down, dies to the void. 65% now from Lindenwood. They still have Annihilation, and that's the big kicker here. Finn the Human has the great tank ult. We'll see how he can go with it here. Waiting for the re-engage from the side of SSU. Have to move past these sim turrets, which have been so tricky to try and navigate safely around here. So Basilisk going to find one, takes it out before re-peeking, and he's dead again! He's just not able to stay alive here. It is going to be the B coming out now. Keep an eye out for ults. Deadeye getting dropped by the side of Zippy. They're going to save the Ram ult. They take down Mauga. They take down Lucia. They're ticking 90%. And Lindenwood, they got swept round 1. It was looking a little bit scary, but they're going to strike back and take Lijiang Tower in a 2-1 reverse sweep, and Lindenwood secure map 1.
There are certain things that are supposed to happen in Overwatch, the first thing that happened, is, Mauga gets buffed sometimes, and that's a fun time, right? Malga got buffed in the recent patch, so they knew that coming in. But I don't think they accounted for Zippy Bloom having, built like 2 Deadeyes in 2 fights. Like, he built 2 Deadeyes in 2 different fights. How does that happen?
I mean, this guy plays hit scan and he scans his hits. I don't know, man. That guy has been absolutely lethal in the terms of taking people down. His 3-0 updated at the top. Not quite there at the 3-0 yet. We'll get that fixed down. There we go. 1-0 on it as Lindenwood still working their way through the series. We'll make sure we can get all of our stats here, but SSU, they definitely have a key to success, right? They saw something that worked. And again, maybe that comes with the note of Lindenwood playing ball and Lindenwood not playing ball have to be approached very differently in 2 very different ways. So have to be very careful with what you do and don't decide to ban here. But seeing what worked for them, SSU, what map are you bringing us to? And do you want to force them onto that ball or do you want to ban it away?
Well, definitely I would pick something where the ball is not effective. And if I did want to play somewhere where the ball was effective, I would want to ban it immediately. So, about going back to the map pool, where is ball not effective? Well, that's the really hard part. He's not effective on a lot of these maps. He's really good, actually. He thrives on most of this map pool. And, I mean, the 1 or 2 maps where I can think of where ball wouldn't be, like, an absolute pain in your neck would probably be either King's Row, which we've seen a lot, and we would like to see some Eichenwald, so I don't want to like jinx it right there. And Junkertown. Those are the only really 2 maps. So you're gonna have to save that ball ban for like pretty much last map if you really want to. But ball is really good on all of these. Just the staple of dive is a good comp right now in the meta.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they are going to want to go for. As again, the unfortunate aspect of those specific maps that you mentioned is while King's Row is maybe decent into a ball comp, what it's not decent at is playing against a team who is 6-1 in your division. They've only lost to the powerhouse of the division. And I mean, again, it is just not a great game plan to bring this team to King's Row. Again, we do have a stat peak here. 12,000 damage from Zippy Bloom in just that control game. Absolute monster here, notably on that Cassidy in the second half. 29 eliminations with only 3 deaths. And the other thing worth noting, Finn actually only going down once as well. So definitely wouldn't have guessed that he only died out the once. But we do get an update here. It looks like we are going to go to King's Row. And they are actually going to ban as well. Tracer going to be off the table.
I was going to save that for my bit, but like, it's okay. Like, I was going to do ban. But King's Row, I mean, I did predict that. I mean, it is the only map where you cannot really have the ball really be effective. So you're not going to be playing ball here. But you know what you will see? It's really, it's going to be probably annoying. You're probably going to see Ram. So if the Ram annoyed you, you might want to ban away Cassidy. You might want to ban away Ram. You cannot ban away Zarya, where we have seen Finn thrive on this season. And we are going to just now get in that Viral is coming out, Ether coming in, so we're definitely going to be seeing a much lower pace of game.
And yeah, we'll have to see what composition Lindenwood are looking to run. Obviously, we have seen them play no shortage of compositions on King's Row, so we'll have to wait a little bit, obviously, to see what variant we're going to get. We could get some type of double hit scan from Lindenwood. Obviously, maybe something like the Sojourn on somebody like Felius with the Tracer ban. I definitely think that's one of the things that they are going to have to figure out is, again, Felius very frequently on Tracer. It's not the only character he plays by any means. We saw that on Lijiang Tower, but we'll have to wait and see what it is going to be on that front. As we do get an update, the side of Lindenwood are going to opt to start on the defensive here intentionally. I know this is what they did previously in that 99.9% hold on King's Row. They started on defense because if they can get a full hold, they know that they can play absolutely insane to just get that first full cap. So we'll have to wait and see how this is going to go. As the ban comes through, they are actually just going to ban away the Hazard.
That doesn't surprise me. I'm going to be honest. Hazard is really actually good on this map. It's not necessarily good for ball. You don't have a lot of those clean like alleyways that you can like swoop into as ball. But for Hazard, I mean, he's got a really nice dash and slash that does a lot of damage, can basically half chunk a squishy character. And then, you know, Lindenwood, they see, you know, oh, well, maybe that Hazard was a little bit of a problem. Let's just ban that away, make sure it's non-factor right now. And, you know, this probably goes into it. We're probably looking forward to a Ramatra composition or a Zarya composition. And it does not matter. We might see a little bit of Felia's Gin right now. That's my bold prediction for the day.
As yeah, we are getting our ready checks in the lobby, so it shouldn't be too much longer before we get rolling into King's Row again. Notably, Tracer Hazard, Ban, and SSU chose to bring us to King's Row, and of course, Viral getting subbed out for Ether here. Definitely, as we've talked about, not necessarily looking to play as forwardly aggressive as completely. I'm gonna say psychotic, as obviously there's a lot of thought going into what they're doing when they have that faster tempo, but it definitely looks a little bit more chaotic when you just start taking fight after fight. Lucio's gliding up on the walls, just everywhere around you. So gonna have to see what Linden would want to play. Definitely still can play the side of the Lucio if they want to, just a little bit more of a slower control healer. So we'll wait and see it here. We're getting our ready checks finalized up here. Everybody should be good to go, and we'll take just a moment then, and we'll be good to go in King's Row. Any score predictions?
0-1. Defense. I feel like this is gonna be a full hold on the defense side. Shawnee State is not going to get first point, and I'm going to say, actually, you know what? They'll get first. They won't get second. When I say it's going to be a 2-1 stat line for Linden. Final prediction.
As we'll have to see how that goes. Fortunately, we haven't actually seen the entire end of the game, and Kenny's doing some prophetic wisdom, but we're going to get things going here. Map 1, King's Row. Alrighty, we are here and we have our compositions on screen. Ramatra Hanzo alongside Symmetra on a Wu Yang up against Zarya, Genji, Reaper, Lucio, and the Kiriko. As we'll see how Linden would want to defend here. Ramatra gonna be the agent chosen to represent this Lindenwood defensive. As Zarya running straight into the hotel. Symmetra set up as Diesel has to go into Wraith form already, take a health pack and try and get back to his team. Nice targeting by Wu Yang, but won't be lethal as again, have to keep an eye on Ether a lot of these times. He's hitting so many good curve shots, trying to target around. You see there on the left side of that Ramatra POV, these Wu Yang orbs are just floating on around. Again, the offense here haven't really found their way through. They're trying to fight Hotel right now. Nemfor and Ramatra is doing a great job stopping them as Diesel goes up high ground, trying to keep it up as Felias goes down to the Kiriko. Kiriko is taking apart the backline. Dot beds. It was on Moira, but he's got some aim. Felias and Ether are going to go down here as Basilisk steps out, but he falls off, so it's really hard to punish it as Zippy goes down, and we're going to see a first cap here with a lot of time to play with. So SSU definitely showing why they were able to beat a lot of those teams that are below them. They definitely have a lot of aggression, some nice calling, some nice skills. Is 5:15 now to work that point.
All right, I'm so glad I changed my my prediction. I'm so glad I changed my pred. Well, you see, like that first point, it's very takeable. You can definitely get a very good take on that first point and get a really good first push around. But that second point, this is where the big money man objects have to come the big money man events have to happen. You have to get these, good fights that go in, and sometimes they're really hard to take, especially if you use Kitsune on the first one and you have a really clean disengage just like that one.
And yeah, Lindenwood will give up some space on the path, but again, I mean, it's King's Row, right? You're going to give up some space on the path, so we'll see what the idea is going to be from Lindenwood here. Genji trying to pressure on this top side as it will be a jump onto the Hanzo. He's able to get away, gets a bubble, and again, I talked about this Zarya Reaper being such a tricky composition to deal with, but it's dealt with perfectly there as Diesel is bodied. Basilisk dashes back to the team and company. Thelius goes up to secure his life, so again, good work here by the defensive. Zarya Reaper, again, can be very tricky, but it dealt with very well there. Diesel has to wait to respawn.
No, definitely gonna have to wait for the big burst damage, a part of your team comp, to come back here. They are going to be having the grab. It's going to be a very big thing, and as we say this, Ronin comes through, and the Nanos, okay, yep, things happen.
And yeah, they're just going to send a Dragon Blade through that grab because they know they can use it defensive, or the Dragon Strike through the grab because they know it can be defensive, and it peels away the Dragon Blade coming out from Genji. It does kill Felius, who was actually nanoed there as Nano Metra. Not able to get too much in the face of that grab, of course, but a couple ults burned there on both sides. Finn back at 60 or up to 60. Ether has the title on the other sides. Be available. Kitsune back at 80 and Blossom at 80. So we'll see back here more healing coming out on the front side as we'll pass this try away here on this intersection. Title Surge. Zarya is sprinting at Kiriko. Can't get there though, and it will just be Finn in a horrible position. Catches himself out with that Wu Yangle as both Zaryas are traded out here. Important note is we'll see the jump come out. Reaper trying to get onto the front side. That's Diesel. Blossom available, but Basilisk gonna come in. Gets taken down. That turret setup is too much damage from Felius, and Genji didn't know what he was getting set up for. Dashes himself straight into that target. He dies out, and they have to back away. A really big overcommit there.
Yeah, no, that was a very big overcommit, but look at what they have up again. They have this Kitsune Rush that could definitely pay dividends. You can't really disengage it this time if you're Lindenwood. I mean, you can, but look at where the card's at. You can't really leave it there. So, and you also have the Death Blossom. That's also going to make more space. You have Fox's Beat coming online, and that's going to be a little bit as well. And Zippy Bloom, though, is going to get one pick, and that's definitely going to help out a lot with this damage of sustain here.
And I mean, yeah, they burned Kitsu there. The Genji gets taken down immediately, and it feels like there may be nothing they can do. An aggressive Diesel going in here has to go out to the Nant anti-heal, though. Did have Blossom there, but a little bit too much damage, he thinks, for it to be safe, as a lot of damage getting thrown up top side. Arrows coming down from the Hanzo. Him and Ronin just staying absolutely paired up on this top level. Finn holding the front side. Grab, though, pulls 3. They have to beat this, and they do indeed, as they will stay alive with it. Basilisk trying to keep the pressure up, but Zarya kind of stuck in the sewer right now. Has to wait for healing. It's very slow, so is finally going to be ready to go again. But look at the ults here. Photon Barrier available. We can see a great wall come out from Thelius as Diesel caught in the middle of nowhere. Has to get a bubble to stay alive. Dragon Strike comes out, but Finn goes down, and while it will force them off point, that Dragon Strike, it's really not going to find much as Basilisk taking away all of the Lions here. 3 of them will escape and run away, but it's second point cap, 2:42 on clock to end.
And actually, a really quick peek of some interesting lore right now. Ronin has opted for the headshot perk on Ana. So he obviously believes in the aim, or he's just going over to Kiri, just my prediction, down the drain. By the way, there is still a prediction for it to be 2-1. Obviously, we wouldn't want that. There's still a chance.
And we'll have to see if that is going to be what it ends up going to, as Dotbet's charging down the side of Aphelios here as Lindenwood. They're trying to defend this, but it's so much sustain right now. Tidal Surge comes out, but he's going to get held by a grab. Blade comes out, but he gets knocked out by the Tidal Surge. Basilisk had a good idea. Unfortunately, the execution about as bad as it could have been, as we see the Photon Barrier come up super defensively, but they're still over 1:40 on clock, so they can just wait and keep waiting. As Diesel Wraith Form comes out, he'll need some healing in the back end here, but Lindenwood are not looking great out of hold here. 90 seconds there in the final 3.5 meters. Finn rushes the point, has to get on it. Trade on him to Zippy, getting Diesel. Felius retraded, Basilisk retraded, Ronin retraded. Meter fire on the point. Zippy goes down. Ether can't touch, and even if he does, he dies out to Kiri. A minute 23 on clock for a full cap from SHAWNEE.
I'd like to change my answer. Can I change the answer? or is it too late? Obviously, we see a lot of good. I think again, it's just like the ultimate committage. I think is just a little bit too sporadic. It's very sporadic with Lindenwood. There are fights where you're committing very good ultimates and you're doing a great job at like knowing what ultimates are needed and what you don't really have to waste to get a certain fight win. But there are other fights where it's just like, we just used a little too much, especially when you're looking at Dot, who is kind of like, I wouldn't say like, are putting these Kitsunes in bad positions, but he's just not really using them in the most appropriate times. Or he is using them at the appropriate times, but they're not really getting a lot of value because the immediate kite away from Linden.
And you'll have to wait and 20 seconds until we get this round started as our offensive comp here being hovered for the moment by Lindenwood, and they are looking to repeat a little bit of the success their opposition had. As I'm taking a peek here, Zarya on both teams, Reaper on both teams, Gedji on both teams, Lucio Kiri on both teams. We're getting a full mirror here. We'll see if it works better for the offense or the defense. Lindenwood need a triple cap. They would love to do it with a 90 seconds on the clock or more. So we'll see how they do. Obviously, just doing everything their opposition did a little bit quicker, going to work out great. So we'll see Zippy jumping toward the top side already. They're trying to pressure the point here, but have to be a little bit careful about how they do it. They will actually now be getting sole possession of the point. Everybody's still alive, stunned, keeping the damage up. Zarya spreading it around halfway through this first tick here, but again, need to be able to use these corners for safety. First tick secured in only half a minute here. Is nobody dead still? They have to fight. They're just going to concede the point before anyone dies. It's not quite as the Fox goes down. Lucio dies. Basilisk Glow has to get back to his supports. Is stunned. Goes over here. He's trying to take down the carry, but a swift step gets him out of danger. Now Zarya on the wrong side of the fight here. Stunned. Trying to fight back. 73% for Lindenwood. Finn going to go down here as Diesel gets the kill. Stun now going to get retraded though. So Lindenwood playing it 4v4. Diesel goes down to the side of Ronan. Nice headshot. Zippy takes down Dot. That's a DPS and a support advantage. Basilisk is retraded. And in a minute 4 seconds, Lindenwood first cap about 10-15 seconds quicker than the SSU first cap.
There you go. And as we see right now, Ronan is flashing up that new mythic for the new season that came out. Lovely, lovely. But as a, Zippy really made a lot of, headway in this fight. Definitely getting those quick 2 picks and also the retrade on the Zarya. Really does do a lot for your team as well, as we are trying to see him trying to get these off angles, making sure they're clear. That way they don't have to really worry about them. And it looks like we are going to be seeing a quick engage as well, because we see the Kitsune rush, and ooh, Zippy just takes a massive chunk of HP loss right there.
And yeah, it's an unfortunate death, but again, Lindenwood, they were able to get some nice setbacks on the opposition, so it's not too big of a deal to be seeing the same against them. Minor setback, stalling out for a bit as Ether. Felius trying to re-harass this top side. Kitsune coming out through the arches. We saw this again last round. Blossom onto point here as Diesel not going to find a kill. Finds a lot of damage, but that's a blade coming out as well. They're going to commit 2 ults for this fight, and they're going to team kill. I mean, Diesel dead as well. It's an official team kill. Connected them all as well. Lindenwood sticking 3 on point. They know there's no reason to rush the spawn here, so get some people set up here on flanks, but what you have to keep an eye on right now is Zippy Bloom with this Blossom. Look at the Reaper. He is hiding in a corner. Zippy Bloom is absolutely waiting in wait here. He is stalling. Blossom available. They're waiting. They are trying to call out exactly where to go, and here he goes. Bubble comes out. They're going to burn him down. They're going to see a lot of damage onto stun, but it's not going to be lethal now. Genji going in as well. They are able to defend it well. Didn't have to use a defensive ult there, but grab comes out. They're just trying to keep him on the edge of the point here. Double grab comes out. Beat comes out. Now it's going to be the beat from Lindenwood. Dragon Blade from the side of SSU. Felius is down now. Zippy going to get arm burned through this armor. Basilisk is low, trying to heal him. Gets up top. Ether going to go down to the side of stunned here. Basilisk still alive. Fox jumps him away, as it will be the survival for SSU. A really good defense there. Lindenwood burned all of their ults to try and get the cap on the second point, but again, they were refuted in the final several meters.
Yeah, no. That time, I mean, if you're both teams are going to use every ultimate that they have in the book, I mean, it's nice as well just to throw them in there. You don't really have to do much there. I probably would have waited a little bit longer to see that beat come out. I would have maybe just waited a second longer to pull that Death Blossom, and you know, as I say, this Finn the Human just finds Diesel, make sure that Death Blossom is never going to come on in this fight. Only making sure that Kitsune is the only ult that comes through.
I mean, yeah, it's just really good by Lindenwood, right? They get they capitalize massively on the mistake there. They kill Diesel, and they have to use a defensive ult to cover it. So we'll see it here. Felius pressuring again onto the point with the rest of the team here. He's fighting Basilisk on the high ground. Kitsune comes out from Lindenwood now, and again, that ult advantage being forced by that kills, but we'll see here Zippy to take down Basilisk. That's a 5v4. 5v3 is the DPS are dead. Zarya's next. That's a 5v2. The supports versus the Lions, and unfortunately, they aren't going to live long. 2 minutes on the clock as Lindenwood will turn the final corner of the second point. Their clock will jump up 3.5 minutes. They practically have 2 minutes to cap this third point to keep time advantage.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lions hunt tonight. Oh, Wing Boy. And, you know, I mean, it's a good place for Zippy Bloom just to keep the pressure on them, especially making sure that these flanks, they never actually feel safe. And there's the grab coming out. Zippy finds one, Zippy finds two, Ethan finds the other. What?
And, yeah, I mean, that was so rough for the side of well, this could just be game. They get a forced team kill here. Let's see if they can before we take a peek back at that last fight here as they are triple pushing here. Zippy is trying to stall out Blossom. He has Blossom. He's going to get a bubble here waiting for the players to push out. Blossom into the hallway here. It's going to be a move backwards. Reed tries to jump on. That's Diesel. He gets knocked away. Top Hats jumps into him with the Swift Step. That's 2. Dragon Blade comes out here. Jumping onto the Lucio here. Lucio beat comes out from Lindenwood. That's 3. That's 4. Turning to 5. That's stun. Trying to throw him off the map. He'll die out. And Lindenwood cap with 226. But again, to go back to the previous fight, that double grab, Lindenwood catches 3, including Reaper, who was stuck on the wrong side of a wall. He couldn't shoot anybody, and he gets taken out from behind because he can't even see the grab he's stuck in. And then while they use the defensive grab, there's no healers, right? You have a Lucio, you can't heal that damage, you can't prevent it. And so they all fall down. Lindenwood forced them into panic, and they're going to go into overtime with a 1 minute and 3 seconds advantage.
Yeah, no, that is definitely a good that's a good definite thing to have right there. Time advantage is always good. I mean, we've been every second matters in these, you know. I think we think back to that Maverick Minnesota State Overwatch game in week 2 or 3, and that was, you know, it came down to just seconds at that point. But here, I mean, that was just a clean engage. Again, huge shout out to Zippy for keeping flanks always dangerous, basically making sure nobody got anywhere for free, and then also just for making sure the tank trade always went through, you know, because Finn would get, you know, on really low and then Zippy would come out. But again, that last fight, I mean, Finn with the beautiful grab where the Diesel could not shoot a single thing. Actually, he was stuck on the other side of a wall and he couldn't shoot anybody. So that's just easy then pickings for the DPS duo.
And yeah, again, 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock from now here as they need to get moving quick. They need to get this first point and they need to start getting progress here as we'll see here. 1 minute 5 seconds on the clock. Lindenwood still haven't allowed them to make any progress on this objective. Stun taking a lot of damage. Finn taking a lot of damage. The healers doing everything they can as again, we'll see very similar comps with the Genji swapping to Cassidy for the side of SSU, trying to make the difference here on some hit scan for Basilisk. Lindenwood still stalling. Time is the game. The clock is what matters, and ultimates will come after here as Diesel taking damage. Finn takes very low, but is going to get back and healed as Reaper goes in. Diesel really aggressive here, has to burn the Wraith form. They don't get too much. Kitsune available. Ult's not available for a little bit. Finn grab up. We'll see what they want to do here. I think the right play is wait farm those last ults if you can from range, and then try and go back in as Finn gonna help his team poke out a little bit more damage. Is stunned. Over aggressive here, maybe a little bit here. They will see if they want to turn this. Yeah, it is gonna be grab for 3 now. It is gonna be onto it as the side of the defensive grab used. Diesel dies in it though. Zippy gonna die as well. The Reapers are dead. The Fox goes out as well. Lindenwood able to hold them at 74.6%. B comes out, hits onto everybody. Stun gonna be the target now. Dobbets goes down. There's no supports. Deadeye comes out, but he can't even touch the point. 74.6%. Lindenwood will have 2 minutes 26 seconds to get to that third quarter.
All right, I would like to make a final prediction.
What's that? 4-3?
How'd you know?
Ah. Are you gonna pick a team with that 4-3, or are you just gonna say 4-3?
I'm just gonna say the words 4 and 3, and I'm gonna think it's gonna work.
You know what? I bet it will. If we get the 3-3 tie, I don't even know what I will do. I will. There have been shenanigans on King's Row, right? I think back to that last series. The first team's push got to 99.9% progress, got stalled in overtime and lost. The next round on defense, trying to hold it, their Hazard got shoved into the garage gate on the point. That gate that the escort cart comes out from, he got shoved so deeply into that wall, he was no longer considered on point. And so they ended with a guy essentially on point. He was right there. He wasn't like getting thrown off of the point completely to the side. He got shoved so deep into the wall, the round ended. And that was shenanigans. I believe Felius called it scammery scumbagging. As we'll see if we get anything similar. A 74.6% tie is so unrealistic. But so was what happened last week, as we'll get going here. Widowmaker for Felius.
I mean, I mean, never say never, right? Like the tie, it could happen. It could. If it's a 3-3 tie, though, I am walking out of production and slamming my headset to and never casting another day in my life.
And yeah, Finn keeping the forward pressure up here. Zippy now rotating around with him here. It's going to be the Reaper to the backside, trying to take down Basilisk, able to get back with a dash here. 2 minutes clock. Lindenwood already getting their first tiny hint of progress. Felius jumping to the high ground. Double barrier from these Zaryas. Felius jumping away. Stun, taking a lot of damage frontline. He needs his healers back on him. As we'll see Lindenwood starting to tick this point. Look at that progress at the top of the screen there on the sigil. Diesel taken down low as well. He's going to go down. Reaper early death here. Lamp doesn't save him. Lamp gets wasted from the Baptiste, and that could just be the map here. Felius traded out. Dotfed's traded back out. Zippy holding on to the front side here. 60%. They're stuck in the hotel. You have to touch point. You have to touch point. They don't do it. 4-3 Lindenwood. They go 2 up.
No, Reaper just playing bodyguard, saying you cannot leave the hotel, sir. I am here. I have 2 Hellfire shotguns equipped, and you know, you are not allowed to leave. I respect the grind, though. I really do with that one. It's a good one.
And yeah, we can't see the play of the game here to secure the triple cap. Death Blossom in their face, and panic back to point to help finish off the rest. We'll have it to stall it out. But Lindenwood, very successful on the 2-0 lead so far. There's been some trouble. Shawnee State have had a lot of resilience. They started off looking like the favorites if you had no previous background. They 100-0'd the first point. They triple capped King's Row, but unfortunately, as you progress into round 2, round 3, and on King's Row, even round 4, it really starts to fade away. But we'll have to wait. We need some more map picks. We need some more character bans, so we are going to bounce things over to a break. And while we're gone, don't go anywhere, because you have a nice opportunity. Take a listen to the upcoming comms check.
We're halfway there. Whoa! Venture, they're digging in the ground. Venture! I got dug on.
Wow.
I forgot they have bikes.
Shooting the Maga, he's low.
I got 100 miles.
Oh my! He is in there. Why are you there?
I would like to not be, is the thing.
Lucy,
please.
I wish you the best. BLINN.
It's time for dancing emotes.
I don't have a dance emote. I think I do.
I have a glide. I have the slowest walking mode in the game.
Are you guys gonna be dancing?
All right, fellas, we are now in game. This is your IGL speaking. Go, Widowmaker.
Yo, Finn, TP to spawn and come back.
I need TP. Yeah.
PM.
What's your horoscope?
My horoscope? Let's look at my morning.
Aquarius.
Oh, report? Oh, my horoscope is here.
I'm like dead
We're
expecting
bubbling
Matthew,
fellas.
and he's just looking at the Lucio like. Now keep moving.
I really thought I'd kill him.
Oh, it is ready.
Need to move.
He's
screaming at the below.
This guy's like so good. He's dead.
Agent P.
He's a friggin' mammal of action. But never speak to praise. He's got and skills. He's got a beaver tail and a bill. The women swoon whenever they hear him say.
I ain't got it like that, man. I ain't got it like that.
I cued you and everything.
He's proud.
You're muted. Winston. Oh, I'm so sad. You can blade.
Blade, you say?
Shoot in the bird.
There she goes.
I saw them for you.
Matthew, take it!
Nope.
Oh my god, Matthew!
On. 3. 3 on.
Don't you worry about a thing.
I'm with
Don't
you.
you worry about
thing. I should not be here.
You should not. No,
Oh
you're
my
fine.
God.
There was a
You're
moment of
absolutely fine.
realization.
Walk forward.
I got you, Pookie.
Yeah, looking, kill one.
No TP. I got direct triggered. Low. Reaper behind us. Kill one. Careful.
Reaper.
Oh, man.
So we back in the.
Going down.
I need the car.
Let's pull my TPU high ground. Go. Be free.
Alright, walk
low. Get you one. Come here.
Transfer damage. No
P1 mid.
No TP.
No, I'm just gonna do this. I got the sleep block. Wait, that's cheating.
That TP'd out.
That's cheating, dude. That's f***ing cheating. That's not right. What the f***?
Ape together.
Watch
Lucio. Ape together strong.
Double fire? Have a fun match.
I hit that.
Oh!
Alrighty, we are back and we are playing Reinhardt.
I'm so happy right now. Yes. Come on. I want to see it. I want to see a big slam. I want to see a 5-man. I want to see it all. Man. Oh, Andy's with all loose. Oh. Goats days, baby. Goat style.
Yeah, we definitely have heard some rumors of potentially getting a bit of a goats variant, obviously with the note that you can't really play goats anymore, so we'll see how this is gonna go. Gonna be a charge backside, and Moira doesn't fade it. Moira, please stop that. We have to press the ability that stops you from dying. As stun dies as well. Everybody is dead. SSU are all dead. They're all gone. As we'll see if they actually get cleaned up or not. Reaper charge. No, dies before it can connect. As first point grabbed by Lindenwood, they'll start Prague. And again, 2-0 lead right now. Lindenwood are winning the series with an Atlas win here.
Huge pin, by the way, from Finn. That was a huge pin. Gets the Moira that entire healing, then comes down. And also great trade because, you know, Felius died first. So it is just amazing value right here from the Rein pick. I'm definitely going to glaze this a lot because I do love Reinhardt.
And yeah, Finn gonna hold on, support the team a little bit here, waiting for some of those key cooldowns to come back. Fire Strike, needs some healing, but he's just gonna die here. Can't stay alive through that one. We'll see if they get a swap or if they're committing. Zippy going to go down as well. It'll be Ether following. Viral gonna die next. Phelias should be able to escape with their lives. And Lindenwood, not too surprising here, 62% on the first point, and they are gonna keep the comp.
Yeah, no. It seems like I've seen this composition before, and you know, there's a little bit of a magic to it, you know. So they're okay with this. I would definitely want to see a little bit more of the Ryan pick. I mean, if it's definitely not working, I mean, definitely swap it up. But I mean, I like where it's at right now. Obviously, you have no way to block the shatter, right?
And that is a very aggressive Blossom. It is going to get rewarded by killing Basilisk. Downpour comes out as well. Boop is going to get close, but not quite, as we'll see it. These will go down, Dotbits go down, Fox the next target if they can catch up to him on these walls, so they are seemingly struggling a bit, so they're just going to turn their attention to the Hazard. Stunned, he is dead. He'll die. Ether gets that kill, as it will be the Reaper taking down the Fox, and that should be the point back in possession, as again, Flashpoint goes quick. They got to 84% on that hold. Lindenwood will repossess here, just passing 70.
Oh, we have Finn. He has a big slam coming up. Obviously, you want to get the Moira here. Definitely want to also try and aim for that Reaper. They're coming up on Death Blossom. You definitely want to catch this Lucio out. Definitely make sure beat is a non-factor here. That way it's fine. But obviously, you'll get whatever you can get with the Shatter here.
And yeah, we'll see when they choose to use it here. Finn trying to wait for the right time here. Would love to save it if he gets away with it. With Fox going down early, Diesel pretty low. Basilisk just dies. They will retrade Zippy, so it's not completely over for Lindenwood. And that is not a good Death Blossom. Diesel burns his ultimate, and they lose the fight in sync with it. As, what are we doing? They just burned Downpour!
So we pressed Q and we were at 1 HP?
Guys!
Huge value. We still have Slam, by the way. We never actually needed to use that entirely. We did use Pulse Bomb. We're almost back to it, by the way. So just in case anyone at home is wondering what we're to expect, big Slam maybe. Yeah, sure, Phelias gets traded out first. That's not really a good thing that you really want to see, but hey, a pin's coming through here. Oh, so close, yet so far away.
And yeah, Zippy takes down Basilisk. Slam comes out here, just gonna connect a bit, but Diesel will get punished with it, but we'll see it not getting the most in the world. Wouldn't call that a big slam. Nice, of course, to get the picks, but we'll see the point grabbed up by Lindenwood. And I mean, again, the entire first point at the end of the day is SHAWNEE farming ults, but they look at their ults at the top right? It's so good. They have all of their ults, except Reaper ulted at 1 HP and died. And then why are we ulting so early on the Lucio? We are going super aggro here with Tracer so far on the back line. Basilisk was in the wrong zip code. Finn takes down Stun. They use their own beat, their own rally, and while they burn double support ults, they have no chance of losing the fight here. Dotbets is still oppressing the back line. He kills Ether for it, but he will get traded out by Viral and Phelias, diving him on the backside. 50% now for Lindenwood and counting.
So, you know, as you said, you know, they engage with beat there. I immediately then checked over to the Fox's perks. He does not have the amp on beat perk, so that is a very questioning thing. Maybe somebody called out they were low and the Fox just needed to save somebody, but that's not really a good beat right there. You have double DPS ults coming up. They are going to definitely sign some sort of value right here. If you are, and if you're Zippy, you don't need it because you're just going to find the Lucio first anyway.
And yeah, I mean, they're doing a good job trying to take this fight, but then the fight like actually turns into a full team fight, and then they all dies. We'll see Reaper grab a pair, Finn grab a pair, and I mean, this game has been so massively downhill since that Death Blossom and Downpour. They had ults farmed, they had the ability items they needed to win a fight or two afterward, but they threw it all away and they lost their tempo on that second point. Then they go for a big Lucio ult team fight there with a couple of other things thrown into it. They don't win it. They lose the second point. Downpour is back up. Death Blossom going to come out to try and counter it, though, or control it at least. Is stunned, takes down Finn, but Dot and Diesel gets traded. Stun goes down to the mass DPS after, as, again, not having your main healer is a little bit rough, as Fox dead in the water. Basilisk, the sole survivor. Lindenwood going to cap first again, and again, I mean, it is just not looking great here. It's a 2-0 lead right now. You see there in the top left quadrant of your screen. That's both the series and the map score. So this Atlas point wins the map and the series.
Yeah, no, and also what a nasty stagger onto Basilisk by Phileas. The nasty stagger here. Now we could have, you know, guys, I am quoting Emong here. We could have a big slam. We could. I'm waiting for it. I'm hoping for it personally. Phileas goes down. That's not going to be the way that this fight is ideally wanting to start for anybody right now.
Yeah, Cole comes out pretty early here. They will kill Phileas for it, 60% on point. Slam comes out on the side here. Finn, though, going to get dropped during it again. Another not optimal ultimate here. This time from Lindenwood. Diesel retrades a few. Zippy actually gets one back before he goes down. Phileas is just ticking percent here, so we'll wait a little bit. It won't be too big of a deal, and then they'll back away. 80% for the Lions here. One more team fight win will realistically end the series, so have to be very careful for the next minute if you're Shawnee.
Yeah, and one thing you got to really want to get out of the way here are both of these support ults. They have both for Reaper, and the moment that a Death Blossom is said, you are either going to hear the Lucio line or you are going to hear the Brig line. And either way, it is not good for your team.
Tracer's just sitting behind this Reinhardt right now. You see him in the corner there on the Diesel point of view. POV coming out here, and unfortunately, while he hides for maybe 20 seconds, he only dies in 2, as that'll be a kill on Basilisk, Stun, Dotbeds, Diesel, and the Fox. That's a team kill. They still have a beat. They still have a Blossom. If they used the beat, they would have had time to farm the Downpour. If they use the Downpour, maybe they could farm the Coalescence. Unfortunately, none of that happens, and that'll be the end of the map. Downpour used toward the point here. Can he touch? As nope, Basilisk is too slow as well. That's going to be a 3-0-3-0. Atlas goes over to Lindenwood, and with their third map win in a row, Lindenwood going to take the day.
Yeah, what a map that was to end it on as well, by the way. Lindenwood definitely coming out here as, you know, the obvious favorites as well. But, I mean, let's just take a look at this. They are... We saw some Reinhardt, so obviously that was a very good thing. But, you know, they never really looked like a bad thing. You would just see Finn just kind of charge through, get these, like, everybody really looking at him, and then you got to see, you know, some other, and then you would see the focus or the flank routes come through.
And yeah, again, Lindenwood, there were some rounds there that looked shaky. Again, you think back to the starting round of map 1 and 2 there, especially being a little bit scary, but at the end of the day, it is going to be at Lindenwood. They strike back, reverse sweep Li Jiang. They strike back, win in overtime on King's Row. And then on Atlas, they don't actually even end up losing the point, so there's not really much to strike back from. But again, a couple of crucial mistakes on that map is going to leave players like Zippy Bloom 22 kills, 4 deaths, and over 10,000 damage in just that game. So definitely an absolute monstrosity map there from the side of Lindenwood, able to take it all in a clean sweep on Atlas, which leads them to a clean sweep on the days. For us, for the moment, that will be it. We're going to bounce things over to a break. Don't go anywhere, though. Interview coming up in just a moment. Alrighty, we are back here. Once again, I'm joined by Mr. Kellen Ronan. How is it going after a nice win today?
You know, that was a little bit of a closer game than we wanted it to be, but it wins a win, and it secures us a pretty good seed in playoffs for NACE.
And yeah, I was definitely looking a little bit concerning there. Walk us through, especially the start of the series. Obviously, you guys are 6-1. Not to say that today was going to be easy by any means, but obviously expected it to go well. Were you guys concerned at all after the first point of Li Jiang, or what do you think some of the notable problems were there?
Yeah, I was definitely concerned a little bit after Li Jiang. It was, for some reason, all of our kind of team play and coordination just fell off, and it made our target focus terrible, and it let them get a really solid boost of momentum, which I think we managed to shut down by the end of KR.
And then, yeah, definitely talk to us about the end of this regular season. Obviously, in the NACE Premier, obviously there's some other leagues, but Talk us through what being at the end of this season, regular, obviously, again, good seed in playoffs, but how is it for you on that emotional level to get to the end of the season?
It feels honestly pretty good. I've been with the program for 3 years now, and going from us making playoffs by the skin of our teeth to not making playoffs and now to like making playoffs with like no room of like, oh, you guys could have not made it. Feels really good, and I'm really happy I was able to be a part of the team that kind of pushed Lindenwood forward. Yeah, and we still have plenty of more games to play, so
Yeah,
it's
for
not
sure.
it's not the last game by any means.
So yeah, obviously you guys are. I want to say gonna go into playoffs as the second seed. Obviously, I think A&M and Minnesota are still playing, so obviously some shakeup could happen there. But we're actually getting update. It's 2-1 Minnesota. Is that interesting to you at all? Is that what you would have expected there? Minnesota leading A&M.
No, not at all. Actually, that is very surprising.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see exactly what the standings all shake out to, especially if A&M do get upset, potentially a little bit of shakeup there. I'm not sure what all the tiebreakers are, and I'd be lying if I said I knew everybody's exact stats, but definitely a little bit more of an impactful game. Obviously, you guys are doing really well in the regular season here, 7-1 at the end of it, or 8-1. You guys have done a great season so far. Obviously, in the other side, you guys are doing great as well. How are you feeling? Obviously, you mentioned a couple years ago when you joined the program, not necessarily being at this level, having that season where you guys missed playoffs completely, to now you guys are unquestionably in playoffs here. You guys are, well, not by any means locked in, doing pretty great over on the Overwatch collegiate side. How has it felt for you to grow, not necessarily individually, of course, this program from where it was to where it is, but talk to us a little bit more about that path over your course of time here.
Um, it. I was originally at a different school, wasn't a great fit, so I came here. Esports was the way I connected to everybody, and I think that kind of let me put a ton of effort into it. So I've put in the past 3 years probably around 3,000 hours, maybe 2,000. I would say probably closer to 2,000 hours into Overwatch, just trying to get better for the team and for myself to try to make us make all the time spent in this program worth it with something to show. Because it's worth it no matter what. But I want us to be able to say, hey, we hit like top 40, top 30.
And yeah, I mean, obviously those results are pen off. I mean, have some of the screenshots from the games today. Had some pretty successful games. Only one death I'm seeing here on this Kiriko game. How do you feel you played today individually?
Individually, I think mechanically I played very well. There were a couple times where I didn't hear a call that my tank made, and it led to some confusion. I don't think any of them lost us fights, but overall, I think I played really well. The KR was just a happenstance of me not being the first one targeted pretty much ever on that map. So I was just constantly able to reset. But overall, I think I played pretty well.
And yeah, definitely showing well. I won't do a complete full-on goodbyes again, as you mentioned. Have some other regular season matchups, obviously hoping for a long run in the playoffs. But we'll let you go for today. Any other comments, notes, shout-outs to any viewers, teammates, anything of the sort?
Just looking forward to NACE and how our next week turns up. It should be some very good matchups.
Definitely going to be fun to watch. Again, you guys have had a great season so far. Here's hoping it continues in playoffs. As of course, we'll be back here on Lindenwood. Don't go anywhere. Just a moment. Another interview.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kenny, and I am joined by the tank player behind most of our maps today. Well, all of our maps today, and most of every day. It's Finn, the human. Welcome out here, Finn. How's your day going?
It's going pretty well. Happy with the win.
Nice, nice. So obviously you guys clinched playoffs. How does that feel going into playoffs instead of regular back into off season?
I mean, it's nice to see the team progress. After we saw, because NACE, it's all laid out. Like, you see exactly which teams you're fighting right off the gate. So we kind of knew we were going to make playoffs out the gate. But it's still nice because this is a first for us.
Yeah. I definitely agree with that. Obviously, I've played you like last year, and I've seen you grown as like a huge player. Now, last time we met on college face to face as opponents, I didn't actually get to see your face at that time because of COVID restrictions and whatnot. But I'm glad that we have finally gotten over. Um, out of all of these matches, which one meant the most to you, like to win?
Atlas was nice because I was getting a little frustrated after KR. It was a little too close for my liking. So Atlas, we played our comfort comp and a clean 3-0, like wasn't close.
Yeah, no. No. Talk to us a little bit about those first two maps. It looked like you were a little struggling there. What was really behind that?
So, first map, Legion Gardens, we just weren't zoned in, frankly. And I think the enemy team got a lot of momentum off of that. They really, really built up some momentum and they just kept it going. Because, I mean, they're like a decent team, but based on our scouting report, it shouldn't have been close. It should have been like clean 3-0. So they played very well tonight, but we started to actually, zone in. They started to lose progression and momentum, and it just kind of turned on their heads.
And that's kind of what happens. I mean, you started like kind of like fighting backwards or like trying to make a comeback, and we're very confused in the booth. We're like, "Ooh, wait, this shouldn't have happened." Like, this is like, are we seeing a new side? Like, is the last game momentum really coming through right now? And it's a little worrying over here in the booth. But obviously the last couple of times we've seen you lock in the ball, and there have been moments on Lijiang Tower specific. Do you want to talk about those, or do I have to like point out specific?
I just think that the pit calls sometimes. It's just sometimes you do a little balling. You do a little balling right into the pit.
Do a little balling. You swim with the fishies.
Swim with the koi fish.
Yeah, I mean those are really cool fish. I do have to. Throughout this entire series, I mean, one of your most like outstanding games in my opinion, personally, is your King's Row game. You did about 20, almost 19,000 damage. 5 deaths only on King's Row. You had some sick grabs in there as well. How was the Zarya treating you? Obviously, we saw you start on the.
So Zarya was good. I'm very comfortable on Zar. Bloom especially is very comfortable on Reaper. We've been practicing that comp a lot. The Reaper Zar, whatever backline, whatever other flex, but it's usually me and Bloom going at it, and we performed pretty well.
Yeah, no. And it definitely shows as well. It seems like it's a very comfortable comp for you guys, along with that weird little creation we saw on the last second on Atlas as well. We saw that last little creation. Looked like you guys were not necessarily at all phased by any. It was a very confident composition right there.
Atlas, yeah, we just run it down on Reinhardt. That's all you need. Big hammer.
Big hammer man.
Yep.
I was very upset though. You didn't hit like big slams. You hit average. We need a.
Well, you see, the thing with Rotes, you don't want to go for like the big 5-man slams. You want to go from the solo shatter hate crimes. Like, you really just, if there's a Moira in front of you just annoying you in a 5v1, you shatter her, and that's just how it goes.
So we've used the word. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the hate crime shatters. Those are how we definitely. I see the vision now.
Yes.
I see the
Narcies are always up there. Tracers, if you can catch them, that's a real good one. Yeah, it's really anybody who annoys you a lot.
So, who on your team would you definitely hate crime shatter?
Yeah, that'd be Kellen, without a doubt. Happens all the time in warmups.
Are you gonna miss him at all whenever he graduates in December?
Nope, get rocked. I know who's gonna watch this.
All right. Well, so much fun. You going into playoffs? Is there any momentum, like mentality shift for you at all going into it at all?
No, it just classes slowly getting harder, so it's a balance of how much can we actually put in practice compared to keeping up with our schoolwork. So we're gonna see how it works out.
Well, I am out of questions, but all but one. Good friend. Stuck on a deserted island. I'm gonna repeat the one I said last week because Kirk gave a great answer. You're stuck on a deserted island. You're allowed one person in the Overwatch universe. It's the universe. It doesn't have to be anybody on the heroes. It can be like the Street Thugs of Dorado. It can be a random person from any sort of short. Who are you picking to be on that island with you? I never said anything about surviving and living on the island.
Yeah, the logical answer is Sim, and the enjoyable answer is just Sig, and just see what happens.
Full straight up mental asylum on there.
Yep.
See what happens.
See what happens.
Yeah. Would you ask him to wear socks?
I mean, we're on the beach.
I mean, true. That's like the most appropriate time to be off. Shoes off. Well, Finn, it's been nice talking to you. It's been nice joining you guys over in the audience. We'll be back here tomorrow, I think, with some Valorant. I really should remember it's my job.
Caster dog.
Don't you have fishes to swim with?
Yes, I do.
No. So tomorrow there is an esport of some kind. I'm pretty sure. I don't remember what it is. I know Wednesday is Rocket League is tomorrow. Wednesday is going to be Valorant. Thursday is R6 and then Overwatch as well on Thursday. Overwatch Thursday this week. So we'll see you and the squad back. I've been Kenny. This has been Finn. To everybody in the audience, good night. We will see you again very soon. What is going on? Lindenwood. Once again, it is me, Kenny the Muffin Man, joined by my beautiful KFC companion, Xander, aka the Colonel. How we doing today, bud?
It is going pretty well, and we are here for an absolute heater. Lindenwood, for those of you who've been with us for the past semester, I suppose, you will have seen Lindenwood grinded through the regular season, ending 7-1, and as you see above my lovely PNG, that has earned us the 17th seed in the playoffs. We'll go up against Delaware in the 16th seed, and we can take a peek at the graphic. Look at where everybody has landed. A bit rough in the 24 team bracket. The winner of Lindenwood versus Delaware is going to be against the number 1 seed Illinois State. Definitely a little bit of an unfortunate draw, but we'll get to that bridge when we get there. But taking a peek around the rest of the NACE League, some familiar faces and friends around. Minnesota State in 19th seed up against Wichita State in the 14. Two teams that we may be familiar with. Minnesota State, again, played them in the regular season. Lindenwood beat them 3-0, and then Wichita State, we played them in a show match during the earlier portions of the year, so definitely a bit of familiarity with both of those teams. Some other teams of note, number 12 there against Cleveland State at 21. Texas A&M, the 8-0 team in the Lindenwood's group, definitely going to be something to keep an eye on as this bracket progresses, but Lindenwood versus Delaware. We can take a little bit of a peek here at some schedules here as we'll move on over and again take a peek at Lindenwood here. Week 1, RU sweep, Minnesota sweep, Tex, BLINN a sweep, A&M a 3-1 loss, and then their whole rest of the season there, IDST, Loino, UTA, and SSU. Lindenwood sweeping every single series except for the 1-3 loss against A&M.
A whole lot of green on the side of Lindenwood. A lot of win column victories right there, and I really do appreciate it. It's a very comforting thing and a change of pace from my normal esports activities in my own collegiate career. Obviously, that Texas A&M game, it was a hard game to swallow, but I mean, the bounce back, it was unreal. Then sweeping pretty much the rest of the season, and that was honestly, it's a beautiful day to be in Lindenwood, and now we get some Varsity Plus or Varsity Premier playoff. I don't even know anymore. We
Yeah,
just get
Varsity
playoff.
Premier. We got Lindenwood playoffs. Amen.
No, we get Lindenwood playoffs. I mean, like, isn't it just a great day?
It is a great day to be a Lindenwood fan. And speaking of Lindenwood fans, let's take a look at tonight's matchup and the previous records between them. Lindenwood, the second place in the West Central 1 division, went 7-1. The same set of Delaware in the East 1 division going 7-1. Lindenwood taking a 22-3 map score, dropping only 3 maps to the Texas A&M crew and still able to pick up a win on them, whereas Delaware, while they swept just about everyone, they actually dropped a map to the 0-8 Tennessee State and did not manage to take a map off of their division's top 1 in the side of NC State, who went 8-0, sweeping Delaware 3-0. So not able to strike back for them, but some things worth noting here is the wins versus playoff teams. Lindenwood back in week 2 took a sweep off of Minnesota. Minnesota, of course, in the 19 seed against Wichita State. And on the other side, Delaware in the East 1 took wins over 5-3 Leslie, the 24th team of 24 in the division, and the 6-2 UNC Greensboro, ending in the 22 seed. So while Lindenwood only technically beat one playoff team, they beat the 19 seed, whereas Delaware, while they did take a win over 2 playoff teams, it's 2 of the bottom 3 teams in the playoff bracket. So definitely a couple of things to compare there, but again, definitely worth keeping in mind. Lindenwood able to take some map off of that top team in their division. Delaware not quite able to do the same.
No, it's very interesting to see that too as well. You think these teams are going to be very evenly matched. This is going to be a pound for pound and pretty much a slog across 5 maps if we get there. And Lindenwood having that little bit of an extra boost at the end of it, making sure they actually did take one map off the top seed, showing like, hey, maybe this is maybe we can get something going here. Maybe that's the slight edge they need to really edge out Delaware in this one.
And yeah, we can now take a peek at something that we've seen quite a lot. You mentioned the maps. Let's take a look at our original map pool that we have grown to know and love here. And let me tell you straight up now, everybody who's been with us, this is the last time you're going to see this screen, because we have seen some absolute bombshells dropped by NACE. Let's take a peek at our first map. We've seen Lijiang Tower and Samoa a whole lot, but not again. Nepal and Busan replacing Lijiang Tower, the most common control map, I believe by far, has been removed from the pool, followed by Samoa. So Nepal, Busan, and Ilios going to be the playoff control maps. What do you think about that, Kenny? Not only did they kill Samoa, a decently common map to see, but they killed Lijiang Tower, what has to have been the most common map, probably in the entire map pool, but definitely inside of the control set, completely gone from playoffs.
Well, many people might not have this opinion, but I hated Samoa. I hated it. I hated that thing. That thing was god awful to look at. I'm glad it's gone. I'm glad they burned it. However, Lijiang, baby, come on. Lijiang was so good, but I'm happy to see that we're actually seeing Nepal into the game, because, oh man, if you thought the boops were bad on Lijiang, they're going to get nastier on Nepal, baby. And Busan, I mean, who doesn't like a little Busan every now and then? Again, it's a beautiful day, but this isn't necessarily the only changes we are seeing, is it?
It is not. And again, for those of you who have seen this and seen Lijiang gone, you might be worried about another little map, but fortunately for us, the National Association of Collegiate Esports has not decided to kill Kings Row as well, but we will be getting some interesting changes on the other side. Hollywood, a map we saw, I believe the one to Eichenwald, a map that I'm a big fan of and Linden would have done well on in the past, but actually didn't play it at all this split, are going to be replaced by Blizzard World and Midtown. So no more Hollywood, no more Germany, adding into the Western regions, Blizzard World and Midtown, both getting added to the pool. I personally don't like either of these maps, so I'm definitely still just hoping to see Kings Row if we see Hybrid, but what do you think about the 2 maps out, the 2 maps in here?
Well, we didn't really see too much of Eichenwald, sadly, and I wish we did. I love Eichenwald. I think it's a very underrated map. Hollywood, I love that map as well. It's a beautiful map, especially if you're playing dive, which we've learned the Lindenwood cast can do pretty well actually throughout this season. But Kings Row, I mean, it's a staple across many of times. I think there's never a map pool that doesn't have Kings Row in it. So I think it's the best time to make it stay. And Midtown and Blizzard World, those are two of the really good poking maps, which if you have a really cracked hit scan, a really good Hanzo, what do you know? Lindenwood could have a couple of those. I don't think you're really stressing it too much.
And then, yeah, we can take a peek at our next map type, one that we've seen a few times. We've definitely seen a very one-sided game
Holy
on,
nuke!
And that is an absolute nuke dropped. Rialto gone, Junkertown gone, Watchpoint gone, and in comes Dorado, Shambali, and the side of Route 66. So definitely some big changes coming here. Obviously, we only saw a couple of games of Escort in general, saw some Watchpoint. We saw, of course, the Junkertown. I'm not sure that we saw, well, no, we did see the one Rialto game. Not sure if it was in Premiere Plus, but we saw at least a game of Rialto, but not anymore. An absolute bombshell dropped by the side of NACE. Well, most of the other modes, they're keeping at least one of their maps, but Escort out of here with it. Dorado, Shambali, and Route 66. What do you think here?
Holy nuke. For real. I mean, what was the point of learning all of this map? But as it stands, I hate Shambali with a burning passion. It's the verticality of the map. It's a bit like it's good for like long sight lines and stuff like that. Actually, all of these maps have really good sight lines. So we will definitely see the DPS lines like thrive on these so much throughout the series if we get there. But I don't really like Shambali. I love Dorado and I love Root. I think those are going to be two great maps, especially for dive-based compositions that I know that Lindenwood is loving to run right now. But surely the nuke of changes ends here, right?
It definitely does for the moment. We got two game modes left. We can take a peek at our next one here, and that is going to be the side of Push. New Queen Street, fortunately staying in. We've seen some very humorous New Queens games, but Esperanza, a map that Lindenwood have played a few times here and there, and have definitely had some rough games on, going to be removed. I think this is the best changes for Lindenwood personally. Runasapi, another map we've seen quite a bit in the past from the side of Lindenwood, where some middling results, but I think they ended up on top more than they didn't. But I definitely think with the map change here, Lindenwood are going to be a lot more comfortable going to Push or potentially allowing the opponents to pick it. But what do you think, Esperanza or Runasapi?
I hate Runasapi. It's I hate it so much. It's in my nightmares. It's in my darkest corner of my brain. I hate this map. Now, it's just that the compositions on it are not necessarily like good. The sight lines are all wonky. You can't really do too much with it. It's a very brawl heavy map, which generally I like, but like the map geometry on it's just really weird. I love New Queen Street though. I like that they kept that, but I probably would have preferred if they kept around Esperanza though. Esperanza was such a great map, and as you said, we saw really good results on Esperanza coming out from Lindenwood whenever we did see it, but we see the same kind of results coming out from New Queen Street. It's a pretty good day.
And yeah, we can't take a peek. Our last game set, it's going to be on to Flashpoint. I really don't care too much about this. I had never seen Atlas.
This is the best change.
Atlas a few times. And I mean, yeah, we're going from what we had in the regular season to what we had last season pre-Atlas. It's the classic Servasa. It's the classic New Junk City, but we'll get to it in a moment. Atlas, it's one of the maps that Lindenwood actually played a lot of this season.
Yeah, I mean, 3-0, I believe, on Atlas. I believe is what I'm being told.
Including the win over A&M.
It is true. That's also where we did take our map over at Texas A&M, and it was a very good one. I really like Atlas. I love what I saw us do on Atlas. However, when it comes to playing on Atlas and comes to doing anything on Atlas, I hate it. I love New Junk City. This is the best change of the entire patch, of the entire like postseason match pool. I love New Junk City. I hope we play it today. I hope we see it. I hope we see that nice vintage Junkertown experience in Australia. let me see New Junk City, please.
And yeah, with that, we've seen all 5 of our game modes, and we can take a peek at our brand new official map pool. Ilios stays, Kings Row stays, NQS stays, and Saravasa stays, but aside from that, we have 2 new control, 2 new hybrid, 3 new escort, and a new map in both the push and flashpoint. So hopefully things will go well enough that we're able to show you this screen again on another day, but definitely going to be a strong map. Well, what do you think overall? A positive or a negative, Kenny?
On the side of Escort, it's a little bit negative, but overall, I do like all of the maps that they added. I think Midtown and Blizzard World were kind of mid, but it's a good map change, I think. It's a nice little change of pace, a little bit of a... Maybe we could see some more, like, maybe this just gave Lindenwood, like, the maximum advantage coming into this. But maybe, you know, maybe it gave some other teams some disadvantages. So maybe we'll see Texas A&M in the future, and this will help.
And yeah, maybe we'll have to take a peek at where those advantages and disadvantages did lie. Let's see Lindenwood's overall map statistics here. Can take a bit of a peek. Fastest map, for those of you who remember, against Art University. It was a bit of an interesting one. A 256 full cap on New Queens in comparison the week after. Yeah, we went to Watch Point, and that was a bit of a long one. While we may see 3-minute games on New Queens, we get 17.5-minute games on Watch Point, which definitely got a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, I was there for that. I think I have a very strong attachment to Watch Point. That was my first game I ever really casted here at Lindenwood, and I was there for the 17-33-second slog that was that Watch Point game, and it was such a great way to get introduced right here into the culture of Lindenwood esports. But other than that, I mean, New Queen Street, I wasn't there for that, and oh man, it looks like I didn't want to be there. Apparently, that was just
it was one of the series we've seen. But yeah, go ahead.
But as a fan and as a Reddit Lucio main, I feel like there is a disservice on the screen. Why have we not gone to Ilios?
And yeah, it's definitely, I guess, not that surprising. Whenever Lindenwood have map choice, they're just going to go to Lijiang. You see it on the most played there, 5 games played. Lijiang, so common. Ilios, it just got out crapped by the side of Lijiang and Samoa, but with both of those out of the way, maybe we'll see them again. As, again, 2 of those other maps in the never played, Aiken and Rialto, both eliminated, so we won't see them at all. And of course, on the most played, Kings Row reigns the top as always, 5 games played. We'll probably see it again today, barring any surprises, but Lijiang and Atlas, 8 maps total, won't see either again. And again, you can see our most played map types there on the far right. 7 maps of control, 5 on Lijiang, 2 on Samoa, 6 games on hybrid, with 5 of them being Kings Row, 4 games on Flashpoint, with 3 being Atlas, and of course 3 on Escort and 2 on Push, featuring that Watch Point and that New Queens. And in them, Lindenwood, a very, very grand map score, only dropping 3 maps, again, all 3 of them against the side of Texas A&M, but we'll have to wait and see how we can do tonight, as for the moment we'll have to take a step back and we'll let the DPS take stage as we take a peek at some of the highlights of them throughout the season.
And with that, I mean, those clips aside, I mean, is it really surprising that the DPS of Lindenwood have just been utterly dominant this entire season, Xander? Like, I'm looking at the stats, and honestly, I still can't believe it myself. The hero damage is is 322,000. You have almost 9, like, you're basically climbing to 1,000 eliminations right there. Like, if that's a statistic, I'm crazy, bro. Like, these stats from the DPS line of Zippy Bloom and Philius are just insane.
And I mean, yeah, you can take a peek at some of them. Hero damage, 322,000, averages to about 13,000 damage per map, 816 eliminations with only 158 deaths, averaging out to a 5.16 KDA on the DPS. Absolute stellar season. 341 final blows, about 42% of their eliminations were final blows, so able to get a lot of those picks and get a lot of those finishing kills to get them leads. And then 31 solo kills, 31 times they were able to take an enemy from 100% HP to 0 HP with absolutely zero outside assistance. So definitely an absolute stellar season from the Lindenwood DPS duo here. Again, see them in all their glory, some of their signature picks throughout the season. Zippy, of course, showing us some Hanzo mastery. Think back to the 7-hour Gibraltar game. And of course, Philius on Tracer at about every turn. You can find a classic character in Overwatch, and Philius a classic on him. So definitely some fantastic performances from Lindenwood across the season, but definitely going to be a little bit interesting to see how they perform tonight. Again, going to be very close. The 16 seed versus the 17 seed here in tonight's matchup. It is definitely going to be an absolute heater.
Yes, and I couldn't actually say it any better than you just did. This is going to be a map that is going to go. I feel the distance. I feel like if this was the map that went to map 5, I wouldn't be surprised. Would you be surprised if this went to map 5?
I
Like,
would
right?
not at all be surprised. I mean, again, we can take a peek back to the bracket here in a moment just to get a little bit of semblance of exactly what type of season we're going to be looking at here in the postseason. I mean, again, take a look at some of this, right? Obviously, you have your power teams at the front, right? Illinois in the 1, St. Clair in the 2, Bellevue in the 3, some others, Cumberland, Grandview, Dallas. Obviously, you have some top teams there that are going to be very scary in the second round, but look at some of these teams in this round 1 pool, right? Looking at the East 1 division specifically, in the bottom of the screen there, you see the 11 seed and the 22 seed, both from the East 1 division up against each other, both teams that Delaware played. Additionally, the 24th seed right below us up against Oakland and Leslie. A lot of these teams that are going to be a lot familiar to a lot of these people, definitely going to be scary, but amongst all of them, from the 1 through 8 seeds who get that automatic bye round, to Oakland in the 9, to Leslie in the 24th, the two closest teams to each other are up against each other. Delaware and Lindenwood, they're the 16 and they're the 17 seed. They have won the same amount of maps, or the same amount of series. They're about 2 maps away from each other on the map differential. They've both been against some extremely tough opponents. Lindenwood taking their map win against the 12-seeded A&M. They swept the 19-seeded Minnesota State. The opposition, of course, while they did lose to the 11-seed North Carolina NC State, they were able to sweep the side of Greensboro. They swept the side of Leslie. And again, while obviously we can look at it and say, sure, the 24th and the 22nd seed are the weakest on the screen, these are still the top 24 teams out of, I mean, realistically, what? We're looking at maybe 3 teams for division, probably 8 divisions of 8 or 9 teams. You're looking at maybe 70 or 80 teams here. So this is the absolute best of the best, top 25% on screen. And out of the top 25%, Delaware and Lindenwood are the 2 in closest competition to each other.
Yeah, it's just absolutely insane, really. And to think about this is just like the hard work that everybody has put in this season. It's now being showed off like this. I mean, hey, this is a great team, and I really am really looking forward to seeing, tonight, just an absolute what the work has looked like for both of these teams. I really want to see how much the hard work really does pay off for these two teams. And I'm really loving just the fact that we get, 16-17 right off the bat. And this is going to be, I think, an instant classic in collegiate esports, if not just a great game. for the
I mean,
history
yeah,
books.
again, you look at round two there, right? I mean, if we get to round two, we're against the best team in the competition. That's going to be a very steep hill that we are going to have to climb. But before we can get there, as you mentioned, Delaware going to be the competition. And again, we obviously took a peek at it earlier, but the new and updated map pool, gotta take another peek at it. We always go through the map pool. We always talk about what maps we're going to see, what maps we want to see. So start us off, Kenny. We're expecting to see a 5-game series today. Where do you want to go? Where don't you want to go?
As you know, my heart as a Lucio main, it always wants to go to Ilios. I want anywhere that we can get environmentals, but sadly, they've taken most of them away. They've taken most of my environmentals away. But maybe we make some new use of these new maps. Maybe we can see some Blizzard World. Maybe we can see some Midtown. I love me some Dorado. Just have some fun with it, man. Like, you're gonna have a great day. There's gonna be some great Overwatch being played. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Let's have some unpredictability to the mix. Throw in me a New Junk City game. What about you? Where do you want to go today?
I definitely think there's a lot of places I would love to see. I personally don't like Busan. I'd be happy with Ilios. I think I'd prefer Nepal as my preferred control map. I think it's a fun map. It's been here since the earliest days of Overwatch, and I think that I'd be grateful to see a little bit of Nepal gameplay. Some of my favorite single points on the game on that one. As for Hybrid, I mentioned it earlier, I really don't like these new maps. I don't like Blizzard World. I don't like Midtown. So I'm perfectly fine going to Kings Row. I expect round two, we're going to go to Kings Row regardless, but we'll have to wait and see. As for Escort, I'm happy to see some of those maps removed. I've had my hot takes on stream about the old Escort maps I didn't like, but fortunately, Shambali and the side of 66 are both maps that I'm a little bit partial to, so definitely could be a little bit interesting to see them come through. As for push, New Queens would be fun. Flashpoint, I've always liked the chaos of New Junk City, but we're going to have to wait and see as we're going to head things on over to a break. But don't go anywhere when we get back. Kenny going to have a word with the big man himself, Coach Cam McCallion.
I hope you didn't go too far this week, as well. There was an interview mentioned before we took a break, and now we have one. Right here, I have Cam Thistle McCall. And how you doing today? First, well,
Busy, nervous, excited. We'll see what happens.
Awesome. First of all, what was the process like getting ready for tonight? Obviously, this is a team you really haven't really played before. You don't have really too much on them, or you don't really know too much. But what was the process like getting ready for tonight?
A lot of, deep scouring to try and find some stuff on them. A little bit of talking to people, asking around, and mostly just making sure that, because they were hard people to get info on, making sure that we were playing the best and having the best preparation that we could have.
Awesome. How do you feel about your preparation in general? Do you feel really prepared going into tonight, or do you feel like maybe you're a little on edge? Or
there's never enough preparation. No matter how much you do, it will never be enough.
I can definitely vouch for that. I've prepared for weeks on end, and then just had my entire plan blown to hell.
Mm-hmm.
So, especially in esports, there's never a solid plan 100% of the time. So, talk me through the scouting process a little bit. What's that process like, especially when you're just as you said, there's not really too much out there about this team. So tell me about that scouting process. Really, what is that like?
It depends on a few things. It depends on whether or not we've played the team before. It depends on how well we know the teams that they have played, how good of a relationship we have with them. It depends on, whether they've streamed their games, whether the people that they've played stream their games. And it can get pretty in depth. Sometimes it goes as far as they didn't stream their games, and the people that they're playing against didn't stream that game, but they stream all the other games, and you need to go back through and see, what that team is strong and weak against, and make your own inferences off of the information that you can get from that. I won't go too much into specifics. I don't want to leak industry or trade secrets, but it is a lot of deep diving and a lot of finding new people to talk to.
Yeah, no, I definitely get that, especially just like sometimes it's nice to leave things to the imagination, if you will. But as you know, Lindenwood production, we do stream every game, and we have like a bunch of details. It's basically we try and make sure you're in the lobby right there with us. How do you do you think that is like dangerous for us, or do you think that's just do you think that's like we're giving away too much there, or what do you think about that? Like, do you think it's a disadvantage at all?
I think that very frequently teams will look and see all of our stuff, saying that having a production team in general is definitely a disadvantage. You make a lot of sacrifices in order to have a production team, and most of it is strategic secrecy. Anyone who wants to come and learn what we play and what we do, all they need to do is watch one of our VODs. We have a very good production team with graphics and with interviewers and with everyone knowing each other. So having people come by and see one of our streams and see, oh, here's the statistics of like who plays what. Here's some highlight reels of what they're frequently playing. Having like our map bans appear on the screen so people know what we're banning. There's a lot of stuff like free information that we give away that almost no other program does. But we have a good production team, and I'm more than happy to keep doing it. I'd rather give them a little bit of an advantage and be able to get these guys have their names out there a little bit than stay secret and hermited.
Yeah, no, I also appreciate just like that shout out, especially for me. Like I understand my face is out there almost every week, but it's really the team behind me that really makes it all possible. So really that's just a really good shout out right there. I love all of the guys in production that you can't really see right now, but they do a lot of the fun stuff. How do you feeling about your odds today? Obviously 16, 17, you can't get closer. What are the hopes? What's it like in the locker room right now?
Most of the time, my team doesn't really care very much about the standings and the odds. Because we've embarrassed ourselves by losing to people who are supposed to be way worse than us, and we've embarrassed other people by dominating teams that should have been way better than us. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day how close we're predicted to be until the game starts, and then we'll see what map, like how things go on a map-to-map basis. I think it'll likely be pretty close, but obviously both of us are staring down the barrel of a much bigger creature. If we whatever team wins this has to play not only the number one collegiate team in North America, but arguably the number one or number two North American team in pro play because of the roster match between ISU and GK. So it's a lot to worry about. Of just like we need to win this one, and then we'll need to go into something that is borderline unwinnable.
Obviously, you have to punch up sometimes to really get ahead of. And if you win tonight, that's punching up.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
you're in OWCS at that point. Like that's gonna be a really wicked matchup. But I think your players would be very excited for that.
Definitely.
What would top 16 really mean for this group of guys that have been really just competing like since I think day one? Just what would that mean to them if they won tonight and top 16 was right there?
I think it'd mean a lot. A lot of the guys have been wanting to see themselves move forward, and a lot of them have really wanted to see what it's like to play some of these bigger guys. So a lot of them are really excited at the prospect of being able to play ISU. I think they're more excited about that than the prospect of being top 16. I think they just want to, see what it's like and experience that kind of thing. But it's been our goal for a while, and hitting it would be really good. Unfortunately, we got kind of got kind of shot in the knee by our playoff track being a mostly dead track of like, hey, win this and then you can face the number 1 team. But I think a lot of them are super excited by what we got in front of us.
As our, everyone back here is as well. We are super excited, getting ready to see, Linwood take on this team and then going up potentially to see ISU. It would be a really fun matchup to see. Not necessarily just because it's just, us playing OWCS players, but I think it speaks volumes to the improvement of all of these players that have happened over the past couple of years that you've been in charge and really helping all these guys develop.
Yeah, no, they've been working hard, and I'm sure they'll be super happy if we're able to make it out over to ISU.
Hey, that's the dream right there. Obviously the end goal of every game is to win, right?
Yep.
So, what do you think you guys need to do tonight? Who really needs to be popping off in the kill feed? Who needs to be there specifically? Who needs to be that leader that charges in tonight to make sure this Delaware game goes as smooth as possible?
I'm not looking for leaders. I'm just looking for everyone to pull their weight. I don't need one person to be playing out of their mind. I need everyone to be playing pretty good, and that's all I need. I think that our team does a lot better when we have all 5 people playing pretty well than it does with 1 or 2 people falling behind and 1 or 2 people carrying really hard. So everyone pulling their weight is all I need.
Beautifully said, my friend. It's a beautiful That is a beautifully said statement that I cannot agree more with. But before I wish you luck, I have one question.
Mhm.
You have one cereal box in your cupboard. It's for breakfast. What is that cereal box? And do you put the milk first or the cereal first?
Well, you always put the cereal first.
Thank you.
Unless you're getting a second bowl of cereal. And that's point you use the milk from the first bowl first.
Yeah.
But that cereal would probably be Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Goated cereal.
I think that is probably the best cereal. There's some chocolatey cereals that are also pretty good because you get left with chocolate milk at the end.
Of course.
But I think Cinnamon Toast Crunch is my number 1.
Where do you stand on Cookie Crisps?
I have not had Cookie Crisps.
You never had Cookie Crisps?
No. They just looked like small chocolate chip cookies to me.
Well, yeah, that's because that's what they are.
Okay.
All right. Well, you're a busy man. I understand this. I wish you luck. I wish
you.
your team luck. I have had many other people wish your team luck.
Yep.
Kill it today, man.
Here's
Ribbon.
hoping.
All right. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with some gameplay, some overwatching, if you will. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Thunderdome of Lindenwood. I was about to say the Linden Dome. I was about to say the Linden Doug Dimmadome. Xander, please take over.
You know what? Linden Dome Dimmadome, owner of the Linden Dome Esports Arena. We are here once again. A big matchup tonight. Again, both of these teams climbing a pretty steep hill, and then if they want to make it past next week, they're going to need to become a mountain goat, climb that 90-degree incline, because it is the steepest hill you can imagine. I mean, we heard it's basically the best team in the country next week. Maybe you can argue they're second or third, but okay, man, you're talking about a collegiate team up against literally the best North American team in the country or in the entire continent. So we'll have to wait and see how next week goes. It'll be a fun one for whichever team gets there, striking up against that top brass. But for now, we are in the middle of this lower pack here, 16v17. I'll just be honest, I don't know why we're 17. We have a better map record than them, but you know what? We're 17, they're 16. It really doesn't matter. matter, because if we were 16 and they're 17, we'd still be playing each other. So it just does not matter, as we are here for the games. I don't know. What are you hoping to see today? I think we're gonna see a bit of ball. That's my guess.
Well, obviously, I don't have my sage crystals on me at this
Oh,
exact
okay,
moment. They're
okay.
being, they're, hey man, I am a wizard. It said so on stream one time.
Being delivered by someone on campus. They'll be here soon.
Yeah. I just need that crystal ball to get here soon. But if I had to take a guess on about anything, we're definitely going to see 5 players.
That's true. Per team, you think?
Per team. We're going to see at
Okay.
least 5 players. They're going to be one team is definitely going to have a coach.
Okay. Wow. I mean, that is.
Listen, some college programs do not provide a coach, and you are just tasked to just like hash it out. I came from one of
Yeah.
those. I came
you
from
know
a place
what?
where we coached ourselves, man.
We'll
And it
have
showed.
we'll have to wait and see how that ends up going. But again, it's going to be a fun one tonight up against the side of Delaware's. Again, both of these teams, they realistically had identical seasons, right? We won one extra map on the side of A&M. They lost an extra map to, I believe it was Tennessee State. I'm still not too sure what happened to have lost a map to an 0-8 team, but that's what happened at the end of the day. So they have the extra loss. We have the extra win in place of it. But again, these two teams are just about neck and neck with each other. Can't get closer in terms of standings, but we're going to have to wait and see. We're trying to get the lobby set up now. We're getting everybody invited, and we will have to take a peek here. We're getting into the lobby, and it looks like it may be Ilios map 1, which obviously still subject to change, but might be a bit exciting for you.
Oh, the Lord, he thanks me. The Lord, he loves me right now. I'm so happy right now.
Yeah, we are getting some updates, actually. May as well take a bit of a peek here on the side of the overall bracket. Obviously, most of the matches are scheduled to start around now, but some of them obviously were moved up a little bit, and notably, Ohio Overwatch taking a clean sweep over the side of St. Xavier. So take a peek there at the 13 versus the 20. The 20 actually swept away the 13th seed St. Xavier. So obviously I'd be lying if I said I had any clue what their records were or any of the background information, but definitely showing upsets are possible. An upset of 7 versus an upset of 1 is definitely a little bit of a different situation, but definitely interesting to see. And at the moment, the only other result currently in, Oakland versus Leslie. It is a 1-0 lead for the side of Oakland. So again, obviously not too much info there and not necessarily too surprising of info, but the 9 seed leads the 24 seed by a map.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely a very shocking thing to see. You already see an upset meet right away in bracket. It's already over for one team, pretty much. It's just kind of, it's like a little bit sad, but at the same time, it's pretty cool. We see this 3-0 come out right away. Now, as for the other side, I mean, getting back to business as normal for the side of Oakland University, just starting off 1-0. I wouldn't be surprised if that was 100-0, 100-0 2-point game on control map. I'm going to be honest. That one, 9 seed, you have some like representation. You have an expectation to uphold as that 9 seed. So you got to be ready for it. And it looks like Oakland right now, they're taking it. They're making sure this is happening.
Yeah, we'll definitely try to keep updates on some of those other matchups, but especially the matchups we have. I'm not going to say a stake in, but of course teams like the Minnesota State Mavericks up against the Wichita Crew are definitely a matchup worth potentially keeping an eye on. Texas A&M and USA, obviously another team a little bit of interest into, but we're going to have to wait and see, because regardless, we are getting things set up in the lobby. And again, while I won't say that this is hard confirmed, it looks like Ronan and Viral could be starting for game 1.
That makes sense as long as we're going to Ilios, I would say, because or Nepal. I feel like if you're seeing Ronan and Viral in, you're gonna be seeing them on play this again, super aggressive compositions that we've known to see from them in the past. And maybe if we're going to Ilios, who would be banned here? I would say maybe Ball, but like if you're Lindenwood, you don't really want to ban Ball. So who would you want to ban in that scenario?
Yeah, we're definitely going to be interesting. We'll have to wait and see what it is. Because again, obviously Linda would have had a lot of success with Ball in the past, and some of those trickier characters are definitely worth banning. But again, obviously mentioned, one of the big things you have to be careful with is you can only ban a single character once. So if you do, for example, choose to ban the Ball now, or the Tracer now, or the Lucio now, you cannot ban that character again. So if your opponent brings you to a map where that character or that comp or that format is extremely strong, you don't get a say in banning it away. So you have to be really, really careful here, especially against a team like Lindenwood, where again, you have a lot of this info, or should have a lot of this info about what they can have and will play. You have to be really, really careful about when you choose to ban what. Obviously, keep in mind things like protection bans may come in later, so you really do have to do a lot of deep thinking here, and I'm curious to see what Lindenwood is going to end up facing when it comes to the bans.
When it comes to bans, it is very much a give and take thing. I mean, you obviously want to take away something that the other team is very good at, but at the same time, you don't want to really ban away anything that you're really good with as well. I mean, if you take out Tracer for the other team, you're taking away Phileas's like mainstay character that he's been really doing good with all season. On top of that, you might see somebody ban away Ball. Well, we want to play Ball, but sometimes we kind of get outclassed a little bit. We might be getting outclassed sometimes, but like we have to just make some sacrifices to overall get that general map win. So there's going to be definitely hard bans here for the side of Lindenwood and the side of Delaware. It is going to be a genuinely like a pretty big guessing game minefield, if you will.
And yeah, we are getting the first ban, I believe, thrown in chat here, and it looks like it is going to be a hazard ban here from the side of Delaware, so definitely a bit of an interesting one. I'm not sure if this is a protection ban, or if it's something that potentially they have some info on Lindenwood. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I think the prediction right now, I think they might ban Freya on the side of Lindenwood. My crystal ball finally came here.
The crystal got here in terms of ... You know what? I won't dox you this time. That's all I'll say. So we'll have to wait and see. You know what? I agree. Oh my God, OG Golly Willikers, Lindenwood banned Freya. That is a crazy one coming out from the Muffin Man here, but we're getting everything set up here in a lobby, making sure everybody has the right spectate, as again, the players in the game and the coaching staff and subs don't get to see the full view, just the team view, but we are fortunately definitely going to be a little bit blessed. We're going to get the team names updated, everything of that sort, and we're going to have to see here. It really does. It looks like Ilios going to be the map 1 option.
Oh yeah, and we're seeing Viral in. You know that means we are going to be seeing some high octane Lucio gameplay, baby. I'm so excited as like anybody could be right now. As a Lucio main right now, I'm so ready.
And yeah, we're getting the ready checks thrown in here. We're going to get everybody readied up, and then we are going to be off for our first game of the NACE playoffs. Again, a couple of those other matchups across the division already taking place. There's a couple of minor updates, and by a couple, I do mean one. It is going to be a second map win for the side of Oakland. So again, we'll do our best between games to keep a little bit of updates and coverage on what's happening across the playoff bracket. But for the moment, we are getting our ready checks in, and we should be in here in just a moment. Hazard band away, Freya band away, and we are going in. It'll be Ilios map number 1. We'll be back just a moment to start off the NACE playoffs.
Here we go, right into playoff action, baby. Are you ready for it?
I am so certainly ready. Here we go. It's gonna be Zarya versus the side of Orisa. Double Tracer swap comes out, and here we go. The first fight for the first point, for the first map, for the first series of the Lindenwood playoff run, and we will see who walks on top. 17 Lindenwood in red, 16 Delaware in blue, and already Ideal's Orisa. A lot of damage against him. Carter the Tracer low as well as Finn. Gonna get topped up by the side of Ronan, but his HP keeps draining down as again the DPS doing a good work for the side of Delaware, but not good enough to find a pick yet. Felius and the side of Viral deep on the backside, and there goes Ideal! The Orisa, the first death of the day. The tank is gone for Delaware. And now Lindenwood gonna try and keep that pressure, and pressure where it hurts. Carter taking some damage. It's gonna be the side of Mako jumping in on the Lucio. He'll go down for the second death. Lindenwood open off with the first cap as Jay, now the carry, has to run away, and Lindenwood start things off in the green.
This is a great time for Lindenwood. You see Viral get that crucial first pick off, and then starts just like going crazy a little bit. Gets 2 kills on the back of that fight, and then Zippy Bloom now coming in, getting a kill onto Jay the Kiriko. That's going to be a lot of sustain down for the side of Delaware.
And yeah, look at Carter there on the flank. This Tracer trying to find something, but he's spotted out by Ronan, so it's really tricky right now for the side of Delaware to try and find room. But here they go. They just go straight in. Finn gonna get taken down. The healing just not quite there. Ronan will follow with a nice spear to throw him into the wall, so Lindenwood will drop the fight and the point here. They secure 42% and a lot of ult charge. Look at the ult charge. Lindenwood are gonna lose this fight, but it's not a problem. Up 40% now. They have DPS ults all at the ready. Ronan has that Kitsune Rush. The ult going to be at 75 for Zarya, and on the other side, they have a lot in that 80 to 90 range, but nothing ready yet for Delaware. But if they can farm up some ults before this next fight, it could get bloody as Lindenwood back again already, trying to keep this tempo. They have Deadeye, they have Kitsune Rush, but Jay, early pick on the side of Felius. Lindenwood start at the disadvantage, but they get the pick and they burn the Kitsune Rush, so still trying to play the man down. Here goes Ideal, here has the ultimate available, trying to wait it out. Ult grabs 4, hell, who can he slam? It will be the Suzu to get him out. Ideal goes down. Finn retraded by the disruptor shot of the Sojourn. Deadeye comes out now. It's not going to grab too much, but Zippy able to trade one. Felius trades another, and Mako burns his ult. Overclock coming out as well. Syrup trying to keep the damage up here on the Sojourn, but Zippy takes down Mako. It's Sojourn versus the world, and the ultimate waste from Delaware is so severe.
It was such a great use of and Zippy Bloom letting him know that is just that's how he's feeling right now. The Dev Doodle spray coming out, and Zippy Bloom is a key crucial member in that fight. Yeah, Felius does accidentally catch a kunai with his head. That's not necessarily ideal, but Zippy Bloom coming back into this fight, really making it to where the damage is always ramped up. But now, sadly, we're going to start this fight without Finn, the human.
It's more ults. They killed the tank already, and they're burning their Kitsune Rush here. I can't agree with the decisions here. That was your only ult for the refight, and I don't see how Delaware have a play here. That last fight was so crucial. Ideal, Mako, and Syrup all burning those key ultimates, and now Jay, up a tank, burns the Kitsune Rush. They don't have anything. Lindenwood are 5% off the cap, and now they're looking at it in. Look at the Zarya. Look at the Lucio here. Ultimates are available. Need to stay away from that Javelin spin. Carter trying to find some pressure. 43 on the Pulse Bomb. Here we go. Grab finds 3. B comes out. They all stay alive. Syrup goes down. Jay gets low. Pulse grants onto Mako. Both supports are down. Ideal is down. It's Carter v5 with 5% on the clock. He goes down. It's a team kill, and Lindenwood take point 1 of the day.
Day it is right there. And honestly, it's Zippy Bloom at the shooting range for most of it. I mean, Zippy Bloom taking out, getting to some of these crucial picks, and props to Ronan, keeping him alive throughout that. Basically, Zippy Bloom versus the world, where Cassidy just became the makeshift little tank that we always knew he could be. I mean, he's got 250 HP for a reason, so I guess he made all sorts of use of it. But really, I mean, they wasted how many ults in that fight? 1, 2, 3, 4. Didn't they waste 3 ults in that fight just trying to take it? And then they burnt Kitsune coming back when Lindenwood was already retreating. So Delaware really, I think they really need to start looking at this ultimate economy.
It's
Yes,
Hog
baby.
on well. What
we're
an
gonna-
absolute chaos. Have to
What
keep
a-
an eye on Ideal. At any point, Ideal can hit one ability to kill almost anyone immediately. This could be dangerous here, so definitely keep eyes on that Roadhog when able. The point unlocks in 10 as we're getting half and half split here. Trying to keep this tempo up for both sides. Viral dashing around as the Tracers trading themselves out as well for the moment as everybody's staying alive. Ideal gonna miss on that next chain hook as Lindenwood trying to stop this cap from coming through, but Ideal halfway through the prog. Finn has to step on. Hook getting lined up. Careful for the Roadhog hook. Have to stay safe, but have to stay on the point. Can't succeed it quite yet, so Carter taking some damage. Again, it is going to be Echo Tracer here for the side of this Delaware team as the point reduced to about 0% either side now on capping progress as Lindenwood gonna start ticking that timer now as it, again, continued pressure. It's just ult farming right now. Nobody wants to start, but there we go. Carter finds the opening pick onto Felius here. Some nice bombs will land, and now Lindenwood down there. Tracer looking to just back away. We'll see if they can get out, but Zippy able to retrade the Tracer, so it's not quite done yet. Felius will be back before Syrup can make it, so this could be a little bit dangerous here. 5% and counting now for the side of Delaware, so the longer they can stall, the more benefits they get. And a nice hook by Ideal! Finn falls off the map, and that's what we're talking about. Any chain hook landing can be an immediate bit of lethal damage from the side of Finn as he doesn't have any recovery. They don't have a life weaver. They can't pull him out, and Ideal shuts down Ronin as well, but the Lucio knocked into the pin over the wall by Viral.
Viral, my king. But, you know, it's just really hard right now to get it set up on the point. Because, as you know, Hog's point presence, specifically on this point of Ilios, it's going to be a very hard thing to overcome. You're going to be watching this hook. Basically, it's almost a one-shot kill at this point. You're not going to be able to, like, really take too much of an angle on him. And if you're anywhere close to him, he's just going to probably hit you outright with the hook and instant kill. But we're going to see this engage coming back out from Lindenwood right now.
Yeah, look at the swap from Lindenwood. Zippy gonna swap to Reaper, and they're gonna use him to try and DPS down this Hog. Here we go. Carter gonna use that ult to swap over to the Zarya. Pulse Bomb gonna put some damage down, but it's not quite lethal yet. Carter able to retrade Felius, but now able to burn that grab down here for him. This Echo ultimate is a lot of damage landing back in, but Finn not quite lethal quite yet. Kiri doing everything they can on the healing, and they can't get these kills. It's 75% still counting for Delaware. Jay gets here. Mako able to knock Reaper into the well, but he'll die afterward. It's gonna be a Winston coming out here. The Reaper a little bit too scary now. They swap to Winston, and he's just gonna stall out for some percent. 84% for Delaware. They have nothing available but B. They swap, interestingly, to Farah, so it's really starting to throw away some of those perks. It's 2 perks on every Lindenwood player, except for 1 perk on Zippy, 2 on the support of Delaware, 1 on Tracer, but Ideal and Carter are officially perkless.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, yeah, you want to go Hog like 1 life, but at that point, you already have the ultimate. You can really just pop it off. But we're going to see a huge absolute grab come out from Finn.
And yeah, the Lucio ult doesn't catch Ideal. The tank goes down, and so they can't keep this tempo. They lose Lucio ult for basically nothing. They're able to get an extra player out, but it's not the tank, so does it really matter? I say not. As Syrup, though, able to find a pick that may matter. And Felius, he'll go down now. It's a Tracer advantage as Syrup able to stall out for a little bit. Winston trying to keep the pressure onto Finn. Finn just going to run away, trying to get back to the healers. B comes down. It only lands onto Finn. Ronin and Zippy not going to get that B benefit. As we'll see here, Zippy trying to stay alive. Nice lifesteal work at the moment as, again, all the healing coming out. Kitsune gonna come out from the side of Lindenwood, trying to stay on this path here. Syrup getting some good damage. Pulse Bomb lands onto the Zarya. Finn, though, stays alive with the Suzu. Bump comes out there. Ideal goes down, and Lindenwood are in a good position to win this fight. Viral, a double kill. Carter and Ideal are dead in the graves. Jay goes down as well. Syrup is on a deep flank here. Can't find too much. I'm not sure if Lindenwood spot him. They know there's a lurker. They hear the blinks, and they will spot him, but look at the top of your screen. 84 to 74. Lindenwood with DPS ults. The opposition, none up quite yet. Kitsune in 7. Obviously, Farah Barrage up soon as well. 84 to 80 now, and Felius finds Syrup here. It's a pick again for Lindenwood, and they're going to try and keep this tempo up right now. The score is even. Lindenwood now in the lead here, as they're going to try and continue here. Could 2-0 on control would be massive as Winston backs away, but Felius now is traded out. The Tracers have to come back slowly. Kitsune comes out. We'll see what Lindenwood want to do. They have some ults to work with. Death Blossom not going to find too much. He'll go to a safe spot and stay alive for the moment as Kiri doing the best to heal from range. Barrage comes out, but it can't find too much immediately, but the Barrage is going to be enough tempo for them to win the fight. There goes Finn, Ronin, and Zippy. It's 15% on the cap.
Yeah, no, at that point, you know, you don't really have too many ultimates on the side of Lindenwood to really work it there. And now we're going to be seeing some ball coming out here, trying to get back to the point, trying to get this stall.
They get the stall.
They're definitely going to be getting the stall here. And Syrup, though, finds Viral. It's not the one you really want to see there. And we're just going to see this try and, like, staggered out slog of a fight.
Yeah, Lindenwood are going to try and piece together a composition here to get in range of each other. Ronan trying to move to the ball to get some healing set up. Reaper getting focused as well as the ball. Trying to keep this pressure up on the side, touching when necessary, but the Lindenwood roster is just getting picked apart. Zippy's dead. Felius is dead. Ball getting officially targeted now by the Pharah. Retouches trying to go over the wall again. Ronan goes down now. Ball doing everything he can. 199. We're going to Ilios' third.
Yeah, no, it's just... You know, we see, you know, the Tracer trade is something that you have to be mindful of. And Zippy, you know, he had to really swap off of that Cassidy to help with the Roadhog. Carter taking a little bit of a acknowledgement to it, just like, hey, they're not on Cassidy anymore. I can fly here. And then just... But, you know, let's take a quick look back at
onto the Zarya.
Viral right now.
An
actual madman.
Comes out there. Ideal goes down, and Lindenwood
are
in a good position to win this fight. Viral a double kill. Carter and Ideal are dead in the graves.
And then
Jay
it's
goes
just
down.
like vibing out that entire map. But let's see where this is going to go. Map point 3.
And yeah, we get a reset here to an earlier comp. Zarya cast Tracer with the Akiri Lucio, so we'll have to wait and see for the moment. It is going to be Echo, Winston, Kiri, Lucio, Tracer, everybody at 2 perks except for the Echo at 1. Carter, though, 9.2k damage. He'll have no problem growing that extra perk, but we'll have to wait for the immediate moment. The point unlocking. Winston bumped away by Viral as the Lucio's trading. He'll get thrown off the map, but he recovers with the wall glide, so... Playing stable for the moment, again, looking for the shots where you find them, but still just stalling and waiting here. Lindenwood starting to pressure the point with the Zarya. Lucio going very aggro right now. That's the side of Mako, but again, it's Finn the Human about half HP on point. Needs his support, but they cap here. A sneaky cap in the middle of the fight here. They need to get healing to Finn, though. He's going to go down. Bubbles are trying. Felius gets Mako, but Finn goes down. They can't get the healers in time, and without the tank, it's really tough to keep the rest of the team up here. Felius goes down, and the rest of them will huddle inside. It's 13% for Lindenwood as they will drop out. Viral tries to get a big punish onto Carter, but not able to punt it down, so Viral just going to recover on the side. 13 for Lindenwood, 10 and counting Delaware.
Yes, but, you know, Zippy did build up that Deadeye, and, you know, the big problem right now is I think they're trying to figure out what's more important, dealing with their flying character or the burst damage. And it's really hard to figure that out. But we're going to see a nice little engage, may be able to punish Ideal here.
As yeah, it's 26-13 now. Carter and the Winston jumping up high, and now Lindenwood are going to call it. They see those teleport dash abilities all used here as Felius stalling on the back. Double kits and a rush going to come out now. Both DPS ults available, but Ronan and Zippy go down to the same ability, and that is not the look for Lindenwood. They're going to give themselves to the void here. Finn doesn't want to turn over a full HP bar of ult charge, so it's a death for him, a reset for Viral and Felius on the movement characters. So 50% to 13 now. It's a really nice rally here by Delaware on this dive.
Yeah, we're going to see Finn go over to this Wrecking Ball character. And we're going to see Zippy swap it over. Not really seeing any use for that Deadeye.
And yeah, Lindenwood are just looking to play pure damage at this point. They know that this Winston is going to go in. They want the Reaper to kill him down, but Ronan dropped again by the Echo. Carter has been playing such a fantastic game here for Delaware, able to take down Felius as well. And now what do you do if you're Lindenwood? Pile Driver not going to connect from Finn. He has to try and either get out or take himself out, so we'll see where he wants to go. He's going to land right through this Winston, but it's 80-13, everything but support ults available now for Delaware. Lindenwood are in a really tough spot, 15% left to go. We'll see the fight. Viral, Felius with ults, the other three not really close as Finn crashing in. Now it's going to be the B coming out from Viral. Mako goes down quick though. Jay goes down quick as well, and the picks from Lindenwood are fantastic. Syrup now getting targeted here by the Lucio, going to be having to back away. Pulse Bomb kills Viral from the side of this Echo ultimate, but it's just a free ultimate here gained by Lindenwood as they will be able to take down the Echo Transport formation, but Ideal actually retrading here onto Ronin. They're going to try and refight this here with the resets. Ronin and Zippy go down, and Lindenwood not going to be able to hold and take the capture. The refight at the right time now from the side of Delaware is going to win them the map. They're trying to hold out percent. Finn will touch. He'll hold overtime. Now Vero will hold overtime, but it's going to be a 2-1 reverse sweep on Ilios, and Delaware take the first map of the day.
Yeah, no. A little bit of a rough one there, but I mean, it's something that happens. Right there, I think we could look first point. It was so good for the side of Lindenwood. We saw a lot of good things coming out from the side of Lindenwood, especially like this. This is Zippy Bloom replay, like highlight right here, where he's just basically surviving and being a nuisance on the point really quickly. But you know, I think the big thing that came down to the end was they didn't really have a plan outside of that first point for like the aerial assault of what the University of Delaware had for them in store.
And yeah, I did mention we're going to keep some tabs on some of our other series around the playoff bracket. So for a couple of little quick updates here, Oakland, the 9th seed, have officially swept Leslie, the 24th seed. They will move on to play Ball State, the number 8 seed, in round 2. Ohio State, of course, has taken down the side of St. Xavier in a sweep. Kent State, the 15 seed, a 1-0 lead over the 18th Messiah. And then 14 and 19, one we talked about a little bit more, the Wichita Shockers, a 2-0 lead over the Minnesota State Mavericks.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's definitely some good playoffs here. I said in the beginning, it's like, no, Oakland, you have, you know, a good, what's the word? Reputation that you are given that 9 seed. You don't really want to see it blown at, you know, to the 24th one. Other than that, I mean, Wichita State getting an early lead over Maverick Overwatch. Pretty cool. Kent State, you know, expected 15-18. It's not as. And then, yeah, I mean, Kent State Overwatch being 1-0. I mean, expected, but you know, there's still more of Overwatch to be played over there as well.
As actually, I do refresh the page. Kent State have actually taken a second map over Messiah here in just about the same time as Lindenwood and Delaware's first map. So definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. We'll check back in and see how the league is looking after map 2, but for the moment, let's focus on map 2 here at Lindenwood, Delaware. On the map pool, it is going to be Lindenwood's selection. They get to choose where we are going to go. Control obviously burned off of the map pool already, which leaves us a couple places to go. Hybrid, realistically, we'd see Kings Row or Midtown. Escort could really go anywhere. I've seen Lindenwood on Shambali before. Push, obviously, definitely wouldn't be too surprised to see either map. Flashpoint, the same position. So I think there's a lot of places to go, and we are going to get confirmation in the lobby, it looks like already, as Lindenwood swap over to New Junk City, and Ronin is going to come out for Ether.
I love New Junk City. Let's go, baby. It's New Junk City. I'm so happy right now. I'm doing a little happy dance in the booth. Oh, I love New Junk City. The atmosphere of it, the artwork on it, it's just chef's kiss. Beautiful. And also, this map actually underwent a rework. Not sure if you've actually seen it yet.
Oh, I have not. I was unaware.
Yes, it's actually gone through an actual rework since probably that last time most people have actually seen New Junk City. So it's actually going to be a really fun one, and I can't wait to talk about it. There's just more cover and just more openness to the map to make it really feel like a Flashpoint. So it's great, and I do think if I were to see it in the future, that Lindenwood would want to ban Cassidy here.
Okay. Yeah, it is going to be the cast ban from Lindenwood. Is again, I'm not too surprised to see it. As again, obviously we can take a bit of retrospect back to that first map. Can't quite pull up the stat screen, but there's definitely 2 big winners from that map, one per team in the DPS role. Carter, 33 and 4 with almost 13,000 damage on the map. able to drop an absolute heater of a game. On the other side, Zippy 21, 1, and 7, with, of course, Deaths being last. 13k damage, so actually led the lobby in damage there for the side of Zippy Bloom, but obviously going to have to keep an eye on the growth of the players throughout the map. 23 kills for the Tracer of Delaware, 19 for the side of Felius, got by about 2200 damage there as well. So Syrup wins the Tracer duel in round number 1, but we'll have to wait and see which way it is going to go. A little peek at the supports, Lindenwood adding up to about 9300 damage. The opposition a little bit under, I believe, 8, then 14, so about 9,400, so very actually close on that race. Does end up favoring the side of Jay and Mako, but I definitely think that one thing that we have to keep an eye on is this ult management from the side of Delaware State. That first point, a lot of it really came down to that very risky decision in, I believe, 2v4, they decided to throw out multiple ults there to try and win it out, and it obviously ended up getting shut down for Lindenwood to take that first point. So we definitely need to keep an eye on a lot of openings like that, things like that, as Delaware have definitely shown they are not immune to making mistakes with those big game of fight-changing ultimates. So anytime they make a mistake with them, Lindenwood, like they did in the first point, they need to be ready to capitalize, especially on such a fast-paced game mode like New Junk City, and especially because their ball has been banned away.
Yeah, no, the ball being banned away, that's going to be a very tough one right there. You don't really want to see that right there, but you can obviously tell, like they've done their homework maybe as well. Maybe they know that we actually do like to play the ball from time to time. It wasn't just necessarily something that we were throwing out there last second,
And I mean, yeah, again, ball on Atlas, I believe, is what we used to beat A&M in the one game that we played and were able to take off of them. But we get the ready checks in chat. We're going to get everything ready to go. Game number 2 into New Junk City.
Here we go, and let's go back to New Junk City. We're going to see this composition that we've seen only a few times, my friend.
And yeah, one other interesting thing I do really want to keep an eye on is last game it was Syrup's Tracer. This time Syrup is on the previously banned Freya and Carter going to be on the Tracer. So definitely interesting to see. You typically have a Tracer player devoted to the team, but this time they're actually going to swap it out for this Freya pick to go in Syrup's pocket. So have to keep an eye on Freya. Banned map 1, Lindenwood. We'll see how it pilots in game 2 against them. As first point, being pressured by this side of Tracer is Finn. Gonna dash over, trying to find a nice pin. He's just gonna go for a flank. Syrup, a bit of damage here is the point. Almost capped by Felius. They have to keep this pressure. Orisa trying to tempo. Felius keeping the health up, but he's gonna get javelined, and it's not gonna look good. Syrup now trying to stay alive, but Carter gonna get traded out. It's Tracer's dead for the moment. As again, Lindenwood now gonna lose out on the side of Zippy as Finn jumps down to the point here. Gonna get tagged for the take aim, but he's knocked back by the Lucio. It's really hard to play as Finn, no HP left. He's going to get taken down by the Lucio as Brig jumping in. Ether trying to get the work done. Almost going to cap the point. Would have been able to cheat a decent bit of percent off, but it'll be recontrolled by Ideal as Viral kills Jay in the corner before being traded out by Monko. And now Felius on the Tracer trying to stall out as much as they can as Reaper getting back. Mako going to go down. Felius goes down. Now it's Reaper. Zippy Bloom trying to stall out the clock. We still don't have our first cap. It's another kill there. It doesn't look like we'll see an aggro play by Reinhardt. So finally, first cap by Delaware.
The stagger right there, it's a little hard, on the side of Lindenwood. You obviously don't want to give up first point just like that right away. But, if you think you can win it, obviously the effort is there. Ideal now, though. Look at that ultimate. It's very scary. So is that bolo shot. It's almost online as we're trying to force them to look a little bit away from the main.
And yeah, 1,800 damage on Ideal, 1,500 on Syrup. The only player in 4 digits is Zippy at 1050, and a wow massive ult by Ideal. Pins a 3 against both supports and Zippy, and that, I mean, realistically is immediately the fight there. Ideal hits a massive ult. The one footnote is Lindenwood actually were able to rat the point away, so they steal 15% that would have otherwise gone to the side of Delaware, so definitely nice. They'd be facing 75-0, but instead, it's a little bit more manageable on the time front as Lindenwood have a lot of ults coming up here as it will be a swap on over here. Carter off the Tracer on to the Venture as Zippy goes down quick. Jay with the headshot. It's another rat steal behind. 20% now. Rally comes out. Lindenwood trying to stay the fight. Reinhardt doing the best they can. Bolo shot comes out, but it is going to kill the break. Ether goes down as Finn. There's not too much healing left. Finn dies. Felius dies. 80 to 35 will be the capture, but I don't know that Lindenwood would have another fight in timer.
Yeah, no, it's a flashpoint. You know, every second it gets a little bit faster and a little bit harder to get back to the point and get a little bit more on there. Lindenwood just going to be okay with surrendering this, wasting a little bit of the time, maybe getting a couple more ultimates out than they would have if they didn't do anything at all. So, I mean, good fights right there.
And yeah, it's a really aggressive dash by the side of Finn as he charges to the back line. The rest of the team is trying to come support, but it looks like it might be a little bit too slow. The shield getting a lot of work done as Tectonic Shock comes out here by the side of the Venture, but Ideal to get the first kill onto Finn. Beat comes out from the side of both Lucios, but the fight is going to once again favor the side of Delaware. Ether off the map. Viral trying to run away, and Lindenwood, they lost the first map. Now they lost the first point, and the second one not starting off the greatest either.
No. But, you know, we've seen, you know, flashpoints go like this where it's a little bit, it feels a little bit one-sided, but then all of a sudden you just get 1 point of momentum and it's just everything turns around. So we're just needing that one little point of momentum, and then that makes the monumental difference right there as Linwood is starting to go in here.
And yeah, Finn going to be taking a lot of damage here, trying to back up the Rhine. Just doesn't seem to be working right now. It's going down again. Death Blossom, though, finds Carter, Jay, and Mako. Both supports at a DPS are dead, and that could be the turn Linden would need for the moment here. Syrup goes down, Ideal goes down, and at the cost of their tank, it's a team kill for the Lions. 39 to 20 and counting here as Lindenwood strike back at the helm of their Reaper.
Yes, thank you. And there's Zippy Bloom right there, of course, making that play possible. We're going to see ultimates coming up on the side of Delaware, though. Specifically, that Orisa ult that did major damage last time. And then the Kitsune rush. But Vero, he's spotting out Mako very early and immediately picked up.
Both supports! Zippy kills both supports on the backside. The Reaper is doing so much more for Linden when he kills Freya on his own. Okay, not on his own. He had the Tracer with him as well, but he is doing such an egregious amount of work right now. Reaper has 3,400 damage right now. The next closest line is Felius at 25 and Viral at 22. It is an absolute insane game right now from Zippy. I will say it, he basically solo won this second point. A beautiful Blossom into a beautiful second fight. We'll see if they can hold on for a little bit longer. Tracer trying to keep this overtime going. Lindenwood gonna have to face a Doomfist coming out from Ideal here, and he is taking so much damage right off the bat. Kitsu Rush coming out here. They're gonna fight this. Reinhardt thrown backwards as Doom trying to keep this tempo up. They're all here to fight it out. Freya keep the damage up. Syrup trying to keep the pressure as he's gonna get a nice quick kill on Zippy, and if that's a signature of previous fights, Lindenwood are doomed here, but Jay and Ether both traded out now. Finn goes down as well. Syrup is low. Felius trying to trade out this side of the Freya, but with just the Tracer and the Lucio, the side of Lindenwood, not going to be able to get too much. 99 Lindenwood, 54 and counting now for Delaware.
No, you see the Doomfist come back. Obviously, it's just for a little bit of a touch, trying to make sure you don't win, like, give up the point outright, but you know, it's a little bit of a interesting pick here, the Doomfist, and you know, if you're not expecting it, it can pay dividends. We saw that just out on Ideal, but then the Kitsune Rush came out, and it was pretty much over the fight from there after we saw the first pick.
And yeah, here we go, 95 to 99 now. Lindenwood, they need the touch. There's Ryan, he'll secure the touch. Doom now jumping over to Ether. They're trying to pick the brig, but the ult is going to come out from Lucio to keep Ether on their feet for a moment longer. So he will get punched back and go down. Mako, though, low HP. Bullet shot finds nothing. Mako goes down now. It's support dead on either side. Lucio now still alive in the side of Viral. He's going to get tagged by this Freya, but Ideal goes down to the Reaper. So a lot of players are getting traded out, but they need to kill this Kiriko or Syrup. They need somebody dead on this side. Felius is doing as much as he can. Zippy trying to turn it back around. Death Blossom on point, though! Jay and Syrup both go down. Carter goes down again. And another crucial ult from Zippy Bloom secures Lindenwood the 1-1.
Obviously, you know, he's holding it for maybe next point. He's not trying to use it at that exact moment, but obviously the ultimate there, it's going to pay you dividends later. This one, now you don't have to really worry about giving up this one. You can, or winning this first fight. Obviously you want to, but it's not necessary now.
And yeah, I mean, this is already an absolute heater of a map. Only 1-1 on FP. Doom Meteor Strike comes out. Ether goes down here to the side of the Freya's. Doomfist trying to find a good spot to land. He's just going to go on to height here to get back safely to his team. As Mako getting pressured. Zippy now on the corner. Not really with his team. He'll get traded with Mako, but there's a nice punch. Felius goes down to the side of the Doomfist. Is Ideal going to get a really nice cancel onto Finn. He's going to get thrown back into the team, and now it is again first cap here on the E point for the side of Delaware. 20-0 lead for the moment.
I see a shatter. I see a shatter. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, a lot of things that could become very scary here in this next fight. Ultimates starting to brew up as we look at Carter there, pot dropping the pulse bomb. It trades Helios' bullet shot, not going to land on its target. So many players are diving for Ether right now. They will secure the kill. Finn has to try and get back to make up for it, but now they're just going to get picked apart. Finn dies. Viral now is just getting staggered out a little bit longer. Jay going to pick up that kill. 70% now on this point here. It shouldn't be too big of a problem for Delaware to secure it at this point. We'll see if they even choose to burn another one of these ults. They have the Lucio available, so maybe Lindenwood can force out a little bit more as Finn charging straight behind them, trying to go secure the touch here. He will get to it at 92. The support's trying to harass the Tracer here as Reaper jumping over to the team as well. Syrup going to be targeted out really low. Syrup goes down to Zippy, and it could be the door they need open. Mako able to get taken down here as well as that Zippy trade. Syrup and Mako both dead. Shatter finds two. Ideal going to go down. Jay gets taken low, and at the cost of Shatter, Lindenwood keeps this point going from overtime. And Tracer, they tried. Goodbye, Carter.
Yeah, you can see Finn, he got a little too annoyed with, you know, Ideal just punching him into different walls. So, you know, he decided that he needed a little nap real quick. He needed to lay back and, you know, see the sky for a bit. But as we're going to see, Death Blossom coming out. As we know, this Death Blossom would be dividends. Only one ultimate was used there on the side of Lindenwood, and that could be a big deal.
And yeah, 99% now trying to get the capture here in the middle of the fight. They won't secure it yet. Finn able to get there in time here as again, look at the ultimate support ults are up. Both of them are going to get dropped here. B and the side of the Meteor Slam coming out now. Lindenwood, they're trying to get back to support here as the Doom lands on top of the brig. Able to get that shield up here. Death Blossom though! Carter and Syrup are dead again. The DPS go down to the Zippy Bloom. Death Blossom. And now Zippy's trying to keep the pressure up. Ideal going to be the target. Mako and Jay both 1 HP. Felius closes down Jay. It's going to be a turn on to Mako. He goes down and Doomfist able to get back to full HP, but I don't see how he can contest this point. He's gonna try and make it happen now. 96, 7, 8, 100. It's a cap, and Zippy Bloom, another massive ultimate, secures Lindenwood a 2-1 lead here on Flashpoint.
Yeah, so Zippy Bloom, he reminds me of when I remained Junkrat for a while. Hear me out here. I called myself Tommy Two Tires because I'd always get 2 kills with the tires. Bro's averaging 2 kills at least with a Death Blossom. I'm pretty sure.
It's got to be higher than that. He's gotten 2 with 2, and he had 3 on the other one earlier in the set. He is averaging more than 2 kills per Blossom. This is an insane triple-double level performance from Zippy here. We'll see if they can close it out here on this next point. Unlocking in 4-second ultimates starting to come up. Look at the pulse bomb maybe as Jay takes down Viral here. Jay takes down Felius. A double quick melee onto the 2 squishies from the Lindenwood side. So definitely looks like Lindenwood going to be taking the short end of the stick to start off this C point once again as
Carter gets one, Syrup gets another. Lindenwood now just gonna get picked apart as Finn gonna maybe even get staggered out a little bit. It doesn't look like they're rushing to kill him, charging, trying to get away. They will get a really nice delayed kill though, so he's on a different spawn timer. It'll be 30-0 by the time he's up.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit rough. You definitely want to not eat the clock that much. If you already lost a point, you really just want to get back to your team ASAP. Especially if you're on the tank. But look at the ult economy here. We're only going to be seeing the Bola and the Kitsune rush here on the side of... And immediately pops the Kitsu.
Really early. Yeah, Carter has to come back to stall the point as well. It's a super early Kitsu rush. Nobody from Lindenwood even gonna die here. Vero gets taken down at the tail end of it, but they're able to stall so much time. Carter's pretty low. Felia's gonna aggro for this kill, but he gets taken down. The shatter is blocked by the shield though. Ideal's shield completely blocks away Finn's ultimate, and it's gonna go 2-2 here in map 2 Flashpoint. We are going to see map 5. It'll be Ideal's ult available, Carter's ult soon, Mako at 81, Jay at 41. That is not the greatest rally I've ever seen. Already down 99-0. They're going to try and fight this, though. Ideal and Jay are both going to go down. The rally's actually fine, because Lindenwood recap here. They get a double stun on it, so it's a flip from Lindenwood, and they could try and force some ults out of Delaware now to get this cap.
I never was a Kirk doubter, by the way. I had full faith in that rally.
I thought it was way too aggressive, but you know what? He hides, he pops it, and he gets value as Syrup now showing on
let's
this
take a
fight here. Yeah,
let's take another look at this play
They're
here.
gonna try and fight this though. Ideal and Jay are both gonna go down. The rally's actually fine because Lindenwood recap here. They get a double stun on it, so it's a flip from Lindenwood, and we'll have to wait and see. Finn and Zippy take down Ideal and Carter with the Blossom, so Lindenwood are continuing to grow this lead right now. 99-50. Now we're looking at a real cap opportunity. Carter, Ideal, Mako have ults. Jay at 72. The Bola was burned there, and while Lindenwood burned that Death Blossom, they are gonna have to spend now for Delaware. They must cap this.
Yeah, no. Obviously, you're not necessarily in the must-win column if you are on the side of Lindenwood, but it would be a really helpful thing to have. Obviously, you're going to see
99. It's going to be the Orisa ult. The Orisa ult finds nothing. Lucio ult comes out maybe a bit early. Both of them are going to get dropped now, so all this damage is blocked. Tech Shot going to come out now from the side of the Venture. 99-99. The fight wins the point. Syrup goes down early. Ether going to get dropped as well, but look at these ultimates starting to come up. Jay has Kitsu up available now. It's going to be Ryan at 70. Here comes the Kitsu. Vero trades out Carter. Now it's Finn blocking away all of this Kitsu rush damage here with the shield, so the rest of the squishies flying around. Mako going to get caught with the Fire Strike now. The DPS trying to finish off the kill on the backside. Here we go. Lindenwood breaking out again. Ideal having all the damage blocked off. The shield comes back up for him. Felius now taking some more damage in the corner. Finn charging onto the side of the Lucio. Mako goes down now, turning to the Kitsu, or the Kiriko here. Jay has to jump back. The point flips, but it's not capped quite yet. Finn low. They're trying to watch out for Carter. That's a Sombra on the flank. Finn goes down. The cap comes out. The overtime is dropped now. 2-2 here. Lindenwood hold an ultimate. The fight is still going, though, as Ether going to get dropped now. They're looking at Mako. Ideal. Jay going to get targeted as well. Vero goes down. Felius takes down Jay. He'll get away. Ideal, Mako, and Felius, the survivors, is Zippy trying to escape, farm up some ult charge on the way out. We're going to go into 0.5, 70 on Orisa, 40-50 on both supports and Tracer for Delaware, 20 on Fiera and Lindenwood. Everybody between 60 to 70 except for that ready chatter.
Yeah, no, the shatter might pay some dividends here, but look at the ultimates. Zippy Bloom's just farming up this.
Carter's dead.
Yeah, no, Tracer does counter Farah, by the way, in close spaces. Someone should point that out to him. Someone should point that.
Finn, yeah, they're blocking away so much damage with the shielding. 25,000 damage mitigated right now. That's the same as the top 2 DPS players added together, blocked away by Finn's shield. He is outvaluing the damage by the top 2 DPS dealers from Delaware with just the shield. So much block damage from this. Ryan is Reaper going in aggro now. It's going to be the Orisa ult. Blossom comes out here on the backside, trying to take down Jay's Kiri, able to jump away for the moment. Mako, low HP. Carter going to get turned around once again as Finn goes down. Felix takes down Jay. Both supports dead for the side of Delaware. It's going to pass 50 for Lindenwood here. Ideal and Syrup, the 2 survivors at the moment. Syrup off of the Freya onto the Tracer as the pulse bomb kills down a Vero here, but Lindenwood still going to hold this possession, 65 and counting.
Yeah, a little late there on the dire trigger from Zippy Bloom to finish off that Tracer kill. But, you know, it's good. I mean, the fight's good. You're not going to have a lot of ultimates to work with, I think, if you're on the side of Delaware. But you're going to have a great amount of stuff to work.
Delaware
with the
have to
Lindenwood.
win this fight or the map is over. 99-0, 97-0, and it'll flip. Kitsu Rush comes out. Lindenwood can back away. They have no reason to push into the Kitsu Rush. Pressure Syrup's Tracer on the side, but let this Kiri ult burn out. It's the only one up right now. Carter at 99. It'll be ready the barrage for the refight. So Lindenwood holding both supports and the Shatter. So DPS ults right around that 50 marker. Carter has ult. Mako at 85 on the Lucio beat, but here we go for Lindenwood. Finn trying to get ready on the side. Double fire striking, harassing, as it will be the shield down here. Shatter Timer has a little bit to work with. Nice javelin onto Finn, though, as Finn has to get targeted now. It's going to be the B coming out a little bit after the barrage kills the tank, and now Lindenwood are looking at a struggling ultimate setup here. Ether K raises down Syrup. They get the Lucio ult back out of Mako for the self-survival. It's 60-97. Lindenwood can choose to fight or back away. It's going to be the rally from Ether. They're going to refight this, targeting onto Jay right now. Kiri goes down to the Reaper Hellfire Shotgun, 75% now on the cap here. Lindenwood have their tank alive again. Pulse Bomb comes out, finds nothing. Keep an eye on Zippy, though. Reaper Blossom available. Ideal going to go down. There's only squishies left. Carter trying to stall the point. Recap from Lindenwood, 97-99 overtime. Carter is dead. Mako and Syrup trying to fight back onto the point. They're trying to, dropping on Syrup, stalling the game out as long as he can. Mako going to get targeted by the Lucio now. Mako going to go down as Jay returns on Kiriko, 99-89. Death Blossom on point here. Can Jay touch? He has to make it. He has to go. He's dead before the tank. Not going to make it on. Doomfist is too slow, and Lindenwood tie after 2.
What a match! What a map of my favorite New Junk City, Zippy Bloom.
And right there, the MVP of the map, no questions asked. Zippy Bloom, play of the game. We'll see one of his 19 plays of the game. Kills Carter, kills Jay, kills Mako, and survives. I mean, I don't know what more you can ask from a DPS player than what Zippy did in that New Junk City match.
Yeah, no, you really can't ask your DPS to, like, hey, can you just, like, pop off? Like, with every ultimate you have. Like, can you just do that? And then they actually do it. Like, I've tried to ask many DPS, like, hey, man, I'm trying to, like, hit Masters. Could you just, like, pop off right now? You know how many of them say, like, no?
We do have an update across the bracket here. May as well take a quick peek. A lot of series ending in sweeps. Again, the 9 Oakland beating the 24 Leslie, the 20 Ohio beating the 13 St. Xavier, all 3-0s. The 12 Texas A&M USA going to sweep CSU Esports Green in the 21. The 15 Kent State going to sweep the 18 Messiah. And then we have 2 so far that have not started. That's 10 v 23 Converse v Lawrence and 11 v 22 NC versus UNC Greensboro. Have not started yet, or at least have not uploaded a single match score. But the other ongoing series is the 14-19. Wichita led 2-0. Minnesota, that will strike back in game 3, pushing it to game 4. Is here in Lindenwood v Delaware. We're dead even going to 3.
Yeah, no, it is a dead even slog. Again, we kind of talked about this in the pre-show. You really can't get too much closer than 16 and 17 right there. And these teams are showing why exactly they are their respected seeds and how close in skill they really are to each other. I mean, for the early openings of this fight, I mean, let's just talk about the, DPS. They're almost dead even on elims. Like, Carter is right there next to Zippy with 36-37 favoring Zippy Bloom. Zippy Bloom also is doing 15,000 damage that fight, that entire map. Absurd. Then we have the crazy man Finn the Human blocking 31,000. I'm sorry, 30. I'm rounding up. That's 32k right there. That's 32,000 damage he just blocked with his shield. Absurd.
And I mean, yeah, again, Ideal and Carter, the 2 top DPSers, 16.5 K damage on the tank, 13.1, that is 29,700 damage from the top 2. Throw in a support, maybe Jay with the 8,400, Maka with the 5,200. That is 3 players' entire damage columns blocked away by Finn the Human's Reinhardt shield in that match. Not to mention another 7,000 from Ether's Brig shield. The amount of damage mitigated that game really tells the story of where so much of this damage was pumped into. But again, we get the choices coming out here from the side of Delaware. They're going to be bringing us to Runasapi, but we'll have to wait to see the character bans. We're going to send things over to a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Map 3 between Lindenwood and Delaware here in a minute.
And here we are at Runasapi, where I am just sad. I don't like the map a little bit. I've had bad experiences on it, but we're seeing Delaware banned away the Lucio, Lindenwood banned away the Tracer. We are seeing a ball comp coming out of Delaware. We're going to see the standard Zarya comp coming out of...
Soldier?
Wait, there's a soldier on the screen? I just, like, low-key didn't notice it.
Soldiering. That is interesting. I know Tracer is banned, but Freya is still open. Some of these characters they played are still open. I'm shocked to see the soldier pick, but we'll see how the cast does into the Pharah. I would expect cast to do generally well if Zippy's aiming well, so we'll wait and see where that matchup ends up going on the DPS side. As the first step taken by Lindenwood here is Finn gonna pressure, but in the backside they are gonna lose out on Ether. Ideal able to get away from that Zarya left click range, so it's not going to mean too much at the end of the day. The first pick against Ether will definitely mean a little bit rough, and for the first time we are seeing Wu Yang today, which a little bit surprising. We haven't seen him quite yet, but I suppose given the maps and modes, not the biggest shocks. Is lead going to be retaken now by Delaware. Again, very, very small distance traveled, so lead swap very quickly, but Delaware officially in the lead as they will start the first real bit of progress. Ideal slamming in, crash down, not going to find too much, just some damage on Finn, who's getting healed up pretty quickly. As Zippy going to get knocked out of the building here. The side of the Pharah here being a really, really tough nut for them to crack here. Lindenwood gonna have to figure out how to deal with Carter. As a nice bit of damage on the backside here as Lindenwood will re-even out the score here, or at least get the bot back to the middle.
Yeah, Ideal was almost ratted out right there. A good job on the supports on Delaware, keeping him nice and healthy. But, oh, if that ball went down, it was going to be an actual disaster on the side of... As we're seeing the Hitsu right now coming out from Ronin.
And yeah, Lindenwood are just going to try and keep this tempo up. They take down Ideal. It's a nice punish, and that will be the nice bit of the lead they need. They officially at 8:08 will reclaim the lead here, as they will be the first team to reach that 20-meter milestone here. We'll see how far they can push it, as Ideal is going to be on the reset. Look at the ult economy, though. A lot of ults coming up soon. Attack Visor available just about now. Support ults both at 90 here for the side of Delaware. 80 on Ball and Barrage. Is on the other side is going to be the cast available, and a couple others. Here comes the Deadeye from Zippy, looking up the road here, trying to find this next peak, but they're perfectly content just waiting till the cart goes around. Zippy, big damage chunk onto the ball here. Ideal getting taken really low, but he'll get back to the healing in time. Carter, though, secures the kill on Zippy as Ideal harassing Ronin on the backside, jumps on over to the Wu Yang. Ronin, though, caught before they get out, but they do, I believe, get this checkpoint, so we'll have to wait and see. And they might actually just be a little bit short, but it will be Finn and Felius going down. Ether goes down as well, so it is going to be the fight win for Delaware, but Lindenwood, a healthy 43-meter lead.
And we are actually going to be seeing Zippy Bloom swap over to the Sojourn. It's better Soldier, I'm sorry, but, you know, I mean, I'm very happy that we're going to see it. We haven't really seen too much of Zippy on the Sojourn, and I don't think we've really seen that much of Sojourn, really, this entire season, have we?
We've seen a bit of Sojourn earlier in the season. Obviously, we saw a little bit in a earlier map today for just a little bit, I believe, but here we go. Ideal crashing back in. Barrage being used very aggressive, but a beautiful photon barrier going to block some of that damage out. Able to keep the whole team alive. Minefield toward the point is Ideal, trying to harass some of these backline players off. Felius is going to get taken down by the minefield, and now a really aggressive Kitsu rush. They're not going to get any value out of that. That is not great by Jay. You know they're not thrilled. Ideal crashes the backline here, but it's not going to be lethal to anybody on the Lions cruise. Again, Felius swaps over to the Genji here. There's a lot of ults getting burned and really wasted there. Obviously, the Symmetra ult used defensively to the swamp to Genji is, here we go, it's going to be Attack Visor. Solo grab, CRP is immediately shut down 1-for-1, as it will be the Tidal Surge able to put Ideal down on the ground for the moment, as he's going to drive back on around, hits onto Ether, trying to finish the kill, but has to go into the ball form and run away. As again, Lindenwood still lead by about 18 meters as Ball harassing the backside, but will finally back away as Lindenwood going to try and re-even out this mid line, get that cart moving, or get that
bot moving back in their favor. Is again about 5.5 minutes left on game clock. Pharah being targeted out now, but Carter has the jet fuel to stay alive for a bit. Ideal, a small crash down onto Zippy, but again, the rest of the team there with the healing, so it's not too much pressure. Pitsu now used by Lindenwood. This one will stretch down the road, so it's a little bit easier to use, but Ether has to get that bubble here from the teammate. Zippy takes down Carter. Ideal crashing onto Zippy. Not going to be a perfect lineup as Ideal taken pretty low, but again, they just run away and keep shielding. It's exactly what ball comps do, but right now on push, it's not working out the greatest as Lindenwood officially do get that forward spawn once again, and they're going to keep it moving now. 23-meter lead with 5 minutes on clock.
Yeah, no, and we also see Carter again, like, just swap over off of it. He's not getting a lot of value, but Ideal's going to get a big pick onto Felius. That's going to be that flank pressure off of your backline. That's going to be a very huge gift to them, and now you might be able to take some more angles. But then again, the overclock's coming out, so maybe that has something to do with it.
Yeah, Zippy kills Syrup. Zippy's just going to try and hit heads here. He takes down Syrup before dying. The minefield used, of course, as well, as Ronan trades back into Jay, so it's a support lead right now. Jay has the jump back to the backside. Title Surge is used by Carter here. They're going to try and get him onto Finn. The stun not going to tag through the bubble as Ideal now in a bit of a dangerous position here. He's 1v3 in the backside, but it is ball, so he will not roll away. A beautiful catch by Ether with the water balls. Going to tag him down the Zhuanwu staff, able to get the kill as Mako the same on Defelius, but again, Lindenwood, they are perfectly fine keeping it in an even game state. Look at the distance lead. They're up almost 50 meters right now, and that clock keeps burning down, but oh no, a change off of the ball comp. It's Ramatra Sojourn now from Delaware.
And Zippy wanted to match him on the Soldier.
Zippy swaps to Soldier right when they swap off. As here we go, Rav Vortex comes down. Ideal looking to swap it up off the ball comp as Venture trying to keep the pressure up, but it is going to be the Title Surge used out here from the side of Ether. Looks like it's on Genji, and it will be used to successfully kill this Wu Yang, so it's a 5v4. Kitsune Rush going to come out here from the side of Delaware. Ether in danger. Finn going to get thrown up here into the air. The Nemesis form able to help kill down Finn as Ronan and Felius. They're just going to try and stall out what they can here and keep some pressure off of the bot, but they will both go down. Zippy back to the Sojourn here as Lindenwood holding 3 ults with Zippy and Ether at 15. The opposition 95 on the Adventure, 60 Ramatra, 60 Syrup, 40 Mako, and 10 J.
Yeah, no, you're seeing these ultimates come out online, and look, the way that Ronan set the tone early about how these Kitsune rushes have to be coming out. It's been very struggling for Jay to keep up with that, and Ronan's just going to keep the pressure up with it because he's got another one. He's looking to use it at pretty much every time he has it on.
And yeah, here we go again. It's going to be the ultimate from Carter on the backside here, but he's not in the greatest position to get big value off of it. Ronan just goes onto a little cart and then looks away because they know they aren't in danger. And so the Venture ult finds nothing as Ideal goes down to the railgun. 2.5 minutes on clock. It's still a 44-meter lead. And keep in mind, even if there was a big teamfight win for Delaware, they have to stop for that checkpoint. They cannot keep moving straight. They have to stop for that animation when they get to forward spawns as Lindenwood trying to reset their forward spawns up. Only 2:15 on the clock again. 1-1. The winner of this map puts themselves to series point, and obviously too early to call the map quite yet, but a good position right now is Ultimate's starting to get burned again. Felius with the blade here, trying to pressure onto the backside here. Looking at Syrup here, trying to kill the Sojourn. Will get the kill. Turns to Ideal pretty low on the Ramatra. It's going to be the Title Surge used as Ideal. Sprints forward. Finn, though, uses that bubble now. It's Annihilation! Way too early from Ideal here. It's going to get burned out. And what an abysmal Ramatra ult. I have to say it. He can't catch anybody. Now Venture is trying to stall the bot. They're trying to stall everything they can. Carter staying behind, trying to use it to body block. It'll go down a quick melee to Ronan, but that cart is not stopping for anyone. A 50-meter lead now for Lindenwood.
I get you're trying to like wait for your team to come back. Dude, just give up. Like, you're not like, I'm serious. Like, they wasted Annihilation. Maybe, yeah, you wanted to go back to Zarya, but there's no reason you should do that. That's just, you basically wasted a fight with them.
Ideal gonna use that bubble. He's trying to keep himself up, but he can't stay alive. Both of our soldiers. Oh, and Zippy finds the headshot. They just can't get a break right now. Delaware being outclassed at every level. Finn finds Jay. Carter on the Genji goes down, and Lindenwood might full cap here. A minute on the clock. It's risky decisions for risky rewards. As Syrup now goes on cart, goes underground here with the burrow, trying to stay alive and stall. 45 seconds. Syrup is low. Jay, Kitsu rush onto the point now. It's a counter Kitsu from Lindenwood. Title surge onto the Finn to Human. Ideal gonna get stunned by it. He dies out. Carter stunned by it. He goes in the air. Syrup goes down after killing out Ether. The Genji 1 HP. Mako is dead. Carter is dead. It's Jay's dead. And with half a minute on the clock, Lindenwood full cap Runasapi and push to series point.
Yeah, no. As I said it right there, Ideal, you cannot be doing that in a game of this kind of caliber right now. It's just not the best idea. Ronin right here, one of the key difference maker. These Kitsune rushes came out at a rate I've never seen Kitsune rushes come out. I think he had like 5 of them this map alone. And he was just building them one after another, after another, after another, and it was just crazy. Like, I don't think there was one fight where that enemy team, whenever they were doing their ult tracking, they were like, man, does he have Kitsune again? Like, because that's how often he had it.
And yeah, I mean, again, one thing that I have to keep going back to, I talked about it a lot after the first point we saw all day, but that ultimate set used by Delaware. In the time we saw multiple ults used in a 2v4, and it was an extremely expensive cost for Delaware that they weren't able to come back from. But on this other side, I really feel like we saw the same thing here, right? We see so many ults used in either very poor timings or very poor positions from Delaware, and over time, they just kept burning themselves out of the only resource in a game of Overwatch that you truly farm for, aside from perks. Talk about that mid-game Kiriko ult that was just not lined up at all. It went almost nowhere, so they got almost no value out of it. Talk about that Ramontra ult, the Annihilation that tagged a tank for about a second before burning out because they had to back away. There were so many ultimates, both in game 1 on that first point, throughout a bit of the flashpoint time we saw, and now here on Runasapi, there's just so many ults that I obviously hate to harp on some of the mistakes, but it's where we're finding these big tide-turning moments from Lindenwood. They find a single mistake, and again, if Delaware can time up and tie away some of these ult usages, they have a good chance at getting back into this series, but at the rate that Runasapi game was played, it felt like every 2 minutes a new ult was getting burned for nothing.
You know, obviously, you know, you go back to specifically in the moment of just, what was it called? The Annihilation, where I literally just called out and I said, that's just a bad ultimate. You can't do that. Because unless you're like, and this is just a tank example, unless you are Fearless himself, you shouldn't be ulting 1v5 against the enemy team. Like unless you are John Overwatch, you should not be 1v5ing with your ultimate on any character. And Annihilation, that Annihilation combined with the Kitsune Rush, it had maximum potential to be one of like a tide-turning fight, and you just don't have that now on the side of Delaware during that fight because you had to use it to stall out the cart. And obviously, yes, you're trying to use it to stall for your team, but what are we doing here? But regardless, this game, like, come on, like this game, it's a slobber knocker back and forth, baby. I'm having it. I'm ready for it.
And I mean, yeah, here we go. We start to get things set back up here in the lobby. The owner of the lobby on the side of University of Delaware have changed the map over to Kings Row, so definitely could be a little bit of an insight into what map we are going to bounce things over to. As again, I, as always, want to take a quick little peek around our bracket. Again, obviously, we have all of those sweeps we mentioned previously. The 9 Oakland sweeping 24 Leslie, 20 Ohio sweeping 13 14 St. Xavier, 12 seed A&M USA sweeping down ECSU, the 3-0 15 seed Kent State win, then another one, the big update, 14v19, Wichita State officially closed down the Minnesota State Mavericks in a 3-1 series, and additionally, our 3 remaining sets, of course, Lindenwood lead Delaware 2-1, Converse versus LTU, Lawrence Tech still yet to update a score, but they're at the bottom, 11-seeded NC, they went undefeated in their group, the same group, notably, as Delaware, Leslie, and their opponent UNC Greensboro, going to start off with a 1-0 lead toward the side of NC State.
Again, we talk about, the higher seeds, they have something to play for in almost all of these matchups. You have to set up like, hey, all right, this was supposed to be like the give me match. Like, I was supposed to win this match without problems. Now, obviously, if you're Ohio, you did not follow the script. You're like, no. This is the only, this is one of our few times we have the chance to really push the envelope. So they did it. They made sure that they could get that upset. And Lindenwood right here, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily call this an upset if we win. Obviously, yeah, 17
seed is not. It's on paper, air quote, upset, but one seed difference. This is just a close series.
It's an upset. No, it's not. It's a close series. It's not. There's no upset here. There's no despairing gap that we have.
We're getting our ready checks in here. We did get our bans as well. The losers of the previous map, Delaware, picked Kings Row. They banned Reaper away from Zippy Bloom, obviously single-handedly abused them throughout map 2. And then Lindenwood, without their big frontline DPS that they've relied on in the past, are going to cut away Orisa. So one of these tricky tanks that they really want to rely on that big DPS melee output. So no Reaper, well, you don't get to play Orisa anyway. So going to see 2 big characters that we've seen quite a bit of today cut away. Delaware have had some fantastic performances with Ideal's Orisa, some great spears able to land onto the Tracer, but Kings Row here for potentially the final map, if not the penultimate here in map 4. Are you a fan? I think it's not that surprising that we end up here.
I love Kings Row, man. Kings Row is just like the map to play, and I really love it a lot. And, as we get set here, I'm ready for it. Let's go see some Kings Row.
Yeah, Kings Row.
Here we are! Potential map point, series point for Lindenwood, hoping to close it out on good old Kings Row, the NA Scrimblock staple. The words of the homeland of my people. I love this.
And yeah, we can see the first draft of the compositions here. On the defensive, Delaware is going to be Ramatra, joined by Syrup on the Freya, Carter on the Tracer, with Mako J on Wu Yang Kiri on the other side. It's currently Reinhardt Snipers with Kiri Lucio, but we'll see a swap for Zippy over to the Freya, and Felius is actually going to go back up and look for another snipe, but it's not going to land, so maybe they'll cash it down into a different character. Felius still staying up top looking for these marks. Maybe they'll leave spawn with it. They've done it before where they keep this sniper for a long time on KR.1. Yeah, Felius is going to commit to the Widowmaker. They're going to leave spawn with it as Ryan solo pushed into this building, going to get jumped to by the Kiris. Again, they're keeping this pressure, but Ramatra's coming from behind. They get the call out, so they push that pressure quickly as the backline going to get jumped at. Felius hooking back to the spawn for a character swap. We'll see what it's going to be. Zippy goes down. Lindenwood look like they're just going to end up having to give this first fight away as Felius to the the Tracer now, as Finn is so far in the backside to take down the Wu Yang. Low HP, will be able to go for some health packs maybe, but Ramatra trying to keep this tempo up should be able to kill Finn in the backside, as there's fights happening all over the map. Ideal kills Finn and Lindenwood. They just have to wait for some resets here.
Yeah, like, it was a good play. Like, I'm gonna be real. The Reinhardt was a good play. I was just very confused. Like, as soon as they got high ground and forced all of UD off of it, nothing really just happened after that. I was really confused. I was like, oh, certainly this is when it goes in now. And then, no.
Yeah, very disjointed from Lindenwood, end up getting punished for it. We'll see here what the call is going to be here, as Finn is once again navigating to a backline position here. A bit of exit poke onto Ideal as he leaves. Is charging, not going. No, he does catch the Ramatra on point. Lots of healing immediately flying toward Ideal, but they force out this ult form. It's a pretty long cooldown if they can try and punish his fire strike onto Carter. Tracer is dead. It's 5v4 for the Lions here, so we'll see what they can get done. Bola shot in 8 here. The other ultimates all between 60 and 85. Notably, only Ether down at 60. Mako now going to get taken out here. It's a really nice second pick for Lindenwood. Tracer duel on the backside as the rest of the team trying to fight this player advantage lead. Jay goes down. Ramatra runs away, and Lindenwood, they should be able to cap here at about 140 to 135. Ramatra dead as well, so it will be 2 left to cap the point. They will officially grab the cap at 134, it looks like. They'll have 4:04 on the clock.
Yeah, my favorite sneaky flank character, Reinhardt there. Props to him for really drawing out that attention with his stealth-like abilities. You know, nothing says stealth like 500 pounds of armor. But, like, you know, Finn, he makes it work like that, you know? But we are going to see a shatter right here, and
It doesn't get too much, but you know what? Felius kills down Jay, so Kiri's dead for a bit longer, which really is just a timer. They have to wait. Obviously, you can send someone back to give Kirio a nice teleport to spot. As yeah, they are going to send the Lucio back just a little bit to get a nice jump spot to the Kiri, but a nice fire strike takes down Kaz, and now Finn is looking to press where it hurts onto this front line. Wall comes out. He's blocked in here, but a Bola shot onto Ramontra here is going to trap Ideal for a little bit, so they will use it to bail out Finn as this part continues to move forward. Ether has done nothing for about the last minute as he has slowly pushed this cart forward. 3 on the clock. Support ults available. Felius at 85. Wall comes out. They're trying to trap Finn in, but the Kitsu comes in as well, so a bit of a struggle here as double Kitsu now keeping this tempo up. Finn goes down, Ronin goes down, and Lindenwood, they are going to lose this fight and have to back away, but they get this cart to really the final set of corners.
yeah, no, that is you get a final stage of like 0.2, you're in a good spot, especially because all it really needs is one fight win. Obviously, you didn't really want to burn the Kitsu there and not really have much to show for it. But the Kitsu right there from Ronin was beautiful. It like really worked its way through an ice wall, and made sure it got maximum value.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to get too much out of it as the cart slowly moving back into this alley in front of the subway spot. Many teams have been full stopped before, so we'll see if Lindenwood can break through. Ideal burns this shield onto the side. Ronin has to readjust here as Felius going to get this title surge, trying to jump to the back line here as it will be the ice block and a jump away, so able to shut that down. Pulse bomb not going to find the mark either. Ramatra ult comes out here as it will be Finn trying to DPS down, but they have to wall of the both sides off here to just break up the fight. Full heal comes out, so the Annihilation finds basically nothing but the Pulse Bomb in the same spot with Ether's Tidal Surge. So ult trades out, double take aim lands onto Ideal. Another Mei wall comes out. Finn just dies here. A really nice wall from Carter going to help secure it. 90 seconds on clock. Zippy Bola shot available here, but Lindenwood again, 90 seconds left, and well, they have to reset right now. Hazard swap comes in.
The hazard swap here is actually, I think, a really good one. You don't really need to worry about the Mei wall now, because now you can just climb the wall and be fine. It's Reinhardt. You were really just kind of trapped in there. You have a little bit more freedom now with this hazard pick right now.
And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Carter try and use the Blizzard in the next fight and then swap off of the Mei here to maybe a more able character for the anti-composition, but we'll wait and see. Zippy Bola available, Ronin Kitsune at 90. On the other side, everything except for the Annihilation ready for the fight. Bola grabs 3 though! They have to insta-beat. Lindenwood now just want to back away here. The wall comes out and Finn actually still gonna get caught by the Mei wall, but the block is enough for now to get them back. It will be Cass dropping the ult here from Syrup, as just using it for a little bit of tempo here. Kitsu comes out. It is going to catch a corner, so not going to break all the way down toward the cart. Carter now walls up, but now the wall's going to get blocked again here, as it will be 20 seconds on the clock here. Lindenwood trying to farm up some last ditch ults to go. 20 seconds clock here. Blizzard available. The only ult on the table is Ether at 70%, the closest to completion. Aside from that, Blizzard again ready to go here. So 10 seconds on the clock. It's really lasted ditch effort for the side of Lindenwood. Wall comes up. Ronin sends some healing over it with the wall climb as the wall drops down. Finn staying on the cart here, and Lindenwood officially enter overtime. Finn gonna get healed up. Ronin staying pressure now. Blizzard comes out. Finn has to stay careful. He has to stay on the point. He will tank the freeze. Maywall comes out, but not really gonna find much pressure, but a nice shot from Syrup takes down Felius as Lindenwood gonna be able to take down Mako. Finn's low HP. The block comes out for healing time. Ideal takes down Ether, so now it's just Kiri trying to full heal, a solo kill this fight. Finn trying to block a farm up. Downpour comes out, but it's gonna kill Carter. The rest is Susan away as Ronin low. Finn now trying to get some more healing. Zippy jumping back as well. Kiri though doing so much more. Ronin playing this fight beautifully. Bola lands onto Ideal, but Ideal takes down Zippy with the side of the Ravenous Vortex, but the cart slowly moving forward, grabbing new progress where it hadn't been before, as Lindenwood trying to keep this last fight going here. Hazard farming up some more. Felius has Pulse Bomb, but look at the ultimates. Support ults coming up for the Lions right now. Jay at 90. Here comes the side of the High Noon. The Deadeye coming out now. Jay goes down with the Pulse Bomb. Syrup gonna get taken out as well. He's very low. Kitsune comes out as well now. Ronin gonna go down, but so does Jay and Syrup. Lindenwood Annihilation now has to deal with it. It's Annihilation, and you get the cap here. Can they kill Ideal of Ramatra? Finn is so low. Ideal is so low, but the Wu Yang keeps him alive. 100 meters. They just need last corner. Jay and Syrup cannot make the stop, and Lindenwood will keep the game going.
What a moment indeed for Lindenwood. Let's get a nice little replay going on this.
Now,
Look at this. Look how low Finn will get here.
Annihilation
He's
now.
moved
Have
around,
to deal with it. It's Annihilation, and you get the cap here.
Can
They kill Ideal of Ramatra? Finn is so low. Ideal is so low, but the Wu
the entire fight after the Annihilations gets popped. And Wu Yang, Ether, you know, he says keeping him all alive, keeping him all healthy. It's a madness.
Wait, Lindenwood are taking tempo here. Look at Ideal's HP. He's getting targeted. Mako is low HP right before the beat comes up. Beat available now for Mako. He's going to insta-use it. Lindenwood can burn clock right now. They can just back away. Finn, no problem stepping back. The Wu Yang keeps them up. The ult comes completely wasted by Mako. Ideal now, half HP still. Jay has Kitsu available, but look at the downpour from Finn. Downpour rains out. Ideal going to get caught by Ramatra. Going to get bled of his HP. Felius targeting as well. It's beautiful healing work, though, as Mako and Syrup go down, though. Lindenwood are working toward the triple cap. Now is Finn taking up everything he can here. Ramatra on point side of the Ravenous Vortex trying to heal up where he can. Finn though jumping straight onto him. The wall gonna block it away. Ideal goes down now. Ether gonna take down Carter as well. Jay jumped on, and Lindenwood, it looked like they weren't gonna get the second cap. They figure it out, and with that tempo they triple cap. 17 seconds on the clock.
A beautiful reason of why you always think supports and DPS and tanks, like, you gotta, like, huge shout out. Like, we're gonna just take a really quick second and look
gonna
at
get
these last
bled
few
of his
moments.
HP. Felius targeting as well. It's beautiful healing work though. As Mako and Syrup go down though. Lindenwood are working toward the triple cap now. Is Finn taking up everything he can here. Ramatra on point side of the Ravenous Vortex trying to play where he can. Finn though
crazy off angles that are not necessarily centered around, you know, just general playing. They have to like take these weird angles and they have to like force ultimates immediately, and it is just so great for Lindenwood. On top of that, I mean, the supports, keeping them alive throughout all of this, it is wild. Like, I don't think I could do this. Like, I'm going to be so honest. Like, I'm a support player. I can't do this. I cannot keep my tank alive when he is getting immediately deleted. So, hats off to Ronin and Ether, man. Holy.
Yeah, again, this is such a close game, and we'll have to see if this potentially last fight. Again, the winner of this series goes on to face arguably the best Overwatch team in the entire continent of North America, not just in Collegiate. I believe it's 3 or 4 of those Illinois players on one of the best Overwatch teams in the continent, and we are going to see if Lindenwood can hold one King's Row round to make it there, but we have to wait and see. It's going to be on a Wu Yang, Freya, Tracer, Hazard to try and make it happen. Finn now holding on top of the statue here. It's Winston, Freya, Tracer on the other side. It will be ideal. Jumping high ground is Finn. Just going to trade on the backside, trying to kill Mako. It's a nice combo, but it's not one that's lethal as Ronan taken low, has to jump back to the rest of the team. The Syrup and Jay trying to keep this tempo up. Syrup gets taken very low, but Finn can't quite close it down. Just stands on the terrace, waiting for some healing. Ideal, though, jumping onto the backside, calling for Finn to come back. They need to get this player back into their group here. As Lindenwood able to take it down Carter now. It's a nice early pick, stalling time as they can. Ether goes down, Ronin goes down. It's no supports from Lindenwood, but Ideal is traded out, so no supports versus no tank. We'll see how much Finn can get done here on lower HPs. Trying to get over to some health packs here to heal up where he can, but it's not looking great. Ronin over to the Kiriko, trying to stall out, maybe able to get in range to come keep Finn alive. Running as quick as they can up the sewer line is gonna jump over to healing toward Finn now. Their whole team is back now and healed up, so Finn jumping straight back into Ideal. Ideal crashing up into the sky, but he can't really dive onto the backside with it as Felius keeping the harassment up on the backside. He turns 3 players around, so this attack gonna get stopped right in its tracks. They have to regroup for a moment. It will be the Tracer pulse bomb, keeping them away from the Winston for just a moment. Back down to 1/3 cap progress now, as they can't keep pressing into this limit. But again, Lindenwood trying to keep this tempo up right now. 2:20 on the clock, and again, the more time burned out, the better odds for Lindenwood, so they are thrilled right now as Finn, tagged by a take aim here, has to jump back on point. But again, they can't actually find a break point here, trying to farm ults. Everything either ready or from 70 to 80 now for this offensive side. It's going to be the Bola shot onto the backside. Kitsu comes out as well. Bola shot finds one, but it's a retrade onto Syrup, a retrade onto Zippy. Finn now trying to tank up as much as he can in this room in the hotel, but it looks like they're going to die out. It will be a cat here, as again, we saw the cap from Lindenwood at about 1:40 on the clock, I believe, and it looks like it'll be right about the same timer here for the opposition.
I mean, they could technically do a retake. Filius is in range, but they're just going to let him have it at this point. It's not really worth it for Lindenwood to really go back in there. I mean, we're just going to see some really good ultimates coming out online. We're going to see the Wu Yang bubble right there. We're going to see a Pulse Bomb coming out. Bola, tear down. We're going to see a lot here. Lindenwood's approaching 5 ultimates. I wouldn't be surprised about a lot.
And Delaware are pushing for absolutely no space here past the arch. We saw Lindenwood take up as much of this space as they could, really toward the tavern, the Fox and Bear, but we'll have to wait and see here. As Finn going to hold the front side. Carter takes down Felius on the backside as the Winston has to pop Primal here on a very aggressive backline dive, but he's taking a lot of damage in it as well. Zippy going to get targeted down as, again, the Winston has to jump back to his team. It's a good job buying space with that Primal, as, again, Carter and Mako have ults. Jay at 50, Syrup at 40, Ideal just burned his, and Lindenwood, they got everything but the Pulse Bomb at 15.
Yeah, but right now, think about it now. If Ideal oversteps his boundaries again, Mako immediately has to pop B. That's just the cruel reality of it right there for Delaware.
And yeah, he's going to pop the title surge here, trying to keep the tempo going right now. It is going to be the Lucio popping the ultimate here for the side of Mako, trying to turn this fight around. Zippy goes down early. Mako, though, able to get retraded out here from the side of Lindenwood. Downpour now going to get thrown in. Jay has to teleport through it. Ideal going to get caught by it, but they can't really punish it right now, as Ether going to get jumped on by the Winston, able to use the abilities to peel himself back as Zippy swaps to the cast. Finn, no ult, of course. His ult's burning down. Hazard jumping to the top side. Finn trying to keep this pressure onto Ideal, as it will be the Kitsu rush coming down. Jay taken down. Ideal taken down, and Lindenwood, they're going to hold the cart in the same place it was held against them. Death to Syrup, death to Carter. Mako trying to slide his way out as Felius looking for the chase down. A team kill for the Lions.
Lions hunt in packs, what can we say? And that is a beautiful full team takedown right there. Just picking off basically what everybody else started over at the corner right there. We all have seen quite a few ultimates though, and that is going to be a little bit of a harder fight now coming into this next fight, especially with the overclock, especially with the Kitsune Rush. That is a deadly combination. Those overclocks are going to be just ramping up.
And yeah, Finn takes down Mako. It's a really rough stagger for the side of Delaware. And again, Lindenwood capped this second point in overtime. So the clock not necessarily the biggest concern for Delaware, but the quicker they can cap, as always, the better. Finn jumping onto the backside here, as it will be the retrade by Ideal, trying to tempo the backside. But again, this Cass is able to throw so much damage into the Winston so quickly. So here we go. It's going to be the Kitsu rush coming out again, but it's not able to get too much pressure. And again, it's the one thing I've been talking about all day, these ultimates not finding value. As Finn gonna jump back into it a little bit, trying to get back to the healers here. The Suzu comes out, as it will be the overclock, able to help finish down the DPS bar. So it's going to be a minute on clock. They're trying to turn into this last corner. Syrup finding some big value, but not able to get every pick they need to. 2 kills are on now, as it will be the Primal coming out. A lot of ultimates getting burned, but they can cap this second point with quite a bit of time left on the clock. Felius is burning out what they can here, but it is going to be the second cap with 45 on the clock, so 45 extra seconds to try and cap this third.
That is just the sadness of ultimate advantage in economy right there, my friend. It is just
burn ults though.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't burn our own ults. We did burn.
We did save everything.
I know.
Oh, here we go. Wu Yang. Yeah, breaking out already, trying to get back into the fight here. Triple stun on the backside from Felius. He stuns everybody as Tracer able to take down Mako now, trying to pressure onto more. Syrup is stalled up. Their main DPS can't keep tempoing here. Oh, really nice. It's only one ult. Only Wu Yang used for that, and they just burned that entire bonus set of time.
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful Wu Yang ult as well. Good props to Felius for really making it stand out too. And Finn just gets a nice little pick on the Syrup. Nice little stagger on the Carter. I mean, that's a beautiful fight right there. Again, you're only using like, what, one, maybe two?
They're just chasing them back even deeper than they're spawned. They kill everybody. It's a staggered team kill. Look at the clock. A minute 15. Linden would have 3 ultimates. Felius back at 20. Ether back at 40. The other side, double support ults ready over clock at 50. Ideal at 40 on the Primal. 1:05 on the clock. If Lindenwood do not get triple capped, they move to round 2, where they face the best team in all of collegiate Overwatch for that next spot. Here we go. 55 seconds left on the clock, and they're going to try and get back onto it. Deadeye from the high ground. They have to hide, and again, Lindenwood, they are paying price, and they are burning clock. Syrup, though, is in no man's land. Jay going to jump out. Kitsu comes out. Syrup could die down here. Finn has to jump away here. He'll go down. Ronin burns his own. Kitsu, they're trying to keep this tempo side on the front side of the fight. Helios, though, able to get the kill now onto Ideal. Jay kills Ronin. Zippy kills Mako. Supports are dropping like flies as Syrup goes down. Zippy is fighting so much value. Helios kills Jay. Carter now the Tracer trying to keep this value up in the fight, but they can't stall for long. It's 20 seconds left. They have only one ult soon at 85 for the Sojourn, 70 on Tracer, 70 on Winston. They burn both support ults and they don't get any progress. 13 seconds on the cart. Lindenwood need to stall 10 seconds in an overtime, and they will win their first playoff matchup here in a technical upset. 90 on Zippy, 90 on Felius. Finn has downpour, 80 on Tidal Surge. Here we go. Overtime begins, and Finn looking for the downpour, trying to back away with the block, but the nice Suzu able to bail them out for the moment here. Sojourn keeping the tempo up. Finn jumping in once again. Downpour ready to line up. Here we go. Sojourn overclock comes out. Now it's going to be the downpour. Ideal on the backside here, taking all the damage. Finn, though, going to get hit by the pulse bomb. Goes down. Ether now. Tidal Surge available, and Lindenwood have to back away. Ronin goes down.
Yeah, no, they're a little bit outgunned right there. You have to, like, really unfortunate, but they're going to come back into this. You're going to have a really good tidal wave coming through from the side of Ether. Yeah, oh, Primal's away. So that's going to be hard as well.
Here we go. 20 meters left as Lindenwood exit their spawns. It's Ether ult versus Ideal's ult. Jay at 80. That's about the only one coming up soon. Kitsu at 60 for Ronin. Tidal Surge onto Zippy Bloom. He's going to run straight in, trying to stun Ideal. He stuns him. He's a full fan to hammer in, but it's going to force the Primal now from Ideal. Finn trying to stay on the front side here, taking up what he can. Now going to use that spike wall to get away for the moment. Suzu comes out here. Kitsu comes out now from the side of Jay, but Ideal goes down to the Primal. He is dead here. The tank is gone. Ether now going to get taken out by the side of Jay. Ronin goes down as well. It's no supports for Lindenwood. 1.5 meters left on the cart here. Need to stay on. Zippy gonna go down as well here. Finn goes down as well. It's in overtime. Felius now gonna try and get on, stall as long as he can. A team kill now for the side of Delaware, and we're going into round 3. A 17-second lead for Lindenwood.
Wow. That is just you do what you have to do right there. You burn down the Primaling Winston. You have to do that, or else it is going to be a very big distraction. The problem is that the Kitsune Rush is just on point in the perfect position. What you've been saying all night, that Kitsune Rush, it's so powerful, but only if it's in the right position. In that case scenario, it was just beautiful from Jay right there. But, I mean, they did shave him down to overtime. It is in OT, so they only get a minute. There's only 1 minute standing between a potentially easy Kings Row game for Lindenwood or the hardest one that they're going to have to play.
And yeah, again, this is a tough situation. 1 minute on the clock. They get only the bonus time given. If Lindenwood had capped with over a minute on clock, it would be an unwinnable map. They could only tie it to force a potential even game 6 coming out later in the series, but not going to get a tie on this one in most cases. Is 1 minute plus overtime. Lindenwood get to attack second due to their time advantage, and they of course get 17 seconds bonus. Ideal is shipping the entire season on Roadhog Symmetra here. We've seen it once, it's a gimmick, and it worked. Mako gonna join them as well on the high ground, hook onto Hazard, but Syrup goes down to Felius, and Felius is reaping away on the backside here on the Tracer pick here. Zippy trying to help out, but again, missing a key player here. 40 seconds on clock. You don't have a lot of time to burn.
You see that wall? It was a little bit off from Finn the Human right there. It is not necessarily the most ideal place, but now they are just going to make sure people are going to be staggered out. But
Syrup
Ideal finds a good pick.
Yeah, Syrup and Ether both dead now. 4v4, 15 seconds on clock. Lindenwood, they need to stop as much progress as they can. First hit grabbed. Jay gonna go down as well. Now Lindenwood trying to stall here. 40% confirmed. 41.3. Carter goes the kill on Zippy now. Finn trying to keep the pressure up. It will be Carter trying to keep the tempo, but 1.1 second left. They enter overtime at 42%. Finn jumping forwards here. They have to touch. They have to touch. Mako has to kill himself to keep the clock going here. And now it's gonna be Syrup going into touch. Now Jay has to go into touch, and they are staggered to hell. Lindenwood have a minute and 17 seconds to get 42.1% on Kings Row first point, and they will win the series and move on to face the top seed.
Yeah, there. See, but now there's that one little thing. 42% is the cap that you have to have. This is not where, oh, you only have to get 33%. Trust me, that extra little percentage is going to be hell sometimes. It is what makes or breaks a run, and oh boy, I mean, you really don't want to. That is so manageable though. When you're talking about this Lindenwood team, we've seen them take many Kings Row maps in the past. We just need to see them do it one more time.
And yeah, here we go. We see the first draft of the teams. I think Lindenwood are genuinely considering a pharmacy ball here. They want chaos, they want tempo, they want pick. So maybe they'll ship it. I wouldn't be surprised if they back off of it, as Sojourn, Tracer, Hog again, and Kiri gonna get shown. Ideal is committing to the call, and they are gonna bet their entire season on it. Again, it's a 2-1 lead for Lindenwood right now on Kings Row. If they get 42.1% in a minute 17 plus overtime, they will take down Delaware in a technical upset, and they will move on to face the 1 seed. If it is held by the side of Delaware, they're going to push us to map 5, and here we go. Look out for Felius picks.
I've lost all respect for Ronan. I've lost all respect. He railed out on the Mercy.
Pharmacy. It's pharmacy for Lindenwood. A minute and 10 seconds plus overtime for 42.1%. Finn the Human going inside now on the ball, focusing Tracer. Carter able to stay alive, gets the health pack with the recall there, able to get back to point. Low HP on Tracer. He dies out to Zippy. The first pick now onto Tracer. Here we go. Pharmacy is raining high. Zippy now gonna target, but it's gonna be a nice shot there with the railgun to take down Felius. Really tough to play it now. It's gonna be a reswap, maybe off of it with the Sojourn on screen. We'll see the swap, maybe. No, they're going to commit to it. Pharmacy is the call for Lindenwood. They're going to get Farah back in. It's now Lindenwood trying to harass. Ball goes on the back line here, trying to keep everybody grouped up for the Farah here. Farming the backside here as Lindenwood have 30 seconds left to get going here. Now it's Ether harassing the backside here, trying to kill Jay, but the healing comes out here. They're staying together on the back line as Pharmacy, again, might be going back here. It's going to be Mauga for Finn the Human. They're going to bet the whole map on Mauga. 10 seconds left
here we go. Farmus, no, it's going to be a Wu Yang swap. They're swapping the whole comp with 10 seconds left. Sombra, Tracer, Mauga, Wu Yang, and Kiriko for the whole season. Mauga charging onto the point for the overtime here in Lindenwood. 42% must be grabbed now. Felius, low HP, able to use the recall to get back now. It's Ideal going on with the Hog here. Finn the Human able to get full healed back up here. Cardiac Overdrive helping out quite a lot. Lindenwood about to get to that first take. It's going to be Mako going down on the Lucio's charge onto the Ideal. Ideal is hacked away. Roadhog is going to go down. Carter now getting targeted here. Watch out for the Tracer dashing around the point here. First take grabbed by Lindenwood. They're 2% away, 0.4% away. EMP hits everybody, and Lindenwood are going to face Illinois State.
What a game! Oh! As JR would have said back in WWE, that was a guaranteed certified slobber knocker! We went all 5! We went all 4 rounds in Kings Row just to make sure! Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen, the Overwatch is going to continue next week! I love it here, Zippy Bloom popping off! Everybody's just popping off everywhere, left, right, and center. We see huge teardowns, huge dead eyes, huge pulse bombs, a mercy pick that I'm definitely going to criticize later. What a game!
And now Lindenwood, they have crossed a bumpy bridge. They have taken down Delaware. And now, as the 17 seed in a 24 seed tournament, they will face the side of ISU, Illinois State, the best collegiate team in the previous time. They won the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup in 24, in 25, Collegiate in 24, Homecoming in 24, and they are trying to strike it back here again, and they're going to have to walk through Lindenwood to make it happen in round 2. But what a series. Lindenwood, a technical upset over the 16 seed, 3-1. A crazy game 1. They drop on control and they strike back in a close map 2, a close map 3, and a close map 4 there. 41 kills for Finn, 26 on Zippy, 37 on Felius, 20,000 damage for both Zippy and Finn, leading the lobby out. 19,000 mitigated by Finn and KR there. What an insane map. And Lindenwood win the first round of the playoffs.
That is such a great thing right there. First of all, it boosts the morale of the locker room, surely. I mean, you got to feel pumped after a game like that, really coming in. But I want to talk a little bit. I want to take us back to Kings Row just for a second. That last second complete swap of the competition. It was a gamble. It was a risk. It was something that you had to bet everything was going to work out on. And let me tell you, when I saw the Malga swap, I was pretty sure that Linwood had this in the bag. Malga is so good into Hog. He basically farms him like a giant health pack. He basically, Roadhogs take a breather. That's literally Malga. It's Roadhog to Malga. That's all it is. And then
yeah, they see the comp they're against. They say, you know what? We have 12 seconds in the round. We're on pharmacy. It's not working. They send them to spawn. They get out of spawn. Wu Yang at 7 seconds on the clock. They exit spawn on the new composition and immediately win the biggest fight of the night. We've seen some crazy plays. Finn the Human solo carried NJC on the Reaper, but at the end of the day, it's a full comp swap. Not a full comp, but a very massive majority compositions switch up from the side of Lindenwood, and it's going to give them the 3-1 series over the side of the University of Delaware. And again, next week is a 90-degree brick wall that they are going to have to hobble their way over to get to round 3. But after just tonight, what a crazy set.
Oh, yeah. And they do have their work cut out for them. We will hopefully be getting a word with some of the players later on. So let us cut to a break. Maybe we'll come back to some of that in a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Onto the Ideal. Ideal is hacked away. Roadhog is going to go down. Carter now getting targeted here. Watch out for the Tracer dashing around the point here. First take grabbed by Lindenwood. They're 2% away, 0.4% away. EMP hits everybody, and Lindenwood are
couple of these stats to you. So on NJC, 12k healing on Brig.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. Oh wait, is that Runasabi? No, that
was.
We have 6.6 on Runasabi, which I mean that's still like on average.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean the damage there is also nothing too special on Runasabi. But then we go into Kings, and Kings, my friend. Oh my God, I loved Kings. Freaking 13k healing. Yeah, just like you were everywhere tonight. You played a variety of everything. You were playing the Kiriko at the end. You were having a little bit of fun on the Wu Yang, which we know you have fun.
Wu Yang character. I love the Wu Yang character.
Dude, those bubbles were actually clutch. I know, like it's on your DPS to like whoever you give the bubble to really make them shine, but the timings on those are just so good. I love them so very much. But just like, what's the vibes in the locker room before today? Like before everything happens, like what's the vibe? Or is it like stressed? Is everyone nervous? Is it confidence a little bit? Like what's the vibe in there?
We had our warm up scrim today, which was against a pretty difficult team. A little bit more difficult than our game today, which was really good for us because if we didn't come in as warm as we were, it would have been a lot tougher. So a lot of locking in preparation, making sure that our coordination and comms are on tight.
Yeah,
all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, no, and it definitely looked like everything at the beginning. It definitely looked like they were on track, but it was a little glitch, a little hiccup on Ilios, which you said, you have a tendency to,
Yep, we're still figuring Ilios out.
Yeah, Ilios and you just haven't gotten to know each other yet.
Yeah,
it's okay.
We need some time.
We need time to mend that relationship. Unlike Kings, where you guys are just stronger than you ever been.
Yeah, our defense could have been better, but overall we played it pretty well.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I have like the biggest heart attack when I watch you guys play Kings. Like on average, I'm like having a panic attack in the booth. I'm just like, oh my god, they're not gonna do it this time. Like, but then you always manage to find that little way.
Our attack is always better than our defense. We can't hold Kings Row first.
It doesn't show it like that. But no, other than that, I mean, I don't think you guys really ever done that on a flashpoint either. I mean, your flashpoints have always been wonderful to watch as well. We've seen a little bit more of that fun little composition that we seen just a couple of weeks ago and just a few times since. So, what's what's the vibes like going into OT on like just that first round? That second round, like the overtime rounds on Kings Row, like what's that like?
Overtime rounds in Kings Row, we know we don't have a lot of time, so odds are we're not necessarily going to build a lot of ults. So we come out with, especially when we don't need to full cap and we're in the position of we just need one good fight win and we can take it. We tend to go for, sometimes it's a little cheap. We whipped out the Pharmacy, which hit Mercy. Keep me away from Mercy, but if it works, I guess we have to do it.
Yeah.
But the plan was to get a good fight win in, get ideally some picks with that Pharah, and just close it out with there.
Yeah, no, me and Kellen are gonna have to have a little talk about that Mercy gameplay that was sent out there. It hurt my soul, really. It's everybody watching at home. I'm sorry you had to witness that. You shouldn't have had to be.
It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace to Overwatch that character.
It's a disgrace to like in general. It's just a disgrace. I personally apologize on behalf of the support player community. We do not mean to do that to you. But no, I mean OT on Kings. Now you're facing down the eyes of the beast, drooling at its lips. The bigger than any opponent you've ever faced. 4 out of 5 of those members are on really cool Overwatch Champion Series team GK. what are the feelings going into next week?
It's preparation wise, we're gonna try. We're gonna give our hearts, and you know what? We're gonna take a flashpoint. We're gonna. Geekay, who's that? Somebody terrifying and first seed? Maybe. What do they have against a Reinhardt?
You know what? I like the confidence. I love hearing.
Oh no, this is masking fear. Let it be known. I am scared. But Flashpoint, my beloved, we will do our best.
My friend. All right. Just like a couple more questions. First, do you think we're going to see a Finn 5-man slam against professional Overwatch tank Kappa next week?
I think there will be an ego slam. I think he is going to slam him as many times as he can. Will he get value? We don't know. We don't know where Finn is on Reinhardt. That's the beauty of the comp. He's playing ball. We don't know where he is, and sometimes we just hear hammer down. We look, oh, he's over there, and he gets one in the kill feed. Go.
Yeah, no. By the way, I've been meaning to ask about this. So, how does a 500-pound armored man somehow make it to the back line with nobody freaking seeing him?
We don't know. We don't know.
Because I was watching it here, right? Like I'm watching it.
I'm playing it. We don't know. He just shows up. It's really funny when we are just branching off on flanks and our Tracer goes flanking, our Reaper, the Reaper and I, we take it main, we go somewhere else, and then we just hear in the comms, Matthew on Tracer, why is my Reinhardt on my flank? And it's just a, hi. It's magic. Magic. That's how it happened. It's magic.
Yeah, no, like it makes sense on Flashpoint. There's a lot of different paths you can take there. I'm talking about King's Row.
Oh, it's magic. I don't. Finn has his way on Reinhardt. He's fancy. He does things.
All right. So again, I said a few more questions last time, but I'm gonna ask one more question. Then we're gonna go into the real final question. Is there anybody on? I would say GK, but Illinois State is the technical term we have to use. ISU. Is there anybody there like you've looked up to as like a player or somebody like you've looked up for inspiration to that you're going to be playing next week?
I know that Ultraviolet is okay. Is he a part of ISU?
I don't think so.
Because I've been learning Wu Yang based off of his style. In terms of their other players, not necessarily, because I'm kind of pinned down to the support roles.
Yeah.
I don't play Lucio anymore, so I'm free from that.
Yup. You are in fact free, but you are not free from my final question.
Hit me.
All right. You are stranded on a deserted island. I know these questions start great for
running it back.
No. Different way this time. You are allowed one Disney character on the island with you.
Character.
Yeah, Disney character.
Oh.
You are allowed one. You are allowed one Disney. So,
I think
who's it going to be?
Kind of.
Remember, the same rules apply. You don't have to survive. You can have fun.
You're right. Didn't Disney do the animated Hercules movie?
I believe so.
There you go. Huncules. Give me Huncules. We can build a treehouse. We can move a tree around. It'll be fun. He could throw me back to mainland. Right?
Yep.
I can fly. For a bit.
For a bit. We have... So, on this deserted island, we so how far now have you...
Me?
The push bot... and
Huncules. I mean, if the push bot and Huncules, I mean, we can build pretty much anything. Like all that manpower, we can have a great time.
And if Huncules doesn't like you, you still have the push bot.
I still have the push bot, and you know what? The push bot waves back. And what more can you ask?
Of course. Well, Kirk, it's been a pleasure. I have one more interview left to do, and that interview is going to be at the hands of Zippy Bloom. Do not go anywhere. We will be seeing him soon, right after this break. I told you not to go anywhere, and you better not have, or else I'm going to be very mad. Because I got Zippy Bloom here. AKA the creator of all the mini kits you see on our Friday series, where we are allowed to get a little bit goofier than we already are. Welcome to the little interview. Bloom, how you feeling today?
Feeling really good. Going into that expecting it to be a hard game, and it was, but we pull out the rotes and turn it all around.
There you go, baby. That's all you got to do. So first of all, I'm gonna glaze you because my God, man, like let's talk about some of these stat lines. We start on Ilios. Even in a loss, you lead the entire lobby in 13k damage, and you're finding these picks. And then we go to New Junk City, where you basically find 2 kills every Blossom, and you have 15k damage, 37 kills, 37 elims. And then I don't really think you go below 20 like ever, except on Runasapi, but that was like kind of a
weird one.
Yeah, it was a weird one. Yeah, it's a weird game. Runasapi was. It felt like way more impacty and damagey across the board, but really, when you look at the stats, but you still broke 10k damage, which is nuts. And then on King's Row, need I say more? You end the map with 20,000 damage.
I'm good at my job.
Dude, walk me through how you play DPS at this high of a level, my dude.
I'll go map by map. Ilios, kind of a wash. We got that first round, and then we fell apart due to not having so much range pressure. But New Junk City was the big one, right? I checked afterwards because usually I don't get that great of blossoms with how fast of a movement meta that we're in right now, but I ended with 12 blossom kills. That felt really good. A lot of them were Hail Marys. But my entire job for Rotes is to just take attention away from Finn as he does whatever he wants, which is why I end up with a lot of damage playing Rotes. And then we go to Runasapi, which we weren't sure what they were going to go for, opened on the cast, and decided that we need something to deal with the Pharah. So go the Sojourn, easily build rail off of the ball, and better fight the Pharah and the Tracer. And then back to KR, and as much as I hate it, it's just kind of Freya jail on KR most of the time. If the other team has a Freya, I just have to match the Freya so that we have equal outgoing damage. But yeah, I really hate having downtime. So if I'm not shooting somebody, I'm not doing it.
True. If you're not shooting people at all, what's the point of playing DPS at all?
In game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I like how we have to make that distinction real quick. But, going into the day, I'm going to talk about the vibes a lot. What was the vibe coming into the day? What was the vibe pre-game? You didn't even load in yet. Like, what were the vibes coming in?
The vibes were serious. Like, we knew this was going to be a hard one. We had a warm-up scrim against our good friends, Wichita. Nice 1-hour warm-up scrim against them. And we were preparing to go into this and play our hearts out. We've been kind of flashbanged by this map change. Our map pool got changed for this as to what we've already been practicing, and Ilios was carried over. Between you and me, we're not that fantastic at Ilios. But everything else, we're really good at Flashpoint, really good at KR. But the vibes specifically, yeah, we were coming into this with open mind. We were looking forward to this match, and I think we did a good job.
Yeah, no. So I have to tell you, I asked, Kirk around the same question. He gave me the same answer you did about Ilios. It's just like, he described it as like, it's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah.
Except Ilios hates us most of the time.
Very true. Yeah, no, it's not a great control map for us.
Yeah. So then, you're down 0-1. Obviously it's like a little bit of a bummer. You go into New Junk City. What's the vibes then? Is it like, oh, we got to get that map back, or is what's going on throughout that?
Well, we lost Ilios, and most of us were angry because we knew we could beat this team if we just played better. So the thought process,
Just play better.
the thought process was go to Flashpoint, our best game, and pull out the rotes because not many teams know what to do with it, and this happened in the warm-up scrim as well as the game, but the team comp of rotes is a slow burn. You just have to wait for the perks to come online, and then the biggest advantage to running rotes that early is that it usually destroys the other team's mentals.
Yeah.
Because it just feels like an unstoppable force once the boulder gets rolling.
Of course. And then, final round going into OT on Kings Row. What like the overtime rounds? What's that like? What's that like? Really, especially on you, like as well, because you've been like a very impactful person, numbers wise, throughout the entire series. Like, what's going through your mind right there?
Panic.
Brutal honesty coming out from Zippy Blue.
Yeah, overtime is the entire team clamoring, try and find a pick to equalize the fight that we're going into. Usually, we end up going down. It's just opportunity. It's wherever the wind blows is where the team ends up going for overtime. Especially on KR. I do think that my KR was probably worst or second worst map. I definitely think I did better on the other two. But it's just the biggest thing for overtime is just surviving. It's finding value where you can, but dying is pretty much a sentence for losing because then you don't get the wave respawns and you have to get back from spawn. It takes like 13 seconds. It's pretty much over if you die, especially on attack over.
Yeah, no.
So it's just hurried panic and trying to build ultimate.
Yeah, no, and you were pretty good on that front. You were very like, I swear, man, I see you like build these dead eyes like.
I think I built Noon 3 times within the span of a minute or two.
Yeah, no, it's just wild to see it, but this game, it's won, it's over. You don't have to worry about this game ever again. However, there is a gong and a man with a scythe waiting across the bridge from this match next week, where you play ISU, aka 4/5 of GK, the second best or third best Overwatch team in North America. What is the emotion? What is the feels like to like go into that next match?
It makes us realize how far we come and where we're at. My philosophy going into these games is to not think of them as games, but treat them as practice, which ends up usually working for me because it lowers the stakes in my mind. But these guys might be some of the best in the world, but in turn, we're going to give it our best against them.
Of course, man. And that's all you really can do. Is there anybody on per se GK or somebody you're playing against next week? Obviously, these are OWCS players. Is there a player on that team specifically that you've like admired or looked up to at some point? Maybe stolen some of their like play style and adapted it to your own, something like that.
None at all. I don't even remember who else on there. I know Violet used to be on GK, and I like that guy because
he's not on ISU.
Yeah, I know he's not on it, but honest and truly, I don't remember who else on that team, and to me, it doesn't matter.
It's the greatest mental I think I've ever heard. Going into like the top seed. It's good. It's good mentality to have right there. It's like a Ted Lasso moment. I don't think you understand how just mentally correct that is.
I'm here to play DPS.
There you are.
It doesn't matter who I'm going up against.
Exactly. That's how I feel sometimes when I'm playing support. I'm just here to play support, guys. If you die, that's on me. But, as things come to a close, I mean, you've had an awesome game. Now we're going to get into the personal question. You get a Kenny question.
Okay.
So you're getting married and you're seeing your like groomsmen down the aisle, or like you see your groomsmen. At your best man, there is an Overwatch character standing there.
Yeah.
It can be anybody in the Overwatch universe.
Yes.
Cassidy? No, without a second thought?
Not a second thought.
Why not the push bot?
Because Cass would just go, "Good job," and that's it. That's all I need.
That's all you need?
I get married at high noon.
The maid of honor solid, bro.
Sure.
Alrighty. Well, that is all the time we've had here. Obviously, great job to Zippy Bloom, aka our MVP of the match. We will be back. Well, somebody will be back here on Wednesday for Valorant. So please do not miss any part of that action, and we might have stuff later on throughout the week. I do not know much about that right now, but stay tuned. Anyway, good night.
Alrighty, we are back and in here for Lindenwood Overwatch. It's going to be a fun one, and for the first time in a long time, I am joined today, for the first time, I think, introducing you ever, by Amanda. How's it going? Welcome back.
It's so good. This is my first game. I knew that, but I'm back, and I'm so excited. I watched maybe a I'm looking forward to tonight. I know it's going to be very interesting to go over the opposite team tonight that we're going to see, but pretty excited. How you doing, Sandra?
Definitely doing it pretty good. And yeah, we are definitely in for a fun one tonight. And we can take a peek to start everything off with our bracket on the day. See where everybody is. It's definitely a fun one. Definitely a little bit interesting as we'll see it here. There we go. Try and get some levels balanced out. In round 2 of the NACE playoffs, you see at the top of your screen there, 1 versus 17. Lindenwood going up against the best collegiate team in all of NACE, about $350,000 in tournament earnings across their roster. It's going to be a fun one. Won't go through every matchup, but it is pretty interesting. 2 matchups actually have already finished. 9 Oakland FF'd to 8 Ball State. So Ball State will take on the winner of tonight's matchup. And then pretty interesting, A&M, the team that we saw in our group in the regular season, actually swept the Super Conference UT Dallas in a 3-0 series. So definitely very interesting to see. As again, A&M, they were very strong in our group. We were able to take a map off of them in our series against them. And now we're going to be up against them, not against them once again, but they will be up against another tough opponent. Again, they've already taken down the side of UT Dallas, so we'll have to wait and see how they're going to do. But you excited, Amanda? The best team in the...
Oh my God. Delaware 3-1. This week, Lindenwood beating Illinois would be the biggest. So, fingers crossed. We've got this for sure.
Yeah, we are going to head things over onto this week's matchup. Reintroducing, you'll all know him, our analyst for tonight, Mr. Kenny DeMuffin Man, and he's going to tell us a little bit about these team records and their standings going in.
Well, I can't beat an introduction just as good as that one. Thank you, Xander. And I'm here to talk about this amazing matchup we have tonight. First of all, we got to talk about the opponent, of course, visiting Lindenwood, of course, Illinois State. 3-0s pretty much, only dropped 2 maps throughout the entire season in their conference, which is a super conference, which is filled with a bunch of pro players or just a bunch of insane talent that goes pretty hard across. I remember playing Grandview myself. They had a very insane roster when I played them. Converse as well, even though they went 0-7, is also an insane team. St. Clair basically has the Dill Ducks, like half of their roster. I know they went 0-7 in over OWCS, but you can see what happens when they try hard. And it is a wild stress of things that happen across this team. So going into tonight, Lindenwood definitely the underdog. Yes, we have we did come in as the second seed of our division, but you know, we only dropped, I think, besides the one game to A&M, we dropped 0 maps. If it wasn't A&M, it was a clean sweep the rest of the way. Delaware, on the other hand, they got 1, but we got the rest, so it doesn't really matter at this point anymore. So now we are going in with a full head of confidence going into this game, and honestly, I am so excited, ready to see all of these players and how they adapt to the pressure. But enough about that. Let us go on to, recap some of the last game.
And yeah, thanks, Kenny. As we can see it here, back into it. Last week's matchup, for those of you who were here, it was an absolute heater in the 17 versus 16 matchup in the playoffs. Map 1 started out on Ilios. Lindenwood started strong, but weren't able to finish it out after capping the first point. Moved on over to an obnoxiously close New Junk City game. Almost 18 minutes of flashpoint madness. It is the chaos that we absolutely love to see. Again, with New Junk City coming back into the map pool for playoffs. Definitely excited to see if it makes its way back in today. On to map 3, Runasapi. Delaware had to struggle a little bit. They had a couple of rough ultimates there especially, so ended up getting full capped on with about 1.5 minutes left on the clock. And then, Amanda, you weren't here for this one, of course, but a 21-minute Kings Row game with almost 250 eliminations. It was an absolutely insane game to close off that series.
The closeness, I think, of New Junk City to me is the most surprising. You can see Delaware way ahead. I mean, mostly ahead. Eliminations, 1 more death, but a lot more damage. Lindenwood ends up pulling it out. That's fascinating. Of course, then they take this up. I did watch that row. What a good game, say.
And yeah, speaking of the set on New Junk City especially, and while obviously all 5 players had a pretty big hand to play in it, it was definitely led notably by one man. Let's take a peek at least my personal MVP of last week, Mr. Zippy Bloom. Here are his stats across the entire series against Delaware. 199 eliminations, 1 shy of 100, getting 16.4 elims every 10 minutes, grabbing a couple of assists, only 30 deaths, averaging 6 a map, 5 per 10 minutes, multiple solo kills, 43 final blows, and 60,000 total damage. Can see a lot of time on Cass, a lot of time on Freya, a little bit on Sojourn and Sombra, but the hero of the game, Reaper in New Junk City especially, came out absolutely massive, picking up 12 Death Blossom kills in 23 minutes, just about a Death Blossom kill every 2 minutes, which for those of you who play Reaper are fully aware of absolutely how absurd that is. But I know one comp that we used to see a lot of, Amanda, back in our day, that Reaper Sombra with the Zarya. It's definitely been making a little bit of a comeback here, and Zippy's Reaper has been absolutely performing in the recent times.
Certainly one of my favorite things to watch when I do watch this team is Zippy's Reaper. You see so much value come out of it. You don't see the Zarya a lot with it, at least not in the last game, but it's been really exciting to see him pull out that character so well.
And yeah, speaking of Zippy, it's not all him. Again, there were five other Lindenwood players that had a lot of impact on that set last week. We're going to throw it back over to our analyst, Kenny. He's going to give us a bit of a walkthrough on tonight's matchups.
Well, our matchups, they get quite vast now. I mean, we are playing the top of the top. It makes sense that we are going to be playing the best of the best. Starting out at the tank position, Finn the Human, he's going to have his matchup cup tonight in Kuffa, one of the best tanks in North America, which is not even North American. He's Australian. It's quite funny, actually. But Kuffa is known mostly for his Winston, and he's been playing a lot of the Ramatra lately, which is good in this kind of meta, but we've come to see that the Zarya is actually a little bit better. So I'm actually going to see how Lindenwood adapts to that. Maybe they ban away the Ramatra, maybe they ban away the Winston, maybe they force Kuffa to, play the ball that, he's been working on throughout this season, throughout the OWCS season. But it is a very interesting time to see how Finn will be playing this, because we have seen Finn on the ball, on the Zarya, on the Reinhardt from occasion. So it's going to be a very interesting thing to see. But again, we don't have just tanks here. Let's go over and look at our DPS. Of course, one of them being noted as the MVP is last week. That's Zippy Bloom right there. 12 Death Blossom kills last week, and he's looking to add to the total against Lethal, who is an insane player who has played, I believe, for the London Spitfire. Again, part of the best organizations in NA. Again, not an NA player by association, but again, gonna have his work cut out for him today. Lethal has been a part of many organizations across the EU and NA regions, along with his counterpart, which Phileas is going to have to find a way to deal with. Maimone. Yeah. But Maimone has been an insane player and has actually been a key contributor in their OWCS runs, and Phileas is going to have to find a way to shut down that Tracer on the flank routes. Maimone is mostly known for his Tracer and his Genji, but it's actually fun because Zippy Bloom is known for his Sombra and his Reaper. That's what Lethal's really known for right now, and it is going to be a heck of a day. But of course, you can't have the tank, you can't have the DPS without the supports. And we got some good ones over here at Lindenwood, starting with Ronin, who's going to be having the task to deal with Admiral, or Luke Mino, I would say, is more his going to be his counterpart in tonight's matchup. The Kiriko last week, it was insane, and it's going to have to be continuing that way if he wants a shot, because Luke Mino, he is the main, the flex support of Nightmare, formerly, Admiral's old team, but as you can see, they can squash a beef once or twice, and they can work together. Ether as well, going to be playing some of these more, just if they need a double flex support in the mix, if they need a double main support in the mix, he's going to be playing a little bit around everything. So Ether's going to be your flex. That's more or less, he's going to either deal with more of Admiral in these kind of scenarios. Admiral is a great Lucio player. We have seen him a little bit on the Lifeweaver in OWCS, and Luke Mino and might I say, both these players have quite the resume. Admiral playing for London Spitfire, and I believe Vegas at one point, maybe not. But I definitely know Vegas / Paris Eternal definitely had Luke Mino on it as well. So, as well as the London Spitfire, so they might have crossed paths prior to then as well. And then, of course, you have the odd mans out, the people ready on standby, Viral and Goose. Viral has been known to be coming in for whenever we want to play these more aggressive Lucio matchups across the board. So we see him a lot on Lijiang. Whenever we see a Flashpoint, he's normally on there as well. So across the board, Lindenwood, they're going to have their matchups tough tonight. Most of these players have played in the OWCS or in the Overwatch League itself. So they have their matchups ready for them. But so they're going to have to be playing out of their minds. But that is all I have to say.
And yeah, we are back in here, and it is definitely going to be a fun one again. Those 6 players there for the Illinois side, most of them professional players, hell, half of them currently in the Tier 1 World Championships. So there is definitely going to be a lot of very good Overwatch played today. Again, about $350,000 in prize pool earnings between the 6 of them. So it is definitely going to be a fun one. It's an uphill battle. Obviously, we talked with Cam last week. He said the Lindenwood lads are absolutely thrilled to get to play against a team of this caliber, as there really is not a better team. It's like this is a literal half of this team is currently in the Essential World Championships that up in a few weeks. So it is definitely going to be a fun one tonight. But as always, it's Lindenwood tradition at this point. One thing we have to do before any set of Overwatch, we have to take a peek at the map pool. We saw this again a little bit last week. There's been some notable changes here, but Amanda, peruse the menu of maps today. Where do you want to go?
Oh my gosh, this used to be my favorite part of my week, and I haven't had it since the beginning of this year. I'm so excited. I did notice last night when I was taking a peek at the map pool that we are missing Lijiang Tower, which makes me sad. But I mean, obviously you're going to see Kings Row. I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, it could be up in the air, but I feel like we'll see it. I don't know. What's the best maps for Lindenwood you think they might end up picking?
I think that there's definitely a lot of places they could want to go. Again, they lost out on Ilios last week to Delaware, so if they have the control pick, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go somewhere like Busan or Nepal. As for the rest of the maps, obviously I want to say Kings Row, but as I've said in a lot of other reverse situations, the air quote worst team or lower ranked team very frequently doesn't want to go to the NA scrim map against a team that is notably better. But potentially, again, a lot of this for the Lindenwood guys is going to be a lot of experience. They're going to have a great time tonight. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it to Kings Row. Again, it's a map that they are obviously well familiar with. And for the other maps, Escort, the entire Escort map pool got absolutely nuclear bombed in the changes from the regular season. Rialto, Junkertown, and Watchpoint were the 3 legal maps. They've all been replaced with those on screen: Dorado, Shambali, and 66. So I'm not too sure where we would go. Maybe Shambali, Linda would have played, I think, a bit in the past. But as for Push, they had in week 1 of the regular season, Amanda, they had a 2-minute and 57-second full capture against one of the teams in their group on New Queens. And then there's obviously the other argument of last week, earlier this week, I suppose, they had a pretty good game on Runasapi against that 17th seeded Delaware. So I think they're generally pretty happy going to Push. And as for Flashpoint, it's the same thing. Suravas says the Lindenwood Classic. They've been there a lot, but New Junk City, they had a great showing on it last week. So I definitely think in Push and Flashpoint, they're happy to go anywhere. Hybrid, I think they're likely to go Kings Row. I think they're going to try and stay away from Escort unless they have something planned. And if it's Control, I'll say we'll go to Nepal for the side of Lindenwood.
I think I agree with that. Nepal for sure, especially with the Ilios showing last week. I think if it's up to them, New Junk City might not be. I mean, they played it. It was a rough game. I mean, they came out on top at the end of the day, but it's still, the stats weren't necessarily in their favor. But it's hard to say with 2 maps in the pool. You can't base it off of what happened last week. You just have to kind of shoot into this week, and hopefully it goes better than the last time. Even though they won, it could still end up pretty close.
Yeah, again, for Lindenwood here, it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup as, again, obviously Lindenwood have had a great season so far, right? You can think back to that standing screen we looked at moments ago. They lost a single series to that A&M team. Obviously didn't go the greatest there. They were able to take a map on Atlas, which unfortunately has also been removed from the map pool, so they won't be able to go there. Then obviously they lost the Ilios game to Delaware, but they lost the 3 maps to A&M. They lost the 1 map to Delaware. And those are the only maps they've lost the entire season so far. So obviously Illinois, they've only lost 2 maps themselves, 1 to Cumberland, 1 to St. Clair in their super conference, which consists of only the best teams. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one tonight.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see to know what to expect, but it should be a good one for both teams for sure.
And yeah, I am curious, Amanda. We've been seeing Lindenwood playing a lot of things in the recent time. They've been playing a lot of comps. They've been playing some ball for some chaos. Obviously, you saw some of the chaos comps that they were playing on that New Junk City game, on that Kings Row game. Are there any characters specifically you want to see tonight, you don't want to see tonight?
I am very excited to see how this team, they play the specific composition, right? With the Reinhardt and the Lucio Brig And I'm very excited to see if they decide to pull that out tonight and how well it works and how long they decide to stick with it. Because obviously it's not a composition that you stick with. It's not a popular composition is what I'm meaning to say. And they're a very good team. It's obviously worked. It worked in some scrims last night I watched for quite a while. This is also against the number 1 seed in the bracket. So I'm interested to see how well it works against the best team in the country. And I'm interested to see how long they're willing to stick it if it doesn't work, or if they think it's going to keep working, or if it might work after it hasn't worked a couple times. Are they going to stick it? Are they going to move on? Are they even going to go it at all? That's what I'm interested to see tonight.
And yeah, I mean, you said it there best, right? We are against essentially the best team that there is, right? Obviously, some of these players, as I mentioned, are on GK Esports, one of the teams in that top level of Overwatch Pro Play right now. Some of the other players, I believe Luke Mino is on Nightmare at the moment. So again, a lot of these top high-class teams that are getting showcased, but for the moment, we'll have to wait out just a little bit. We're going to send things over to just a little bit of a break. Hopefully, we'll be back in a few minutes, getting things set up for game number 1, Lindenwood versus the best collegiate Overwatch team in the country, arguably one of the better teams in the entire world. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, we are back and in for the moment, and we are getting ready to go for today's matchup. Lindenwood versus Illinois State. It's gonna be a fun one. We are gonna see how Lindenwood scale up to essentially world-class tier Overwatch players. And it looks like, based on the lobby, map 1 potentially gonna be Nepal. Good, bad? What do you think?
Good. I mean, it's hard to say.
Go. Okay, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Is currently in the lobby, it is just Coach Cam up against 3 of the ISU players, and Coach Cam says, "I got this, send us in." So maybe instead of Lindenwood, we're gonna see Coach Cam on his own trying to go up against 3 of the Illinois players. But no, it is going to be our first draft of the roster: Felius, Zippy, Finn, and then the supports are going to be Ronan and Viral. So we're going to have to wait and see. Presumably going to be the finalized roster for this first map, so definitely expecting a little bit of Lucio gameplay potentially coming out from someone like the side of Viral, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what composition Lindenwood are wanting to run. What do you think? Leaning toward Lucio? What do you think Lindenwood will run on Nepal?
Definitely leaning towards Lucio. I think we might see them try to pull out this composition that they've been talking about that's been working. What I'm interested in, though, is what you think of bans. What do you think is going to happen with the bans tonight?
I think that there's definitely a lot that can get done with the bans. As the first ban comes through, it's going to be a hog ban coming out from the side of Illinois. So we'll have to wait and see what the bans are going to be for Lindenwood. There's a lot you can ban, right? There are a lot of players on this team that are very good at a lot of characters. So obviously you can look at someone like Maimon and take out something like that Genji, something like that Tracer. But again, you can only take them out for one map. So you have to decide when you're going to get rid of these big hits when. And obviously someone like Felius has been big on the Tracer as well. So we're going to have to wait and see what Linden would want to ban and when. Is again, these players are very scary from this Illinois State side. So we're going to have to wait and see what it is going to be. Is again, there's a lot of ways you can go, right? You can ban some of Kuffa's characters, try and hit the tank cooldown when it's a big concern. Maybe you're concerned about some of those key DPS. Again, obviously Lethal and the side of Maimon, very, very, very scary on a lot of their characters. Is again, these are literally world-class players. So there is a lot of ways that you can go with your bans. Obviously, if there's a support matchup you're slightly concerned about, you can take something off the table, is especially in the tank and support spot. I think that is one thing to keep in mind. They'll play anything if it's good into the matchup, and obviously I don't know their exact philosophy and what they're trying to get done tonight, but Illinois, especially in tank and support, will swap to whatever they think is best or needed if it gets to that point for them in whatever situation they're in. And obviously their DPS have a couple of specialties. Obviously we talked Kenny talked about Maimon being very notable again on that Tracer, on that Genji, but we'll have to wait and see exactly what they want to play. As again, we'll have to wait and see what they're going for, as we do get the first roster from the side of Illinois State as well. Kuffa, Lethal, Lucamino, Goose, and Admiral going to be in for game number 1, as we'll have to wait and see what this ban is going to be from Lindenwood. Again, Roadhog banned away, so a bit of a tank ban there, obviously more protective than targeting the Lindenwood Roadhog, but we'll have to wait and see. What do you think Lindenwood are running to ban here? DPS?
It's really tough to say. Maybe DPS. I mean, I've seen a Freya ban pretty common, so we could see that for sure. It's tough to say. I just want to see what they do, and then maybe we'll go from there, because I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, we'll wait and see it here. Again, obviously, as mentioned, there are definitely a lot of ways you can go. You can't go anywhere in the tank pool, but can move around a little bit here. DPS or supports. Obviously, again, my leading options are at some point, Lindenwood is going to ban Tracer away and try and even out that pool, maybe move that our players around some different characters. Obviously, considering the active players in going to be notable. And while I'm not too sure what Lindenwood are going to be looking for, they're banning away Ana. What do you get from this?
I don't think Ana has been exceptionally common in the recent days. So I'm wondering if maybe they're just trying to play what they're going to play and try not to get their characters banned in the next couple games. Honestly, it's tough to say, but interesting picks. Hog and Ana as the bans is a good start for sure.
So, yeah, we are going to get our ready checks ready to go. The map officially is confirmed as well. We are going to be heading to Nepal for game number 1. We'll wait just a second to get things going, and there we go. We are loading on into the lobby. Game 1 going on over to Nepal. So we'll have to wait just a little bit. We'll see exactly which way we are going to go with our character rosters. Again, Hog and Ana going to be banned away for this first point here on, I believe, the Shrine. So we'll just have to wait and see. Any final predictions on what either team are looking to?
Teams come up. 8 seconds till I see the teams come up. I'm gonna stall for 8 seconds. 1 second. All right.
Yeah, here we
Looks
go.
like we're going with that Reaper Zarya comp from Lindenwood. Something I don't think we've seen too terribly much of, but I'm excited to see it. I may have overpredicted that they were going to play this Rhodes comp right off the bat. I think maybe they'll try it once, but something tells me they don't want to mess around with that today.
Yeah, again, you see the full list of characters. Illinois running with Zarya, Sim, Tracer, Moira, and Lucio. Potentially holding that Sim, considering it's not their Tracer on it, but maybe Lethal will be on another movement character. So we'll wait and see here. The teleports come out. Felia swaps to Tracer, and Lethal sticking out the Symmetra as we get going here. Early teleport up toward the point here is Kuffa holding the front ground. Lethal taking low already. Zippy as well. Moving back. How's that Wraith form to keep him up? Vero going to jump away. Admiral on the Lucio trying to keep up on this front side for Illinois. As Lindenwood, they're pushed back for the moment, but the DPS stay alive on the flanks as Lethal teleporting up to the high ground. Lindenwood still yet to find their way onto this point, trying to go forward now. Finn looking toward Kuffa now, as they will try and engage onto the point. First point getting targeted now, not quite taken. Lindenwood still holding the contest. Tracer on the side, but it will turn over to Illinois now, as Lindenwood not done with the fight quite yet. Lethal trying to keep the teleports up, but Felius first death there. Lucamino gonna get the opening kill, as Finn now trying to keep this pressure up on it, but he's losing a lot of HP as well, as Viral, Zippy all starting to bleed out over time here as they're having to run away. Illinois chasing him down. Zippy, though, trying to keep the front line up, teleporting back out. Wraith form going to get him out as well, so Lindenwood will stay alive for the moment, but Illinois keeping this pressure up.
It's really interesting to see how the teams both hit this point at the same time, but Illinois' commanding presence takes over every inch of space they can. They take over everything, essentially forcing Lindenwood into this little crevice. They can't do much from there with this so much control coming from Illinois. So Lindenwood going to start off actually getting a kill onto. Ooh, they're taking this point right here, or they're taking this fight right here.
And yeah, Lindenwood are going to get their first cap of the game here. 44% for this Illinois side, and Lindenwood, only with the Kitsu rush, are going to be able to take their first possession of the game here and get things rolling. 44-10, we'll have to wait and see which way it is going to go on from here. As again, ult starting to come up for Illinois as well. Tracer ready. Everybody else from 80 to 90 right now, as here we go on the right side, but targeted Goose is going to go down here on the map. Lindenwood have a chance to get another fight here. Support down early, as it will be Admiral trying to bounce around, targeting onto the side of this Reaper, but Lindenwood keeping a good front line. Unfortunately, the back and collapses. Ronin goes down to Lucamino on a nice play from the Tracer, but here we go. Photon Barrier and Grav, double Grav coming out here. Photon going to get a hit, as so does the Pulse Bomb. Finn and Zippy both going to go down here to the aid of those ults. Nice ult from Velius, able to grab Lethal on the sim, but Vero boot too far from the walls. He's going to go down as Lucamino gets that kill. Lindenwood, they even it back up to about 40 before they lose Prague.
Yeah, starting that fight off, taking Goose out is going to be really important for Lindenwood. They're going to end up, they're already down on that ultimate, having to start off with Ronan's Kitsune Rush to get that point. Taking Goose out before he can get that ultimate was really crucial in having Lindenwood take that point and not take the fight, but they're going into another one now with, they're up on ults, going to use that Death Blossom, not quite catching anything though.
And yeah, Bap Window comes down here. It's going to be enough to catch onto the side of Ronan here. Vero goes down as well, and supports are gone. Lindenwood will soon be as well. Retrade onto Kuffa. Actually, regrab Admiral as well. They could try and play a timer here on their respawns. We'll see what the idea is. As Bap trying to stay hard to hit. Here comes Reaper as well on the reset. Zippy has to go back into that Wraith form. Is Vero going to rejoin the group on this Lucio? Here we go. Lindenwood about out of time on this point to get going, but they're going to charge their way on in. Zippy taken low. No Wraith form going to go down here as it will be the beat coming out from the side of Admiral. Lindenwood don't have too many ults to work with, but Vero has a beat of his own here as Lindenwood trying to stay caught up. Bubble to keep the tank alive for a little bit, but Finn can't stay alive forever. Velius going to drop as well. Cuff and Lethal grabbing out on those two. Ronan drops as well. And Zippy and Vero now. Vero's Lucio doing everything he can to stall for the life of Lindenwood here on point 1 of the day. Goose grabs the kill, is able to re-kill Lethal out on the side, pushing toward that spawn, but it's not going to be enough for Lindenwood to get the point here. 140 round 1 to ISU.
Yeah, that beat drop can make all the difference there. When you take out the Lucio before he has the chance to use it, you know he has it in the next fight. Obviously, you have your own to kind of match up, but when you lose somebody before the fight, or when you lose somebody really early in the fight, having both beat drops will give the side with the player advantage a better chance to win that fight. So Lindenwood falls on that one. Taking 40% though on the first map, I mean 140, not terrible. We're going to go into this next map, not looking like we're changing too terribly much. Lindenwood just gonna run it down, try to make this one work.
And yeah, Swap comes out here onto this Sigma here for the side of Kuffa. It's definitely a bit of an interesting swap, and here we go. It'll be double Symmetra for both teams once again here, as we're gonna send things forward here. Lindenwood trying to get some early damage off with the Sigma shield, blocking up quite a lot of it as Kuffa gonna be taking a lot of the damage. Accretion comes out, not quite able to get a big connection, so everybody's able to stay alive for the moment. Sim TP is using for harassment. Lamp gonna keep everybody alive for a good bit. It will get dropped by Lucamino, but Lindenwood able to heal up in the midst of it as Zippy ends up dying on the front side. They'll have to reburn this Lamp as well as point officially being capped by the side of Lethal here. Lindenwood have to touch soon if they want to stop it. Their teleport retaken by this ISU side, but they just have the player advantage with Felius going down, so they will be able to capture and force Lindenwood back once again. Accretius finds nothing again as Finn now holding this front side, getting taken very low, and the damage from Kuffa and Co is just too much right now as the tank going to drop early for Lindenwood. Lucy almost goes down. Quick melee finds Ronan before the Accretion can get to him. Zippy goes down. Vero doing a nice job staying alive up in the air. Tracer as well, trying to dash and dive around it. Everybody remaining will still live for Lindenwood, but it's 25% and counting now for Illinois.
You really tell Lindenwood could tell. What a headshot from Felius to start that fight off. Oh my goodness. You could really tell Lindenwood was trying to make up for that space that they lost that first point. They were trying to push it in there. They just couldn't capitalize. You're going to see Kuffa use that ultimate. It looks like not quite catching much of anything, but Felius goes down. That headshot meant for nothing.
Yeah, this could be a really nice opening pick here again, as that nice idea. Swap to the Widow while the enemy are peeking out at your spawn. As here we go, Kuffa, early kill onto Ronan. The pulse on the Finn takes him down, and the rest of the team immediately folds like paper. Zippy and Viral both going to get clapped down, as well as Felius' Tracer now left alone on the side. They actually have a bit of an idea where he is, so Felius now going to get targeted, have to dash back over to the tank to get that bubble on the reset. As here we go, 65-0 now. Lindenwood starting to run out of time here on Nepal. They need to get going. Felius pressuring up the right side now, but ults are starting to come up for Lindenwood here. The same on the opposition, of course, but Lindenwood working with 3. They'll have 4 in just a moment. Pulse Bomb at 70 for the final. Lethal and Admiral, the side of Symmetra and Lucio for ISU have ults, so Lindenwood, a little bit of time to make it happen. Here we go, going to use this wall here through Matrix to try and get more. Photon Barrier comes out to keep everybody alive. The beat now used by both Lucios here. Is everybody staying alive for the moment? 90-0 now as Lindenwood keeping this pressure up. They have to get to the point they have to cap right now. Finn has that grab. It is going to go down. They grab Goose in, and Goose will go down. Lindenwood now focusing on the point, 98%. They will get the overtime contest here as Felius has that pulse bomb available. All 5 ults going to get used in this fight if he drops it. Finn takes down Lucamino. Now Lindenwood trying to make sure they can get at least some progress here on every point they go to, as Kuffa trying to tank up. They will cap officially get progress as Felius trying to keep the pressure up here. He will kill down Kuffa. Now Admiral retrades onto the Tracer. Not the greatest post-pulse bomb there. Misses out on the side of Admiral as Lindenwood 10% and counting now. ISU need one recap and they'll win the match.
Obviously, you see both sides use a lot of ultimates, but when you're down 99-0, you using the more ultimates in that situation is probably not going to be the best for you. Lindenwood not really coming up on much of anything, but we see that Grav Surge, we see that Pulse Bomb coming out from Illinois. Lindenwood really has to be careful here. They're going to try to do some kind of TP maneuver here, not really working out in their favor.
As, yeah, early in the fight here, Felius able to take down Lethal here. It's another nice early pick as we're going to get rolling straight on to the next now, as Lindenwood trying to use this man advantage here in the 5v4 to keep this tempo. Vero on the high wall here, trying to pressure onto Admiral. Lucio's dueling up on their wall, but a nice catch here onto Vero from the side of Kuffa, as it'll be an early kill now. It's going to be the ultimate coming up, slams him down. Not able to get a kill on the ult cast itself, but Ronin will die immediately after, as Bap Lamp going to come up here for the side of ISU. Recap from them, and it does not look like Lindenwood will be able to get anyone to the point. 156 Lindenwood. They get a lot of percent across the 2 points, but at the end of the day, ISU take map 1 in the sweep.
Towards the end, when you're kind of struggling with those ultimates, you don't have the economy that your opponent has. It's a little bit tough, and they end up getting kind of split towards the end as well, too. Ultimately, the ultimates just pulled it out at the end, but of course, the ISU certainly had the advantage there, I would say.
And yeah, I mean, again, it's not too big of a surprise, right, that the side of ISU are going to take map 1 here on Paul Linden. But again, pretty happy able to get a couple of possessions there, as we'll have to wait to see. I do want to get on over. We'll have another quick check-in with our analyst, Mr. Kenny. Talk to us a little bit, if you can. Tell us a little bit about what you saw in that game.
Well, first of all, I saw some really fun Overwatch. That's the first thing I saw. Secondly, I talked about it a little bit in the pre-show. We did not see much of Kuffa, really this season on Zarya. He's been mostly focusing on his rim. He's been focusing on his ball, and then he comes out and he basically takes a poop on my entire analyst portfolio on it, because he pulls out the Sigma and he pulls out the Zarya right away, and I'm just like, okay, well, my entire guesses are just out the window now. So that's the first thing. Secondly, definitely good stuff that I saw from Lindenwood. They really are great whenever they are getting these good first picks, especially on Goose. Goose was, I believe, one of the more first pick winning fights, more or less of the time. Lethal was in one of the other ones. Like, if Lethal or Goose died, it was a very good fight for Lindenwood, and they ended up winning the fight. The problem is, how do you manifest that pick every time? Sometimes it's with a Felius headshot. Sometimes it's by, catching somebody out on a rotate. You have to figure out, for the key for Lindenwood right now is just how do you get that first pick each fight? And how do you make it to where it's happening almost every fight?
And then, yeah, we do have our map selection in already. We're going over to Suravasa, selected by Lindenwood. What do you expect that we'll see a bit more on this map specifically, Kenny?
Well, specifically, I am going to probably say we are going to see a little bit of more of that Reinhardt composition we've come to love so much over the past couple of weeks. It is going to probably be that from Lindenwood on the side of Illinois State. I don't really know. It could be anything. It could be I would say probably the Zarya comp. Maybe it's not the Zarya comp. Maybe it's more of a Sigma comp. Maybe it's a ball comp. But we are getting 2 bans here. We have Cass, we have Kiri banned off. So obviously, these teams are not necessarily looking to play the most aggressive composition or most flank-heavy composition, or maybe flank-heavy composition.
All right, thank you, Kenny. We'll check in with you once again after map number 2, which we are already making our way into. Cass ban, Kiri ban onto the side of Suravasa. Don't go anywhere. Back in a moment. Alrighty, and we are back in here for map number 2 on to Saravasa, and it is pretty interesting. We're getting Roach v Ball here, so it's definitely going to be a fun one. No, that is not a ball. That is Doomfist Kuffa with the last second swap up, as we'll have to see how this comp goes for them. First fight already vaguely underway here. Lucamino on the Sombra, trying to keep this pressure up from the high ground. Admiral going to join them as Lindenwood a little bit disjointed. They almost kill Lethal, though, able to take that recall and get healed back up for the moment. Is again, Finn trying to tank up everything he can here on the side, but it will be the Doom jumping on, trying to insect in Finn here to keep this pressure onto this tank here. Hack comes down onto Finn. That shield going to be pretty slow to come back up, but he's able to get out of the corner here, get back over to a healer. Lucio trying to get him back up, but the healing a little bit too slow there, as it will be the kill from the Virus here onto Finn. Early kill now, as it will be the side of Felius running away. Zero goes down as well. It's Ether, it's Zippy, it's Felius. I don't know what they can do in the 3v5. Goodbye, Ether, Zippy, Felius, who last dropped, taken down a headshot from Admiral's Lucio. Is 25% already grabbed up by the side of ISU, and now they're looking to try and turn this pressure onto Finn here inside of the spawn here. They're getting straight into it. The backwards charge grab down, and it's a beautiful stagger from Illinois. They will retrade on for Kuffa. Now it's no tank v no tank. Lindenwood could play this if they choose to. Lethal goes in aggro, but he will be able to use that recall. Gets himself back out safely. 52% and counting. Finn on the reset here, charging back out. Stops it before getting too close, though, to the ISU lines. As the rest of the team, look at Lindenwood on the back line. They're going to run to the point here. They're going to try and back cap here and get some prog going on Flashpoint. Kuffa, though, gets here in time. Admiral now comes flying on over, and the fight on the point breaking out once again. 80% being held, though, here. Kuffa and Admiral doing a great job stalling out on this Flashpoint side, as Kuffa has to jump away, but he will get healing up from the Moira, get him back up to full before going in. Felius, though, the first death of this one, dropped down by the side of Lethal. Big EMP finds the entirety of the Lions, and that'll be the fight for Illinois. Zippy, Finn, and Viral all go down. Ether will stay alive longer than the point capture takes, but will die out quickly after. 1-0 Illinois.
This comp works for Lindenwood if they're able to really get that initiative and push in with that Reinhardt. It's not really going that way thus far. Lindenwood has to kind of make some initiative off the bat here. You kind of see Finn on his own on this left side here. And the rest of the team kind of trying to go for it on the other side. We get a pin onto Kuffa, and a beat drop comes out. I don't think anyone's dying anytime soon, except for Admiral.
And yeah, I mean, Linda would go for an absolute cartoon engage there, but here we go. The ult comes out from Doom, a repunch onto Viral, takes down 2. They'll grab 3 with Lucamino, and I like the idea from Lindenwood, again, a very cartoon engage. Reinhardt walks up a staircase while the rest of the floor holds the front line, gets a backwards charge in onto Kuffa. Unfortunately, it's not going to earn them too much, as Illinois officially grabbed the point here, about 10% grabbed up at the exact moment. Lethal, early death though to the charge. Now a fire strike onto Goose here. Lindenwood 5v3. Earthshatter comes out now onto the tank here. That's going to be a sweep for Lindenwood. Admiral gets away. Lethal did not hear the charge coming, as he lets us know in chat. And that's going to be Lindenwood, their first bit of progress on the map.
I think he said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going in. I'm using my abilities. They ended up taking that because of that shatter, which is good to hear because we have this this Death Blossom coming up too. If I know anything about Zippy's Reaper, could be lethal in the next couple fights.
Yeah, Lindenwood once again now trying to re-engage. Kuffa going to get charged into. He's able to get away with the jump, but the rest of the team in danger. Nice fire strike, and Blossom finds both of the supports here. Reaper striking back. The Pulse Bomb takes down Ether, but Lindenwood, they already have the player advantage here. It's Lethal and Lucamino left alive, and well, that EMP is ready. You want EMP in the 2v4, surely. So we'll wait and see here. The reset coming out now from the side of Illinois is we'll get going here. They're going to try and work on a back cap at the moment. Zippy on the way back over here. No ults for the Lions side. 75% getting contested by the Wraith form of Zippy. Now Finn comes charging in, can't quite find the mark, and the EMP onto Finn there is going to land. They do by all means get the kills, but maybe a little bit hasty on it, but it does not matter. Lucamina, Kuffa both grab Zippy and Ether. Goose is the retrade, but Felius as well. Gonna get dropped to Viral, trying to get away, but he will get grabbed up by Admiral. Lindenwood, 84% though. They could get a point here if they win one of the next 2 fights.
Yeah, they certainly could without any ults on the board. It's hard to say. Lindenwood's so much better when they actually get first control of that space in particular, but just the point. Lucamino going to be taken down by Felius to start off. That's going to be huge for Finn to really get in there with that Reinhardt. He doesn't have as much of an issue with that Sombra when she's dead, obviously. Lindenwood going to be going in here up by quite a few.
And yeah, Goose is dead here. He's going to be dead for the rest of this fight. Recap from Lindenwood, 89-86 Lindenwood and counting. Now here we go. Lindenwood trying to get their first first point against the best collegiate team in the world as we are getting in 95-89 now. It's going to be Cuppa ult, lethal ult all available here. Overtime for the Lions here as they're trying to retarget. B comes out, but it will be dashed into by Ether. They're both knocked down for the moment. Vero goes down. It's double deaths for the Lindenwood supports though. Finn now trying to tank it up. He can't stay alive on this one. They'll have about 10 seconds to work with. Zippy has Blossom. He could think about it, but knows it's a little bit too aggressive here. They're going to drop the cap at 90, and we'll see. Illinois should be able to stall out to secure their second point. Indeed, they will. Very close, 199. Lindenwood drop down to map point here on Sarvasa.
Not point, but the ultimate economy they have going into this is going to be really, really important. Viral gonna end up dying before he can get that ultimate, but he does die in this fight as well. Lindenwood starts off the last fight with a good pick, and that's why they're able to take it with 3 down. Nothing gonna be really happening here. We're just gonna have to see a reset. Looks like Illinois is gonna take this first couple percentage here.
And yeah, I mean, Linden would have all 5 of their ults essentially, but they would just rather wait until they can actually get to the point and fight for the point. It's still not open, and Linden would are already reset and taking damage once again as 2 players here playing very aggressive from this ISU positioning, but we'll wait and see. Nice kill by Lethal onto Felius there, able to get the early kills. Now Lindenwood down a player, have to decide what ult is it worth using at such a disadvantage. Pulse Bomb comes out against them. Now it's going to be the rally from the side of Lindenwood trying to keep up with the rest of the team as they move on to point. Punch going to take down Vero and move the Ryan away from the point here as Finn trying to keep the pressure up, but the EMP finds them all pretty much, as it will be a couple of kills coming out. Now Lucamino and Admiral are retraded, but then we'll see it be a set of final trades come out. Felius now trying to close the fight off, but there's too many opposition left, including Lethal's enemy Tracer, so won't be able to cap here. 45% now as ISU working on grabbing up this 3rd point for the map.
Yeah, you have an advantage if you're Lindenwood. You have this ultimate advantage, but it's going to be tough getting in there, of course. You have this Death Blossom. That's the one thing we're going to be looking at here. It's a win condition for sure.
And yeah, the B gonna come out now from the side of Vero. Here we go. Zippy has that Blossom available. Could try and use it to take back onto this point. It will be Cuppa moving away here as he's trying to secure a bit of safety here as Lethal goes down as well. Goose gonna throw himself off the map, and they will secure this point here, start getting some prog. Felius on the Tracer now, trying to keep this tempo up on the side. Lucamino going to jump out. Ryan now with the shield, trying to hard down on this front side of the point up the stairs here. 80-30 now. Lindenwood still counting up quite a bit, and it's a very wide, aggressive attack angle on the reset from Illinois State. But again, we'll see which way they truly want to commit. Sombra on the side now, harassing out with the virus as Ether going to get dropped. It's really good targeting there by this top-tier team as we're going to get set up again. Beat comes out. Finn trying to do anything he can, but the Pulse Bomb and continued damage too much. The Blossom comes out as well. Lindenwood, they know they have to do anything they can to win the fight right now, but unfortunately they're going to burn everything in their satchels, all go down, and they shouldn't be able to touch again. We'll see if they can make it happen as Ether goes down. Finn is sprinting to the point. He'll be a bit too slow though, and that will be a 3-0 Saravasa win for the side of the Redbirds.
Certainly felt like it went maybe better for Lindenwood than it was expected. I think that that composition is definitely something Illinois hasn't seen ever. So it was interesting to watch them run into it. They didn't really have to change much up. They ended up adapting pretty quickly. But Lindenwood able to pull some fights out, able to pull some amazing wins out there. But 3-0, I don't know if it tells the whole story, but it's difficult to say.
Yeah, again, they got really close to winning up a couple of those points as Admiral grabs his 2nd play of the game of the day. Been absolutely popping off here on the Lucio for the side of Illinois State. And that leaves us with 1 place to go. Once again, to our analyst, Kenny, talk us through what you saw in that map and where you expect Lindenwood to go for map 3.
Well, for starters, the maps, they were just closer. I loved that. The map was just a little bit closer this time around. We saw the Rotes, the Reinhardt composition that we've seen so many times coming out from Lindenwood during this later half of the season, and it has been just a pleasure to watch it. And it almost worked a couple of times. We got really close just a few times, but like, oh my goodness, it was neck and neck there. I will say I did throw my hat in frustration when they swapped off of Ball after I predicted Ball and then went to Doomfist. It was just like Cuffa's way of just saying, thanks for the prediction. I'm just going to go a different way with it. But this was a great one. As we could tell, Finn the Human, we know he is just a sneaky Reinhardt in general. You don't know exactly how he gets to the backline. We've actually asked his teammates. He's just like, they're like, yeah, no, we just hear like, yeah, I'm in their backline. And they don't know what to do with it. It just happened. So him getting like those few sneaky pins onto Kuffa, onto Lethal, onto Admiral, like those really helped out. Obviously, we talked about getting that first, getting that first pick is very important for these guys. So making sure they were getting it more often this time around than they were last map, and it was very fun to see. But the Sombra was becoming a problem. These flankers are a little bit more of a problem that we got to deal with. Maybe we have to put Zippy on a Cassidy of some sort, something we know he's definitely comfortable on.
And yeah, again, the cast was banned again last game, so we'll have to wait and see what they are going to go for in this one. But looking to the future, Linden would again have that map choice, control Flashpoint off the table. Is there anywhere specific you think they might have a notable advantage in terms of? Well, they've already picked the map, so I guess go ahead, predict it for us, Kenny.
I predict they're going to New Queen Street.
How did you know?
I'm a wizard. I'm a wizard. It's on my Twitter handle. I'm Lindenwood's wizard. I gotta tell you.
Well, yeah. Tell us a little bit about what you expect to see on New Queens. We've seen the Academy of Art go down in 3 minutes. We saw the Lindenwood Plus team take a map in about 3 minutes as well this season. So, are we going to see our third 3-minute Lindenwood cap of the season?
You're definitely going to see a cap of some kind.
Yeah, well, you're betting on 3-minute cap in general. I see.
If the match goes 5 minutes, I'll be impressed.
I guess yeah. That's yeah. Where's your line for this map? What's the impressive point for Lindenwood? And obviously the notable impressive point is winning the map is insane. Is again, it's Lindenwood versus the best team in the country. But where's your marker for success here for Lindenwood?
So there are 2 impressive spots for Lindenwood. One, you don't let them cap the entire map. You go the whole 10 minutes, they don't even cap. Like, you can get to the end of the map, but like, they just don't cap. That's pretty solid.
That's fair.
You held off the number 3 team in North America for 10 minutes. Good job. The second impressive one is if they get a checkpoint and then they full cap, or then they, Illinois State full caps. And then the third one, if the game surpasses 4 or 5 minutes, it's pretty impressive still. I mean, yeah. It's pretty impressive against the caliber of opponent they are up against.
I mean, yeah, I definitely agree, right? Obviously, we all know the opponent we're playing against again, 350,000 USD in tournament earnings. But here we go, pretty interesting. We're going to get our bans coming out. Lindenwood are going to ban Soldier, arguably not only a bit of a target, but definitely protecting some of those other DPS. And then it's going to actually be a Lucio ban from ISU with Admiral and Viral both in the roster.
I hate it here.
Yeah, we're
My
getting
boy.
all... Go on.
As in my boy Lucio, he's gone.
He is most certainly gone. We get ready checks in on the lobby here. It'll be Lindenwood against the ISU crew. New Queen Street. Amanda, what are we going to see here? What do you think?
Oh, I'm with that Lucio gone. It's a little bit harder to predict. Gosh, it's hard to say. What do you think?
I think that there's definitely a lot that we will have to see and check in on. We're going to head on in map 3 of the day, New Queen Street, up in a moment. Righty, we are back on the Queen Street of New, and we are once again getting a little bit of a Rota variant here. Reinhardt, Reaper, Tracer, alongside Brig, and this time Viral on the Wu Yang up against Doom, Cass, Freya, and the side of Moira Kiri. We are in for a fun one here. Any fun predictions on this map, Amanda?
I do like how they're still going with the same comp, just sticking Wu Yang in there. I'm a big fan of that. I want to see how this goes for sure.
Here we go, getting ready already. Helios getting jumped on pretty heavily for the first target, but will be able to get away on that Tracer. The tanks shove into each other. They'll both get knocked down. Lethal is trying to chase him down. He will actually catch up and secure it. Is one thing worth noting. They are actually doing a little bit of roll swap shenanigans. Lethal on tank, Kuffa Lucamino on the DPS, and Goose Admiral on support. And Lindenwood, they get team killed in the background. Yeah, they lost their tank. They got jumped on from these dive characters, and they are holding the Lindenwood spawn. Look at Lethal right now. He is standing on a pillar, and they are looking for a quick cap here. As we'll see how far they can shove it. They are sitting the Moira on point. That will be Goose waiting out for a little bit, but here we go. Lucamino takes down Zippy on the side of Cassiers. It looks like a quick cap idea. Lethal takes down Felius, and again, ISU, they are going to do everything they can, it looks like, to try and win this game quick here. 1:15, they're about to hit the checkpoint, and again, we've seen some quick caps on New Street Queens. We'll see how quickly they can hold as Lucamino already burns through their first Deadeye.
It's good for Lindenwood, certainly, that you take out Lethal when he's in your spawn. Obviously, that's going to give you some of the momentum that they really, really need. Kuffa going to go down as well. Lindenwood going to end up turning this bot around. Looks like before the checkpoint, possibly.
Yeah, it does indeed certainly look a little bit short. Definitely good for Lindenwood. Once this robot gets back to the push point, it will immediately stop ISU. As a beautiful shove there by Ether. Knocks both himself and Lethal down, but with the local players in the area, it'll be an immediate death for the Doomfist here, as Lindenwood going to start getting some push progress here. 1:55 in, and we aren't going to see surely a 3-minute cap anymore. Just not too much time left for it to happen, as again, already 2 minutes down on the clock. Freya on the backside here. That's Kuffa trying to keep this pressure up. It looks like he'll go down. Yeah, Felius going to secure that kill. Lindenwood now looking pretty decent on the moment here, trying to re-even it out. About 30 meters shy right now of this checkpoint as the Doom. Light punch onto Zippy. But again, Lindenwood looking solid for the moment. Nice kill here. Lethal goes down.
I just had a moment where I could not find our Lindenwood tank player, but I see him now. He's way up ahead, and that's exactly, honestly, what you need. You need to keep that pressure going, keep that momentum up, and keep yourself up there. Lindenwood takes out Lucamino, actually, and gets the checkpoint, takes it away, something Illinois was not able to do when they got there just a couple of minutes ago, and Kuffa actually down as well. Lindenwood also up on ultimates. That's going to be certainly important in the next fight. Obviously, it's pretty close, but
surely we don't see Lindenwood full cap Illinois here, right? They have 4 ults ready, pulse bomb, not going to find its mark, unfortunately. If they play for perfection here for the few moments, they'll be able to make it happen. Felius or Viral has to use that ult on himself. Admiral goes down to the backside, but Ether retraded out as well. Wu Yang, the last healer for the Lions, trying to get back to safety here, has to basically abandon the fight to make sure he stays on his feet. Felius takes down Lucamino, though. The 2 DPS here, very low HP, but they are both alive for the moment. Felius goes down. We should see Zippy die out in a moment here. Is again, Lindenwood, they've done a great job holding so far. They are in the lead by all means right now, up 13 meters, which will come with that checkpoint stall. So they are definitely in the lead right now at about 4 minutes past, maybe 3.5 in between there. So we'll wait and see here. Finn going to look to get back over to the team while they keep this tempo up. The point officially re-evened, no forward spawns, but Lindenwood still trying to hold out where they can. The rest of this fight breaking out. Shatter, though, finds Big. Admiral, Kuffa both go down to the fire strikes, and Lindenwood are trying to get these forward spawns back while the rest of the team is trying to take down Viral. Ether takes down Goose. Felius on Lucamino. Zippy on Lethal on Lindenwood. A disjointed team kill here, and they're going to re-get their forward spawns.
It's important to note the pushing the bot forward. Make sure you got all of your teammates in that good spawn. When everybody's together, Finn ended up getting that great shatter, making it work, and they're going to start off this fight actually with a kill on a Kuffa from that Death Blossom. Lindenwood ahead again. Oh my goodness.
And I mean, yeah, Lindenwood are just walking over ISU right now. They're burning ults by all means. These aren't cheap kills, but they are getting this point shoved. They're about to double up on the numbers here. Zippy takes down Lucamino, and this card is on it towards this final stretch here. I'm not sure how in a rush Lindenwood are to try and actually push this final meter instead of this final set of meters instead of just trying to burn this clock out with their lead. Bola shot comes out. Goose goes down. Lindenwood are targeting onto Admiral now. Running away here. It's going to be the Kiriko able to try and get back away to the teammates, but it's going to be a double death on the supports here. Felius goes down. It's Bastion for Lucamino as Finn trying to hold down the point. He's using the cart as a wall. Seismic Slam comes out from the Doom ult. Finn will go down to it. Can't really get away, but again, Lindenwood, it's 112.5 to 56.5. They're about half a meter away from doubling the Redbirds' progress halfway through the match.
If you're Lindenwood, you have to really kind of watch what you've made this team switch to.
Pharmacy!
You see Pharmacy, you see Bastion. Lupino not even able to find footing for this entire game, decides to switch to Bastion, make it work for himself. Lindenwood with this comp might struggle into this composition for sure.
I mean, this is just absolute chaos, right? They are playing Bastion, Pharmacy, Kiri, Doom. So we're going to have to see how this goes. Finn does a good job harassing, stalling even for a little bit on the back line. And again, the bot once again on its path. And we'll see if Lindenwood want to swap up maybe to something that will match up a little bit better into this. As again, a lot of Lindenwood though. Nice hit. They get the pulse bomb onto Kuffa. That's a bird out of the sky to the bomb. And then we go down. It'll be a res from Goose here. Able to get that big Mercy cooldown down early in the fight here. As it will be the Doom thrown off the point. The rest of Lindenwood grouping up on the backside, trying to keep the healing up, but Kuffa's damage right now a little bit too severe here. If the point stalled out once again here on this forward spawn checkpoint is lethal. Goes down early. Kitsu Rush comes out as well. Lucamino gonna go down. Now it's Ether retraded out by Kuffa and the Pharmacy, trying to do everything they can with Admiral. Boots on the ground, staying alive. For the moment, they will be able to take down Goofs. Now it's Pharmacy without the Mercy. So Farah and Kiri, as Kiri goes down to the Reaper again. Zippy finding so much value as he takes down Kuffa again. That second tier long range shotgun perk is doing wonders for the Lions right now as they try and re-even this bot out, get rid of those forward spawns here, as it will officially pass that mark. And again, Linden would lead by a healthy set of meters here. 3 minutes on the clock as the Lions try to take a map off of the best team in the collegiate country. Here we go, 3 minutes exactly on the clock. Kuffa going to re-land in Lindenwood. They know they don't have to be too aggressive, but they will go anyways. Felius finds both supports on the backside on the Tracer. Lindenwood get forward spawns, and again, this is about burning clock. Kuffa goes down now. Felius, a big frag here. And again, Lindenwood are trying to charge their way in. Doom Punch coming out here. We'll see where he decides to slam, as Lethal just has to lance back with the team there. Not going to be able to get too much out of it. And again, Lindenwood, they aren't even looking to push. They want to get the bot in as hard of a spot to recover from, and then they are backing the hell away. 2.5 minutes.
Lufmino down. Lufmino down. He certainly struggled to find footing here, and you can kind of see a scramble going on. We see a Pharmacy not really working out for this team. We see Admiral switch onto that Ana as well. Either going to go out with that rally to start off this fight. Lindenwood pushing in as hard as they can.
And yeah, Lindenwood are trying to keep an eye on Mercy right now, kind of isolated, able to get a dash back to safety. But again, 2 minutes on clock. ISU are not in the greatest position ever. Death Blossom takes down the Farah from the sky. Zippy finds it in the window here. Lucamino goes down. The DPS are gone for Illinois. 2 minutes on the clock here in Lindenwood. They're going to get the bot back up to this forward progress checkpoint. Here we go. Trying to move forward here. Could worry about trying to get a bit more. Is Goose taken down by Felius? They will lose out on their tank. Reaper going to try and shadow step on in here to range to get some damage going in. 118 meters now. Lindenwood have pushed up almost to this entire full cap. Lethal going to get dead to a pulse bomb. Here we go. Lindenwood trying to move up to the last corner now. It's going to be the Venture coming in here onto the ground in the burrow here, trying to keep the tempo up. Backside, Goose goes down on the side of the Moira. Vero retraded. Ether low. Kuffa though going to be actually dead. Reaper now on point. Here we go on the ball now from the side of Lethal. Lucamino able to retrade down onto Ether. Zippy dead as well. 120 on the clock. Lindenwood will not full cap, but it is 124.93 meters up to 57.18. A minute 15 plus overtime. That is a lot of work for Illinois to get done.
A lot of work in a minute. At Lindenwood, I have heard this comp can struggle against Venture for sure. Ball, though, it kind of has an advantage a little bit. He doesn't have as much to dive on in this composition. Finn, though, going to take down Admiral with that shatter. Just like that, they're up on the fight. Lupino going to get really weak. Feely's able to take down Goose as well, and this fight is starting off strong for Lindenwood. Bot's getting taken away, but I don't imagine it's going to be for long, Xander.
And yeah, again, Kuffa and Goose both dead. Lucamino, Lethal, Admiral have to do everything they can. 40 seconds on the clock now as Illinois trying to get back into this game. Lindenwood looking to take a map here, as it will be a pulse bomb. Not going to find too much from Lucamino. Ether able to stay alive. That shield's helping out a fair bit as Lindenwood are moving the card back up. They're trying to re-get past this checkpoint. Finn tanking it out, has this anti on him, is trying to use the shield to heal up as much as he can as Wu Yang is Brig doing everything they can. Venture now coming in as well. Big charge upwards out of the ground. 20 seconds on clock. trying to find inside the building. Cup has to jump away on the side of his vantage. Now it's going to be the rally coming out. Cuppa goes down. Ether charging forward here with the rally on the break. Big charge comes out from Finn. Not going to be able to find a kill immediately, targeting onto this enemy break here. Anti-Nano now, as it will be Aphelios going down in the Tracer Ditto, but Ether able to retrade back onto Goose here. Gets his own get back. 2 seconds left on the clock. We are entering overtime. They have to push 70 meters or Lindenwood take a map off the best collegiate team in the country. Lethal now trying to get back onto it. Minefield onto the cart. They will take down both supports. Here we go. Zippy is left on the side of the fight. Has Blossom available. Admiral going to go down here. Lindenwood need to hold 70 moving meters plus everything it takes to get there. And if they can hold a single fight, they will take a map off the best collegiate team in the country. Zippy just trying to stall out here, not looking to use the Blossom too aggressively, burning this overtime out as long as they can to make that punishment harsher and harsher. Here we go. Spawns neutralized. They'll get back to this checkpoint, and then it's 70 meters for Illinois.
Really have to be careful if you're Lindenwood, though. This composition isn't great into Venture. Venture really is very good at countering it. You have to be careful. You have to stay alive, and you have to use these ultimates properly. We're going to see the Venture ult come out here.
And yeah, here we go. Lindenwood realistically entering one fight territory at any point now. Ball going to go up. Lethal, though, not able to crash down into the window. Tracer on the backside. Aphelios trying to just stall it out. The Wu Yang here. Admiral is able to go find that pick here, but Lindenwood starting to fight on the front side. Now it's going to be Goose traded out. Now it's Wu Yang trying to kill from afar, but it's pretty far away here. Blossom available for Zippy. We'll see if they want to burn it. Could try and get them off point. Venture underground at the moment. Lumino going to go down now. It's going to be Cuff on point, trying to stall out as long as he can. Zippy Bloom as well. Blossom comes down. Lethal's pretty low as well. Has to fall away. Rolling away. Ether goes down onto him. It's going to be the car, and Lindenwood take a map off of the best collegiate Overwatch team in the entirety of North America, and they bring us to map 4.
You could really tell that they had no idea what to do to this composition. Lindenwood, when they got their footing, they actually managed to push this team so far out. This is... You could see the switches come out from the DPS players. You could really tell they didn't know what to do to this composition. I'm wondering if they want to switch out this Lucia for this Wu Yang in this future composition, Xander. Like that was pretty strong showing from Lindenwood for sure.
The chat absolutely blowing up here in the lobby. For reference, we will get the one important piece of info out of the way already. It is going to be a King's Row selection from Illinois, and they are going to ban Reinhardt immediately, which definitely a little bit entertaining, but they fear the hammer, as Finn informs us. So that is definitely going to be an interesting map here. No Ryan King's Row, but look above Amanda. Look right here. Look right here. That is Lindenwood taking a map over Illinois, the best team in the country. We're going to bounce things over to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a bit. Right, we are back in map 4 in a best of 5 with Lindenwood against the best collegiate team in the country, and we are here. King's Row, Reinhardt, Lucio banned away, and it is snipers galore for the Lions right now as Venture going very aggro onto this Hazard right now. Zippy going to swap over to the cast. Aphelios mainlining the Widow for the exact moment, still looking for Chip and picks. We'll see if they get that swap on over in just a moment, as again, Lucamino actually almost goes down already here moments in, as Aphelios still looking for some picks on the Widow. We'll keep an eye on it if he swaps over. Lethal, though, Lucamino as well. It's Illinois dropping down, and we have to wait here. Cuffa now jumping in 1v5, trying to stall this backside, and he'll go down quick. That's one thing I want to know. Lindenwood, after taking that map, have forced Illinois, I believe, back onto main roles, and Lindenwood are going to get a really early first point cap here, sub-minute.
Yeah, I mean, certainly some capture. I don't know if they can even get back though to recontest this. It looks like they are gonna at least try. Maybe not gonna get a lot of success with that wall coming out from Finn though.
Yeah, it will be officially first cap here. 5.5 minutes on the clock to get this second point. And again, this is where Kings Row teams really start to struggle. The second point, notably halfway in, is when it becomes very tough to keep going. As we'll see how Illinois do on this stall set for the side of Lindenwood. Tracer harassing the backside here. It's a decent job so far by Lethal, able to get back to his safety. As again, now it is going to be the disruptor shot on the front side from this Sojourn here. Nice shot from Felius, able to take down Lethal. And Lindenwood, nice early pick here. They're going to try and steamroll forward. Double hazard here with no Reinhardt. Kuffa jumping away, back away with his team. Lamp comes out. Nice wall to block away Finn. The Lamp will obviously die, but the rest of the team stays alive. Nice shot from Lucamino. Takes down Ronan on this Hanzo here. Goose takes down Zippy. Kuffa with the Wu Yangle, able to strike back as well. Lindenwood, they will get shut down. They will get sent back, but Goose hacking as well.
Yeah, if you're Lindenwood, you want to start that off, I think, with that Kitsune rush. And when you're down, when your tier goes down, can't really do that. I would just back up here. Obviously, they lost 3 people already, so restarting the fight here.
Yeah, we'll wait and see exactly which day they are going to go with it. Finn charging forward. The Wu Yang healing comes out. Kitsune going to come out now. Will actually get blocked a little bit off by that wall. A little bit of anti-synergy, I believe, there from the Lindenwood side. Is Finn trying to keep this cart moving here, holding the space on the front side is Kuffa. Big slash on the back line of the fight here for Lindenwood as Lucamino takes down Felius, but the rest of Lindenwood able to stay alive for the moment. Ronan is quite low, but a nice play on the Lethal, able to keep the whole team alive. Downpour comes raining in. Kuffa trapped out here, but he will block as much as he can, but it's not going to be enough. As nice ult by Lucamino, able to take 2 out, stops Lindenwood's push dead in its track. It was a good downpour. They capitalized the tank for it, but again, a big clutch up on Lucamino's hand.
Yeah, for sure. You have to be worried about that, Hanzo. Lindenwood, I mean, they're going in kind of even, I guess. You see the Wu Yang, you see the Tracer. We're going to have to watch out for that hazard ult as well in this next fight here.
Yeah, will now be Lindenwood pushing forward once again past the arch here on the KR first point as Felius gets that Wu Yang ult. He's going to go charging straight in here onto Kuffa, able to get that stun onto him, but it's not going to be the biggest punish in the world. Downpour comes raining back onto the Lindenwood backline here as Wu Yang trying to get back to safety. Ronan able to jump away over to the teammate's safety as Kuffa looking to charge inside the building. Has to end up jumping on top. Ronan goes down, Zippy goes down, Felius goes down. Lindenwood collapsed here as Finn and Ether now trying to get away. Notably, Ether trying to keep Finn alive to get away as Finn will go down now. The Wu Yang just going to sacrifice himself in. They will take them both down. No need to stagger it out. 3 minutes clock for the Lion.
I'm wondering what you think Lindenwood needs to do here to get through this second point. I mean, obviously you said it's going to be pretty difficult. They're going to see some switch ups here. We're going to go to that Zarya to try to change something, and the Genji as well. Ronan and Felius both down though in their spawn. This could be a rough start for a rough switch for Lindenwood. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely a bit unfortunate. You swap over to the second roster and immediately get shut down before you can even get to the arch. But we'll see how it goes here. Not going to give up on it quite yet. They know it has potential. They're going to have to go out through this right side door. As again, look at this setup here from the side of the Illinois crew. Kuffa now going to get jumped on. It will be Admiral getting the first kill onto Finn here. A lot of damage raining in. Lethal takes down Felius as well. And again, Lindenwood, they almost feel stuck in their spawn right now. I don't even know what you do, as they are really struggling to get out here. Could maybe try a sim teleport gimmick, swap back over, but we'll have to wait and see which way they want to go now. It will be Finn trying to just stand here, charge up some energy, and keep the damage going out, but Wu Yang, so much healing in this straight line of sight. And so we'll see Lindenwood trying to push out again. The deflect Genji able to find that gap. Felius now able to force a little bit of extra space as the wall's coming out, trying to split them up. Lethal takes down Ether with the pulse bomb. Finn ends up killing himself, actually. Goose will get retraded by this railgun shot, but again, it's Zippy and Ronan. They ended up having to retreat back into their spawn. Illinois, unfortunately, doing a fantastic job of extremely aggressive defending.
Yeah, they have a really big advantage in this little area here. Lindenwood be able to build maybe 20% of their ultimates, these three. We're going to see Felius actually get that deflect kill onto Lucamino. That's a good start. Has potential for sure for Lindenwood to push this through. Kuffa actually going to get really weak as well. He ends up going down.
And yeah, Felia's going to get that nice early pick here on to the side of Kuffa. Zippy now trying to keep this damage up here as Lindenwood. They're going to try and keep pushing the card, but again, it's decayed backwards so much. It's going to be a while until they're even getting forward progress here. As again, they've been reducted so much here. They have to get past this corner and actually start moving forward again. As Wu Yang, some nice job poking, but again, you can't forget about Lethal here on the backside. This Tracer is going to be able to keep pressuring from behind as Lucamino, a nice pick onto Ronin, and that's not how you want to start for Lindenwood, losing out on a piece of support. Finn is now stuck behind this spike wall, has to use the bubble to even try and get out, but Lucamino still going to find that pick here. The Zarya not going to make it happen, but Lindenwood, this next fight is what they've been waiting for. They have been spending this entire time charging up Rainbow Ults. Everybody has everything available here. There's nothing more for them to wait on. 20 seconds left here, and Lindenwood have to make it happen.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, certainly, ideally, with 5 ultimates on the board, it should be doable. Lindenwood, I mean, going into just 1 and a pulse bomb coming up as well. Should be. Kuffa going to get really weak. Admiral 2, Zippy with 2 kills on that overclock. Finn with the 3rd. Lindenwood's going to push this up just a little bit. That's 4 ultimates out, though. Against the window, though, the window's out as well.
And yeah, they know Lucamino is on the backside, so they will go ahead and get that kill. We'll have to see on this front end of the fight now. Here we go, Lindenwood forward progress coming through as it will be on to this set point here. Overwatch on this overtime. Lindenwood trying to get this second point, give themselves a little bit more time to work with. Here we go, Finn putting the front sign. Kuffa, though, wants to go onto the back. Spike wall comes down here. Could try and target the overtime play, as it will be the Dragon coming out from the Hanzo. Kuffa going to be knocked away by the bubble. Grab, not finding anything by Finn. Enemy grab comes out. As well, not enemy grab, that's a disruptor shot from Sojourn, as Lindenwood will keep charging 100.79 meters here as Ether goes down. Goose is retraded though, 4v4, both sides just get support. The downpour able to be sidestepped for a little bit, but Kuffa gonna go down here. Lindenwood trying to move the card forward and get this second point here. Finn solo on HP, but without Kuffa, it's so hard for them to truly fight inward here. Pulse Bomb is gonna be able to take Finn down. Touch point! No! Lindenwood! You lost your tank to the Pulse Bomb, and they have 3 people all rushing to the point, but that Pulse Bomb by Lethal saves the second point, and ISU lock Lindenwood down to 1.110 meters. So close, almost guaranteed to get that second capture, but unfortunately a key pulse bomb forces Lindenwood practically to C9, and that will be on it. Here we go. We'll have to wait and see. Illinois, they need a point, then 111 meters traveled, and they will take down Lindenwood 3-1 here in, I suppose, the round of 16.
Yeah, that really hurts. You are so close to taking that second. I think it's guaranteed if you stay, or if Finn stays alive, obviously, but if you stay on, or if you get that touch. But the past is the past. We are moving on to this next round. Looking like maybe we're seeing a ball in this composition.
And yeah, I mean, Lindenwood here on this defensive end have to do everything, anything, all of it, anything possible, as again, for especially one of them, we'll talk a little bit more after the set regardless, but obviously for a specific Lion, the last organized game that they will play here as a player on the team, so definitely a very important match, but that's not the problem for right now. The problem for right now is Ramatra, Hanzo, Tracer, Juno, and Wu Yang. There's obviously still a little bit of room to swap around, but Illinois State here. Keep an eye out on Lethal on the top floor, looking for some Widowmaker picks, see if they can find anything. Doesn't look like anybody's too keen to give them any good shots. Zarya not concerned about peeking out to the one shot, so we'll have to wait here. 4 minutes to start for the first point. Lucamino charging forward on the Hanzo, trying to keep this pressure up. Finn already taking a lot of damage, but this Kiriko healing on a single target is so extreme, able to keep him alive through all of his poke. He's taken, lost his shield so many times, but it just doesn't matter. Ramatra on the top high ground though. Kuffa drops straight down, trying to get onto the back line here. Rav Vortex comes out now, all four onto the Sojourn here. Bubble comes out, really nice body blocking by Sojourn, but he just breaks through it. As Felius though finds Big on the back line, Admiral and Lethal go down, goose grab by the Zarya, and now it's just the cleanup game here onto Kuffa and Lucamino. Lucamino should have no way out. Their players are already alive, so it's a worthwhile stagger. They'll take him down, but keep an eye on Kuffa here. He's definitely the player with a lot of impact ability on this flank.
Yeah, I think they know. They know he's back there for sure. They're not too worried about where he is. Zippy though gonna get really weak here. Would able to take that hold that first push, and we're still seeing Lethal on this Widowmaker here as well.
Yeah, here we go. Lindenwood, they're trying to play inside of this gate. It will be a trade Zippy for Goose now to start. Lucamino drops as well from Ronin. Lindenwood doing a good job holding so far as Felius backing away for the moment, but Kuffa actually grabs a tick on the point here. Gets it to about 40%. Obviously, only a third of that will stick, but here we go. It's back inside now. Ramatra charging up on this alt form, trying to take down Ether as the rest of ISU returns to his side. Oh, nice headshot from Lethal onto Ronin. And now without a Kiriko, it should be really tough for Lindenwood. Didn't get a drop as well. And 220 on clock. It's actually slower, but it will still be a first cap here.
Yeah, that's the opening you really need, and that's why they stick with it. I mean, stick with both snipers. Ronin going to end up falling. Lindenwood going to get as much contest as they can. Felius getting extremely weak there. Lethal going to get another headshot, though. That just about does it for that first point. First point is captured by
And yeah, Lucamino retrades Felius as well. Now Finn going to be targeted as well. Goose does go down to the Zarya, but a nice headshot again. Lethal on this mainline Widow here, doing an absolutely fantastic job right now, keeping this tempo and pressure up. 4:14 on the game clock. Getting ready to go here, as we'll have to see 110.2 meters grabbed, 30 of them already secured here by Illinois, as they're going to continue charging forward here. Keep an eye on Lethal.
Yeah, keep an eye on Lethal for sure in this super aggressive positioning. It's going to be best to start off with getting a pick off of here so you don't have to worry about this fight just quite as much. Lindenwood, I mean, their ults are decently even. I mean, we're going to see that the sights come out from Lethal to kind of try to start this fight off in their favor, but Ronin going to take him down. Going to be traded, though, Admiral for Felius. Going into this next one even.
As, yeah, Hanzo Dragons come out here to try and strike them away. 80 meters past, now only 30 more to go for Illinois. Zippy's traded, Ether's traded. This could be it. This could be the end of the Lindenwood season right here we go. Ronin gonna drop the Kitsu Rush. May as well use everything. Felius on the way back here with Blade. Finn now coming out as well, able to take down the side of Goose. Felius has Blade available. Needs to try and make a play here. Kuffa, though, is gonna be a tough target to take down. Blade comes out. Felius taking damage. Annihilation here. 100 meters past. 10 more to go for Illinois. They're gonna turn the final corner. Lindenwood, can they even touch? They can contest, but a snipe onto Ether will secure it. And Kings Row goes 2-1 to Illinois to win the map 3-1.
Amanda's muted.
You got to be frustrated with that, with not touching that point first round towards the end of that second point. Got to be frustrating, but it's no telling if that could have completely changed the series or not. But Lindenwood actually pull out a map against the one of the best collegiate team in the series or in the season. Certainly quite a game. Not what I was expecting, to say the least.
And yeah, Lindenwood are going to end up falling here too. Again, the best collegiate team there is. You don't get better than this roster right now, but obviously congrats to them. We'll wish them the best of luck as they continue through the NACE bracket. For us at Lindenwood, by no means the end of our stream day, but we are going to send things over to a break here, get some difficulties fixed up here. Amanda and Kenny will be here to join you for a minute for a little bit of post-game, as well as sending off one of our Lindenwood Lions after their last game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For the first time today, I am not a JPEG on the screen, and I'm joined today by Kellen, aka Ronin. One heck of a support player, might I add. But before I kick off this interview, I would like to, first of all, from all of Prod, we want to play a special little video, if you wouldn't mind.
My name is Kirk Ether Hendricks, and my role is main support on the team.
My name is Chris Felix, and I play main support.
I'm Alex Bloom, better known as Zippy Bloom in game, and I play hit scan DPS for the team.
My name and role, Matthew Glass, I play Flex DPS.
My name is Finn Brown, I play tank for our team.
My name is Cam, and I'm the head coach of the Overwatch Varsity team here at Lindenwood.
What's my name and role? My name is Kellen Williams, and I play support for the team.
On the backside, but Ronin gets the kill on the Blading Genji. Wow. Yeah, he does. It's just a rally shield charge into him, and he's just DPS to try and save this one, as nobody on point, but there's no play for the other side. For the two supports for Lindenwood doing incredibly well to pick up a couple of kills, has been a massive source of problems for one. Finn takes two, Ronin finds Sniper, Lucio balls in, Lucio balls out, overtime is gone. That could just be the map here. Felia's traded out, Dotbed's traded back.
As Blade comes out, Phone coming in, we'll see if they're able to get it. They have the Kitsune available again, but Phone is taken down by the Coalescence. Backline is Kashir's ball for the moment, as he's going to get taken out by the Coalescence as well. And Ronin, what a high-value ultimate. Takedown 2 by so much time here on the reset, and they are not letting...
Ronin comes through, finds Catalyst viral, finishing up the Mauga, and Babasaur falls quickly, and what was a sketchy first point at...
Find this bullet shot demon known as Freya. Then finds Mac and Cheese. Ronin with a nice kunai on the bro nugget.
What did Kellen mean to me? Kellen was a solid, I say was, is, still will be, a solid flex support and support duo. His Ana and Curie are fantastic, and he has been a driving factor of my improvement on the support role.
In a way, he was a... I'm not prepared for these answers, for these questions. He's a support player that I look up to.
Kellen meant my flex support to me. He meant a source of healing and a source of ultimates occasionally. But he was a good friend. He meant quite a lot to the team, as also the team captain, though at times it didn't feel like he was. But yeah, he was a good friend for the team.
Kellen is kind of like a stalwart force of nature. He kind of is like a consistent... He's someone you can rely on to get things done and to make sure everyone gets where they need to be. So, yeah, good leader.
He's my pocket. He's my nano dealer. You know, he's the one who's been there from the very beginning and put up with my shit somehow.
That's a lot. When I first started coaching, it was very difficult to get people who were reliable. And you know, we had a couple team captains, but none of them knew how to lead by example the same way that Kellen does. He's kind of an invaluable part of the program as a whole, not just to the Overwatch team. He does a lot. Anytime there's something that needs to be done for getting new equipment or going on supply runs, he's always like right immediately volunteering. And anytime his truck is needed for any stuff with getting food deliveries in for events or grabbing water, he never complains about it. He's immediately there. So a pillar of reliability and respect are two very big things, along with stability. I think that he was the one that made the team feel functional, and his presence, while not going entirely, as he'll probably stick around a bit, will be missed on the field for sure. Kellen meant a lot to the team. He still does. He'll probably be sticking around as a volunteer coaching presence, especially in the support role. He had a level of determination that almost no one on the team has. And when it comes to learning, he has an openness for learning and a desire to mimic and learn new play styles of characters, not even just new characters, like nobody else. He wanted to learn how to fit into every puzzle and be the missing piece rather than us needing to go and find someone else to do something.
He's our team captain, and he's a great grounding force in games, especially when we get a little silly. He can help us lock back in and refocus on the match.
He was the backbone of the team in terms of like knowledge of the game, knowledge of the teams. He was really supportive when it came to like talking to Cam about who we're facing, how we're fighting them, and like studying on comps in Overwatch CS and such.
Kellen meant to the team as a team captain and also a source of healing for the team. he was a good friend of the team. Tried to keep us grounded. He was the one who probably goofed off the least, and it was really fun to annoy him at times.
To the team, again, good leader, voice of reason when necessary. Just generally reliable. It's like a rock.
He meant a fair bit. You know, being captain, I've been there before. It's a bit of a stressful role, but also healing everybody on our team who loves to feed, me included, that definitely adds to it. He keeps us together.
Describe Kellen in one word. difficult. Funny. Support.
Confident.
Pragmatic.
If I could describe Kellen in one word, what would it be? Probably reliable. Always there.
That's a good question. Describing Kellen with one word, I think he's a complex enough man that one word doesn't feel like it does him enough justice. But if I was forced to narrow it down to one word, I think it would probably be determined. Determined is probably the best word that I can use to describe Kellen. If he messes up or if we take a tough loss, the first thing that he does is immediately go back to playing the game. He doesn't let things bother him very easily. Kind of like spearheads his way into any problem that needs solved. And I don't know, determined, compassionate would also be another big one. But no, he's a good dude, and it's gonna be a tough loss, I think.
Thanking Kellen for anything he's done for me or the team. Personally, I'm thankful for Kellen for all he has done for me to help me learn Overwatch and improve at the role to begin with, since he is a better support player than I am. So everything that he's taught me to help me get almost on equal playing fields is really great.
Thanks for being the backbone of the team.
Thanks for healing me all these years, and sorry for waking up your slept target.
What would I thank Kellen for something he's done for the team? I don't know. I would thank him for showing up every day and being consistent, and doing his best regardless of how he might feel, and just being real when he calls for it.
If I could thank Kellen for anything, it would probably be just playing with me all these years.
I think thanking Kellen for anything he's done would take too long. It would take a very long time to go through all of the things that Kellen has done for the team. But I think that the number one thing that he has done is he's been a rock for the team. An immobile thing that people can always count on. They're always relying on them. He's always there. And he's always formed a very strong base for the team.
My goal for the season was for the team itself to get like top 20, top 30. And my personal goal was to hit high top 500, both of which we have accomplished this season. What was my biggest takeaway in general from this season? I'd probably have to say like the importance of communication. It's been a big focus this entire season on, how we all talk to each other and how information gets passed around. Just in general, thanks for a great season. It's been really fun. I'm really glad that we got to make playoffs for NACE. Unfortunately, we didn't for ABC, but I think everybody played really well this season. What does my legacy mean to me? I don't know the answer to that, honestly. I hope that it's, my legacy is, pushing the team forward to try to get better and making sure that we have, a good atmosphere in the lab when we play. I hope my teammates remember how good of a HANA player I was. I haven't been able to see that in a bit, and I hope future players, when they see Ronan, they think about the person that was team captain that helped push the team, from spot number like 200 all the way up to 30. Do I have any final words about the season? I think, no, really, honestly, just thank you, and I'm really happy that this season went so well.
So obviously, we took a little bit of time. If you forgot who I was, I'm Kenny, but but it's all about Ronan today. Ronan, Kellen, it was your last today. Wearing the Linwood lion on your chest. Walk me through it. Like, how did you feel coming in today? How are we feeling, just in general, about today and your performance?
Walking in today was kind of a surreal feeling of knowing that this was likely the last time that I played for the team on stream. And, it's as we went through today, I was just grateful for everything. And, us taking a map and then another point off of ISU was pretty cool to end the season on, honestly.
As I'm sure, like I don't think I could ever do that. I mean, you guys did that, and it looked awesome. And just genuinely, like, how do you feel looking back at your collegiate career? How did it start versus how it is now? Like, how was all of that throughout that time span?
I'm incredibly proud of my collegiate career. I joined the team as a plat player, and I worked my butt off to try to be somebody that the team could rely on. And then even for as the team as a whole, it's been an amazing journey of like getting all the way from scrimming mid to low masters all the way to where we're consistently fighting teams that are top 10, top 20. All of it's been.
Yeah, no, I mean, I was a cocky support player when I came to play you guys for the first time, and you know, I would be, it's stupid to ask, but like, whenever we came in here, I mean, first of all, I'm gonna ask you what you thought of us, which is probably nothing, but we walked in and we knew you guys were a powerhouse, and we felt like you kept your cool, and honestly, the fact that you aren't necessarily the player that just outright dominates somebody, but then tells other people how they learned is honestly unfreaking believable. I mean, I've come to you for flex support advice, main support advice, for just map general advice. Sometimes I come out for you like not for Overwatch advice in general. So like what was your feeling about like whenever you first met me, and then just like I don't know, man. You are awesome as a person.
Thank you.
But no, you have had a amazing journey, and during this match versus ISU, I mean, you were felt. Your presence was felt throughout the game. You know, we see it in King's Row specifically. Your rushes really did help capitalize fights. So, what was the idea going into today? Like, was just was it always going to be Curie, or were we going to see something flip off? Were we going to see you on the water? The I call him Water Boy, but Wu Yang. Were you going to see?
There was a small chance of Wu Yang if we decided to play like that Brian comp, but I needed to be in just in case the banned a specific part of it and we needed to play in more normal comp. And I would have really liked to, kind of expand my support roster that I was able to play today, but Kiri is just that broken that she's all you can play.
Well, as you can tell, yes, I can tell the Curie is that broken. I wouldn't be wearing the hat otherwise. Wow, you've had some great moments throughout your collegiate career. What is like the best one? What is the best one? If you had to pinpoint one, obviously today's up there.
Today is definitely up there. It was a while ago, but our game against SIUE, it was just such a fun game being in a different space, and it's called Fusion 314. That's like all the way down, and we got to go there, play their team. We weren't expected to win, but we clutched it out. I think in map 7, 5.
Yeah, no. All right, Kellen, before we end it off, I want to know, is there any shout outs, anybody you want to thank personally for, today, tomorrow, anything? What would you like to say to the viewers before it is time for the sunset, figuratively speaking?
Genuinely a big thank you to my parents. They weren't. I came from a very traditional sports family, and at first they kind of weren't didn't understand esports, but as my journey has progressed, they have gotten so supportive of what I do, and I can't.
You are sweet, even beyond the camera. It's nice to know. Very wholesome, Kellen. Very wholesome. Well, thank you for letting me be the one that does your last interview
Thank
as a
you.
lion, man. As for the rest of today, I don't know what is planned. I don't know what's planned tomorrow. but you will. But we will be back later on Monday for Academy Team Playoffs, so please do not miss it. I should be back ready to cast at any moment on Monday. Thank you again, Kellen, for joining me here. It has been a pleasure to know you. But that is all we have, Lindenwood. We will see you then.